Chapter 1. The examiner was about to write, failed, when Wei Jingdao's qi moved wrong. Not weak. Not wrong in the way of someone who didn't know the form. Wrong in the way of someone who had taken the form apart at its joints and reassembled it in a shape the examiner had never seen before. The qi flowed through 18 meridian nodes in the standard iron pine entrance assessment. That was the prescribed path, carved into the sect's foundational technique by the ancestors and unchanged for 400 years. Wei's qi hit the first 6 nodes and then did something else. It cut across the standard path at the 7th junction point, looped back through the 3rd node, and arrived at the 19th node, a node that didn't exist in the standard assessment, in the time it would normally take a passable candidate to reach the 14th. The examiner's recording brush stopped moving. Wei held his breath. He didn't know yet if he'd made a catastrophic error. The body he'd woken up in 3 days ago was a disaster. Outer disciple candidate, 3 failed assessments, expulsion pending. Every senior in the Iron Pine sect already having written him off. His name, the name of the previous inhabitant, now his, was a footnote in the outer sect's record of disappointments. Wei Jingdao, way of the correct path. The irony had not escaped him. He'd spent 3 days doing the one thing he knew how to do, read the source code. The technique was qi circulation. The substrate was meridians instead of processors, spiritual energy instead of electricity. But a loop was a loop. And when Wei looked at the Iron Pine entrance assessment form for the first time, really looked at it, running his algorithm sight across the prescribed pathway like a linter scanning for errors, he nearly laughed out loud. Bubble sort. They'd built the foundational assessment technique like bubble sort, comparing adjacent nodes, executing sequential passes, hitting the same check 4 times when one would do. The candidate was meant to demonstrate stable qi flow by running inefficient code efficiently. But the point of the assessment wasn't the path. It was the output, consistent, measurable qi flow. The path was just a convention, and conventions could be refactored. He'd done it in his head over 2 days, worked through 3 different approaches, and selected the one that eliminated the most redundant node contacts while maintaining every output metric the examiner would be measuring. Fewer steps, same output, faster execution. A junior developer submitting a PR to replace an O in superscript 2 algorithm with O in login. The examiner set down her brush and stared at the measurement array. The assessment's jade tablets were glowing. Candidate, she said carefully. What technique were you running? The Iron Pine entrance assessment form, Wei said. I made some modifications. Modifications. She repeated the word like she'd never heard it before in connection with a sacred text. The form has no modifications. It does now. Wei kept his voice neutral. Flat. He was still learning the social calibration of this world. In his previous life, he'd learned that engineers who explained too confidently got defensive reactions. Let the results speak first. The output metrics should be consistent with or above threshold. I can walk you through the changes if that would be useful. That would not be useful, the examiner said. But she didn't write failed. She stared at the measurement tablets for another 10 seconds, making small movements with her lips as she read numbers she apparently hadn't expected, and then she said, wait here. She went up the stone steps at the edge of the assessment courtyard to where 3 instructors sat watching from the high platform. Wei waited. His legs were tired from the assessment stance. The previous body's physical conditioning was genuinely terrible, and he'd have to address that, but his qi channels felt clean. The refactored form had run as planned. No instability, no overflow, no dropped nodes. He mentally annotated the successful test run and committed the result. From the platform above, he heard the assessor's voice carrying down in fragments. The 23rd node path, which doesn't exist. And then a deeper voice saying something he couldn't make out. And then a third voice, very quiet, almost to itself. That form doesn't exist in any manual. Wei filed that for later. The examiner came back down alone. She had a small frown between her eyebrows that suggested she was doing math that wasn't resolving. You pass, she said. Outer disciple. 3rd tier, residential quarters. Report to registration before sundown. She made a note on her record, then looked at him with a specific expression of someone who has encountered an unexpected input and isn't sure how to classify it. Do not do that again. The form. The modification. She said the word the same way, with the same faint horror. These forms exist for a reason. Wei didn't say anything to that. She wasn't wrong that forms exist for reasons. She was wrong about what the reasons were. The 3rd-tier residential quarters were what he'd expected from a bottom-tier outer disciple assignment. Cramped, slightly damp, and stacked so efficiently with bunk beds that the room's original dimensions were impossible to determine. 3 other outer disciples were already settled in. 1 asleep despite it being mid-afternoon, 2 playing a card game in the corner who glanced at Wei when he entered and immediately looked away. He claimed the remaining bunk, sat down on it to test the structural integrity, and took stock. He had a body in poor condition, no cultivation resources, no allies, no reputation, and an outer disciple status that was barely distinguishable from being on probation. He had algorithm sight, which let him read chi patterns as executable code and identify inefficiencies in cultivation techniques. And he had the knowledge base of a software engineer from a parallel world who had spent 15 years in competitive programming and systems optimization. He took the sex welcome packet from the stack of papers left on the bunk and opened it to the first technique manual. Iron Pine Root Breathing Method. The foundational cultivation technique for all outer disciples. Every iron pine cultivator knew it. Every iron pine cultivator did it exactly as written, every morning, for as long as they remained in the sect. Wei activated algorithm sight and read the first page. 12 minutes later, he had filled the margins of the first 3 pages with annotations and was on page 4. The technique wasn't terrible. It was workmanlike, functionally adequate, the sort of thing that would pass code review from a reviewer who was checking for obvious errors rather than excellence. But it had the markers of something written quickly by someone good and then never touched again. Hard-coded variables where parameterization would be cleaner, a loop in the third circulation sequence that ran 5 iterations when 2 would produce the same result. A meridian pathway in the breathing integration step that took a slightly longer route than necessary because the original author apparently hadn't checked the cross-section map at that junction. Wei's charcoal pencil moved steadily. Inefficient loop here. Merge these 2 branches. This variable could be extracted. He was on page 7 when a voice from the doorway said, "What are you doing to that manual?" It was not a question. He looked up. One of the card game players had crossed the room while he was reading. A young woman his current body's age, 17 or so, with the kind of watchful expression that suggested she had learned not to speak unless something required addressing. She was looking at his annotations the way you look at something you cannot immediately decide if it's a disaster or not. Making notes, Wei said. Those manuals belong to the sect. You're supposed to copy them into your personal cultivation journal, not write in the originals. She paused. Certainly not with corrections. They're not corrections. They're observations. Most of them are questions. He turned the manual so she could see. This loop here, does anyone know why it runs 5 iterations? The output is stable at 2. The extra 3 iterations aren't doing anything I can measure. She looked at the page. Her expression shifted to something between alarm and fascination. Because that's what it says, she said finally. Right, Wei said. But the question is whether it says 5 iterations because 5 iterations are necessary, or whether it says 5 iterations because the person who wrote it tried 5 iterations and it worked, and they didn't try fewer. He looked back at the manual. That's a different kind of reason. She stood there for another moment. Then, you're going to get in trouble. Probably, Wei agreed. He turned back to page 7. She left without arguing further. He filed that as a promising sign. She hadn't taken the manual away from him. She'd processed the situation and decided not to engage. That was either good judgment or a strategic retreat, and either way, it suggested someone worth talking to when the time was right. He finished his annotations by evening and started writing the refactored version in his personal cultivation journal. The next morning, he ran the refactored Iron Pine Root breathing method for the first time. 42 minutes, start to finish. The standard version took 2 hours minimum. He checked the output metrics by running a simple chi density scan of his Dantian and Meridian channels. The measurement techniques were crude by his standards, but functional, and confirmed that the output was within normal parameters for the standard technique. Better than normal, actually, by a margin that would take him a few more repetitions to quantify precisely. He noted the results in his journal with a timestamp and went to breakfast. The sect dining hall was loud in the way of institutional food service everywhere. The sound of people who have been awake since before dawn, doing the most automatic social behavior available to them, which is eating and talking about things that don't require much thought. Wei collected his portion, found an empty end of a bench, and began observing. It took him through most of the meal to build the basic social map. The outer disciples organized themselves in clusters of 5 to 10, generally sorted by entry year, with some cross-cutting by cultivation level. There were hierarchy markers he was still learning to read, forms of address, the direction people turned when they spoke, the specific body language of people who expected other people to move for them. The inner sect disciples were at separate tables and did not make eye contact with the outer section. 3 tables over, he saw the card game player from the night before. She was eating with 2 others and appeared to be in a conversation about something involving a formation array in the Eastern Training Ground. Technically competent conversation. He filed her as potentially useful. He also noticed that at the table closest to the door, prime location, easiest to leave, easiest to enter, a young man was holding court. Inner sect disciple, silver-trimmed robe, the specific relaxed posture of someone who has never needed to worry about whether there would be space for him. He was speaking, and 3 outer disciples were listening with the fixed attention of people who need something from the speaker. At the end of the conversation, the listening disciples nodded with obvious relief and dispersed. Gatekeeping behavior. The young man controlled access to something. Wei noted it and moved on. One social system at a time. He tested his refactored technique for 3 days before doing anything with the results. Engineering discipline. You don't publish before you've run your tests. The first 2 mornings, the results were consistent, but he wasn't satisfied with his error margins. On the 3rd morning, he recruited the young woman from the card game. Her name turned out to be Xin Yulan, and she was a library assistant whose actual job was copying technique manuals, which explained both her presence in the residential quarters and her reaction to seeing one annotated. As an observer, "I want a second set of measurements," he said, when she appeared in the doorway of the small outdoor cultivation area where he'd been practicing. "You don't need to do anything except watch and tell me what you observe in my qi output. I'll tell you what to look for." Xin Yulan looked at him, looked at the small cleared area he'd prepared, and said, "You've been doing something with the root breathing method." "Yes. Something that's not in the manual." "Correct. And you want me to verify the results?" "I want an independent observer with cultivation experience. You've been copying these manuals for 10 years. You know what the standard output is supposed to look like. You'd notice if mine looked wrong." He paused. "And you'd be a more useful control group than myself measuring my own output." She considered this with the careful deliberation of someone who had learned to be thorough before committing. Then she said, "I'm going to need to see what you changed before I agree." He showed her the annotated manual and his refactored version. She read both with the slow, concentrated attention of someone who knew exactly what every word in the original said and was tracking each departure precisely. When she finished, she set them down and looked at him with an expression he hadn't seen before. Not the alarm from the first night, and not the wariness of the dining hall. Something more like the face of a person who has spent 10 years copying a text and has just discovered it contained a typo no one caught. "This loop," she said, pointing to the 3rd circulation sequence. "The 5 iterations. Yes. I've copied that section hundreds of times. I never thought about why it was 5. Did you think it was 5 for a reason?" She paused. "I thought it was 5 because it was 5. That's what most of the technique is," Wei said. "5s that are there because they were always 5s. She looked at the refactored version again. Then she set it down and walked into the cultivation area. "Show me," she said. He ran the refactored form. She watched with the focused expression of someone tracking technical details, not performance. When he finished, she said, "Your qi output in the 3rd cycle. It's different from the standard. Denser. Less diffuse. Because it's not running 3 redundant iterations, dispersing it unnecessarily. The sect elders are not going to like this." "Probably not," Wei agreed. "Does the output look wrong?" She considered for another moment. "No," she said finally. "It looks cleaner." He committed the test result and opened his journal to write it up. Chapter 2, he posted his first patch note on the 7th day. That was what he called it in his own mental taxonomy, a patch note, the standard document format for communicating changes to software. What it looked like, posted on the outer sect's common notice board between the roster of cleaning assignments and a reminder about the monthly qi testing schedule, was a single sheet of paper with his name at the top and a description of modifications to the iron pine root breathing method. Version 1.0 Version 1.1. Changes. 3rd circulation sequence reduced from 5 iterations to 2 iterations. 7th junction approach modified to cut across the standard meridian path at a 20-degree angle rather than following the standard approach. Net effect. Technique execution time reduced by approximately 60%. Output metrics. Consistent with or above standard version. Testing period, 7 days. Controlled conditions. Below that, in small careful writing, contact Wei Jingdao, 3rd tier East residential quarter, if you want to review the annotated source material or the test data. He'd asked Xin Yulan to review the patch note before posting it. She'd read it twice and then said, "You're going to get into trouble. You said that before. I'm going to keep saying it because it keeps being true. You wrote in the original manual. You've been running an unapproved technique variant for a week. And now you're posting it publicly as if you're a senior master releasing an updated training method." She paused. "You do not have the standing to release updated training methods." "I have the data," Wei said. "Standing and data are different things." "They shouldn't be." She was quiet for a moment. Then, "No," she said. "They shouldn't be." She handed the patch note back. "Post it. But don't be surprised when it becomes a problem." He posted it and returned to the residential quarter to continue his annotations of the Iron Pine Foundation fist method. The patch note drew its first reader within 2 hours. He'd been watching from the far side of the courtyard out of basic curiosity about the social response. The reader was a young outer disciple who read the whole thing twice, looked confused, and walked away. The second and third readers came together and had an argument about it that he was too far away to hear. By the afternoon, there were 8 people clustered around the board. He noted the pattern. The people who stopped longest were the ones who had been cultivating for more than 6 months. They were the ones who knew what 2 hours of morning cultivation felt like and could do the math on 60%. Xianxia had been right that it would become a problem. She hadn't specified the timeline, which was the next morning. Senior brother Pang Luohai found him in the library. Wei had reinstated his usual morning schedule, refactored technique, breakfast, library. He'd been assigned basic duties that conveniently included library time, and he'd spent his first 2 library sessions reading technique manuals and cataloging their inefficiencies in a separate notebook. The notebook was already half full. Pang Luohai was the young man from the table by the door, silver-trimmed robe, intersect, the specific posture of someone who had never needed to worry about space. He was also, Wei had determined from 3 days of observation, responsible for managing outer disciple access to the library's second tier, where the more advanced manuals were stored. He controlled the gate. You posted that notice, Pang Luohai said. He'd stopped 3 shelves away, which Wei noted. He'd chosen a position that communicated authority without physical aggression. Someone who had learned to use space deliberately. Yes, Wei said, and kept reading. You wrote in a sect manual. I did. Pang Luohai walked forward until he was at the end of Wei's shelf. He wasn't angry, exactly. Or rather, the anger was present, but sitting underneath something more complicated. Something that looked like offense, but not personal offense. Philosophical offense. These techniques, he said, were written by the sect founders. Masters who cultivated to heights you cannot currently imagine. You, an outer disciple who has been here 7 days and failed his entrance assessment 3 times, have taken it upon yourself to correct them. Wei set the manual down. He'd been expecting this conversation. He'd prepared several different approaches and selected the one most likely to produce a useful outcome. The form I modified is more efficient, he said. The output data supports that. Do you want to review the test results? I don't want to review test results. The philosophical offense was more visible now. The point isn't whether your modification works. The point is that you treated a sacred text as a draft. It is a draft, Wei said. An old draft. Drafts can be improved. Pang Luohai stared at him for a moment with the specific expression of someone who has encountered a category error and is deciding whether to reclassify the input or reject it entirely. Your library access, he said, is revoked. He turned and walked back through the stacks. Wei sat with that for a moment. He'd modeled several possible responses to the patch note. This one had been on the list. The key downstream variable was whether revoked meant revoked from the first tier or revoked entirely, and what the appeal pathway looked like. He closed his current manual, gathered his notes, and went to the common area. He wrote the refactored technique on the public notice board. All of it. The annotations, the modification logic, the test results. If the library was closed, the library's most useful contents would need to exist somewhere else. He titled it at the top, in clear large characters, Open Version, Iron Pine Root Breathing Method, Updated Form. Review and use as you find helpful. Then he went to the training ground to work on the Foundation fist method. The notice board caused more of a reaction than the original patch note. By the afternoon, he estimated 30 outer disciples had read it. By the next morning, a knot of 7 was gathered around it having what looked like a genuine argument about whether the modifications made sense. One of them, a second-year outer disciple named Chao Baihu, he'd learn later, had actually brought a copy of the standard manual and was comparing the 2 versions point by point. Wei watched from the edge of the courtyard. He'd been running the Foundation fist method in a corner of the training ground, partly for practice and partly because it was the logical thing to work on next. The Foundation fist was where most outer disciples stalled in the first 6 months. It required chi cycling at a higher frequency than the root breathing, and the standard instruction for achieving that frequency was essentially try harder, which was not, Wei had determined, a useful instruction. He'd found 3 structural reasons why the standard form made frequency increase unnecessarily difficult. He was partway through verifying the third. You're the one who posted that. The voice came from his left. He'd been aware of someone standing there for the last 2 minutes. The training ground had enough foot traffic that a stationary observer was unusual, and had been waiting to see if they'd speak. Chao Baihu was taller than average, broad-shouldered in the way of someone who had done physical training before cultivation, with the blunt, direct manner of a person who said what they meant because they didn't see the use in saying anything else. He was carrying the standard manual and his own personal journal. Yes, Wei said. Does it actually work? 60% faster isn't a small claim. It works. 7 days of data. Wei paused. Test it yourself. The test methodology is described at the bottom of the notice. You'll know within 3 days if the output metrics are consistent. Xiao Baihu looked at him with the evaluative expression of someone deciding how much weight to give a source. You've been here a week. Yes. And you found a flaw in a 400-year-old technique in a week. I found several. That was just the most immediately testable one. Wei turned back to his practice. The foundation fist method has 3 structural problems that are probably why you've been stalled at the 30-cycle qi frequency for. He glanced at Xiao's cultivation indicators, the subtle markers that were visible to algorithm sight. 8 months, I'd estimate. Xiao Baihu went very still. I haven't told anyone that, he said. You don't need to. It's visible if you know how to read qi flow patterns. Wei completed his current cycle. 8 months at the same level without progress isn't a talent problem. It's a form problem. Specifically, your 9th cycle has a sequential dependency that it shouldn't have. It's waiting for a confirmation signal from the 8th cycle that the technique instructs it to wait for, but the 8th cycle signal is redundant. You're stalling yourself. There was a long pause. Can you fix it? Xiao Baihu asked. He had the tone of someone who had spent 8 months not asking that question of the right person and was now asking it very carefully, as if it might break. Give me your journal, Wei said. I need to write something down. Chapter 3, he found the dead code on the 14th day. He'd been working through the Outer Sect's complete technique catalog systematically, all 19 publicly accessible manuals, cataloged, annotated, inefficiencies documented. The notebook was now 3/4 full. The iron pine root breathing method, the foundation fist, the centered qi cultivation sutra, the iron body tempering form, the spirit sense expansion technique. Each one had the same fingerprint. Competent, workmanlike, not touched since it was written, riddled with the specific kind of inefficiency that accumulates when code is copied without being understood. He'd been treating it as an audit, which it was. An audit with no formal mandate, no audience, and no deadline, which was fine. He wasn't doing it for an audience. He was doing it because the systematic errors had a pattern, and the pattern meant something, and he wanted to know what it meant before he said anything about it. The iron pine root breathing method, the first one he'd refactored, the one that started everything, had an unusual feature he'd noticed on his first reading and flagged for later investigation. At the bottom of the 3rd section, after the main qi circulation pathway completed its final loop, there was a single additional line. Just one. A meridian pathway that ran from the lower dantian to a junction point in the left shoulder, then stopped. No continuation. No output node. No conditional that would explain why it sometimes ran and sometimes didn't. Dead code. A function that went nowhere. In his previous life, when he'd encountered dead code in a production codebase, the standard questions were, was it written with a purpose that got cut? Was it an artifact of a merge conflict that wasn't resolved correctly? Was it intentional? A placeholder for future development that never happened? He'd flagged it on day 1 and moved on because there were more immediate problems to address. But he kept returning to it because it was anomalous. Everything else in the technique had a logic, even if the logic was inefficient. The dead code had no logic he could identify. He was in the library. Pang Lohai's revocation had been overridden 2 days earlier by instructor Qin Liuxue, who had granted him a research exemption, without explanation, leaving Pang to file whatever formal objection he chose. Reading the original text of the iron pine root breathing method for the 15th time, when he realized something he'd missed. The meridian pathway in the dead code branch didn't go nowhere. It went to a junction point that didn't exist in the current technique. He checked 3 times. The coordinates in the text corresponded to a point that would exist if the root breathing method were combined with a second technique that ran through the same shoulder region. But there was no such second technique in the standard catalog. He marked the entry, dormant function, preserved for analysis. Unknown dependency, possibly predates current catalog. Then he went to find Shin Yulan. She was in the copying room at the east end of the library, doing what she did most mornings, transcribing technique manuals into archive copies. She had the kind of handwriting that came from extreme attention to precision over a long period. Each character a controlled act, and she did not look up when he entered because she was in the middle of a character and finishing it took priority. He waited. She finished the character, paused to review the stroke, and then looked up. What did you find? She asked. How do you know I found something? You have the face you get when data is producing an unexpected result. She set down her brush. You had it the morning you found the loop inefficiency, but smaller. This is larger. Wei considered that. He hadn't been aware his expressions were readable in that direction, but he filed the observation. There's a meridian pathway in the root breathing method that connects to a junction point from another technique, he said. One that doesn't appear to exist in the current catalog. Xin Yulan went still in the careful way she went still when something required more attention. A connection pathway between two techniques that were apparently once meant to run together. The root breathing is incomplete. There's a piece missing. She was already moving to the archive shelves, the section that held the oldest copies, the ones she handled with two-handed care because the materials were fragile. How old do you think the connection is? Old enough to predate the current catalog structure, Wei said. The notation style in that section is different from the rest of the manual. Earlier, like the main text was updated at some point and the connection line was copied over without anyone understanding what it connected to. She found the volume she was looking for and set it on the reading stand. Pre-archive copies, 200 years old at least. If you're right, she said, opening it carefully, someone wrote the root breathing method as one technique in a set, and then the set was what? Lost? Destroyed? Hidden? Or the other techniques in the set were removed from the catalog deliberately, Wei said. And whoever removed them didn't remove this line because they didn't notice it. She looked up from the archive volume. That's a different kind of answer. Yes, he said. It is. She began working through the archive text. He sat down across from her and started making notes. 2 hours later, Xiao Baihu found him in the library. He was expected. Wei had sent a message that morning asking him to come because the test he'd outlined, the one for Chao's sequential dependency problem, should have completed by now, and Wei wanted the data. Xiao was an easier read than most people. He communicated what he was thinking through posture and silence before he said anything. Right now his posture said something had happened, something that had not been in the range of expected outcomes. How long did the additional training take this morning? Wei asked. Same as usual, Xiao said. He sat down across from Wei with the controlled deliberation of someone who was processing information. But I advanced a half step in chi density. Wei wrote that down. In one day. In one morning. Xiao looked at his hands, which was a behavior Wei had observed in people who had received an unexpected outcome and were looking for physical evidence. 8 months. Nothing. And then one morning. The sequential dependency was blocking a plateau you would have crossed naturally without it. Once the block is gone, the natural progression resumes. Wei made a note in the margin. Expect another half step within a week if you continue with the corrected form. Xiao was quiet for a moment. Then, what else is wrong with my form? 3 things, Wei said. But let's validate this result first before we run more changes simultaneously. Xiao looked at him. You've already identified them. Yes. And you're not going to tell me. I'm going to tell you after we have another 3 days of data on this correction. Running 3 simultaneous changes makes it harder to identify which change produced which result. Xiao Baihu made a sound that was not quite a laugh and not quite a sigh. It was the sound, Wei had begun to learn, of someone who was used to frustration and was not actually frustrated right now, just surprised by the absence of it. You've been here 2 weeks, Xiao said. 14 days, Wei confirmed. And you found the thing that 8 months of normal training couldn't. He paused. I'm going to be at the sparring ground after lunch. If you want to work on the next problem. Wei added Xiao Baihu, Sparring Observations, CH14, to his schedule. Chapter 4 On the 17th day, Pang Luohai filed a formal complaint. Wei found out from Shun Yulan, who found out from the library's administrative routing system, which she had access to in her capacity as archive assistant. The complaint was 3 pages long and cited the defacement of sect materials, unauthorized distribution of technique modifications, and undermining of established institutional standards, which was a category Wei hadn't seen before and suspected Pang had invented for this occasion. He sent it to Elder Wan, Shin said. That's the sect administrator. He handles disciplinary matters for the outer and inner sect. Wei read the complaint summary she'd copied. Is Elder Wan likely to take it seriously? Elder Wan, Shin said, in the tone of someone who has organized around a personality type, takes seriously any suggestion that order is being disrupted. Whether the disruption is good or bad is a secondary question. The primary question is always whether the form is being followed. And I'm not following the form. You're explicitly revising the form and posting the revision for public use without going through an approval process that doesn't exist for outer disciples. Wei set the complaint summary down. He'd been thinking through the downstream consequences since the library revocation, which had been the early signal. Pang's formal complaint meant the situation was escalating through official channels. That changed the calculus, not the fundamental approach, but the timing and targeting. What would happen, he said, if 3 other outer disciples were also using the modified technique and reported the same results? Shen looked at him. You'd have evidence that's harder to dismiss on process grounds. I already have that. Xiao Baihu has advanced a half step in one day. He's happy to document it. That's one person. She paused. Pang's complaint is about the process, not the outcome. He hasn't argued that the technique doesn't work. He's argued that it wasn't approved. Wei thought about that. She was right. This was a procedural attack, not a technical one. The evidence he had was good evidence for a technical argument. A procedural argument needed a different response. What's the approval pathway for a new technique variant? He asked. Shen Yulan looked at him for a long moment. For outer disciples, she said, there isn't one. There's no mechanism for an outer disciple to propose a technique modification. That's not something outer disciples are expected to do. Wei processed that. The absence of a mechanism wasn't the same as a prohibition, but it wasn't an invitation either. It was the specific institutional condition that arose when a system had never needed to handle a certain type of input and therefore had no defined pathway for it. Right, he said. Then the patch note stays on the board. He went to the notice board and added a second page below the first, which addressed Pang Lahai's objection directly. The complaint had been received, the author stood by the documented results, and any outer disciple who wanted to review the test data could contact him for the full record. He signed it with his name and the date. Shen Yulan read it over his shoulder. You're responding publicly to a formal complaint. I'm documenting my position in the same location where I made the original claim. That's standard practice. It's going to make Elder Ruan very unhappy. Probably. He stepped back and reviewed the board. Is there anything in the existing regulations that explicitly prohibits this? She thought about it. No, she said slowly. Nothing explicit. The regulation is about modifying sect materials without authorization. The notice board is a common area. Then we're in a gray area. An extremely uncomfortable gray area. Wei nodded. He could work with that. Gray areas were navigable if you documented thoroughly and argued precisely. He went back to his room to continue annotating the Iron Pine Foundation fist. That evening, 3 outer disciples came to find him. He didn't know them yet by name. He'd seen them around the common areas. That was all. They stood in the doorway of the residential quarter with the specific posture of people who have something to ask and aren't sure of the reception. We tried your technique, the first one said. She was direct about it, which he respected. No approach from the side. It works. The time reduction is real. Good, he said. Document your results. Keep notes. Elder Ruan's going to call you in, the second one said. Pang Luahai's complaint. I know about the complaint. They'll probably retract the research exemption. Maybe. Wei set down his notebook. That's why you should have your own documentation. If you've been using a modified technique without the research exemption, you'll also be called in. Better to have clean records. They looked at each other. You're not worried about the complaint, the third one said. It wasn't quite an accusation. More like someone reading a data point they hadn't expected. I'm thinking about how to respond to it, Wei said. Those are different things. He looked at the 3 of them. I'd recommend you each start keeping cultivation journals with the test dates and output measurements noted. If Elder Ruan calls a hearing, evidence is evidence. They left. He turned back to his notebook. He was not. He would record later, unworried. He was simply not allowing worry to be the first analytical step. Worry was an output, not a strategy. First, understand the system. Then, identify the optimal response. Chapter 5 Xiao Baihu tested the corrected foundation fist form for 6 days before coming back to Wei with his journal. The improvement was measurable and reproducible. His qi cycling frequency had increased by the equivalent of 3 months of normal training in less than a week. He laid this out to Wei in the flat, matter-of-fact way he had of presenting information. No editorializing, just the data. He'd been thorough, multiple sessions per day, consistent conditions, the same measurement technique each time. The second problem, he said. Wei turned to the foundation fist section in his notebook. Your 5th cycle has a phase alignment issue. The technique instructs you to hold the 5th meridian path at full activation while initiating the 6th path. But the 5th and 6th paths run through shared nodes. The instruction is creating interference. Xiao looked at his hands again. How long has that been? At least since you started training on the form, Wei said. Probably since the first week. The interference doesn't cause visible problems at low cultivation levels. It only becomes a significant drag past a certain threshold. He made a note, which is why it shows up as a wall. And the fix. Release the 5th path to 70% before initiating the 6th. Not full release. You still need partial activation for the transition to work cleanly. But 70% eliminates the interference without losing the carryover benefit. He closed the notebook. Test it. 3 days minimum before we look at the third problem. Xiao Baihu sat with that for a moment. He'd been quieter today than usual, not withdrawn, just thinking about something adjacent to the conversation. Why are you doing this? He asked. Wei looked at him. Not the technique work, Chao said. I mean, you're an outer disciple on thin ice with the administration. You've got a formal complaint filed against you. You could keep the modified techniques to yourself, stay out of trouble, advance quietly. The modified techniques aren't useful to just me, Wei said. That's not an answer to why. Wei thought about that. In his previous life, there would have been a clean answer. The work was interesting, or it was what he was good at, or there was something satisfying about a system running at full efficiency instead of wasting cycles on unnecessary operations. All of that was true. A bug that's in production affects everyone running the code, he said. Fixing it to your own private fork and leaving the main branch broken is, he paused, searching for a way to translate the concept. Wasteful. Wrong. It solves your problem by not solving the actual problem. Xiao Baihu looked at him for a moment. Then, you think the entire technique catalog is a bug. I think the entire technique catalog is legacy code that hasn't had a maintenance pass in 400 years, Wei said. And yes, that's a problem worth fixing. Xiao was quiet again. Then he said, Pang Luohai told 2 inner sect disciples about the complaint yesterday. He's building support. If Elder Ruan calls a formal hearing, you might need people who'll speak to the results. Wei looked at him. Are you offering? I'm telling you it might be necessary. He stood. I'll be at the training ground at 5th Bell if you want to run through the corrected form. He left. Wei opened his notebook to a fresh page. He began writing a summary of every modification he'd made, every test result, every person who'd voluntarily tried the modified techniques and reported consistent outcomes. Clean records. Time-stamped. Legible. Reference to the source manuals. When Elder Ruan called the hearing, and he would, Wei was certain of it now, the argument would be procedural. But evidence was evidence, and he intended to have more of it than anyone expected. He worked until the lamp burned low, and then he set the notebook aside, ran his refactored root breathing method in the dark, and felt the chi cycle through his meridians in the clean, optimized path he'd rebuilt from scratch. 42 minutes. Every morning. The 5th iteration, which had never done anything useful, was gone, and the technique ran better without it. Some things, he'd always known, were just better without the parts that weren't doing any work. Chapter 6 Elder Ruan Chinfeng called the hearing on the 21st day. Wei had been expecting it. The formal summons arrived through the sect's messenger system. A junior disciple who knocked on the residential quarter door and handed over a folded document with Elder Ruan's seal, and was written in the specific register of administrative language that left no ambiguity. Appearance was required, not requested. He read it, set it on his bunk, and continued writing his current annotation. The hearing was in 3 days. He had 3 days to build his evidentiary record into something that would hold up to formal scrutiny. He'd been building it anyway, but the timeline sharpened the priority. He went to find instructor Qin Liuxua, not to appeal. He hadn't come to Qin for protection. She'd given him the research exemption without being asked, and asking her to extend that coverage to the hearing felt like exactly the kind of transactional thinking he didn't want to establish. He went because he had data from his review of the Iron Pine Foundation spear technique that he'd been preparing to share with her, and 3 days before a formal hearing was a good moment to demonstrate results that were difficult to ignore. The training ground she ran was in the western section, far from the outer sect's more crowded practice areas. She was running 3 inner disciples through precision form exercises when he arrived. He waited at the edge. She didn't acknowledge him until the session ended, which he'd expected. She was thorough, and she didn't interrupt herself for social reasons. Wei Jingdao, she said, when the inner disciples had dispersed. You've got a hearing with Elder Ruan in 3 days. Yes. And you want something. I want to show you something, he said. Whether you want to act on it is your decision. She looked at him with the evaluative expression she'd worn in the library when she first heard his explanation. She'd asked for a demonstration then, and he'd given her one. She hadn't regretted it. He could see that in how she was standing now. Not hostile, not skeptical in the way she'd been before. Just careful. Show me, she said. He'd refactored 3 components of the Iron Pine Foundation spear technique. The modifications weren't revolutionary. They were the same class of change he'd made to the root breathing method, eliminating redundant sequences and tightening the meridian pathway logic, but they had a specific downstream effect on the spear's reach. The technique was designed to extend chi projected force through a weapon. The standard version lost significant projection energy in the 4th extension sequence through what Wei had diagnosed as a branching error. His version redirected that energy into the primary output pathway. He demonstrated the first modification without a spear, just the chi pathway, run through his meridians in the correct sequence, the force projected through an empty hand. He could feel the difference himself. The energy that the standard version wasted was now arriving at the endpoint. Instructor Qin watched him run it twice. Then she picked up a practice spear from the stand, held it in the standard guard position, and ran the fourth extension sequence the way she had run it for 20 years. She stopped. She ran it again. The branching error, she said slowly. The fourth extension branches to check a condition that's already been established by the second extension. The check is redundant. The energy used to run it doesn't return to the main pathway. He showed her the branch point in the technique notation he'd been carrying. Here. She studied it. She ran the sequence again in the standard form, deliberately, paying attention to the branch point she'd never noticed. Then she ran his version. 3 times, she said. The projected range should increase by approximately 1.5 arm lengths, Wei said. Measurable at practice targets. She walked to the practice targets 20 meters away and ran the modified form against the standard form, alternating. Wei watched. He could see the differential with algorithm sight, the chi reaching the target, the projection distance, but the physical result was visible without any special ability. The marks she was leaving in the practice target's chi-absorbing surface were deeper and slightly farther with the modified form. She turned and looked at him. When did you find this? She said. 8 days ago. I've been validating it. And you waited 8 days to tell me. I had other problems more immediately urgent, he said. And you'd given me the research exemption. I didn't want to give you cause to regret that before I had something concrete to show for it. Qin Liuxue set the practice spear down with a controlled motion that communicated she was thinking very carefully before she spoke. She had the manner of someone who had been teaching for a long time and had learned to separate her emotional reactions from her professional assessments. You have a hearing with Elder Ruan in 3 days, she said. Yes. The hearing is procedural. He's going to argue that you don't have standing to modify sect techniques and that your public posting was inappropriate. I know. And you found a flaw in the Iron Pine Foundation spear technique that has implications for every practitioner who's been running the standard form for 20 years. Including me. She paused. Including Elder Ruan. Yes, Wei said. I noticed that. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, the hearing outcome doesn't change the data. No, Wei agreed. The data is the data regardless. I'll be at the hearing, she said. As an observer. She picked up the practice spear again and looked at the target marks. Not as anything else. Just observing. That's sufficient, Wei said. He went back to his room to work on his presentation. The hearing took place in Elder Ruan's administrative chamber, a space designed to communicate authority through material. Heavy stone, high ceiling, Elder Ruan's table raised on a slight platform. Wei had been in spaces like this before, in his previous life. The architecture was different, but the geometry was the same. Elder Ruan was a man in his 60s who had spent most of those decades administering cultivation systems, which had given him a deep fluency in procedural rules and a corresponding shallow fluency in their purpose. He was not stupid. He was organized around a specific kind of intelligence, the intelligence that understood how rules worked rather than why they existed. You have been cited, Elder Ruan said, for defacement of sect materials, unauthorized modification of sacred techniques, and public distribution of unapproved cultivation methods. He read each item from the complaint record without looking up. How do you respond? Wei had prepared for this. 3 nights. I'll respond to each item separately, he said. Elder Ruan looked up from his record. He had not expected that phrasing. First, defacement. I annotated a sect manual in the library. The annotations were made in my personal copies of the manuals, which are the standard copies issued to outer disciples for study use. These copies are replaceable and routinely discarded when damaged. My annotations did not render the manual illegible or unusable. He held up his copy of the root breathing method. The original text was fully intact. His annotations were in the margins, in a different writing instrument. The manual can be wiped clean by any librarian in an hour. Elder Ruan made a note. Second, unauthorized modification. The iron pine root breathing method is a cultivation technique available for use by all outer disciples. The sect's rules restrict unauthorized dissemination of inner sect techniques, advanced chi arts, and restricted formation knowledge. The root breathing method is in none of those categories. I modified my personal practice of a standard technique. He paused. There is no rule against an outer disciple practicing a technique differently from the standard form. Instructor Qin, standing along the chamber wall with 2 other observers, said nothing. But she was paying attention. Third, public distribution. I posted my modifications on the common area notice board. The notice board is designated for general announcements. I did not disseminate technique knowledge through any restricted channel. The notice is in the same category as a disciple posting their personal cultivation schedule or training philosophy. Elder Ruan set down his writing brush. You're arguing technical compliance. I'm arguing accuracy, Wei said. The complaint describes my actions in terms that imply violations. I'm documenting what I actually did. What you actually did, Elder Wan said, is publicize a modification to a sect technique as if you had the authority to issue an updated version. That is not technical compliance. That is presumption. Wei had expected this argument. It was the real one, not the procedural one. I labeled it as my personal test results, he said. I didn't claim authority. I described what I found and what happened when I tested it. Anyone reading the notice board is free to evaluate the evidence and decide for themselves. Outer disciples are not in a position to evaluate technique modifications, Elder Wan said. They lack the training and experience to distinguish a valid improvement from a dangerous variation. What you've done is invite untrained disciples to experiment with unapproved modifications without any oversight. This was the procedural argument's actual core, not Wei's authority, but the risk of unguided use. It was a more defensible position than the others. I included test results and methodology, Wei said. The notice board version includes data. Outer disciples who read it can see that the modification was tested for 7 days against a consistent measurement standard. The methodology is transparent. He paused. And 3 outer disciples who tested the modification independently have not been harmed. Their results are documented. You brought witnesses? Elder Wan said. The question was careful. I brought records. The witnesses are available if needed. Wei placed the notebook on the table. Dates, sessions, output measurements, comparisons to baseline. 21 days of data for 3 independent practitioners. Elder Wan looked at the notebook. He didn't pick it up. There is currently no approval process for outer disciple technique modifications, Wei said. If the concern is that modifications are being disseminated without oversight, the solution is to create an oversight pathway. I would welcome that process. I'd recommend someone with technique mastery examine the modification I've made to the foundation spear technique while we're here. That's an intersect technique, and I haven't posted it publicly, but the modification exists and the improvement is measurable. Instructor Qin shifted slightly against the wall. Elder Wan made several notes. He reviewed the complaint record. He looked at the notebook Wei had placed on the table. The disciplinary action will be suspended, he said finally. Pending review. You'll provide full documentation of your test methodology to the Technique Review Office. He paused. The research exemption Instructor Qin issued remains in effect. However, no further technique modifications will be posted publicly without prior review. He looked at Wei. And you will not annotate sect library materials again. Understood, Wei said. I'll use my personal copies. He picked up the notebook, bowed the appropriate amount, and left. In the hallway outside, he found Xiao Baihu waiting. How did it go? Xiao asked. Suspended, Wei said. Pending review. That's not a win. It's not a loss, Wei said. And I got a reference to a technique review office I didn't know existed. He started walking toward the library. I want to find out who runs it. Chapter 7 The Wandering Merchant arrived on the 28th day. He came through the sect gate during the weekly supply delivery, a regular occurrence that brought a dozen vendors selling everything from formation stones to cooking ingredients. Wei had been present at 2 previous supply days and noticed that most outer disciples treated the merchant arrival as a social event, gathering around the stalls to browse and talk. He treated it as an observation opportunity. The wandering merchant was different from the regulars. He had a cart, an old one, with a canvas cover that had been patched in different colors at different times, and he set it up at the edge of the market area rather than in the central cluster. His sign said, in plain characters, old things. No guarantees. Wei walked over. The cart held, primarily, junk. That was the honest assessment. Old formation components with cracked inscriptions, technique manuals with water damage, jade slips with hairline fractures. The kind of inventory that accumulated when someone bought estate lots without sorting them first. But junk didn't mean worthless. Junk meant unvalued by current owners for known reasons, which was a different calculation. Algorithm for valuation, the merchant said. He was perhaps 60, with the weathered look of someone who traveled in all seasons. He'd watched Wei scan the cart with an expression that suggested he'd seen that expression before. Systematic review, Wei said. He picked up a jade slip that had 3 cracks radiating from the center. This one, cracked. The technique stored in it is fragmented. Partial data. The merchant shrugged. I sell it for the jade. Wei ran algorithm sight across it. The technique inside was incomplete. The cracks had fractured 2 of the primary chi pathway sequences, but the fragment that remained was legible. And interesting. It was a defensive technique, older than anything in the Iron Pine catalog by the notation style, and what remained showed a structural approach to chi wall formation that was completely unlike the standard defensive techniques he'd reviewed. How much for the jade, he asked. 2 silver. He bought it. He kept moving along the cart. Formation stones with wrong size inscriptions, a manual with the first 30 pages missing, a set of practice formation markers that were the right size but the wrong alignment configuration. He noted each one but didn't buy. The value was below the cost of his time to work with them. Then he found the cracked jade slip at the bottom of the merchant's left tray. It was smaller than the others, palm-sized, with a single crack running diagonally across it. The crack was unusual. It wasn't through the jade itself, just across the inscription layer. The jade underneath was intact. He picked it up and held it while he activated algorithm site. The technique stored in it didn't compile. He stared at it. He'd never encountered that before. Every other technique he'd reviewed had structure, chi pathways, meridian sequences, conditional logic. The structure varied in quality from terrible to competent, but it was always there, always readable. Even the most ancient techniques he'd found had structure. This one had none. There were no pathways, no sequences, no logic he could identify. There was something present in the slip, some kind of cultivation content, but algorithm site couldn't parse it. It was like looking at a file format his system didn't support. This one, he said. The merchant looked at it. Cracked slip. The technique's damaged. I couldn't get a reader to make sense of it, and I've had 3 try. Might be a language issue, might be corruption. He set it down. Offer what you like. I was going to melt it for the jade anyway. 1 silver, Wei said. Done. He put it in his pocket and continued reviewing the card, but he wasn't really seeing the rest of the inventory anymore. His mind was running through the possibilities. Corrupted data. Possible. But corruption had a signature, a pattern of missing or overwritten content that was usually identifiable even when the content itself was gone. This wasn't corrupted. It was structured differently. Structured in a way he couldn't recognize. He walked back toward the residential quarter with his purchases and the specific sensation of a type error. The feeling of encountering an input that didn't fit any category in his current system. He'd flag it for later investigation. There were more immediately soluble problems. Xin Yulan was waiting outside the library. You look like you found something, she said. 2 things. He showed her the cracked slip with the incomplete defensive technique. This one I can work with. The other one, he took out the smaller slip. This one I can't read. She looked at it with the careful attention of someone who had handled a great deal of old material. How old? I don't know. Notation system doesn't match anything in the catalog. It might predate the catalog. He turned it over. Algorithm site can see something in it. Just can't parse it. There are some very early cultivation systems that didn't use standard meridian notation, she said. Pre-unification era. They were using intention-based frameworks instead of pathway-based ones. Intention-based. He looked at the slip again. As in, the cultivator wills the result rather than executes a defined sequence. In theory, we don't have good records of how they worked because the tradition didn't survive unification. She paused. Tradition-based techniques can't be easily copied or taught systematically. They essentially die with the practitioner who held them. Wei thought about that. A technique that couldn't be copied. That had no structure. That was just intention. He put both slips in his notebook case and set them aside for later. The technique review office required documentation this week, and that had to come first. The dead code in the root breathing method, he said. Have you found anything in the archives? Not yet, she said. But I found a reference to a second technique, something called the iron pine ascending path, in a catalog inventory from 200 years ago. She handed him a note she'd copied. It was listed as classified, restricted to intersect, and then it doesn't appear in any later inventory. Removed, Wei said. Not lost. That's what I think. But I don't know why. Wei looked at the note. The iron pine ascending path. A technique that had once existed and had been deliberately removed from the catalog. A technique the dead code branch of the root breathing method was waiting to connect to. Keep looking, he said. Chapter 8 Instructor Qin came to him on the 32nd day. He was at the outer sex practice range, running the foundation spear technique modifications, not practicing them himself, which was impractical without a spear of his own, but demonstrating the chi pathway adjustments to Chao Baihu, who had borrowed a practice weapon from the armory. They'd been working through the modification together for an hour. Qin watched from the edge of the range for 15 minutes before she stepped forward. You've been avoiding the obvious, she said. Wei looked at her. Which obvious? The modification to the foundation spear. You showed me the 4th extension sequence. You haven't touched the 8th. She held out her hand. Chao gave her the practice spear without being asked. She ran the standard form through to the 8th sequence. Here. Wei watched. He'd seen the 8th sequence's problem on his 3rd review of the technique. He'd been debating when to raise it because the 8th sequence was substantially more complex than the 4th, and the modification required a structural change that was harder to demonstrate without specialized equipment. The 8th sequence has a compounding issue, he said. The 4th extension error creates waste energy that the 8th sequence has to route around. If you fix the 4th without also fixing the 8th, the routing around behavior becomes instability rather than waste. He walked to the practice target and drew a line in the target's surface with his finger. You'd feel it as vibration in the final extension. Xian ran the modified 4th sequence, the version he'd shown her, through to the 8th. She paused. There. Yes. If I'm running the modified 4th, I need the modified 8th. Or you run the standard form of both. The instability only appears in the hybrid. He looked at the target marks. The original standard form is internally consistent. It wastes energy, but it doesn't introduce instability. My modification of the 4th sequence exposes the inconsistency in the 8th. Fixing legacy code reveals downstream problems, Xian said. He looked at her. She'd articulated it precisely. Yes, he said. Right. She set the practice spear down. Show me the modification for the 8th. He didn't have it written out yet. He'd been working through it in his head, and it was still several steps from being testable. He said so. Give me what you have, she said. We'll work through the rest together. He hadn't expected that. She caught his expression. You've been doing this alone, she said. Reading manuals, finding problems, testing modifications by yourself, or with one person who's learning to trust you. She had the tone she used when she was delivering a technical correction, not a personal rebuke. 2 pairs of eyes see different things in a chi pathway. I've been practicing the foundation spear for 15 years. If there's something wrong with the 8th sequence, I'll recognize the wrong faster than you will. He thought about that. She was right. He'd been running the analysis solo because the social dynamics were complicated and collaboration required explaining his methodology to someone who hadn't been part of developing it. But she'd been watching him explain his methodology for 3 weeks, and she was fast. Here, he said. He took out his notebook and turned to the foundation spear section. This is what I have. They worked through the 8th sequence for 2 hours. Xian identified a nuance in the final rotation step that he'd missed. A minor stabilization mechanism built into the standard form that looked like a quirk, but was actually compensating for a different structural problem he hadn't found yet. He worked backward from her observation to the original issue, found it in the 6th sequence, and revised his analysis of the entire second half of the technique. By the end, the modification for the 8th sequence was cleaner than his version of the 4th had been. He noted that in the margin. You're going to need to present both modifications to the technique review office together, Xian said. The 4th modification alone is incomplete. I know. I'll have both ready by the deadline. She looked at the completed notes. You've also got the root breathing method, the foundation fist, and whatever the 3rd problem was with Chao's form. I have documentation for all of them. That's a significant body of work for someone who's been here a month. She wasn't being complimentary exactly. She was being precise. The review office is going to take the documentation seriously or dismiss it immediately. There's no middle option with the people who run it. Who runs it? Elder Fong Wuming, she said. He's the sect's formation master. The technique review office reports to him, nominally. He doesn't run it directly. He barely leaves his tower, but anything that goes through that office, he reads eventually. She paused. He hasn't read a technique modification submission in 40 years because no one has submitted anything worth reading. Wei processed that. What does he value, he said. Rigor, she said. Evidence. Precision. He's a formation master. Everything he does has to be exact, or it doesn't work at all. She looked at Wei with the measuring expression she'd worn at the start of their first meeting and didn't often use anymore. He's going to either want to meet you or want you removed from the sect. There's no middle option with him either. Wei added Elder Fong Wuming to his list of important variables. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me, she said. Your foundation spear analysis just told me that I've been teaching a broken technique for 15 years. I'm going to be thinking about what else I've been teaching badly. She picked up the practice spear again. Make the documentation for the review office airtight. Chapter 9, he submitted the technique review documentation on the 38th day. The document was 42 pages. He'd written it in the same format as his personal notebooks. Modification description, source material, problem identified, proposed change, test methodology, results, limitations, open questions, but edited for an audience that would be skeptical and technically sophisticated. Xin Yulan had reviewed it twice. Instructor Qian had reviewed the foundation spear sections and confirmed the technical claims. The technique review office received it and sent back an acknowledgement. Review would take between 2 weeks and 4 months. That was the full variance. Wei noted it and continued working. The systematic audit had reached its natural next phase. He'd identified modifications for the first-tier outer sect techniques. The next logical step was the second-tier techniques, which required library access to the restricted section. Library access to the restricted section required either intersect status or a specific research exemption. He went to Xianxia. The restricted section, he said. She was in the middle of copying a manual. She didn't put it down. She finished the character she was on first. You need the second-tier techniques. Yes. The research exemption instructor Qin issued covers the first tier, not the second. She set down her brush. To access the second tier, you'd need either Peng Luohai's approval, which you won't get, or a separate exemption from a different authority. What authority can issue second-tier access exemptions? Elder Council members, intersect masters of third rank or above, or Elder Fong Wuming. She paused. The Technique Review Office falls under Elder Fong's purview. If he reads your submission and finds it credible, he could authorize second-tier access as part of the research review. Wei considered the timeline. 2 weeks to 4 months was a wide variance. He needed a shorter pathway. Is there anything useful in the first-tier materials that I haven't reviewed? He asked. You've reviewed everything that's physically accessible, she said. But the catalog has abstracts for the restricted materials. She hesitated. I can access the catalog. I can't show you the techniques themselves, but I could tell you the catalog descriptions. That would be enough to prioritize, he said. If I know what's in the second tier, I can identify which modifications from the first tier will create instability at the second tier. The way the fourth extension issue in the Foundation Sphere created instability at the eighth. She thought about that. The catalog descriptions aren't restricted, she said slowly. They're the index. Anyone can request to view the index. Then I'd like to view the index. She pulled the catalog, a thick volume organized by technique type and tier, and set it on the reading table. He spent 4 hours in the catalog. The patterns were there, as he'd expected. The second-tier techniques weren't independent of the first tier. They built on it, which meant every structural problem in the first tier became a load-bearing problem in the second tier. He cataloged 7 specific connection points where his first-tier modifications would create instability in second-tier practice if the second-tier techniques weren't correspondingly adjusted. He also found, in the catalog description for a second-tier intersect technique called the Iron Pine Ascending Force Method, a single line that made him stop. Supplementary Foundation, Iron Pine Ascending Path, restricted, archive only. He read it again. The Iron Pine Ascending Path. The technique Xianxia had found in the 200-year-old inventory, the one that had been classified and removed from the standard catalog. The Iron Pine Ascending Force Method, a second-tier technique, listed it as a supplementary foundation, which meant the dead code in the root breathing method connected to a technique that connected to a second-tier technique that was in current use. He wrote very careful notes and went back to his room. That night, he ran his cultivation loop and felt the qi move through his optimized meridian paths, clean and efficient, the redundant loops gone. He was past the threshold for iron tempering. He'd been so focused on the audit and the hearing that he'd barely registered the cultivation progress. But now, sitting with the technique catalog notes, he noticed. He was different from the person who'd passed the assessment 38 days ago. The qi moved faster. The dantian held more. He'd been refactoring himself along with the techniques. Of course he had. Algorithm Sight couldn't distinguish between external and internal systems. It read his own qi pathways the same way it read the manuals. He made a note. Verify that iron tempering realm advancement is stable and complete. Run benchmark tomorrow. Then he went asleep. Chapter 10 Peng Luohai challenged him to a formal sparring match on the 44th day. The challenge came through official channels, a signed notice posted to the outer sex martial roster, which was the standard mechanism for interdisciple matches with a formal record. Peng had the right to issue the challenge. Wei, as an active outer disciple, had the right to accept or decline. Declining carried a social cost. Accepting carried the obvious risk. Peng Luohai was an inner sect disciple. He outranked Wei by a significant margin. He was, by all available reports, competent in the Foundation Spear technique and 2 forms of the iron body tempering method. Wei accepted. He noted the decision in his cultivation journal with the same format he used for technique modifications. Problem statement. Available data. Proposed approach. Expected outcomes. Problem. Peng has challenged formally, which means there will be an audience and a record. The social cost of declining is approximately equal to the social cost of a convincing loss. The social cost of an unconvincing loss is higher. The social benefit of a credible performance, win or loss, is significant. Available data. Peng practices the Foundation Spear technique standard form. Based on 3 observations of his practice sessions, his 4th extension sequence runs the uncorrected version. This means his 4th extension has the waste energy inefficiency he identified 32 days ago. His 8th sequence, running on the standard form, has the routing compensation built in. He won't have the instability problem. But his fourth extension wastes energy. Proposed approach: run the match as a controlled test. Observe his form under pressure. Apply algorithm sight in real time. Expected outcomes: win probability higher than it looks from rank differential. Reason: his technique is older than mine. The match drew most of the outer sect. A challenge from an inner disciple to an outer disciple was entertainment. A challenge from an inner disciple to the outer disciple who had been posting technique modifications and getting into formal hearings was something more interesting. Chow Baihu was there, standing to Wei's left when he arrived at the match area. His form is good, Chow said quietly. I've watched him practice. He doesn't have weak points. He has one, Wei said. Fourth extension. Chow frowned. The waste energy issue. Under competitive conditions, he'll run his strongest sequences first. That's standard. Wei watched Pang take his position on the opposite side of the match area. He was composed, settled, completely confident, which meant he either wasn't worried about losing or wasn't considering it as a real possibility. He'll reach the fourth extension before he reaches me if his range is good, which it probably is. And then I'll know what to do. Chow made the sound, not a laugh, not a sigh. That meant he was paying attention. The match began. Pang's form was genuinely good. Better than good. It was polished, precise, the kind of competence that came from years of serious practice with no bad habits in the execution. The standard foundation spear ran through him cleanly. Wei watched with algorithm sight active, overlaying the chi pathways on top of the physical performance. Third extension. Clean. Fourth extension. There it was. The branching error. The energy waste. The chi that forked away from the main pathway, ran its redundant check, and came back slightly diminished. Across the match area, 17 meters away, Wei could see it as clearly as a syntax error highlighted in red. He'd been defending. He pivoted. The thing about a technique running at reduced output from the fourth extension was that its fifth extension, which depended on the fourth's output as its input, was also slightly reduced. Slightly reduced meant a slightly shortened reach. A shorter reach from the 5 extension meant there was a gap in coverage between the 5 and 6 extension transitions. A 4-second window where Pang was technically committed to a movement that his chi reach wouldn't fully support. Wei had been counting since the 4th extension. He entered the gap. He wasn't stronger than Pang. He wasn't faster in raw terms. He was smaller and undertrained, and everything about the physical matchup favored his opponent. But Pang's technique had a bug, and Wei had found it. He pressed the advantage through the gap, not trying to win immediately, but forcing Pang into a defensive sequence that would take him through the full cycle back to the 4th extension. Pang recalibrated. He was adaptable, which was the mark of real training, and pressed back. The match ran long. 3 full cycles. On the 3rd cycle, Wei read the approaching 4th extension and moved earlier, before Pang reached it. He was inside Pang's reach before the 5th extension's reduced output could compensate. Pang yielded. Wei stepped back. He was breathing harder than he'd expected. His physical conditioning was still catching up to his technical understanding. He noted that for his training schedule. The crowd's reaction was not the standard shout of a dramatic victory. It was quieter, more confused. Multiple people were looking at each other trying to articulate what they'd just seen. Pang Luohai's expression was not the anger of someone who'd lost a fight. It was the expression of someone who'd lost a category. He walked off the match area without speaking. Wei turned to Chow. His combination sequence has a 4-second dead input window on the 3rd iteration, he said. You'll see it when he runs the standard form in the future, now that you know it's there. I noticed, Chow said. He had the speculative expression of someone reassessing a large number of things simultaneously. That's not how anyone fights. No, Wei agreed. It isn't. If you've been listening to this story and want to see how Wei's refactoring upends every tradition in the Iron Pine sect, hit subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a chapter. If this technique analysis approach has you hooked, drop a like to help other cultivators of good fiction find their way here. Chapter 11. Instructor Qin found him the morning after the match. He'd been expecting her. She'd been in the audience. He'd seen her standing at the north edge of the match area, and she'd stayed for the full duration. She had the expression she'd had when watching the Foundation Spear demonstration. Technical assessment, not emotional reaction. You used the 4th extension analysis against him, she said. It was available information, Wei said. He didn't know you knew. He didn't know it was a flaw. Neither did anyone else until I pointed it out. He looked at his training schedule. I'd like to work through the first 3 Foundation Spear sequences today if you have time. The match showed me that I'm not running the form efficiently under pressure. I can identify the pathways, but my body isn't executing them at the right speed. That's different from what I expected you to say, Qin said. You expected me to be satisfied with the match result. You won against an inner disciple with 2 ranks on you. Most people would be celebrating. I won because he was running a known bug, Wei said. If we fix the bug, which we should, that advantage disappears. I need to build actual capability, not rely on his error. He looked at her. Also, the match showed 3 points where my defensive response is too slow for my current cultivation level. I should have closed the gap in the second cycle. I didn't because my fourth meridian response is underperforming. Qin was quiet for a moment. Most disciples, she said, when they win a match, spend at least a day enjoying it. Most disciples, Wei said, aren't running a maintenance backlog that's 400 years long. She made a sound, small, almost involuntary, that was almost a laugh. Fine, she said. First, 3 foundation spear sequences. And then I'm assigning you a peer tutoring role for the Outer Sex Junior group. Officially. So you have standing to consult on other disciples' forms without Elder Ruan's office creating problems. She paused. Is that acceptable? That's useful, Wei said. Yes. Good. She gestured toward the training ground. Come on. Show me what your fourth meridian response actually looks like. He ran his cultivation loop that morning in 41 minutes. 1 minute faster than the day before. Progress was progress, even 1 minute at a time. He picked up his practice stance and let Instructor Qin correct his form with the same careful attention he gave to every system that was running below its optimal parameters, gratefully, methodically, and with the clear intention of not needing the correction again. The peer tutoring role gave him a formal mandate he hadn't expected to find useful. He'd accepted it primarily as a mechanism to interact with outer disciples' cultivation problems without triggering Elder Ruan's procedural objections. But the framing, peer tutor, an officially designated role with a weekly reporting requirement to Instructor Qin, also gave him access to something he hadn't had before, documentation of other people's stagnation problems. Every outer disciple who came to him for tutoring brought their cultivation journal. Standard practice. You didn't ask a tutor for help without showing your records. He spent the first 3 sessions reading journals more than he read people. The patterns were there. The same way every technique manual had the same class of inefficiencies. Every cultivation journal showed the same class of stagnation points. The 5th month wall. The 9th month plateau. The specific point in the foundation fist where 40% of outer disciples slowed or stopped. He'd found the structural reason for Chao Baihu's problem. The journals confirmed it wasn't unique to Chao. It was universal. Everyone hitting the 9th month plateau was hitting it for the same reason. An off by 1 error. The same one. In every cultivator who trained on the standard form. He wrote a technical report. Not for Elder Ruan's office. For Instructor Qin, who had the standing to act on it. He documented the error, its source in the standard foundation fist methodology, the consistent point at which it manifested, and his proposed correction. He included 8 case examples from tutoring sessions with anonymized journal references. When he handed it to her before the morning training session on the 51st day, she read it in full before responding. 8 people, she said. In 3 weeks of tutoring. The pattern would hold across the full outer sect if we tested it. You're saying the standard foundation fist technique has a known error that has been affecting every outer disciple for 400 years. Yes. She set the report down. She looked at it for a long time. He waited. Chao Baihu, she said finally. How much did he advance after you corrected his form? 3 subranks in 4 weeks, Wei said. He'd been stalled for 8 months. Qin was quiet again. She had the expression of someone who was thinking through implications rather than facts, the second-order effects of a finding, not the finding itself. If this is accurate, she said, then every outer disciple who's been sent home for insufficient progress in the last 400 years left because of a fixable error in our standard technique. Wei hadn't put it that way in the report. He let it sit. How long to verify the finding, she asked. If you run a controlled comparison with 10 disciples, 5 using the standard form, 5 using the corrected version, you'll have results in 4 weeks. 4 weeks. She picked up the report and rolled it. I'll set up the trial. She paused. You're not going to push to have the correction published before the trial completes. No, he said. I'll wait for the data. She looked at him. That's more discipline than I expected. Publishing before the trial would give Elder Ruan grounds to dismiss the correction if the trial results are uncertain, he said. Better to have the results first. That's politics. That's evidence management. He picked up his training notes. Can we start with the 4th meridian response? I've been working on the pacing and I want to show you what I've got. The vendor registrations appeared in his peripheral analysis on the 55th day. He hadn't been looking for them. He'd been working through the Technique Review Office's response criteria, which the office had finally published, 48 pages of procedural guidelines he was reading because knowing the criteria would let him optimize his submission for their specific evaluation framework. And in the review criteria, there was a reference to a category called Approved Supplementary Resources. Approved supplementary resources were products and services that the sect formally certified as complements to the standard cultivation practice. Supplements, consultation sessions, specialized cultivation materials. Disciples who stagnated were encouraged to consult the approved resource list. He looked at the list. 43 vendors, 22 supplement products, 15 consultation service providers. He cross-referenced against the public registry of sect administration, which listed the personnel on the Technique Review Office, the Elder Council, and the Supplementary Resource Certification Board. The certification board had 7 members. 3 of them had vendor registrations in the approved list. He cross-referenced the vendor registrations against the supplement product names. 2 of the supplement products appeared, when he read their ingredient descriptions carefully, to be designed for a specific purpose, compensating for the qi waste produced by the standard cultivation techniques. Disciples whose qi cycling was inefficient needed to recover the wasted energy. These supplements provided that recovery. The supplements were necessary because the techniques were inefficient. The techniques were inefficient because the modifications he'd been finding hadn't been made. The certification board that kept the techniques from being modified included vendors who profited from the inefficiency. He wrote this down. He drew the graph in his notebook, the dependency relationships between the parties. He looked at it. He noted that one of the vendor registrations used an administrative address that matched the inner sect master's residence. He noted that the inner sect master was sect master Deng Yuanji. He wrote in the margin, possible intentional, possible coincidental. Require more data before drawing conclusions. Do not act on this finding until the analysis is more complete. He closed the notebook and went to the training ground to work on his 4th meridian response. Chapter 12 Sect Master Deng Yuanji summoned him on the 61st day. Wei had known this was coming. The match against Pang Luohai had put him in front of an audience. The hearing with Elder Ruan had put him in administrative records. The technique review submission had gone up the chain. Deng would have received reports from multiple directions. The summons was the appropriate next step. He arrived at the inner sect master's study with his cultivation journal and his technique notebook. He'd learned from the hearing to bring documentation everywhere. Deng Yuanji was in his late 50s, with the kind of presence that came from decades of authority, not aggressive, but settled, the way an old building is settled. He was standing at his window looking at the outer sect's courtyard when Wei entered, and he let Wei stand for 30 seconds before turning. Wei used the 30 seconds to read the study's layout. Large desk, tea equipment, formation arrays running quietly in the corners, standard privacy measures. Bookshelves. The technique manuals on the shelves were the kind people kept for display rather than use. Old, elaborate bindings, high-status works rather than practical reference. Wei Zhengdao, Deng said. Sit down. Wei sat. You've been busy, Deng said. He walked to the desk and sat across from Wei. He had the tone of a senior offering generosity to a junior, benevolent authority, not threat. The hearing with Elder Ruan. The tutoring program. The technique review submission. He folded his hands. The match against senior brother Pang, which I'm told was instructive for anyone who watched carefully. Thank you for taking the time to be informed, Wei said. Deng looked at him for a moment. He was reading Wei the same way Wei was reading him. I wanted to meet you directly. Talent that comes from outside the expected channels often needs guidance that the standard pathways don't provide. I appreciate the consideration, Wei said. He kept his voice neutral. He was listening for what wasn't being said. Your technique review submission has drawn attention from Elder Fong Wuming, Deng said. He hasn't read a submission in 40 years, and he apparently read yours in 3 days. A pause. That's unusual. I tried to make the documentation thorough, Wei said. Elder Fong's attention is beneficial, but it also draws his interest into areas that have been, let's say, stable for a long time. Deng's tone was still benevolent. Stability has value. Disciples need predictable practice environments to make progress. Frequent methodology changes can be disorienting. Wei understood the argument. He'd heard versions of it in his previous life. The case for backward compatibility, for not breaking user-facing interfaces even when the underlying implementation was wrong. It was not always wrong. I take that concern seriously, he said, which is why my submission proposes changes to be rolled out over time, with supporting transition documentation. Deng smiled. The smile was genuine. He'd gotten what he needed from the exchange, which was confirmation that Wei was reasonable. Good. That's a thoughtful approach. He reached for something on his desk, a small ceramic container. The inner sect has a cultivation resource program for promising outer disciples. Supplements developed by our certified resource vendors. I'd like to offer you access. He set the container on the desk between them. Wei looked at it. He activated algorithm sight, not on the container directly, but on the cheese signatures around it, the trace cultivation effects still present from when it had been manufactured. He read them in about 4 seconds. The supplement would accelerate qi absorption in the short term. It would also, he traced the secondary effect carefully, create a specific kind of dependency. Not dangerous, but it would make his body's qi cycling less efficient on its own, requiring external supplementation to maintain the same performance. Like a diet supplement that caused the body to stop producing a natural nutrient. He'd need to keep taking it to maintain his current performance once he started. And the person sitting across from him sold cultivation supplements to outer disciples. He looked at the container. He thought about what he'd found in the vendor registrations. He might be wrong. Correlation wasn't causation. The supplement's secondary effect might be an unintended consequence, not a design choice. He picked up the container. He smiled. "Thank you, Sect Master," he said. "This is generous." He put it in his pocket. He left when the meeting concluded, walked back to the outer sect residential quarter, wrapped the container carefully, and set it in the back of his storage area. He noted in his journal, "Received supplement from Sect Master Deng. Need to analyze chemical composition against published ingredient list. Do not consume before analysis complete." His handwriting was very neat. Chapter 13 Pang Luohai issued a second challenge on the 66th day. This was unexpected. After a lost match, the standard behavior. Wei had observed enough of the outer and inner sect social dynamics to identify the standard pattern, was to either accept the loss and move on, or to train intensively and issue a new challenge after a long enough interval that the win would feel like a reversal rather than a sequel. 66 days was not a long interval. Wei accepted, not because he was confident, because the data had changed since the first match. He'd been helping instructor Qin run the controlled technique comparison trial. 5 disciples on the standard foundation fist, 5 on the corrected version. The trial was running. But in running it, he'd had to spend time with the standard form again, watching disciples execute it. And watching it with algorithm site active, day after day, he'd noticed something he'd missed before. Pang had also been practicing. He could see it in the form when Pang attended the outer sect training sessions. The 4th extension was sharper, the waist slightly reduced. Not fixed, but improved. Pang had watched his own form after losing and identified that something was different in his 4th extension. He'd tried to correct it by adjusting his execution rather than understanding the structural cause, which was exactly what you'd expect from someone who thought of technique as execution rather than design. His correction would make the 4th extension better, but introduce a new inconsistency at the transition to the 5th. He was patching a symptom rather than the bug. Wei ran his own form through an extra 20 minutes per day for the week before the match, specifically on the foundation spear sequences he'd used in the first fight. He needed to know if his approach was reproducible or a one-time result of specific conditions. It was reproducible. Xiao Baihu asked him, the night before the match, if he was worried. "He's corrected the 4th extension," Wei said. "Partially. That makes him harder to beat," Xiao said. "It makes the same approach ineffective," Wei said. "Means I need a different approach." He looked at the technique notes he'd been working through. "He'll be expecting me to target the 4th extension again. When I don't, he'll spend time in the match looking for what I'm targeting. That's time I can use." "You're using his own learning process against him." "I'm using the fact that he's adapted to my last version," Wei said. "His adaptation has a cost. I need to find the cost before the match." He found it that night in his records. Pang's corrected 4th extension required a specific hand position adjustment at the start of the sequence. The position adjustment shortened his reach marginally, not much, but enough to matter at the specific range he'd used in the first match. If Wei approached from the first match's distance, Pang's new form would be slightly outside its optimal range. He went to sleep and set his cultivation cycle to run on the modified schedule. The second match was shorter than the first. Pang was better prepared. He'd trained specifically to counter the approach from the previous fight. But his counter was built against a version of Wei that didn't exist anymore. Wei ran a different sequence. Pang looked for the 4th extension targeting that didn't come. 3 cycles, 2.5 minutes, and the outcome was the same. Pang left without speaking again. The audience's reaction was quieter this time. Not more comfortable. Quieter in the way of people sitting with information they're still processing. Wei went back to his room and wrote in his journal, "Second match against Pang Luohai. Outcome consistent with analysis." His adaptation created a new vulnerability that was exploitable at the standard approach distance. Note, if he adapts again correctly, the advantage at that distance disappears. Need to develop a different capability before a potential third match. He underlined the last sentence. Then he went to work on the cultivation technique that had been sitting at the back of his mind since the tutoring sessions revealed the 9th-month plateau problem. A modified foundation fist sequence that addressed the underlying off-by-1 error while maintaining compatibility with the standard form's downstream techniques. He had the analysis. Now he needed the solution. Chapter 14 Elder Fong Wuming's response to the technique review submission arrived on the 71st day. Not through the technique review office's standard process. Through instructor Qin, who appeared at the edge of the morning training session, looking like she'd received news she was still assembling into context. Elder Fong wants to see you, she said. Wei stopped his form mid-sequence. Now apparently, he sent a runner to my chambers at dawn. She had the expression of someone who received runners from Elder Fong approximately never and was recalibrating. Do you know what this is about? The technique review submission, he said. That's the only material he would have from me. He thought for a moment. You said he reads submissions eventually, not immediately. He read mine in 3 days. In 40 years, I have never heard of Elder Fong requesting a face-to-face meeting with an outer disciple, Qin said. Or an inner disciple. Or any disciple. That's useful information, Wei said. What's his primary interest area? Formation theory. Ancient cultivation systems. The history of technique development. She paused. He's been in his tower for most of the last 12 years. His health is poor. He has a preservation array running around his living quarters, but it's been degrading. He's mentioned it in passing, always framing it as someone else's problem to solve. Wei processed that. A failing preservation array. A formation master who wouldn't ask for help directly. A meeting request after a technique review submission that included analysis of structural problems in the foundational techniques. I'll go now, he said. Elder Fong Wuming's tower was at the far north end of the sect complex, separated from the main buildings by a courtyard that collected fallen leaves and appeared not to be swept regularly. The tower itself was old, older than most of the sect buildings, with a different stone type at the base, a different architectural convention in the windows. The door opened before Wei knocked. Elder Fong was smaller than Wei had expected from the reputation. A man in his 70s, thin, with the careful movement of someone managing chronic pain. His study was the size of 3 of Wei's residential quarters combined, and every surface was covered in formation diagrams, jade slips, and text in at least 4 notation systems Wei didn't recognize. Wei Zhengdao, he said. He gestured to a chair. Sit. Wei sat. He was reading the room. Formation arrays everywhere. Active ones, not decorative. Complex, interlocking, the kind of work that took years. And in the corner, a health preservation array that algorithm site could read from across the room. Beautiful design, elegant structure. Currently running at approximately 40% of its specified output because 3 of its 12 primary formation stones were misaligned. He would not mention the array unless asked. He would not perform helpfulness. He was here because Elder Fong wanted something from him, and he would wait to find out what it was before deciding whether he could provide it. Your technique review submission, Elder Fong said. He had a copy of it on his desk, heavily annotated in a different ink than the original. You've identified 16 structural inefficiencies across 7 standard techniques and proposed modifications for 5 of them. Correct, Wei said. The modifications are sound. The documentation is precise. He set the document down. How long have you been practicing algorithm site? Wei went very still. Elder Fong watched him. He had the expression of someone who had asked a careful question and was reading the response with equal care. I don't know what that is, Wei said. He kept his voice level. Yes, you do, Elder Fong said. The code site lineage. Cultivators who read qi as structured sequence rather than feeling. There are 6 historical references to practitioners in the records I maintain, spanning the last 800 years. Each one identified structural patterns and techniques that no one else could see. Each one was significantly more efficient at cultivation than their peers. He looked at Wei. The last confirmed practitioner was 300 years ago. The records suggest they were removed from the sect they practiced in, though the records are unclear about whether removal means expulsion or something more permanent. Wei was running multiple analyses simultaneously. Elder Fong knew about algorithm site. Elder Fong had historical records about it. Elder Fong had requested a private meeting before discussing this with anyone else. How long have you known? Wei said. Since I read your submission 3 days ago. The analysis methodology is distinctive. Fong tapped the document. No cultivator who reads techniques through normal sensory channels produces this kind of output. You're not reading the techniques. You're compiling them. Yes, Wei said. Fong leaned back. He had the expression of someone who had been carrying a question for a very long time and has just received information that changes its shape. Your preservation array, Wei said carefully, is running at reduced output. 3 alignment issues in the primary formation stones. I noticed when I came in. Elder Fong looked at him. Then, slowly. Can you fix it? I can fix the alignment issues, Wei said. Whether that's sufficient to restore full output depends on what caused the misalignment. If it's drift from use over time, fixing the alignment will hold. If there's a structural design problem causing the drift, I'll need to understand the design to give you a meaningful answer. Fong was quiet for a moment. In exchange for what? He said. Not suspicious, calibrating. He was someone who understood that transactions had terms. Information about the historical practitioners, Wei said, and access to whatever foundational text you're using as reference. I've identified a dead code branch in the iron pine root breathing method that connects to a technique that was removed from the catalog 200 years ago. I think the historical context is relevant to understanding why. Elder Fong looked at him for a long time. Fix the array, he said finally. Then we'll talk about the rest. Chapter 15, the preservation array alignment, took 2 hours. Elder Fong watched without offering input. This was a test. Wei understood, not helplessness. He was assessing what Wei could do before committing to what he'd provide. Wei was fine with that. He ran the same systematic approach he applied to technique manuals. Read the design, identify the structure, locate the deviation from spec, correct in the right sequence. The 3 misaligned formation stones each required different handling. The first was a simple physical repositioning. The stone had shifted a few millimeters from drift, and moving it back to the marked position restored the connection. The second was more complex. The alignment mark itself was wrong, placed incorrectly when the array was originally set up, and the stone had been in the correct, marked position all along while being functionally misaligned. Wei had to calculate the actual correct position from the surrounding formation geometry and place the stone there, not at the mark. The third stone's misalignment was an indicator of a different problem. The primary qi flow in that section of the array had gradually shifted its path over decades of use, wearing a slight groove in the qi lattice, and the stone needed to be positioned to account for the worn path rather than the original design specification. When he finished, the preservation array's output increased to 86% of specification, not 100. He told Elder Fong why. The worn qi path in the third section, he said. The stone is now correctly aligned to the actual path, but the path itself is suboptimal. Worn paths carry qi less efficiently than clean ones. Restoring the path to its original state would require rebuilding that section of the array. He paused. But that would require shutting down the array completely during the rebuild. That's not something I can assess without knowing your current health situation. Elder Fong looked at the array. His expression had something in it that Wei hadn't seen before in the meeting. Not assessment, not calculation. Something closer to relief. 86% is more than I've had in 8 years, he said quietly. Wei noted that. The historical records, he said. Yes. Fong moved to his desk and began clearing a space, removing stacks of formation diagrams to reveal a locked cabinet underneath. I'll tell you what I know. It's less than you might hope. He opened the cabinet and removed a stack of documents. Old ones, written in a more formal script that Wei recognized as pre-standardization notation. The code site lineage, the name I use, not their own name, which I don't know, appears in the historical record primarily as absences, techniques that were suddenly improved, manuals that received unexplained corrections, practitioners who advanced faster than their peers. The records don't usually name them as code site practitioners. They're described as naturally gifted or possessing uncommon insight into structure. He set the documents on the desk. I identified the pattern retrospectively when I was researching something else entirely. What were you researching? Why the iron pine root breathing method has a dead code branch. He looked at Wei steadily. I found the branch 40 years ago. I spent 6 years trying to understand it. I concluded it was a connection pathway to a companion technique that was deliberately removed from the catalog. He paused. I didn't know what the companion technique did. I still don't. The iron pine ascending path, Wei said. Fong went very still. The same way Wei had gone still when Fong first said algorithm site. Where did you find that name? Fong said. The technique catalog. It's listed as a supplementary foundation for the iron pine ascending force method. Second tier, intersect. The catalog entry was in the abstract index. Elder Fong sat down. He looked like someone who had been searching for a piece of information for 40 years and has just been told it was in the catalog the whole time. No one reads the index, he said. I read everything systematically, Wei said. The ascending path was removed from the main catalog 200 years ago, but it wasn't removed from the index reference in the ascending force method's abstract. Someone updated the main catalog, but missed the cross-reference. Fong was quiet for a long time. The ascending path, he said slowly, is why the dead code branch exists. It was the partner technique, the other half of a paired cultivation system that the root breathing method was the foundation for. When the ascending path was removed, whoever did the removal didn't understand what they were cutting out. They removed the technique from the catalog, but left the root breathing method's connection infrastructure intact. He looked at Wei. The dead code is waiting to connect to something that isn't there. What was the ascending path? Wei said. I don't know, Fong said. It was classified before my time, before my grandfather's time. The classification records don't explain why. Just, restricted, archive only. He looked at the documents on his desk. But I found one other reference, in a technique commentary from 160 years ago. A passing mention. The author says the ascending path was developed by the sect founder and had an unusual property. It could not be practiced by anyone who had not also practiced the root breathing method. The two techniques were designed as a unit. Wei thought about that. A two-part cultivation system. The lower part still in common use. The upper part hidden. He thought about the vendor registrations. The supplement products designed to compensate for inefficient qi cycling. The sect master who profited from maintaining inefficiency. Elder Fong, he said carefully. The preservation array that was misaligned. If I hadn't fixed it today, how long before it failed completely? 3 to 4 years, Fong said. Maybe 5. And if it had failed while you were using it? Fong looked at him. My health would have declined significantly, possibly fatally at my age. He said it flatly, without self-pity. Why are you asking? The array's misalignment developed gradually, Wei said. The worn qi path in the third section. Gradual, where it takes time. And it's the kind of problem that looks like natural decay unless you're specifically looking for the cause. He paused. Were you using the array continuously, or was it turned off for a period? Fong frowned. It was shut down for repairs about 12 years ago. I had formation technicians from the inner sect service it. He paused. When they restored it, the output was lower than before the service. 12 years ago, the misaligned stone was in the wrong position, not shifted from drift, but placed incorrectly at the alignment mark. The mark itself was wrong. He didn't say the next thing out loud. He wrote it in his notebook when he got back to his room that night, under a different heading from the vendor registry notes, but he drew an arrow connecting them. The thought was the array sabotaged during the service 12 years ago? He didn't know yet. He needed more data. He would not act on this until he understood it more completely. He wrote below the arrow, possible intentional, possible coincidental. Do not mention this to anyone until analysis is complete. Not even Xin Yuan. Especially not Instructor Qin. He closed the notebook and set it under his bunk. Some code had to stay in private branches until you were sure it worked. Chapter 16. 3 outer disciples were summoned to Elder Ruan's office on the 80th day. Wei found out from one of them, a second-year disciple named Bao Kasin who had been in his tutoring group since the second week. Bao was calm about it in the way of someone who had assessed the situation and concluded that panic would not improve the outcome. The report says we were practicing an unauthorized technique modification, Bao told him. They were in the library, in the reading section where conversation was technically permitted if kept quiet. The charge is from the same complaint Pang Luohai filed against you, but extended to include everyone who was practicing your version of the root breathing method. Wei sat with that for a moment. He'd known this was a possible downstream effect. He hadn't adequately modeled the timeline. What's the hearing date? He said. 7 days from now. Bao looked at him with the specific, even expression of someone who is not asking Wei to fix this, just informing him. We're not blaming you. We made our own choices. I know, Wei said, but the charge is incorrect. The root breathing method is a standard technique. There's no regulation prohibiting disciples from practicing a variant form of a standard technique. Elder Ruan is citing the public dissemination rule. The modification was publicly posted, so anyone practicing it is participating in dissemination of an unauthorized method. Wei thought through the logic. The dissemination argument was creative. It was treating the act of practice as an endorsement of dissemination, which was a long extension of the original charge. Whether it would hold up in a formal hearing depended on how the regulations were worded. I'll review the relevant regulation sections tonight, he said, and I'll request to speak at the hearing. You're not obligated to, Bao said. No, Wei agreed. But you were practicing a modification that I posted publicly. The responsibility for the public posting is mine. You're being charged for participating in the consequences of something I did. That's not the correct allocation of responsibility. Bao was quiet for a moment. I appreciate that. Also, Wei said, if Elder Ruan's charge holds, it creates a precedent that any outer disciple who practices a non-standard form based on public information is participating in unauthorized dissemination. That precedent would affect everyone who's working through the tutoring program. He opened his notebook. So there are 2 reasons to address it, and neither of them is primarily about you. You do this, Bao said thoughtfully. Do what? Tell people the practical reason for something at the same time as the correct reason. Like you're making sure there's enough justification to make the action worth taking. Wei considered that. He hadn't been aware he was doing it. Is that a problem? He said. No, Bao said. It's just interesting. He stood. Let me know what you find in the regulations. The regulation review took 2 evenings. Wei worked through the full Outer Sect Conduct Manual and the supplementary administrative guidelines, reading with the same systematic attention he applied to technique manuals, identifying the actual semantic content rather than the apparent intent. The dissemination charge rested on a section that read, "No disciple shall distribute or encourage the distribution of technique knowledge not approved by the sect authority." The key word was distribute. The supplement did not define distribute. The common usage interpretation would cover active dissemination, handing out documents, running teaching sessions, actively promoting adoption. It would not obviously cover a disciple observing information on a notice board and making their own decision to test it privately. Bao and the others hadn't distributed anything. They'd read a public posting, which the regulation didn't restrict, and practiced privately. They hadn't encouraged anyone else to adopt the modification. They hadn't passed the information along. They'd simply practiced. This was a different argument from the one he'd made at his own hearing. At his own hearing, he'd argued that the dissemination rules didn't apply to notice board postings in common areas. That argument had been about his own actions. This argument was about what distribute meant when applied to people who received, not transmitted. He wrote the legal argument out in full. He found 3 prior decisions from Elder Ruan's own administrative record. The office kept minutes of past hearings, which were accessible to any disciple with library access, that defined distribution consistently with his interpretation. He submitted a request to speak at the hearing and sent Bao a summary of the argument the night before. The hearing went better than expected, which Wei attributed to the prior decision research. Elder Ruan could not easily disavow his own prior interpretations of distribute in front of an audience that included Instructor Qin, who had apparently heard about the hearing and arrived as an observer. The 3 disciples were cleared with a nominal administrative note in their records, not a finding of violation, just an acknowledgement that the situation had been reviewed. One was not pleased, but he was procedurally consistent, which was the quality his administrative style ran on. He couldn't decide against his own precedent without explaining why, and the explanation would have required him to admit he'd been trying to extend the charge beyond its proper scope. After the hearing, in the hallway, the 3 disciples thanked Wei. He accepted it briefly and went back to his work. What he hadn't said in the hearing, what he'd held back deliberately, because the hearing wasn't the right venue, was that he'd also cross-referenced the charges against Bao and the others against the Supplementary Resources certification records. 2 of the 3 disciples had been listed in the sect's internal tracking system as referrals to certified supplement vendors. They'd been referred by an administrator, not Ruan, but someone in the administrative support structure that reported to Ruan. After their cultivation progress reports showed the typical 9th-month plateau. Disciples who stopped progressing got referred to supplements. The referral system had been running for 12 years. The same 12 years since Elder Fong's preservation array service. He wrote it down in his private notebook. He still didn't have enough to characterize it as intentional, but the pattern was growing legs. Chapter 17, The breakthrough in the audit, came on the 89th day. He'd been working systematically through the technique catalog abstracts, cross-referencing with the archive materials Shun Yulan had pulled from the restricted vault, and building a version history for each technique, tracing how each form had changed across available historical copies. The changes were almost always small, a revision here, a simplification there, an alternative path added for disciples who had difficulty with the standard route. Always small. That was the pattern he'd been looking for without knowing it. Techniques improved naturally over time, or they degraded, or they stayed the same. What they didn't do, in any authentic tradition, was accumulate uniformly tiny changes across the board. He found, across 16 techniques, systematic small modifications applied in clusters. Not one technique changed at a time. 3 or 4 changed simultaneously, in the same 3-month period, implemented by the same administrative office. The office that certified technique updates. Each modification reduced efficiency by a small measurable amount. None of the reductions were large enough to cause obvious performance problems. All of them together, compounded across 16 techniques and repeated in cycles over 12 years, amounted to a significant aggregate drag on cultivation performance. He stared at this for a very long time. Then he pulled out the supplement vendor records and looked at the sales curves. The supplement sales increased by a measurable amount in the 3 months following each cluster of technique modifications. He had been wrong about one thing. This wasn't merely coincidental. The timing was too precise. The correlation was too clean. He sat in the library with this information for approximately 15 minutes. He was running multiple simultaneous calculations. The strength of the evidence, the gaps in the analysis, what would happen if he was wrong, what would happen if he was right. Then he opened his notebook to a fresh page and wrote, confirmed pattern, Technique degradation is systematic and correlated with supplement market expansion. Evidence suggests deliberate action rather than coincidental drift. Need additional confirmation. Identify the administrative personnel responsible for each cluster of modifications and determine whether they have financial connections to the supplement market. This was no longer an audit of inefficiency. This was evidence of a fraud that had been running for over a decade and that affected every outer disciple in the sect. He was alone in the library. Xianxia was at lunch. He had the notebook open in front of him. He thought about who to tell. Not Elder Wan. Not Sect Master Deng Yuanji. Not anyone in the institutional structure that the technique modifications had passed through. Elder Fong Wuming, he decided. But not yet. Not until he had the administrative personnel connections. What he had now was a pattern. What he needed was a name. He went back to the administrative records. The administrative records took 3 days. The personnel who approved each cluster of modifications were different names each time. A sensible approach, if you wanted to obscure deliberate action. But administrative signatories left a record chain, and the approval chain for technique modifications always passed through one review office before final certification. The Technique Certification Review Office. The office that reported to Elder Fong Wuming, nominally. The office whose actual daily operations were managed by a deputy administrator who reported to Sect Master Deng Yuanji's office. He had the name. He had the chain. He went to Elder Fong. Chapter 18, he laid out the analysis to Elder Fong on the 93rd day. Not the conclusion first. The methodology first. He needed Fong to follow the reasoning, not evaluate a verdict. He spent 40 minutes on the version history methodology alone, showing Fong how the modification clusters looked different from natural technique drift, why the timing correlation with supplement sales was significant rather than coincidental, and what the administrative chain looked like. Elder Fong listened without interrupting. He had the quality of a mathematician watching a proof. He was reading every step, not waiting for the conclusion. When Wei finished, Fong was quiet for a long time. You have the administrative chain to Deng Yuanji's office, he said. To his deputy administrator's office, Wei said. The deputy signs the final approvals. Whether Deng was involved directly requires documentation I don't have access to. But the deputy answers to Deng. By the organizational structure, yes. Wei paused. I want to be precise about what I can prove versus what I can infer. Fong looked at the analysis document. You're being careful. I'm being accurate, Wei said. If I overstate the evidence and someone challenges the overstatement, the accurate parts get discarded with the inaccurate ones. Fong made a sound that might have been approval. He looked at the analysis for another minute. Then, the code site lineage records I mentioned when you first visited. The practitioners who were removed from their sections. He turned to his desk and found the historical documents he'd referenced. 2 of the 6 I found records for were removed after identifying systematic technique degradation in their sect. 1 was expelled. 1 disappeared from the records entirely. Wei absorbed that. You're telling me this is a known pattern, he said. I'm telling you it's a historically attested pattern. Yes. Fong set the documents down. The people who profit from inefficiency have, historically, eliminated the people who make inefficiency visible. That's not a reason not to make the inefficiency visible, Wei said. No, Fong agreed. It's a reason to be more precise about who sees the evidence and in what order. He looked at Wei. You can't bring this to the Inner Elder Council directly. 3 of the 5 council members are on Deng's patronage network. I know. I cross-referenced the council appointments with the certification board. Fong studied him. You've been building this analysis for how long? The vendor registry connections have been in my notebook for 3 weeks, Wei said. I didn't want to act until I had the full chain. Most people, Fong said, would have taken incomplete evidence to someone immediately, to cover themselves if the situation escalated. Taking incomplete evidence to the wrong person creates a warning, Wei said. A warning gives time to obscure the complete evidence. I needed the complete evidence first. Fong was quiet for another moment. Then, there are 2 members of the Outer Elder Council who are not in Deng's patronage network. They're politically weak. They've been marginalized for years, which is probably why they're not in his network. But they have standing to call for a formal audit of the technique certification process if they request it jointly. If they request it on the basis of my documentation, Wei said, they need to be the ones who understand the documentation before they make the request, not after. Yes, Fong said. You'll need to present the full analysis to both of them privately before either of them does anything publicly. He paused. This is going to take time. Weeks at minimum. I know, Wei said. In the meantime, Fong said slowly, you need to continue your normal activities without indicating that you've found anything worth protecting. Wei thought about Deng Yuanji's supplement in the back of his storage area, the one he'd been forgetting to consume since the meeting. I've been managing that, he said. Chapter 19. Elder Fong became his mentor formally on the 98th day. Not through announcement. Fong didn't do announcements. Through practice. Wei began spending 2 afternoons per week in the tower, and what happened in those sessions was not something either of them described publicly in any particular way. To anyone who noticed, Wei was doing maintenance work on the tower's formation arrays. There were enough arrays in the tower with enough legitimate maintenance needs that this was plausible. What was actually happening in those sessions was substantially more valuable. Elder Fong had spent 60 years studying how qi interacted with formation structures. The principles he developed were adjacent to technique analysis in some areas and completely different in others. Wei had been analyzing qi as something that flowed through meridians, biological pathways. Fong analyzed qi as something that responded to structured space, to geometrically defined relationships between formation stones and qi channels carved into stone. The intersection of the two approaches opened territory Wei hadn't known existed. Techniques described what qi should do. Formations described where qi should go. Wei could read technique structure. Fong could read formation geometry. Together, they could identify something neither could identify alone. The spatial constraints that determined why some technique structures worked in some physical environments and not others. This led to a breakthrough that Wei had not anticipated. His own cultivation was running into a constraint he hadn't been able to identify. The root breathing method, even refactored, was producing diminishing returns, not because the refactoring was wrong, but because his physical cultivation had approached the ceiling of what the technique, as a technique for the mortal realm, could support. He was at the boundary of iron tempering realm, but he couldn't advance through that boundary cleanly. Every time he pushed, his qi distribution became unstable. He'd been treating it as a technique problem, a remaining inefficiency in his stack, and finding nothing. Fong watched him run a cultivation session in the tower's observation room, and said, "Your qi isn't unstable. Your training environment is." Wei stopped. "The outer sex training ground formations are running at 23% efficiency," Fong said. "The standard training environment is producing inconsistent qi density. Your body's attempting to calibrate to an inconsistent input, which produces apparent instability in your own output." He walked to the corner of the observation room and adjusted a formation stone by a few millimeters. The array in the room shifted, its qi output smoothing. "Try again." Wei ran the cultivation sequence in the corrected environment. The instability was gone. He felt the advancement pathway open up like a blocked meridian being cleared. He sat with it carefully, not pushing. He knew from his own analysis that forcing a breakthrough before the conditions were stable would create problems he'd spend months correcting. He ran the sequence 3 more times, mapping the pathway, confirming the consistency. Then he went back to his room and spent 6 days doing the most difficult thing he'd done since arriving in this body. Running his entire technique stack, every modification he'd made, every refactored sequence, every corrected loop, in both old and new versions simultaneously, while his Dantian determined which version to commit. 6 days of fever and exhaustion, and his body running 2 competing programs at the same time. On the 7th day, he woke up at Iron Tempering Realm. Not Mortal Realm anymore. Iron Tempering. The first tier where Algorithm Sight's new capability came online. The ability to identify qi waste in others during combat, and exploit it in real time, not just analytically afterward. He lay in his bunk for a while, running a diagnostic. Everything was clean. The stack was consistent. He was running the optimized version of every technique he'd built so far. He felt, for the first time since arriving in this body, like the system was running correctly. He got up, ran his cultivation routine, 40 minutes, as usual, but the output was measurably higher, and went to write down everything about the advancement process while it was fresh. The notes would be useful for anyone else who tried to advance while their training environment was running at 23%, which, he noted, was everyone else in the outer sect. Another line item for the audit. Chapter 20. He posted the full version history on the 107th day. Not the fraud analysis. That was still in preparation. The meetings with the 2 outer Elder Council members were scheduled, but not completed. What he posted on the public notice board was what he'd been building since the first patch note. The complete cultivation technique audit. 19 techniques. Version histories going back as far as the archive records allowed. Efficiency ratings, measured and documented. Modification proposals, each with supporting data. Cross-references to show which techniques depended on which others. The full dependency graph of the Iron Pine Sect's cultivation catalog. He formatted it the way he would format a comprehensive code review. Systematic, precise, findable. He included a reading guide at the top explaining how to navigate it. It was 36 pages. He posted it on the notice board at 5th bell in the morning, went back to his room, and went back to sleep. By breakfast, The crowd around the notice board was larger than anything the previous postings had drawn. By midday, copies were being made by at least 4 disciples he hadn't asked to make copies. He ate lunch and watched from the other side of the courtyard. Xiao Baihu came and found him around mid-afternoon. "Half the inner sect has seen it," he said. "Good," Wei said. "The inner sect's techniques have the same class of problems. They should see it. Peng Luohai has gone to see Elder Ruan." I assumed. Elder Ruan sent a message to Sect Master Deng's office. Wei looked at the courtyard, the disciples still reading, the copies being passed from hand to hand. "Good," he said again. Xiao studied him. "You wanted them to see this before you went to the outer Elder Council members." "I wanted it to be public record before anyone tries to make it not public record," Wei said. "A document that already has 60 copies in 60 hands is harder to suppress than a document that hasn't been posted yet." Xiao was quiet for a moment. "You've been planning this since the first patch note." "I've been building toward it since the first patch note," Wei said. "Planning implies knowing the full path in advance. I didn't. I just kept taking the next correct step." "And the next correct step now?" Wei checked his schedule. The first meeting with the outer Elder Council member was in 3 days. The second meeting was in 5 days. The fraud analysis documentation was complete. The technique audit was public. "Now," he said, "Sect Master Deng Yuanji reads a version history with his own name in the dependency chain. And he knows that I know. And he needs to decide what to do about that." He felt very calm about this. He had the documentation. He had Elder Fong. He had Chao and Xin Yulan. He had the public record. He also had algorithms site, which told him that somewhere in the administrative offices, someone who had been carefully managing an invisible system for 12 years had just received a signal that the system was visible. Late that night, a message arrived at the outer sect residential quarter. Not from Elder Ruan, who had been expected. From the sect master's office. Wei read it by lamp. It said, "Please destroy or return any documentation relating to sect administrative records that may be in your possession. Any such documentation, obtained without authorization, may be subject to administrative review. We are grateful for your dedication to transparency and look forward to addressing your concerns through appropriate channels." Below the signature, in different handwriting, was a single additional line. "The problem is larger than I reported. We may need to move sooner." The addition wasn't meant for him. It was a note drafted for a different recipient that had been attached to the wrong message. Wei read it 3 times. Then he went to wake up Xin Yulan. This was no longer just an efficiency problem. Closing CTA for step 1. If Wei's algorithmic mind and the corruption hiding in plain sight have you hooked, subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a chapter of this story. Tap like to help more Cultivation fans find their way to Iron Pine. Chapter 21. Elder Ruan Qinfeng's formal censure arrived the morning after the notice board posting. Wei had been expecting it, though the speed was faster than he'd modeled. Ruan was usually careful, methodical about collecting justification before acting. The speed meant someone had given him the signal to move quickly rather than carefully. The censure document was 3 pages. It cited the comprehensive technique audit posting as dissemination of sect administrative records without authorization, a charge that was technically different from the previous dissemination charge and was targeted at a different section of the conduct manual. Specifically, it targeted the version history data Wei had compiled from the administrative records. Wei read the document carefully. The administrative record data was, in fact, the thin point. He'd accessed the records through the library's administrative routing system, which Xin Yulan had access to in her official capacity. He hadn't been in the system directly, but he'd received the output and used it to build the version history. Elder Ruan had found the actual vulnerability. The censure stripped his research exemption and assigned him to manual labor duties, maintenance work on the sect's physical infrastructure, starting with the outer courtyard and the eastern training ground. He had 3 days to respond formally. After that, the censure would become permanent record. He read it twice. He noted which section of the administrative record data was being challenged. He identified the specific line in the version history document that referenced the administrative timing correlations. Then he went to start his first day of sweeping. The work was not unpleasant, in the way that any physical activity that left his mind free to think was not unpleasant. He swept the eastern courtyard in a systematic grid pattern that covered the space efficiently and left him time to think about the version history document and which sections needed to be amended if he wanted to remove the administrative record references while keeping the analysis intact. He built the version history from 2 types of sources: the physical technique manuals themselves, which were public materials he'd accessed through the library's standard holdings, and the administrative update records, which were the thin point. The technique manual analysis was clean. The timing correlations required the administrative records. He could publish the technique manual analysis without the timing correlations. The efficiency patterns were documented. The version histories were documented. The argument that the techniques had degraded over time was fully supportable from the physical manuals alone. The timing correlations were the part that pointed toward deliberate action rather than organic drift. He needed those correlations for the case he was building with the Outer Elder Council members. He didn't need them in the public posting to demonstrate the efficiency problem. By the time he finished the Eastern Courtyard, he knew what to do. He revised the notice board posting that afternoon. He didn't remove it. He replaced it with an updated version that stripped the administrative record references while keeping everything else. The revised version was still 29 pages. Still comprehensive. Still damning, in the sense that it documented 400 years of accumulated inefficiency and 12 years of suspicious degradation patterns. But the suspicious degradation pattern was now documented only from the physical technique evidence. The what, without the when that pointed to timing. He wrote in the header of the revised document, version 1.1, removed references to administrative scheduling records pending authorization review. Efficiency data and version histories are unchanged. Transparency. Even in the revision, he documented what changed and why. The formal response to Elder Ruan's censure was simple. The administrative record references had been removed. The remaining document contained only information from publicly accessible library materials. He submitted the response and waited. Ruan reviewed it and lifted the manual labor assignment after 4 days. The research exemption stayed revoked. Wei noted that and continued working. The exemption had been useful. It was no longer a significant constraint. He'd already read everything he needed to read in the second-tier catalog abstracts, and the meetings with the Outer Elder Council members didn't require library access. The labor duty had given him something useful, a complete tour of the sect's physical formation infrastructure. The formation arrays powering the training grounds were exactly as bad as the calculation he'd made on the first day. He spent his labor hours writing detailed repair specifications for every array he passed, working from observation and the formation principles Fong had taught him. By the end of the assignment, he had a 30-page formation repair proposal in addition to the revised technique document. He filed the formation repair proposal with Elder Fong's tower maintenance office. Then he left for the supply run to Iron Gate that was already scheduled. Chapter 22. The supply run was a monthly event. A group of outer disciples assigned to carry the sect's outgoing trade goods and return with provisions. Wei had signed up for it 3 weeks earlier, when the censure was already possible and having a legitimate reason to be in Iron Gate seemed likely to be useful. Iron Gate was a city of moderate size with the specific character of a place whose commercial life served a large cultivation community, manual shops, chi material vendors, the specialized services that grew up around places where practitioners of varying levels needed things. Wei had been reading about it from the sect's geographic records. He hadn't been there yet. The group traveled by foot. The sect was frugal about transport expenses, which took most of the morning. Wei used the time to continue thinking through the Outer Elder Council presentation. The evidence was solid. The question was sequencing, which finding to present first, how to frame the administrative chain without making it look like an accusation before it was a demonstration. In Iron Gate, the supply group split to handle different vendor stops. Wei had 2 assignments. Pick up a shipment of standard formation stones from a materials vendor and collect payment for a batch of herb bundles the sect had consigned with a specialty shop. Neither task was complicated. He completed both in 2 hours and was navigating back toward the group's meeting point when he heard the argument. It was coming from an alley adjacent to the main manual market. Not a fight. More like a negotiation that had reached an adversarial phase. A young woman, roughly his age, was facing 2 middle-aged merchants with the posture of someone who had expected to win an argument and was discovering that the other party had more structural leverage than anticipated. The merchants were offering 12 silver for a stack of technique manuals she was holding. Wei's algorithm sight activated before his social instincts did. He read the manuals from 8 meters away. The top manual was a version of the iron body tempering form he'd reviewed in the second-tier catalog abstracts. The notation was pre-standardization era, which meant it was either very old or a deliberate reproduction of old notation. The key distinction was whether it was an original printing or a reproduction. He crossed to the alley. The merchants looked at him with the specific expression that regular market vendors reserve for people they don't know who interrupt their negotiations. Sorry to interrupt, Wei said. He looked at the manuals. May I see the top one? The young woman looked at him with sharp dark eyes and the controlled expression of someone deciding whether an unknown intervention is useful or an additional complication. She handed him the manual without speaking. He opened it. He ran algorithm sight across the opening section. The technique inside was the real thing, pre-standardization era, the actual form, not a reproduction. The notation wasn't styled to look old. It was old, the specific archaic structure that the standardization committees had simplified in the third reform period. More importantly, the technique itself was the version that predated the systematic modifications he'd found in the version history. The clean fork, before the efficiency degradation. How much are they offering, he said. 12 silver, she said. Her tone was level, the way of someone who has been in negotiations before and doesn't show the cards. For all of them, or just this one? For the stack. He counted the stack. 9 manuals. He scanned the spines with algorithm sight. The second and third ones were also pre-standardization, and the fourth was old enough that he couldn't immediately identify the form, which was interesting. The bottom 5 he couldn't identify without handling them directly. These manuals are worth more than 12 silver, he said to the merchants. The forms are outdated, the elder merchant said. He had the confidence of someone who operated from established market knowledge. Current sect techniques have superseded them. Collector value only. The first 3 are pre-third reform versions of standard techniques. Pre-reform versions command a premium from practitioners who want to compare the original against the current form. We set the first manual back on the stack. They're not outdated. They're primary sources. They're not certified, the second merchant said. We can only guarantee value for certified current versions. I'm not buying them, Wei said. He looked at the young woman. But if you want a second opinion on value, I can provide one. Independent of any purchase interest. She studied him for a moment. Who are you, she said. An outer disciple from Iron Pine. I've been auditing our technique catalog for the last 3 months. I know what pre-reform versions of these techniques look like. He met her eyes. And I know what they're worth to people who can tell the difference. She turned back to the merchants. I'll take the 12 silver under advisement, she said. I'll return tomorrow with my answer. The merchants looked annoyed but not surprised. This was within the range of standard negotiation behavior. They left. The young woman turned to Wei. How much more worth more? Without inspecting all 9, I can't give you a number. The first 3 alone should be valued at 40 to 50 silver each from the right buyer. Possibly more if the fourth one is what I think it might be. He paused. My name is Wei Jingdao. I can help you find the right buyer if the valuation holds up on inspection. Zhu Ailing, she said. She looked at him with the calculating directness of someone who was assembling a proposal. What do you get out of helping me find a buyer? Access to the manuals for research purposes. Temporary. I want to document the pre-reform versions for a version history project. He held her gaze. And if you have more estate materials from the same source, I'd want to know. My father's business failed 8 months ago, she said. Not a confession, a piece of negotiating context. He acquired estate lots. I'm liquidating them. How large are the estate libraries? I haven't fully cataloged them. Then we have a basis for a working arrangement, Wei said. He thought for a moment. How long will you be in Iron Gate? I have a room until end of month. After that depends on whether I've generated enough to cover it. Meet me here tomorrow morning. I'll have a preliminary valuation for the 9 manuals and a proposal for the rest. She considered him for another moment. Then she nodded, took her stack of manuals under her arm, and walked out of the alley toward the main street. Wei watched her go. He had a supply run to complete and a meeting point to reach. He was already thinking about the valuation methodology. Chapter 23, the preliminary valuation, the following morning, took 2 hours. Wei had returned to the sect the previous evening, completed his supply duties, and spent 4 hours going through the version history research with fresh eyes, identifying the specific reference points that would allow him to authenticate pre-reform editions. The third reform's standardization records were in the public archive. He'd never needed them before because he'd been working forward from the present, not backward from the past. He met Zhu Ailing at a tea house near the manual market. She'd brought all 9 manuals. He spread them on the table and worked through them systematically. The first 3 were, as he'd suspected, pre-reform editions of standard techniques, clean versions. The 4th manual was the one that surprised him. He opened it, ran algorithm sight, and sat with the result for a long time. The technique inside was not in the Iron Pine catalog, not in the outer catalog, not in the restricted catalog, not in the abstract index for the restricted materials. It was a foundation technique from a different system entirely, a cultivation system whose notation he recognized from one of Elder Fong's older reference texts, a technique that predated the sect period, from before the unification of regional cultivation practices. The 4th one, he said. Where did your father's estate lot come from? Old merchant family, Zhu Ailing said. The Tan estate, north of the city. The family goes back 6 generations. They had a library wing. She was watching him read with the careful attention of someone cataloging his reaction. Is it valuable? Very, he said. But not to the same market as the first 3. This one needs a different kind of buyer. He made notes. The first 3 are worth 40 to 50 silver each from a technique authentication buyer who understands pre-reform editions. I can identify 2 or 3 in Irongate who have that specific knowledge. And the fourth, 60 to 80, possibly more, from a formation master or historical cultivation researcher. He paused. The remaining 5 are standard editions with collector value, but not authentication premium. 20 to 30 total. Zhu Ailing calculated. That's 270 to 330 silver. The merchants were offering 12. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. Why were they lowballing that badly? Because they have expertise in current editions and current market pricing, Wei said. Pre-reform authentication is a narrower specialty. They were applying their standard valuation framework to materials that fall outside its scope. They knew the manuals were old. Knowing something is old and knowing what old means in this specific context are different things. He closed his notebook. This is a recurring problem in markets where expertise is specialized. The general traders are applying general rules to specialized goods. Zhu Ailing leaned back and looked at him. She had the expression of someone who has received a useful piece of information and is already thinking about how it applies in more cases than the immediate one. If you can identify what's worth more than general traders realize, she said, and I can find the right buyers and negotiate, Wei said. The authentication is only useful if the buyer is found and the price is actually obtained. Right. She looked at the manuals. You want access to the materials for research. I want the correct price for them. She paused. The Tan Estate has a full library wing. I haven't finished cataloging it. There might be more. There probably is, Wei said. How do we split the authentication fee, she said. It took them 30 minutes to work out the terms. Zhu Ailing was faster at commercial negotiation than she'd appeared. She had been letting him set the parameters before she engaged on the parts she cared about, which were the split percentages and the exclusivity arrangement. She knew what she wanted, and she didn't show the cards until the moment to show them. He respected that. By the end of the meeting, they had a working arrangement. He would authenticate. She would sell. The research access to materials was his. The commercial network was hers. The split was weighted toward her on standard transactions and toward him on research value transactions, which she'd proposed and he'd accepted because it was reasonable. I'll have a catalog of the estate library within 2 weeks, she said. If anything else looks pre-reform, I'll message you at Iron Pine. I'll be in Irongate again in 3 weeks, he said. Supply run. She gathered the manuals and stood. Wei Jingdao. She said his name with the tone of someone filing a new variable. You're the one who posted the technique audit. The one going around the sect posting technique corrections on the notice board. Yes. That's either brave or reckless, she said. I've been told both, he said. Mostly by the same people. She almost smiled. See you in 3 weeks. Chapter 24. The formation repair proposal was accepted on the 119th day. Not by the Technique Review Office, by Elder Fong Wuming, who had the formation maintenance authority and used it without consulting anyone. He accepted the proposal, issued Wei a formation maintenance designation that gave him access to the sect's physical infrastructure, and authorized a materials budget from the discretionary fund Fong maintained for the tower's upkeep. The materials budget was small, but it was something. Wei spent 3 days assessing the outer training grounds formation arrays in detail. He'd been looking at them during the labor duty period. Now he was looking with authorization and measurement tools. The picture was worse than the cursory estimate. The training ground had 8 primary formation arrays and 14 secondary ones. The primary arrays were the ones that actually mattered. They created the chi-rich training environment that made sect cultivation faster than solitary practice. Normally, in their current state, the primary arrays were running at a weighted average of 24% of specification. The secondary arrays ranged from 18 to 60%. The cause was distributed across 4 different problem types. Physical misalignment from drift, like the third stone in Fong's preservation array. Wrong specification replacement stones, where maintenance crews had used the wrong material over the years because no one had read the original spec. 2 arrays with design errors that had been present since installation, and 1 array with active damage from a chi storm 3 years ago that had been patched rather than properly repaired. Each problem type required a different approach. He recruited 3 disciples from the outer sect's formation maintenance team, the ones he'd met during the labor duty period, who had been patching arrays with wrong specification stones for years because no one had read the original specs. They were not unintelligent. They were working from wrong information. He showed them the original specifications. We've been using these, one of them said, holding a formation stone that was the right visual size, but the wrong internal chi lattice density. Yes, they look correct, and they're not. The spec was written in a notation that requires conversion to get the physical dimensions right. Wei showed him the conversion. The conversion factor is in the appendix of the original installation document. which no one has read since the original installation. The disciple looked at the conversion table. This has been in the appendix for 400 years. Yes. And no one read the appendix. Wei paused. Documentation is only useful if someone reads it. That's a human systems problem, not a technical one. The maintenance team spent 10 days on the training ground arrays with Wei directing the repair approach. By the end, the primary arrays were running at 67% average, not the full specification, because 2 arrays needed specialized materials he hadn't been able to source from the discretionary budget, but significantly better than 24%. The effect on the outer sex cultivation was immediate and visible. Training sessions that used to take 3 hours were producing equivalent results in 2. Elder 1 noticed and attributed it to improved training discipline. Wei wrote a memo explaining that the improvement was due to array repair and submitted it to the administration. He did not expect Wan to acknowledge it. He submitted it because it was accurate and the accurate explanation should be on record. He also wrote, separately, to Elder Fong. The 2 arrays requiring specialized materials were the most critical for long-term performance, and the budget needed for full repair was approximately 40 silver. He attached a cost breakdown. Fong replied with a note that said, "Good work. The 40 silver is authorized. Also, the first Outer Elder Council meeting has been scheduled for next week." Wei underlined the second sentence. The preparation was nearly complete. Chapter 25. The Intersect Conference arrived on the 127th day and disrupted every other plan for a week. Regional conferences happened twice a year. Iron Pine hosted them on alternating cycles, and this was Iron Pine's hosting year. 4 neighboring sects sent representatives, 12 disciples each, a mix of inner and outer, along with 3 senior masters per sect for the formal exchange sessions. The conference brought people Wei hadn't encountered before and gave him, for the first time, a comparative view of the cultivation problems he'd been documenting in isolation. He attended the first day's open sessions as an outer disciple observer, which was permitted under the conference rules. He watched sparring demonstrations, sat in on technique discussion panels, and ran algorithm sight on every technique he could observe. The pattern was consistent. Every sect's techniques had the same class of problems. The notation systems were different. Regional variations in the third reform standardization had produced divergent style, but the underlying structural issues were the same. Accumulated inefficiencies, cargo cult repetition of patterns that no one questioned, redundant loops, and hard-coded variables that should have been parameterized decades ago. The differences between sects weren't philosophical. They were the natural divergence that happened when the same source code was forked and maintained independently for 200 years without any cross-review. He saw it most clearly in the afternoon's sparring demonstrations, when 2 disciples from different sects, Iron Pine's foundation-building form and Eastern Crescent's equivalent, ran what were nominally different techniques, but were structurally the same underlying algorithm. The Iron Pine version had accumulated errors in the 3rd and 7th sequences. The Eastern Crescent version had errors in the 2nd and 5th. They diverged in their specific bugs while sharing the same foundational bugs from the common ancestor. He wrote this observation down during the demonstration. The outer disciple next to him looked at his notebook. "What are you writing?" she asked. "Both of those techniques are forks of the same original," he said. "Pre-third reform, probably the same source text. They've accumulated different errors over 200 years of independent maintenance." She looked at the sparring demonstration. "I can't see that. The 3rd sequence in the Iron Pine form and the 5th sequence in the Eastern Crescent form are running different versions of the same redundant check. They just encoded it differently." He showed her the note he'd written. "If you've been training on the Iron Pine form for a year, you know what the 3rd sequence feels like. Does it ever feel like it's waiting for something that doesn't arrive?" She frowned, looked at the demonstration. "Sometimes. I always thought it was my form." "It's not your form. It's a timing dependency that's looking for a signal from the preceding sequence that the preceding sequence no longer sends, because the signal was part of the original combined technique, before it was split into the standardized form." He made another note. "I should write to the Eastern Crescent delegation's technique master about this." She stared at him. "You're going to tell another sect's technique master that their signature cultivation form has a 400-year-old bug. I'm going to tell them what I found and give them the data. What they do with it is their choice." He paused. "Also, it's not a bug in their technique specifically. It's a shared ancestor problem. The bug exists in every sect that forked from the same original." "How many sects?" "I don't know yet," he said, "but probably all of them." She closed her own notebook. "You're going to make every senior master in this conference very uncomfortable." "Probably," he agreed. "That's not the goal. It's a likely consequence." He spent the evening drafting a formal communication to the Eastern Crescent delegation's technique master. He framed it as an observation from his version history work, technically precise, offering to share the supporting documentation. He kept it short. He did not apologize for the finding. He submitted it through the conference's official communication channel and went back to his room. The conference organizers sent him a response the following morning. They had received his communication and would route it appropriately. They also noted that the conference had a formal procedure for technique observations and that unsolicited technique critiques directed at guest delegations were outside normal conference protocol. He wrote back noting that his communication had been directed to a technique master in the context of cross-sect technique compatibility, which fell under the conference's stated purposes of technical exchange, and that he was happy to route it through the formal observation procedure if the organizers preferred. They declined to respond. He filed a copy of the communication with the conference's formal observation record and considered the matter documented. 2 days later, Eastern Crescent's technique master approached him during the open social period and asked if he would walk through the compatible forks observation in detail. He did. The session lasted 3 hours and ended with the technique master looking like someone who had received a large amount of new information and needed to sit with it for a while. As he was leaving, she said, "If your version history work extends beyond Iron Pine's own catalog, I'd be interested in seeing the results." "I'm working on it," Wei said. "The catalog work so far is Iron Pine's holdings, but the structural patterns appear consistent across what I can observe here." He paused. "If your sect has early period technique archives, comparing them against mine would help map the common ancestor." She looked at him for a moment. "I'll write to you," she said. After the conference, he returned to his room and updated his working document on the regional technique ecosystem. The problem was not one sect's problem. He'd known that since he found the pattern in Arc 1. Now he had a human contact at another sect who could see it too. The question that had been forming since the Outer Elder Council meetings began to feel more urgent. What happened after you demonstrated the problem? Demonstrating the problem locally, in one sect, changed one sect's techniques. Demonstrating it regionally changed regional techniques. Demonstrating that it was systematic, across every sect, in every major tradition, descended from the same ancestor. That was a different order of problem. He made a note. Scale of the problem exceeds local institutional capacity to address. Need to think about what addressing this at the right scale actually requires. He hadn't found the answer yet. He kept the question open. Chapter 26, he entered the intersect sparring competition by accident. Not entirely. He'd signed up as a potential substitute when the competition was announced, because substitute slots required minimal qualification, and being on the list gave him a legitimate reason to observe the preliminary rounds up close. He hadn't expected to actually compete. Iron Pine's designated representative for his weight division was a competent third-year outer disciple named Lu Fanwei, who was technically sound and had experience in intersect competition. Lu Fanwei sprained his wrist in training 3 days before the competition. The slot went to the first name on the substitute list. Wei reported to the competition registration at 7th bell on the morning of the preliminary rounds and assessed his competition. The outer disciple division was drawing participants at bronze condensing and below. He was at iron tempering, lower than everyone else competing, visibly so, which he noted from the way 3 participants looked at him when he entered. Not hostile, just recalculating their bracket projections. He ran algorithm sight on each competitor he could observe warming up and built a preliminary model. The results were consistent with the conference observation. Every sect's techniques had the same class of problems, and the specific problems varied. 2 competitors were running the same type of sequential dependency error Xiao Baihu had fixed. One was running a meridian alignment issue in his primary offensive sequence that Wei had seen in the Iron Pine catalog. 3 were clean, competent practitioners without obvious structural flaws. The clean ones were the actual threats. He entered the competition with a simple goal: perform credibly and gather data. If he won, good. If he lost, learn what specifically he'd missed. His first match was against an Eastern Crescent disciple whose warming-up form showed the 5th sequence timing issue he'd described to their technique master. Wei had told her about it, which meant she knew about it, which meant there was a chance the disciple had been briefed. The disciple started the match at full confidence. Standard opening form, clean execution through the first 4 sequences. Wei waited. In competition, algorithm sight had a different quality than in analytical sessions. In analysis, he could pause and trace pathways carefully. In live combat, the pathways appeared as pressure changes and timing gaps. Not visual, not exactly intuitive, but a kind of pattern recognition that operated faster than deliberate analysis. He'd been practicing this. It was the primary training application of Iron Tempering Realm, identifying chi waste in opponents in real time and exploiting the timing gaps it created. The Eastern Crescent disciple reached the 5th sequence. The timing hesitation was there, brief, predictable, the pause while the technique waited for a signal that the 4th sequence no longer sent. Wei moved in that window. The exchange was short. He pressed the gap, held pressure through 2 exchanges, and the disciple yielded. The match official recorded the result. Wei noted what the disciple had done well and what he would have changed if he'd been on that side of the match. The second match was harder. His opponent was from a northern sect Wei hadn't seen at the conference. They'd sent a late delegation, arriving the second day. This disciple's form was different from anything else Wei had observed. Cleaner in some areas, stranger in others, and running a cultivation approach that didn't have the standard pre-Third Reform ancestor Wei had been using as a reference point. Algorithm sight lit up differently on this opponent. The structure was there, still chi pathways, still executable, but the underlying architecture was unfamiliar. Wei spent the first 30 seconds of the match in pure data-gathering mode, running the opponent's form through algorithm sight while maintaining a defensive posture. The northern form had its own inefficiencies, different ones from anything he'd cataloged. One of them was in the transition between the offensive and defensive modes, a switching cost that happened every time the opponent shifted strategy, where the chi redistribution ran a confirmation step that was, as far as Wei could tell, unnecessary. He tested it. He pressed an attack, watched the opponent transition to defense, and counted the gap, longer than the iron tempering tier average. He pressed again in the next defensive transition. The match ran to the limit, and he won by a narrow margin on points, not yield. The northern sect disciple bowed correctly and said, "You were reading my transitions." "Yes," Wei said. "The confirmation step when you shift modes. Is that standard for your form, or a personal habit?" The disciple stared at him. "Standard. It costs you about half a second each transition. You could probably remove it without losing the mode shift stability." He paused. "I'm not certain. I need to understand your form's architecture better before recommending the change. But the timing cost seems fixable." The disciple looked at him for a long time. "You're telling me how to beat you. I'm telling you what I found. You've already lost this match." He met the disciple's eyes. "And I might be wrong about the fix. I'd want to study the form before being certain." The disciple bowed again, more slowly this time, and left. The semifinal was the match that surprised him. He'd been tracking his cultivation the way he tracked everything else. Periodically, comparatively, with attention to the specific metrics that indicated progress. He was well into iron tempering and had been for over a month. The training ground repair had helped. Elder Fong's mentorship had helped. His own technique stack was the cleanest it had ever been. He hadn't been aware he was approaching the boundary. He'd been focused on the competition. His semi-final opponent was the one clean practitioner from his initial assessment, a gold-solidifying inner disciple from Western Forest sect who had no identifiable structural flaws and significantly outranked him. The match was going to be difficult. Wei had reviewed what he'd observed of the opponent's form and found no obvious exploitation point. He entered the match with a different strategy, run his own form as efficiently as possible and see what happened. The match opened at the opponent's initiative. The Western Forest form was smooth, precise, economical, no wasted motion, no timing gaps Wei could immediately identify. He was under pressure from the first exchange and staying under pressure through the third. And then, 6 exchanges in, something shifted. He didn't choose it. It happened in the middle of a defensive sequence, when he was running his refactored foundation fist in real time and his chi distribution hit a threshold he hadn't been consciously approaching. The boundary he'd been dancing around for weeks resolved. Bronze condensing. The advancement happened mid-exchange, which meant the Western Forest disciple was watching an opponent suddenly improve mid-match in ways that were difficult to categorize. The chi density increase was immediate and significant. Wei felt his entire technique stack recalibrate in the span of 3 breath cycles, every optimized sequence running at a higher baseline, the inefficiencies he'd been managing becoming irrelevant at the new level. He also gained the bronze tier capability, the ability to rewrite techniques in real time during combat, introducing on-the-fly optimizations. Not just reading the opponent's chi waste, actually adjusting his own technique pathways while running them. He ran the adjustment on his 3rd defensive sequence and pressed. The Western Forest disciple yielded 10 seconds later. Wei stood in the match area and ran a quick diagnostic. Bronze condensing, stable, all sequences reintegrating correctly at the new baseline. The advancement had happened without the planned convalescence period, which meant he'd need to spend several days carefully auditing his technique stack to catch anything that had rebalanced in unexpected ways. He was standing there running this calculation when the match official said, "Yield accepted," and the surrounding disciples started talking. He registered, distantly, that an officially censured outer disciple had just advanced a cultivation realm mid-match and defeated an inner disciple from a different sect by a significant margin. He wrote in his notebook when he got back to the bench. Bronze condensing confirmed. Advancement occurred under competitive pressure, unexpected timing. Physical cost lower than anticipated, possibly because technique stack was already optimized before advancement. Schedule full stack audit for next 3 days. The semifinal result put him in the final by default. The other semifinalist withdrew, citing a prior injury that had been aggravated during their match. Wei recorded this honestly. He'd won the competition through 1 actual victory, 1 advancement-assisted victory, and 1 default. The data was the data. Chapter 27. His form footage was being copied before the competition finished. He saw it happening from across the match area. 2 disciples from different sects, recording the replay sequences in jade slips, watching his match footage in slow review. This wasn't unusual. Intersect competition was partly a technical scouting exercise, and strong performances attracted analysis. What was unusual was the discussion they were having. Wei moved close enough to hear without appearing to approach deliberately. Can't identify the technique, one of them was saying. It's not Iron Pine's standard form, but it doesn't match any catalog entry from any sect I've reviewed. The way he adapted mid-match, the other said. After he advanced, he changed his defensive sequence 3 times in the last 10 exchanges, and each time it was a different configuration. And all 3 configurations outperformed the standard form against that opponent. A pause. That's not improvisation. Improvisation doesn't optimize consistently under pressure. Wei retreated before they noticed him watching and went to find Xiao Baihu. Xiao had been in the audience for all 3 matches. He had the expression of someone who was processing several layers of information simultaneously and keeping his face controlled while doing it. The technique master from Thousand Rivers sect is asking about you, he said without preamble. He watched your semifinal. He wants to know what form you were using. What did you tell him? I said I'd pass the message. He looked at Wei. What are you going to tell him? The truth, Wei said. It's my own form, derived from the Iron Pine Foundation techniques, substantially modified. He thought for a moment. It's not a secret technique. Anyone who practiced the same modifications to the same source material would arrive at the same place. He's not going to believe that. I know, but it's accurate. Xiao made the sound. The competition results are going to spread past this conference. 3 sects are already reviewing your footage. Elder Ruan's office is going to hear that an officially censured outer disciple won the regional competition. What are you going to do about that? Add it to the record, Wei said. If Elder Ruan uses it as an additional basis for censure, I have the competition results, the technique review submission, and Elder Fong's formal mentorship designation as counter-evidence. He paused. Also, I advanced a full cultivation realm during the semifinal. That's somewhat harder to argue within a notice board posting. Xiao was quiet for a moment. You did, didn't you? He said. Not really a question. Bronze condensing. It resolved unexpectedly. Wei made a note. I need to spend the next 3 days on a full technique stack audit. Do you need anything for that? Training time in the repaired formation ground, Wei said. The improved environment will make the audit faster. Xiao nodded. I'll reserve it. Wei noted this interaction. Xiao had offered assistance without being asked, managed a piece of social fallout on his behalf without prompting, and was already planning logistics. This was no longer a subject matter expert Wei wants access to. Something had shifted in the dynamic, probably around the time Xiao's cultivation had started advancing after the loop correction. He didn't have precise language for what it was. In the social taxonomy, he was still building. He filed it as reliable. Chapter 28. Instructor Qin came to him on the 4th day after the competition. Not unusual timing. He'd been running the technique stack audit in the formation ground, which Qin ran, so she'd seen him working. She arrived at the end of his morning session with the specific expression she wore when she had processed something for long enough that she was ready to say it. I've been teaching this form wrong, she said. He waited. She wasn't asking for a response yet. Not the technique modifications. Those are what we've been working on together. The approach to teaching technique. She set down her practice spear and stood with it. I've been teaching form as performance. Execute this sequence correctly. Hold this position precisely. Reach this standard. She looked at the spear. I never asked what the sequences were for. Why this position and not another? What makes a standard? That's a fundamental shift in what you're teaching, Wei said. Yes. She looked at him. I watched your semifinal match. The 3 times you changed your defensive sequence, you weren't adapting from training. You were adapting from analysis. Mid-fight. Bronze condensing, he said. It unlocks a real-time modification capability. I know what it theoretically unlocks. I've never seen anyone actually use it. She picked up the spear again. My best students. the ones who've gone on to intersect and beyond. They've all had the ability to adapt during combat. But they do it through accumulated experience, through pattern recognition built over years of practice. What you're doing is different. I'm reading the technique structure rather than the surface pattern, he said. Experienced practitioners learn to predict behavior from surface signals. I'm reading the underlying logic, which means you can read techniques you've never encountered, she said, because the underlying logic is consistent across forms. Within the same tradition, yes. Outside the tradition, I need more time. He paused. The Northern Sect disciple in my second match. Their architecture was unfamiliar, and I needed the first 30 seconds to build a working model. Sheen was quiet for a moment. That's what you were doing. I watched your posture in those first 30 seconds. You weren't defending. You were reading. Yes. She looked at the practice ground. I've been teaching for 18 years. I've been wrong about what I was teaching. She said it without particular distress, the flat precision of someone who had processed the information and arrived at a conclusion. What would it look like to teach it right? I don't know yet, Wei said. I don't think there's a single correct answer. My approach works because I have algorithm sight. Most cultivators don't have that. What they do have, he thought about it, is the ability to feel technique consistency when they practice the optimized form. They might not see why it's faster, but they feel that it is. So the teaching works from the result, not the reasoning. For most students, yes, the reasoning produces the result. The student feels the result and learns to reproduce it. Like teaching someone to play a correctly tuned instrument. They don't need to understand tuning theory to know when it sounds right. And for the ones who can see the reasoning, Wei thought about that. He hadn't met another practitioner who could see the reasoning directly, but he'd met several who could be walked through it with enough patience. For those, he said, you explain the reasoning. You show them what the technique is doing rather than what it looks like. She nodded slowly. I need to think about how to rebuild the curriculum. She was already planning. He could see it in the way her attention had moved to a medium distance point that suggested she was organizing information rather than observing the present environment. Elder Fong suggested I ask you to review my teaching methodology. He mentioned it, Wei said. I'd been waiting for you to bring it up directly. She looked at him. You could have raised it yourself. You had to arrive at the question through your own analysis. If I'd raised it, you'd have been answering my question instead of asking your own. He paused. Those are different problems. She studied him. That's annoyingly sensible, she said. I try to apply it consistently, he said. She almost smiled. It was a near thing. The Foundation Spear Curriculum Review. Then, she said, we'll start with that and expand from there. Chapter 29, the cultivation breakthrough that had happened mid-match required 3 days of careful integration. He did this in the formation ground, early mornings before anyone else was training. He ran each technique in his stack separately, in the order he'd refactored them, checking the output metrics at each stage. Bronze condensing changed the baseline across the board, which meant every efficiency metric he'd established at iron tempering needed to be re-benchmarked. He also had the new capability to test. Real-time technique modification was more demanding than he'd expected. At iron tempering, reading opponents' chi waste was essentially passive. He observed, identified, and adapted his timing. At bronze condensing, actively modifying his own technique mid-execution required holding the current running version while simultaneously loading the updated version and switching cleanly between them. It was like hot patching a running process without taking it offline. He practiced this in controlled conditions, running his foundation fist form and making a single small modification while in motion, then checking whether the modification integrated correctly or created instability. Most attempts were clean. 3 in the first day introduced instability that he had to roll back immediately. He wrote up the stability conditions. Hot patching was safe when the modification was to a non-interdependent subroutine. The swap happened during a natural intersequence pause, and the delta between old and new version was smaller than the threshold his Dantian could handle without warning. It was unsafe when modifying a core sequence that other sequences depended on, swapping during active chi projection, or attempting a large delta change. Those conditions led to instability that could be dangerous in combat. He noted the failure modes carefully. In his previous life, the most catastrophic software failures usually came from people who had tested the happy path, but not the failure conditions. The stack audit completed on the 3rd day. Everything was stable. He benchmarked the output and updated his training records. Then he went to find Elder Ruan. Not to confront, to report. He'd received a message during the audit period that the formal review of his research exemption would be considered next week. He wanted to make sure the competition results and the bronze condensing advancement were in the record before that review. Ruan's office administrator accepted the report with the specific blank neutrality of someone who does not editorialize on what they receive. The review occurred 2 days later. Wei was not invited to attend, which was consistent with the procedure for administrative reviews rather than formal hearings. Elder Ruan's decision arrived by message the following morning. Research exemption partially restored, limited to technique review submissions and Elder Fong's tower maintenance work. The competition participation did not factor into the decision, which meant Ruan had processed it and found no grounds to use it against him, which meant Elder Ruan was running low on procedural grounds. Wei noted this as an important variable change. When procedural options become limited, the next move is usually either escalation or withdrawal. He needed to complete the Outer Elder Council meetings before Ruan made his move. The first meeting had been scheduled for 3 days from now. Chapter 30. The night before the first Outer Elder Council meeting, Sect Master Deng Yuanji moved. Not directly. That would have been documentable. He moved through the administrative structure, the way Wei had expected he would when the procedural options became limited. The move was elegant. Deng convened an inter-sect master's review of the technique audit document and its potential sect reputation implications, a non-standard review with no formal record requirements, no set agenda, and no mandatory outcome. It was a meeting called to produce a perception, not a decision. Wei found out about it from Shun Yulan, who found out because 3 intersect masters had requested copies of the technique audit document from the library system. Not the revised version. The original version, with the administrative record references. The original version, she said, when she came to tell him. Which suggests they know there are 2 versions, and they want the one with the more sensitive data, Wei said. He thought through the implications. Who requested it? She gave him the names. He recognized 2 of them. They were on the patronage network he'd cross-referenced. The third was an unfamiliar intersect master. The meeting is tomorrow afternoon, she said. Same time as your first Outer Elder Council meeting. He absorbed that. The Outer Elder Council meeting was at the 3rd hour of the afternoon. If Deng's review was also at the 3rd hour, and if the meeting required any kind of administrative response from the council members, they would be occupied or unavailable. That's not a coincidence, he said. No, she agreed. He thought about this for a while. Deng had heard about the council meetings, which meant someone in the council members' staff had reported the scheduling. Or it was a reasonable inference from Deng's general surveillance of the situation. Either way, Deng was running a meeting designed to occupy the council members while Wei's meeting was happening. Does the council meeting location have a back entrance? He said. I don't think this is a back entrance situation, Shin said. Her voice was level, but there was something in it, the tone she used when she thought he was solving the wrong problem. He looked at her. The council members are going to attend Deng's review, she said. Not because they want to, because they're obligated to. If they don't attend, and it comes out that they had a private meeting with you that same afternoon, the political exposure is severe. She paused. You need to move the council meeting, or Deng has just bought himself another week. He sat with that. She was right. The timing was a social system problem, not a logistics problem. What does it cost to move the meeting, he said. Sends a signal that Deng can force your schedule, she said. But if you hold the meeting while both council members are visibly elsewhere, the meeting is pointless. Unless, he said slowly, I show up at the meeting anyway and put the documentation in their hands before the review starts. Not for a full presentation, just to make the documents exist in their possession. She thought about that. You'd be at the council member's office when Deng's review is being called. There's a chance someone sees you. There's also a chance this is exactly the moment to be visible, Wei said. Deng moving his review to conflict with my scheduled meeting is a signal. A public one, if I respond to it correctly. What's the correct response? He thought about the audit document, the technique histories, the fraud analysis sitting in his private notebook. I need to write another version of the document, he said. One that includes the administrative timing data. And I need to hand it to the council members tomorrow morning, before Deng's review, before my scheduled meeting. That's faster than you planned, she said. It's the timeline Deng just set, he said. He moved the deadline. I have to move with it. Shin Yulan looked at him for a long moment. You're going to be awake all night writing. Yes. I'll get the reference materials you need, she said. She was already standing. And I'm going to stay and help you organize the citations so it's done faster. He looked at her. Don't say you can do it alone, she said. You can. It'll take 6 hours. With 2 people it takes 4. I wasn't going to say that, he said. She looked at him with the small skeptical expression she used when she wasn't sure she believed him. Thank you, he said instead. For hours, she said. Start now. They worked until the 4th bell. The document was 41 pages. Every finding cited. Every administrative record reference marked with its source. The timing correlations laid out not as allegations, but as data, clearly labeled as correlational rather than causal, with explicit notation that causation would require additional evidence. At dawn, Wei took the document to both council members' residences personally and left a copy with each administrator on duty. Not a meeting, not a presentation, just delivery. Please ensure Elder Huang sees this before the 3rd hour today, he said at the first residence. It's time sensitive. He went back to his room and slept for 3 hours. When he woke up, he wrote in his notebook, document delivered. Deng's review proceeding is scheduled. Council members have the data. What happens now depends on them. He added, this is a human systems problem. The data is correct. The outcome depends on choices I cannot make. He sat with the uncertainty. It was not comfortable, but it was the correct state of the information. Chapter 31. The Intersect evaluator arrived 3 days after the document delivery. Her name was Senior Sister Liang Jinru. She was Silver Flowering Tier, Intersect, 3rd year advanced disciple. She'd been assigned to study Wei Zhengdao's innovative approach, which was the language in Sect Master Deng's formal announcement, which had appeared the morning after Wei's document deliveries and the council members' quiet reading of the fraud analysis. Wei understood the move immediately. Deng could not prevent the council members from reading the document. He could assign an institutional evaluator to Wei's work, which would create a formal process through which any findings would need to be filtered and which he could control. Senior Sister Liang arrived at the outer sex practice ground where Wei was doing his morning technique audit. She was not hostile. She was something more complex than hostile. She was the specific kind of skeptic who was sophisticated enough to be dismissive in technical terms. She introduced herself with correct formality, explained her mandate in formal language that carefully avoided saying anything directly, and then said, "May I observe your practice?" "Yes," Wei said. He continued his audit. She watched for 20 minutes without speaking. He was running the foundation fist sequence he'd been working on since the start of the week, testing modifications to the 9th cycle, the one that addressed the general off-by-1 error he'd found across the outer sex stagnation cases. "You're running a non-standard sequence," she said. "Modified form. The off-by-1 error in the standard 9th cycle creates a plateau for most practitioners around the 9-month mark." He completed the sequence. "I've been verifying the correction across 14 cases. The 9th cycle doesn't have an error," she said. Flat, certain, the tone of someone who had been told a fact and retained it. The standard 9th cycle runs a sequential dependency. It waits for a signal from the 8th cycle before completing its own output. But the 8th cycle signal is actually redundant. The information the 9th cycle needs is already established by the 6th cycle's output, which the 8th cycle is just confirming. Removing the dependency doesn't lose any information. It just cuts the latency. He showed her the notation. "Here, you can run it yourself and measure the output timing difference." She looked at the notation. She had the expression of someone reading a document that did not match an expectation, deciding whether to reclassify the document or the expectation. "May I observe your cultivation routine?" she said. "Yes," he said. He ran the morning meditation form. She watched. She said nothing during it. When it completed, she walked to the formation stone in the corner and ran a chi reading. "Your output density is," she stopped. "Higher than bronze condensing average," he said. "Probably higher than you expected from an outer disciple." He began writing his metrics in his journal. The optimization compounds across multiple techniques. The efficiency gains at each stage build on the gains from the previous stage. By the time the entire stack is running the corrected versions, the aggregate output is substantially above what the standard form produces. She was still looking at the formation stones reading. "This is genuinely what I've been working on," Wei said. "Not a performance for your evaluation. You're welcome to come back tomorrow and the day after and observe the same results." She turned. "I can see that," she said, with the specific flatness of someone who doesn't want to admit being impressed. "I'd like to see your technique notes." "The full notes are long," he said. "I'd suggest starting with the foundation fist analysis. That's the most complete documentation, and it covers the methodology I've applied to all the other techniques." He handed her the relevant section. "The modifications are numbered in the order I found them. The correction for each one cites the specific structural problem being addressed." She read. It took her a while. He continued his practice while she read. Eventually she said, "The 9th cycle modification. You said 14 cases. 14 cases in the tutoring program. I can provide the anonymized journal data." "Do that." She took the foundation fist notes with her when she left. She was back the next morning. They spent 3 days working through the full technique analysis. By the end of the 3rd day, the dismissiveness had given way to something closer to engagement, not agreement, exactly, but the willingness to test claims rather than dismiss them. She ran the modified sequences herself, verified her own output metrics, and noted the results in her own journal. On the 4th day, she said, "I'm going to document this accurately." "I know," Wei said. "You know what that means," she said. An accurate evaluation report goes through the inner sect review board, which goes to Sect Master Deng. I know, he said. She looked at him. You're not worried about that. The data is accurate, he said. If the evaluation is accurate, it says what the data says. What Sect Master Deng does with an accurate report about techniques that genuinely work is, he paused, an interesting question, but not one I can answer for him. She was quiet for a moment. You've been in this sect for 4 months, and you've documented 16 structural technique improvements, repaired the training ground formations, found systematic degradation in 12 years of technique updates, and won the regional competition. The competition result had a luck component, he said. The bronze condensing advancement timing was not planned. That's not the point I was making, she said. What point were you making? She looked at him for a long time. That the evaluation report is going to be accurate, she said. And that whatever happens after, I wanted you to know that. He filed that as an important piece of social data. Thank you, he said. Chapter 32 Zhu Ailing's message arrived on the 161st day. Short, direct. She communicated the way she negotiated, without excess, to an estate library wing cataloged. He held it and ran algorithm site carefully. The structure he hadn't been able to identify when he first encountered it, the pre-standardization framework from before the unification era. He'd learned more since then, from Elder Fong's materials. He could read it now, partially. What it contained was a comparative analysis of 2 cultivation approaches, the pathway-based system that became the standard after unification and an earlier intention-based system. The manual argued that the 2 systems weren't incompatible. They were addressing the same underlying reality from different entry points. The author had been trying to build a bridge between the 2 frameworks. The author's name was in the colophon. The name was Tan Weishi, the same family that had owned this library. The Tan ancestor who built this collection was also writing theoretical research on cultivation system integration, he said. 150 years ago. Zhu Ailing was quiet. Is that valuable? Extremely, he said. Not in a market sense. In a research sense. He set the manual down carefully. Zhu Ailing. I need to buy time with this collection. Not for authentication value, for research access. I need to read all of it. She crossed her arms. That's more time than my current situation can sustain waiting for commercial return. I know. I'm proposing we renegotiate the arrangement. He thought about what he had to offer. The pre-reform manuals from the first stack are authenticated and saleable. Those go to market now at full value. The research materials from the estate, I need access, and I'll provide you with the academic evaluation report that proves their historical significance. A formal authentication from someone with standing increases the value before sale. How long for the evaluation? 3 months, possibly 4. I'll have to integrate this with the rest of my work. She uncrossed her arms. What standing do you have to provide a useful authentication? Elder Fong Wuming, he said. The Iron Pine Sect's formation master. He's been working with these historical frameworks for 60 years. If he co-signs an authentication, it's accepted across the region. She calculated. That's worth waiting 4 months for, she said. But I need something on account now. Commercial income, not research credit. The pre-reform manuals from the original stack, he said. Today, I'll help you find the buyers. They spent the afternoon in Iron Gate's manual market, and by evening 4 of the original pre-reform manuals had been sold at prices the general traders hadn't considered possible. Zhu Ailing counted the silver and looked at him. You're not bad at this, she said. Authentication is pattern matching, he said. Negotiation is the part I'm not good at. You were fine today. I was following your lead once the price conversation started, he said. You're significantly better at reading what a buyer's maximum tolerance is than I am. She gave him the evaluating look she used when she wasn't sure if she was receiving a compliment or an observation. Both, he said, answering the unasked question. It's a genuine observation, and I mean it as a compliment. She almost smiled. It was shorter than Instructor Chen's almost smile and aimed at a slightly different point. I'll message you when I have more estate lots, she said. I'm working through several at once. I'll be at the next supply run, he said. And if you find anything that looks like it might be from the same Tan family research tradition, set it aside for me specifically. Why? Because Tan Weishi was trying to solve a problem I'm also trying to solve, he said. 150 years ago, the more of his work I can find, the better my own work becomes. She filed that. Chapter 33 The threat arrived through Elder Ruan on the 172nd day. Not a formal action this time. Ruan had run out of procedural grounds, or nearly so. What arrived was a consultation request. Wei was asked to attend a meeting in Elder Ruan's office to discuss the potential classification implications of his ongoing research activities. The language was new. Not disciplinary, not procedural. Implications. Wei attended with his documentation. Elder Ruan was not alone in the meeting. One of the inner sect masters from the patronage network was present, introduced as a neutral observer, which Wei processed as the opposite. Ruan opened with formality. The research activities Wei had been conducting had generated considerable attention both within the sect and at the regional conference. The sect's leadership was supportive of disciple research in principle. However, certain aspects of Wei's work, specifically his analysis of sect technique administrative records and the conclusions he'd been sharing about technique modification patterns, constituted interpretation of internal administrative processes that could damage sect reputation if shared externally. "We're asking," Ruan said, "that you refrain from disseminating the administrative analysis findings outside the sect while the internal review process is ongoing." Wei looked at him. "The findings have already been delivered to 2 outer elder council members." "That was premature," Ruan said. "The council members received materials that were not yet ready for formal review." Wei thought about the 41-page document with every citation included. "The materials were complete," he said. "The internal review process should take precedence," Ruan said. "We're asking for patience." The neutral observer intersect master had not moved during any of this exchange. He was watching Wei with the specific quality of a person who is recording rather than participating. Wei understood the move. This meeting was being documented. Whatever he said here would be usable in a later proceeding. The request to stop disseminating findings was a setup. If he agreed, the findings were suppressed. If he refused, the refusal was on record as evidence of uncooperative behavior. "I understand the concern," he said. He used his notebook to write while he spoke. He was noting the date, the attendees, and the substance of the request. "I'll review the request and respond in writing within 3 days." He saw the neutral observer's expression shift slightly. Not agreement, not surprise, a recalibration. "A written response is appropriate," Ruan said. He hadn't expected it, but he couldn't object to it without undermining his own stated preference for formal processes. Wei left the meeting and went directly to Elder Fong. "They want a written commitment that I'll stop sharing the administrative analysis," he said. Fong looked up from a formation diagram. "Are you going to give it?" "No," Wei said. "I'm going to write back confirming that I have received the request, that I understand it to be a request and not a formal action, and that I am seeking guidance from my formal mentor before responding." He paused. "That buys time, and it moves the response to include you in the chain." Fong nodded slowly. "They can't easily suppress a finding that the formation master is formally sponsoring. They can try, but it requires a formal action against you specifically, which is a more visible escalation." Wei sat down. "I need to move the outer elder council meeting from a scheduled appointment to an emergency session. Do you have the standing to request that?" "I have the standing," Fong said. "I don't use it for things I'm uncertain about." "Are you uncertain about this?" Fong looked at the documents Wei had given him over the preceding weeks. The version histories, the timing correlations, the administrative chain. He'd been studying them carefully, the way he studied formation diagrams, not to act hastily, but to understand completely before moving. "No," he said. "I'm not uncertain." He picked up a jade slip. "I'll request the emergency session for tomorrow." "Thank you," Wei said. He went back to his room and drafted the written response to Elder Ruan's request. 3 careful paragraphs. Polite, formal, non-committal. He cited his mentor's formal involvement and indicated that any decision about research dissemination would be made in consultation with Elder Fong Wuming. He noted the date on the document and sealed it. The written response would go out tomorrow morning. By that time, the emergency Outer Elder Council session would be scheduled. It was a race to the right institutional record, and he intended to get there first. Chapter 34. The auction for the rest of the Tan Estate Library ran the following week. He'd timed it wrong. He hadn't known about the auction when he'd established the timeline with Elder Fong. But the auction was scheduled by the estate administrator independently of anything Wei was doing, and when Zhu Ailing messaged him that it was happening, the overlap with the council emergency session was 2 days apart. He couldn't attend both in person. He trusted Zhu Ailing's negotiation capability more than he trusted a proxy for the council meeting. He attended the council meeting. He sent Zhu Ailing his written authentication of the 3 estate library items most likely to be contested as forgeries, the Tan family's oldest manuscripts, which the established manual traders were likely to dispute on quality grounds. He was right about the dispute. Zhu Ailing messaged him during a break in the council session. The 3 traders had challenged the authenticity of 2 items, calling them reproductions rather than originals. He wrote back, "The authentication is in writing. Show them Elder Fong's co-signature on the evaluation report." He'd obtained the co-signature the previous evening after a 2-hour session with Fong during which they'd reviewed the Tan family materials together. Fong's co-signature was, as he'd told Zhu Ailing, accepted regionally. The traders withdrew their objection. He found out the auction result that evening. For major items sold at full value, 11 secondary items at above market prices, 3 items reserved for further research documentation before sale. The total was higher than either of them had estimated. He also found out, in the same message from Zhu Ailing, that one of the established manual traders who'd challenged the authenticity had a vendor certification from the Regional Merchant Council's Technique Certification Board. The Merchant Council that Deng Yuanji's name was connected to. He filed this without drawing immediate conclusions. He had enough data on the network already. One more data point was confirmatory rather than new information. Chapter 35 The faction split in the outer sect came into the open on the 195th day. Wei had known it was happening. He'd seen the clustering behavior, the way disciples in the common areas organized around positions that had been invisible before his technique audit. The notice board postings, the hearing, the competition, each event had sorted people, not into sides exactly, but into orientations. Some outer disciples had tested his techniques and reported improvements. Some had been warned away by peers with ties to the patronage network. Some had simply watched and kept their opinion to themselves. The open break happened because Pang Lahai's supporters confronted one of Wei's 3 loyal disciples, Bao Kessen, from the hearing, in the training ground and accused him of practicing unauthorized modifications. The argument became physical in a limited way. A shove, a defensive response, a crowd forming quickly. Xiao Baihu was there. He stepped in, which resolved the immediate physical confrontation through the simple mechanism of Xiao Baihu's cultivated size relative to the person doing the shoving. No technique required. But the confrontation left 2 visible camps in the training ground courtyard for 15 minutes, looking at each other, and everyone present understood what they were looking at. Wei arrived after it was over. He read the situation from the aftermath, the positions people had taken, who was where, who had said what. He went to Xiao first. Bao's fine, Xiao said. No real injury. The escalation was verbal more than physical. Who started it? 2 of Pang's second years. They've been building towards something like this for weeks. Xiao was watching both groups as they dispersed. You have a problem. I know. Not the technique problem. The social problem. He turned. You've got people taking risks because they believe in what you're doing. That makes them vulnerable. Pang's group knows that. Wei thought about this. He'd modeled the technical consequences of his work carefully. He'd been significantly less careful about the social consequences. The 3 loyal disciples from the hearing, Bao and 2 others, had taken real risks that had real costs, and he'd registered them as data points in his social map rather than as people who were potentially in danger. He needed to think about that more carefully. What would you do, he said. Not a rhetorical question. He was asking. Xiao thought about it for a while. The problem isn't that you have supporters. The problem is that your supporters don't have standing to protect themselves when they get targeted. They're defending something that's associated with you, but they can't use your arguments because they're not you. He paused. They need their own standing. Formal designations, Wei said, or intersect connections, or enough cultivation advancement that the physical intimidation stops being viable. Xiao looked at him. The cultivation advancement is the cleanest. 3 months of your correction protocols, and none of them are easy targets anymore. Wei processed that. The 3 disciples had been in the tutoring program since week 2. They'd all been running corrected techniques since then. Their advancement had been measurably faster, but they hadn't had the concentrated, personalized protocol that Xiao had received. I need to look at each of their individual stagnation problems, he said. What I gave them in the tutoring program was the general correction. Customized work might be faster. It's also more visible, Xiao said. Pang's group will notice if you're doing private sessions with your supporters. Then it should be formal, Wei said. Expanded tutoring designations. Instructor Qin can issue them. Xiao was quiet for a moment. That's politics, he said. It's the correct institutional mechanism for what I want to accomplish, Wei said. That's not the same as politics. Xiao made the sound, not the laugh sigh. Something closer to acknowledgement. You're getting better at this. Xin Yulan has been teaching me, Wei said. Informally. I noticed that too, Xiao said. Wei looked at the empty training ground, the 2 groups fully dispersed now. He thought about what Instructor Qin had said in the first month. You're right about the numbers, and you have no idea how people work. He'd heard it then. He was understanding it differently now. I'm going to write an analysis of today's incident, he said. The social dynamics of it, not the technical ones. What triggered the confrontation, what the response options are, what costs each option has. He paused. And I'm going to ask Xin Yulan to review it and tell me where my model is wrong. Xiao looked at him with the expression Wei had started to recognize as the social equivalent of a successful test run. Good, Xiao said. Do that. They went separate directions. Wei went to find Xin Yulan. Chapter 36 His de-escalation plan was wrong. He didn't know it was wrong when he drafted it. He'd applied the same systematic approach he used for technical problems. Identify the parties, identify their conflicting interests, find the solution set that improved outcomes for both. The analysis took him 3 hours and produced a 4-page document that he brought to the morning session with instructor Qin, Chao Baihu, and Shen Yulan. He presented the finding first. The conflict between the two faction groups in the outer sect was ultimately irrational, because both groups' cultivation outcomes improved under the corrected techniques. The faction conflict was producing social costs for both sides without producing any benefit for either. Therefore, if both groups could be shown the data clearly, the rational response would be to redirect the conflict energy toward productive ends. He presented his proposed solution. Publish a detailed comparison of cultivation metrics from practitioners in both groups, showing that the corrected technique practitioners were advancing faster, with supporting data from the tutoring program, from the formation repair output increase, from Chao Baihu's case, as a named example, with his permission. He expected agreement. He'd modeled the outcome as clearly in both groups' interest. Instructor Qin spoke first. You're explaining to people that their social conflict is irrational, she said. Yes, he said. Because it is. And you expect them to say, you're right, it is irrational, well stop. I expect that some of them will recognize the data is correct. What happens to the ones who don't? She had the tone she used for technical corrections, not personal challenges. You've just publicly demonstrated that they've been in an irrational conflict. You've made their position look stupid in front of everyone else. He had not modeled that outcome. The data is the data, he said, but the certainty in it was already less than when he'd walked in. The data doesn't determine what people feel about being told their conflict is irrational, Qin said. Being right doesn't help you here. Being right, loudly and publicly, makes you less right in the ways that matter. Shen Yulan said, more quietly. The people in Pang's group aren't in the conflict because of cultivation efficiency. They're in it because of status, face, loyalty to Pang, and fear about what changes to the standard techniques mean for the seniority they've built. The data doesn't address any of those. Wei looked at his document. He'd built a solution for the wrong problem. He'd identified the technical conflict, technique methodology, and treated it as the root cause. The technical conflict was a proxy for the actual conflict, which was about identity and status, and what the existing hierarchy was worth to the people who'd invested in it. Null pointer exception, he said, mostly to himself. Chao raised an eyebrow. I was calling the wrong function, Wei said. The input I thought I was responding to wasn't the actual input. He put the document down. What's the actual solution? Don't fix the faction conflict, Shen said. It can't be fixed directly. Let it dissolve on its own as the cultivation evidence accumulates. She paused. The people in Pang's group who can be reached aren't going to be reached through a data presentation. They'll be reached when their own cultivation stalls long enough that the comparison becomes personal. And the ones who can't be reached? Chao said. Pang's core supporters. The ones who've tied their identity to defending his position won't come around, Qin said. But they also won't escalate past a certain point if they don't have institutional backing. She looked at Wei. When's the last time you checked whether Pang still has institutional backing from Elder Ruan's office? He hadn't checked recently. He checked that afternoon. The result was interesting. Elder Ruan had not reissued any formal support for Pang Luohai's position since the last censure action. The political situation had changed enough that Ruan was conserving procedural capital rather than spending it on Pang's complaints, which meant Pang's group was running on social momentum without institutional backing. Social momentum without backing eventually ran out, especially when the cultivation evidence kept accumulating. He filed this as the correct model. He wrote in his notes, the de-escalation plan was wrong. Correction, do not intervene. Let the evidence accumulate. Address specific incidents, like the confrontation, through formal channels rather than through direct persuasion. The data works on people when they're ready for it, not when they're told it. He added below that, ask Shen Yulan to review this model before I act on anything else in this domain. He did. She corrected one additional point. You're still thinking of letting the evidence accumulate as a passive process you can control the timing of. It's not. People's readiness to change is not a function of evidence quantity. It's a function of their own internal circumstances, what's happening in their cultivation, their relationships, their sense of security. Keep the evidence available. Don't push the timing. He rewrote the note. He was learning. Chapter 37 Shen Yulan agreed to teach him sect social dynamics on one condition. She got to define the curriculum. He'd proposed learning the social rules the way he learned technique rules, systematically, documented, with clear criteria for what counted as mastery. She considered this for a day and then said, no, you're going to learn this the way I learned the library. Immersion. I'll point at things and you'll try to read them, and I'll tell you where your reading is wrong. That's inefficient, he said. It's necessary, she said. Social dynamics aren't code. You can't compile them. You have to run them and observe the output. He'd accepted because she was right. Reluctantly, he'd written, social dynamics are not compilable, require empirical observation methodology, in his notebook, and she'd seen him write it and had made a sound that was almost a laugh. The lessons happened at evening meals, which they'd started eating together after the tutoring program overlap made coordinating schedules easier. She would observe the dining hall and describe what she was reading. He would try to read it independently and report his interpretation, and she would correct or confirm. 2 weeks in, he was getting better at the surface layer, the hierarchy signals, the attention direction behavior, the clustering patterns. One evening, she watched him read the dining hall for 10 minutes, and then said, "Who's uncomfortable?" He scanned. The fourth table, second-year group. The one on the right edge of the bench. Why? He's not speaking. He's eating quickly. He's facing away from the center of the group. He paused, and he keeps glancing at the table to the left, which is Pang's group's usual table. His cultivation stalled last month, she said. He's been referred to the supplement vendors twice. He doesn't want to be seen as someone who needs supplements, but he can't advance without them. And he can see your group from where he's sitting. She paused. He's someone who's almost ready. 1 more month of stagnation, and he'll be looking for an alternative. Wei absorbed this. And the intervention would be nothing, she said. You don't intervene. You make yourself findable. If he comes to you, you help him. If he doesn't, you let the timing be his. That's passive. It's respectful, she said. His dignity is part of the equation. You cannot optimize for outcome without including his experience of the process. He thought about that for a moment. You're saying the efficiency metric is wrong. It's not output per unit time. It's output per unit dignity preserved. She considered him for a moment. I've never heard anyone say it that way, she said. Is it wrong? No, she said slowly. It's approximately right. Then my previous approach to social problems was using the wrong optimization target, he said. He wrote it down. The metric I was optimizing for wasn't the metric that matters. She watched him write. She had the expression she wore when she was thinking about something adjacent to what she was saying. What, he said. You, she said. You're very strange. I know, he said. I don't mean it badly. I know that too, he said. It's accurate. She looked at the dining hall. You also listen, she said. When I correct you. Most people don't, not really. Listening to corrections is how you find bugs, he said. Ignoring them is how they stay in production. She turned back to her food. Next week we're going to work on reading emotional state from physical indicators, she said. Because you missed that the person at the fourth table is also embarrassed, not just uncomfortable. Those are different states, and they require different responses. What's the indicator for embarrassed versus uncomfortable? Come to dinner with me tomorrow, she said, and I'll show you in real time. He noted this as the most effective learning methodology he'd found for human systems analysis. Empirical, real-time, with an expert correcting each misread in context. It was also, he noted, not unpleasant company. Chapter 38, he found the proof on the 203rd day. He'd been sitting with the version history data for weeks, going back to it when other work didn't demand his attention, looking at it from different angles. The timing correlations were strong, but correlational. He needed a mechanism, documentation that showed a specific person making a specific change for a specific reason, not just a pattern that suggested intent. He found it in the Technique Review Office's correspondence archive. Xin Yulan had been methodically working through the administrative correspondence records that the library maintained as part of the official sect archive, documents that passed through the library's storage system as part of the administrative record-keeping process. Most of it was routine. Meeting notices, resource requests, outcome documentation. In a quarterly submission from the Technique Certification Board to the Elder Council, 12 years ago, there was a line item, revised update cycle for Foundation Series techniques, efficiency parameter adjustments per sect master's recommendation. The recommendation wasn't cited in detail. Per sect master's recommendation was a common administrative shorthand. It could mean anything, but attached to the quarterly submission as supporting documentation for the efficiency parameter adjustments was a technical memorandum. The memorandum described, in precise technical language, a set of modifications to the Foundation Series techniques. The modifications were framed as harmonization adjustments, intended to improve consistency between the technique and the supplementary resource program. The adjustments were designed to improve supplementary resource efficacy, which, when Wei read it against his technique analysis, translated to adjustments to make the techniques produce more waste, creating greater need for the supplements. At the bottom of the memorandum, in the signature line, the deputy administrator's signature, and below that, in a second line, Approved by Deng Yuanji, Sect Master. His own signature. Wei read the memorandum 3 times. Then he read the date. 12 years ago, for months before the first wave of supplement sales increases, he documented in the version history. He took the memorandum to Xin Yulan. She read it. When she finished, she set it down carefully. This is the causal link, she said. Yes, he said. He signed it himself. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. Then, how do we protect the document? Copy it now, he said. 3 copies. You keep 1. I keep 1. Elder Fong gets 1. They made the copies immediately, before he did anything else. He brought the copies to Elder Fong that evening. He walked Fong through the full chain. The timing correlations, the administrative dependency, the technical memorandum. Fong read the memorandum twice. He set it down with the deliberateness of someone who was managing their reaction. The man has been running this for 12 years, he said. At least, Wei said. The document is from 12 years ago. The technique version histories show the same pattern possibly earlier, but I don't have documentation for the earlier period. The 12-year link is what I can prove. This is enough for the audit, Fong said. More than enough. He looked at Wei. The 2 outer Elder Council members. Have they read all the documentation we've provided? Elder Huang confirmed he'd reviewed it. Elder Mu hasn't responded. I'll contact Elder Mu directly, Fong said. He picked up a jade slip. How quickly can you have the full evidence package assembled in a format suitable for a formal council presentation? 3 days, Wei said. Do it in 2, Fong said. Deng has been watching the administrative moves. He knows the council meeting is coming. We don't know what he has in reserve. Wei nodded and went back to work. Chapter 39, the formal presentation to Elder Huang and Elder Mu happened on the 206th day. Both council members were present, which had not been certain until the morning. Elder Mu had been difficult to contact, not evasive, Fong said, but genuinely hard to reach, a reclusive elder who did not engage readily with institutional processes. Fong had spent 3 days on the communication. When they arrived, the meeting room in Fong's tower was already laid out. Every document in sequence, indexed, the copies organized so that both elders could follow the same progression without sharing materials. Wei had spent 2 days preparing the presentation structure. He presented. Fong provided supplementary context on the formation-related evidence. The elders read and asked questions. Elder Huang's questions were precise and legal in focus. He was working through the evidence chain, testing each connection for strength. Elder Mu's questions were different. He kept returning to the technical memorandum and asking about the specific modifications described. At one point, Elder Mu said, the adjustments to the 6th sequence of the Foundation Fist. I've been running that sequence for 30 years. I've always found it slightly sluggish. I thought it was my form. Wei looked at him. It's not your form, he said. The 6th sequence's sluggishness is a designed artifact of the harmonization adjustments in the memorandum. It's the deliberate introduction of a qi redistribution inefficiency at the transition point. Elder Mu sat with that for a long moment. 30 years, he said quietly. You could run the corrected version, Wei said. The correction is documented. I can provide it after the meeting. Elder Mu looked at him. You're offering to fix my personal cultivation problem during a meeting about institutional fraud. The 2 things aren't in conflict, Wei said. Elder Mu looked at Elder Huang. Huang was looking at the technical memorandum. Something passed between the 2 elders that Wei couldn't read precisely. Call the audit, Elder Huang said, to Elder Mu. Elder Mu nodded. They drafted the audit request together, in the meeting, using the standard Elder Council format. Wei provided the specific citations they needed for the audit scope. The document was complete in 40 minutes. After the elders left, Elder Fong looked at the signed audit request for a long moment. Well, he said, now Deng has to decide how to respond. Wei said. He'll respond by moving faster than the audit can, Fong said. He'll attempt to have you expelled before the audit's first session. What's the timing on the first audit session? The administrative process requires 2 weeks' notice for a formal audit. Fong picked up the signed request, which means he has 2 weeks. Do you have contingencies if the expulsion moves forward? Wei said. Several, Fong said, including the observation that Elder Huang has already read and confirmed your documentation, so expelling you doesn't suppress the evidence. He paused. Also, Elder Mu has been running a personally degraded cultivation practice for 30 years because of what this memorandum describes. He's going to be thorough about that audit. Wei processed that. A man who'd spent 30 years not reaching his own potential because of deliberate sabotage was a more motivated auditor than an abstract institutional process. This is the right outcome, Wei said. Yes, Fong agreed. It is. Chapter 40 The attack came on the 209th day. Not Deng directly. Elder Ruan Shenfeng, acting without explicit authorization. acting, Wei would understand later, from genuine belief that he was protecting the sect by protecting Deng, the same misplaced loyalty that had driven every one of his procedural actions. It was the night before Ruan would have seen the audit request in the administrative system. He moved before he fully understood what he was acting against. For inner disciples, a formal confiscation order citing administrative documents in unauthorized possession. The order had Ruan's seal. It was, in strict technical terms, within his administrative authority to issue. They arrived at Wei's residential quarters at the third bell of the night. Wei was not there. He'd been in Fang's tower late, working on the evidence package follow-up. When he returned and found the door of his room with the confiscation notice on it, and his room stripped of notebooks, documents, and the 3 evidence copies, he stood in the doorway for a long time. He was not panicked. He was running the analysis. They had taken the physical copies. They had not taken the copies with Fang. Fang had his copy in the tower. They had not taken the copies with Shun Yulan, who kept her materials in the archive, not in Wei's room. They had the physical evidence package he'd prepared for the council. They did not have all the evidence. He turned around and walked to Shun Yulan's residence. He knocked. She came to the door bleary-eyed and took one look at his expression. "What happened?" she said. "Not a question. Ruan confiscated my materials. All of them." He paused. "Does your copy of the memorandum include the original library archive signature?" "Yes," she said. "It's the certified copy we made from the original document." He let out a breath. "Good." He leaned against the doorframe and thought through the implications. "They have the evidence package I prepared for the council presentation. They don't have the source materials. So they've suppressed the presentation, but not the sources," she said. "Yes. Which means Ruan has just created an actionable obstruction of a formal audit charge." He paused. "He's suppressed evidence after an audit was formally requested." She looked at him. "Does he know the audit was already filed?" "Almost certainly not. The confiscation order was issued tonight. The audit request went to the administrative system this afternoon. The system processes batch notifications overnight. He won't have seen it until tomorrow morning. So when he sees the audit notice, he'll understand that he confiscated evidence from a formally open audit," Wei said, "which is not something his procedural authority covers." She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "He forked your repository." He looked at her. She'd never used his vocabulary before. "I've been listening to you for 7 months," she said. "Some of it sticks." He said, "I still have every commit in my head." She studied him for a long moment, and the expression on her face was the one he'd been filing as important variable, not yet fully characterized. It was warmer than assessment and more precise than affection, and he was going to need to think about what it was. "Come inside," she said. "I'll make tea. We'll figure out the next steps." He went inside. The next morning, Elder Ruan received the audit notification. Wei received confirmation from Fang that Elder Huang had been notified about the confiscation and had immediately extended the audit scope to include Ruan's actions. Ruan had, through one night's decision made in panic, converted himself from a procedural obstacle into evidence. Sect Master Deng Yuanji read the morning's administrative notifications, and the message Wei saw cross through the network later that day, through administrative correspondence that Xin Yulan had quiet access to, said only, "This accelerates the timeline. Activate the contingency." That evening, Deng Yuanji left the sect. He took nothing that would have been expected of a normal departure. He took only the jade slips from his personal archive and his personal cultivation resources. 3 days later, the audit commission confirmed that the sect master had vacated the premises without authorization. The audit expanded. Elder Huang took emergency supervisory authority. Wei spent the 3 days writing from memory. Every document that had been taken, reconstructed in as close to its original form as he could produce. He finished on the 3rd day with 64 pages and noted 12 items he was less than 90% certain about, which he marked clearly. He submitted the reconstruction to the audit commission. The commission's lead auditor looked at the 64 pages and said, "You memorized all of this." "Not intentionally," Wei said. "I wrote it. Writing it was the same as committing it. All of it. 91% with high confidence," he said. 12 items are marked as uncertain. Those should be verified against the source materials when they're recovered." The auditor looked at him for a long time. "The source materials may have been destroyed," he said. "Elder Fang's copy wasn't taken," Wei said. "And the original library archive copy is with Xin Yulan. The originals are intact." He left the audit commission's chambers and went to the training ground to run his morning cultivation routine. 40 minutes. Iron tempering smooth, bronze condensing stable, the stack clean and consistent. He came back to find Chao Baihu waiting outside the training ground with his arms crossed. "The inner sect is meeting," Chao said. "Elder Huang is running a session on emergency administrative transition." "Good," Wei said. Pang Luohai's group hasn't shown up to morning training. They'll come back, Wei said. When the institutional situation is clearer, they'll reassess. He paused. The 3 disciples from the hearing. Have you checked on them this morning? All fine, Chao said. He paused. You checked them first. Yes, Wei said. Was that wrong? No, Chao said. He made the sound, the specific one. That was right. He uncrossed his arms. Come on. Elder Fong wants to see you. They walked toward the tower. The sect around them was quieter than usual, the specific quiet of an institution that has received large news and hasn't finished processing it. Wei had read exactly this kind of code before, a production system that had just had a major dependency fail unexpectedly, running in a reduced state while the engineers figured out what the replacement architecture would look like. He'd written the diagnostic report. The replacement architecture was the next problem. He was already working on it. Chapter 41, he had the reconstruction complete on the 6th day. He'd started the morning after the confiscation, working in Fong's tower where the environment was quiet and his copy of the core materials was still intact. 6 days of writing from memory, 5 to 8 hours per day, rebuilding 64 pages of evidence documentation from what he'd written and therefore retained. The process was different from writing original analysis. Analysis required construction. He was building arguments from data. Reconstruction required retrieval. He was locating what already existed in his memory and rendering it accurately. He'd always had good retention for things he'd written. Better retention for things he'd written systematically, with attention to structure. He marked 12 entries where his confidence was below 90%. Everything else he was certain of. When he delivered the reconstruction to the Audit Commission, he also delivered the Tan Estate Technical Memorandum, Xinyalan's copy, the one with the library archive certification. The original causal link was intact. The confiscation had been spectacular in its failure. Juan had taken the presentation package without understanding that the presentation package was a derivative. It referenced the sources, but the sources lived elsewhere. He'd suppressed a compiled executable without touching the source files. On the 7th day after the confiscation, while the audit was running its first sessions, Wei went to Iron Gate. Zhu Ailing had messaged 2 days ago. A larger estate lot had come up, the Tan family's secondary property, which had been separately administered. She'd secured the right of first assessment and needed him to evaluate the materials before other buyers came in. She also, from the tone of her message, knew something was happening at the Iron Pine sect. Iron Gate was close enough that news traveled. She met him at the tea house. You look like someone who has been writing for 6 days, she said. 5.5, he said. The last half day was organizational review. The sect master disappeared, she said. Yes. The audit is running. Yes. She looked at him. And you're in Iron Gate evaluating estate materials. The work continues, he said. The audit doesn't need me for its first sessions. Elder Fong is there. The documentation is complete. He paused. And there's a practical problem. The Iron Pine sect's administrative structure is currently unstable. My position there is formally undefined while the interim authority is setting up. Working outside the sect on independent research is both legitimate and strategically sensible. She considered that. You need a base of operations that isn't dependent on the sect. For the next few weeks, yes. You can use my workspace, she said. I have a room with a study. I'm here for the month. She said it flatly, as a practical offer, not a personal one. In exchange, you help me with the secondary estate lot. Agreed, he said. They shook hands the way merchants did, which he'd learned was the appropriate form for this kind of working agreement in Iron Gate. He'd also learned not to overthink the form. They went to the secondary estate lot. The secondary property had a different character from the first. The Tan family's main estate had been curated, organized, maintained by someone who cared about the materials. The secondary property had been the working space, rough notes, experimental techniques, draft commentaries, the kind of material that accumulated when a researcher was in the middle of thinking rather than organizing their conclusions, which made it, for Wei's purposes, significantly more valuable. He found 9 manuscripts in the secondary property study. None of them were finished works. All of them were working documents, the kind of notes a researcher wrote to themselves while they were still figuring something out. The handwriting was consistent with the Tan ancestor Tan Weishi's hand from the authenticated main estate materials. He spent 4 hours reading them on site. What they contained was something he hadn't expected. Tan Weishi had been attempting to recover the Iron Pine ascending path, the missing companion technique to the root breathing method. Tan had known about the Dead Code branch. He'd called it something different in his notes, the Orphan Gateway, which was a reasonable description of a connection point with nothing to connect to, and he'd spent years trying to reconstruct what the original companion technique had been. He'd failed. The notes documented the failure systematically. Every approach he'd tried, why each one hadn't worked, what he'd learned from the attempt. The kind of failure notes that were more valuable than success notes because they told you what the territory actually looked like. Wei photographed each page in his memory, the cultivator's equivalent of his photographic reading habit, and closed the manuscripts carefully. These stay in your possession, he said to Zhueling. They're not for sale yet. I need to read them properly and document what they contain before they enter the market. She looked at him. How long? 4 to 6 months for a complete documentation. He thought. The academic authentication value is very high. Weishi was trying to recover a lost iron pine technique. If I can document that the recovery attempt was serious and close to successful, the materials become historically significant on a different level than the technique manuals. Different level meaning the buyers are research institutions and senior masters rather than technique practitioners. Different market, different price structure, different timeline. He met her eyes. But the potential return is substantially higher. She was quiet for a moment. You're going to use these to continue what Weishi was trying to do, she said. He hadn't said that. He looked at her. You're reading them like they're instructions, she said. Not like authentication evidence. They're both, he said. She looked at him for a long moment with the evaluating expression, the one she used when she was filing a new variable. All right, she said. 4 to 6 months. But I need commercial revenue from the main estate materials in the meantime. I'll have a buyer list for the main estate materials by the end of the week, he said. They shook hands again. Chapter 42. The Outer Elder Council Audit's first session was 3 days after he returned to the sect. He wasn't present for the session. The Audit Commission was the appropriate body. His role was to have provided the documentation, which he had. He waited at Fong's tower and worked on the Tan manuscript analysis. Elder Fong came back in the afternoon. The session went as expected, Fong said. Elder Huang is thorough. Elder Mu, he paused. Elder Mu spent the first 20 minutes of the session asking questions specifically about the 6th sequence modification. He wanted to confirm his personal cultivation problem was actually caused by the memorandum changes before he was willing to proceed with the institutional questions. Was that a problem? Wei said. No. It was useful. Fong sat down. Mu has been in the sect for 32 years. He has standing that Huang doesn't. When Mu says the modifications damaged his personal cultivation, the weight of that testimony is substantial. His testimony is accurate, Wei said. I know. That's why it's useful. Fong looked at the notes on Wei's desk. How is the Tan manuscript work going? Slowly, Wei said. Weishi was close to a reconstructed ascending path. He understood the dead code branch. He called it the Orphan Gateway, and he had a theoretical framework for what the companion technique would need to include. But he lacked one piece of information. Which piece? He didn't know the original technique had been deliberately removed, Wei said. He thought it had been lost. So he was trying to reconstruct from first principles, without the information that there was an original to find. He paused. If he'd known it was in the archive somewhere, his approach would have been different. Fong was quiet for a moment. The Iron Pine Ascending Path is in the restricted archive, he said. Classified 200 years ago. I've been aware of it for 40 years and haven't had the standing to access it. What standing would be required? Senior elder status, or authorization from the sect master. He paused. The sect master is gone. The acting authority is Elder Huang. Wei looked at him. Would Elder Huang grant archive access as part of the audit scope? Fong looked back at Wei. I could request it, he said slowly. The audit scope covers any materials relevant to the historical administration of the technique certification system. The ascending path's removal from the catalog 200 years ago falls within that history. The removal happened under an earlier administration, Wei said. The current audit is about the last 12 years. The audit scope can be extended, Fong said. If I request it through Elder Huang, and he agrees. Wei wrote a note. Request ascending path archive access through audit scope extension. Justify as administrative history of technique catalog management. Then he wrote below it. This is the correct approach. It's institutional, not circumventive. I'll draft the justification tonight, he said. If you want to review it before submitting to Elder Huang. Send it in the morning, Fong said. I'll review it before the second audit session. Chapter 43. The technique certification business opened formally in Iron Gate on the 220th day. Not yet an official business. Zhu Ailing's legal experience kept them on the right side of the merchant guild registration requirements, which required they not call it a business until the registration was complete. What they called it was a research authentication service, which was technically accurate and fit the guild category that had the least onerous initial requirements. Wei had written the authentication methodology document himself, 7 pages of precise criteria for identifying pre-Third Reform editions, distinguishing original printings from period reproductions, evaluating technique quality relative to known source materials. He'd drawn on the full audit, the version history work, Elder Fong's archive expertise, and the Tan manuscripts. The methodology document was the service's core offering. A client brought a manual. Wei ran algorithms site on it. Zhu Ailing managed the commercial conversation. The authentication report went to both client and the authentication registry she was building. The registry was the new thing. Not just individual authentications, but a running record. This manual, this date, this finding, stored and referenced against subsequent authentications. A provenance database, growing with each engagement. After the first week, they had 12 authentications and 5 clients who said they'd return with additional materials. After the second week, the established manual traders in Irongate sent a formal objection to the Merchant Guild, challenging whether the authentication service fell within Zhu Ailing's registration category. Wei reviewed the objection. It was technically creative but substantively weak. The service was clearly an evaluation function, which the registration category explicitly covered. He drafted a response brief. Zhu Ailing reviewed it and made 3 changes that addressed specific Merchant Guild procedural points he hadn't known about. "You're getting better at this," she said. "I'm working with better documentation of the regulatory environment," he said. "You gave me the guild manual to read last week." "I gave it to you because you asked for it," she said. "Most people I work with don't ask to read the regulatory documentation. Most people haven't done technique catalog audits," he said. "The principle is the same. Understand the system you're operating in before you try to do anything in it." She was quiet for a moment. "The objection is going to fail," she said. "Yes. And when it fails, the traders are going to try something else." "Probably. What are the remaining options?" He genuinely wanted to know. She considered. "They could apply to have my registration category tightened through the guild committee. They could try to recruit someone with better technique authentication credentials to compete directly. They could attempt to discredit specific authentication findings." She paused. "Or they could do nothing and wait for us to make a mistake. Which of those is most likely?" "The discrediting approach, initially. They'll find one authentication where our finding is contestable and make a public challenge out of it." She looked at him. "Are all our findings clean?" "The 12 we've done, yes," he said. "I'm certain of each one." "How certain? On a scale of completeness?" "The weakest case is the second engagement, where the manual's age is within the margin of error for late pre-reform versus early post-reform. The finding I gave was late pre-reform with high probability. I documented the uncertainty explicitly. So if they challenge that one, they'll find that I already documented the uncertainty and stated it as probabilistic," he said. "The challenge would need to argue that high probability is wrong, not that I claimed certainty I didn't have." He paused. "I've learned to document the confidence level, not just the finding." She looked at him with the evaluating expression. Then she said, "Good. Keep doing that. The registry will become the primary defense," he said. "As it grows, individual challenges become less significant. One contestable finding in a record of 200 is a different problem from one contestable finding in a record of 12. That's a long-term strategy." "Yes," he said. "The long-term position is the one worth building." She looked out the window at Irongate's Market Street. Then, "I've been meaning to ask you something." "Go ahead," he said. "The sect situation. With Deng gone and the audit running. Are you going back?" He thought about it. "Yes," he said. "When the institutional situation stabilizes. Iron Pine is where Elder Fong is, where the original materials are, where the work is." He paused. "But the work here is also real. The authentication registry, the Tan manuscripts. This doesn't stop when I go back. You're saying this continues as a partnership even when you're at the sect?" "Yes," he said. "If that's agreeable to you." She considered him for a moment. "It's agreeable," she said. "I'd want to formalize the terms." "Of course," he said. She picked up a paper and started writing. He recognized, watching her work, that she was significantly better at this part than he was. The terms she wrote were clear, specific, and protected both parties. He read them and signed without changing anything. Chapter 40 for the regional supplement markets reaction came faster than he'd expected. Not the Irongate manual traders. They were still working through the Merchant Guild objection. The supplement market response came from a different direction. A formal challenge filed with the Regional Merchant Council's Technique Certification Board, claiming that the authentication service was conducting unauthorized technique evaluation and that its findings constituted unregistered technique analysis. "The Technique Certification Board," Wei said, when Zhu Ailing brought him the challenge document. "The same board that Deng's name was connected to," she said. "Yes." He read the challenge. "Their argument is that technique authentication is a form of technique analysis, which falls under the board's exclusive regulatory authority. They're claiming jurisdiction. Do they have it?" "Possibly," he said. "The board's jurisdiction is defined by its charter." The charter uses broad language about technique analysis and certification. Whether manual authentication falls within that language is genuinely unclear. He set the document down. This is a regulatory ambiguity they're exploiting. The ambiguity exists. I can't simply argue it doesn't. Zhu Ailing looked at him. So what do we do? He thought for a long time. The Technique Certification Board's jurisdiction claim, if upheld, would require every authentication they did to pass through the board's process, which was controlled by the same network Deng had been operating through, which would mean every authentication could be blocked or suppressed at the board's discretion. Suppressing individual authentications was the point, not shutting down the service, just creating enough friction that clients went elsewhere. We challenge the jurisdictional claim directly, he said, but not in the Merchant Council's own forum. We challenge it publicly. How? We publish the authentication methodology, he said. The full 7-page document. Not as a commercial document, as an open research document. Free access, no registration required, with Elder Fang's co-signature as academic validation. He paused. If the methodology is public, then anyone can apply it. It's not a service anymore. It's a standard. You can't claim exclusive jurisdiction over a publicly available standard. Zhu Ailing stared at him. You're going to give away the methodology. I'm going to make the methodology available, he said. We don't lose by publishing it. The methodology document isn't the service. The expertise in applying it is the service, and the registry of authenticated materials is the service. Those don't become free just because the methodology does. She thought about that. And the board's jurisdiction claim collapses if the methodology is public. You can't claim exclusive authority over a process anyone can read. He paused. Also, the board's claim is based on controlling access to technique analysis expertise. A public standard demonstrates that the expertise isn't exclusive. It's documented. She was quiet for a long time. Then, you've been here before, she said. When I posted the technique modifications on the notice board, he said. The same logic. If it's public, it's information. If it's private, it's leverage. She looked at him for another moment. Then she said, write the public version. I'll handle the release timing. He started writing that afternoon. The methodology document went out 3 days later, with Elder Fang's co-signature, distributed to 17 technique organizations and senior masters across the region who had previously requested authentication services from them or had corresponded with Wei about the version history work. The Technique Certification Board's challenge became substantially harder to sustain when the methodology they were trying to claim jurisdiction over was already in the hands of 17 senior practitioners who'd had it for a week. The board withdrew the challenge 12 days later, citing insufficient grounds for jurisdictional extension. Zhu Ailing, reading the withdrawal notice, said, how did you know they'd withdraw rather than escalate? They didn't have the political capital to force an escalation, he said. The board's authority is backed by institutional relationships, not legal mandate. When the methodology is public and senior masters have read it, challenging it means challenging the senior master's use of it. That's too many opponents at once. He paused. Also, Elder Mu is now on the Audit Commission, and he's extremely motivated. The board would know that any escalation gets scrutinized. You're running multiple threads simultaneously, she said. The regional techniques problem is a system problem, he said. Systems have multiple interdependent parts. You have to track them all at once. She looked at him with the evaluating expression again. Then she said, matter-of-factly, I'm going to make a lot of money on this partnership. Probably, he agreed. Chapter 45 The defensive formation problem came through a client. The client was a formation maintenance contractor from Iron Gate City Administration. A practical, methodical man named Ho Zhiguang who'd heard about the authentication service through one of the technique practitioners Wei had distributed the methodology document to. He didn't want a manual authenticated. He wanted something else. The city's defensive formation records, he said. He set a stack of maintenance logs on the table. We've been getting results that don't match the specifications. The arrays are reading within normal range when the monitoring system runs, but when we do manual checks, the actual output is lower. He looked at Wei. I think the monitoring system is calibrated wrong. Wei looked at the maintenance logs. He ran algorithm cite. The monitoring system wasn't calibrated wrong. That would have produced consistent discrepancy. This was something more specific. The monitoring system was correctly calibrated for the standard formation stones, but the formation stones currently installed were not the standard type. They were wrong specification stones, the same issue he'd fixed in Iron Pine's training ground arrays. The monitoring system read them as correct because it was checking against the standard specification, and the stones were within some parameters of the standard, but not the critical parameters. The city's defensive formation arrays were running the same problem Iron Pine's training ground had been running. He asked Ho Zhiguang how long the current stones had been installed. Last major maintenance was 6 years ago, Ho said. The vendor that handles the city contracts. Wei asked for the vendor's name. He recognized it. The same vendor that serviced multiple cities in the region. The same vendor that had appeared in the network he'd traced back to Deng Yuanji's commercial interests. The specifications for the formation stones, he said. Where did you get the specifications you provided to the vendor? From the vendor, Ho said. He looked uncertain. They said they had updated specifications from the Regional Standards Board. There is no Regional Standards Board for formation stones, Wei said. There's a Merchant Council certification system, but it doesn't issue updated specifications. The specifications are in the original installation documentation from when the formations were first built. Ho stared at him. The vendor gave us false specifications, Wei said. He said it carefully, not accusatorially, as a technical finding, not a moral judgment. The specifications they provided are for a different grade of formation stone than your arrays require. The stones they sold you meet those false specifications, but not the actual requirement. He showed Ho the calculation in the maintenance log. Your defensive arrays are running at, he checked the numbers, 31% of specification. Ho sat very still. If there were a hostile incursion, Wei said, the defensive formation would fail under load. Not immediately, but within 4 hours of sustained pressure. Ho looked at the maintenance logs for a long time. 6 years, he said. Yes. We've been running at 31% for 6 years. Based on these logs, yes. The degradation from wrong specification stones is slow but cumulative. He paused. The good news is that the arrays are intact. The structural formation geometry is correct. You only need to replace the formation stones with the correct specification. That's a maintenance operation, not a rebuild. Ho exhaled slowly. Can you tell me what the correct specification is? Wei wrote it out from the version history materials he'd been carrying since the Iron Pine training ground repair. The specification for Iron Gate's defensive arrays was in the foundational documentation from when the city was built. He also wrote, separately, a list of every city in the region that used the same vendor for formation maintenance. He handed both documents to Ho Zhiguang. The second list, he said. These cities may have the same problem. They should check. Ho looked at the second list. He was quiet for a moment. Who else knows about this? He said. You, Wei said. And me. How long has this been going on? Across all the cities? I don't know, Wei said. Iron Gate is the first city where I've had access to maintenance records. But the vendor network is the same across the region, and the wrong specification stones are coming from the same supply chain. If the problem is systematic, he paused, and the evidence suggests it is, he paused again, then every city contracting with this vendor has some version of the same problem. Ho looked at the list. He looked at Wei. He said, I'm going to need to make several phone calls. He used the phrase as a metaphor for sending messages. Formal ones. Before you do, Wei said, document everything I've just told you with your own measurements so you have independent verification. Then make the formal contacts. He paused. Do not contact the vendor first. Contact the city administration and the formation records office. Why not the vendor first? Because if the vendor knows you've identified the problem, they have time to prepare a response before the city administration is involved. He thought of the Technique Certification Board withdrawal. The sequence matters. Inform the institution that has authority before informing the party that created the problem. Ho wrote this down. Then he stood up and collected his maintenance logs. I'll need you to produce a written technical assessment, he said, for the formal process. I'll have it to you tomorrow morning, Wei said. He went back to work and drafted the city formation assessment that evening. It was 22 pages. When he finished, he sat at the desk in Zhu Ailing's study and looked at what he'd built in the last month. The evidence package for Iron Pine's audit, the technique authentication registry, the public methodology document, and now a 22-page finding on regional defensive formation corruption that was going to land on the desks of a significant number of city administrators simultaneously. The problem was bigger than one sect. He'd known that since Chapter 17. He was starting to understand how much bigger. Chapter 46. The city administration's response to the defensive formation report came within 48 hours. It came to Wei through Ho Zhiguang, who arrived at Zhu Ailing's workspace at 7th bell in the morning with a formal commission document and an expression that said he'd been awake since receiving the administration's reply. They want you to present in person, Ho said. The formation assessment. To the city's infrastructure council. Wei was already at his desk, making notes on the Tan manuscripts. He set them aside. When? Tomorrow afternoon, Ho said. And they want, he hesitated. They've requested you bring a formation expert with appropriate credentials. He looked uncomfortable. They know who you are. The word from Iron Pine spread. They want independent credentialing for the technical findings. Wei understood. A junior outer disciple's findings were less compelling than a senior master's corroboration. The city administration needed institutional cover to act on what he'd found. Elder Fong, he said, can you get him to Iron Gate by tomorrow? He wrote a message to Fong's tower immediately. Fong was in Iron Gate by midday the following morning. He'd come without waiting for Wei to send a follow-up. The council presentation was scheduled. He had apparently decided that if Wei was presenting to a city administration, he should be there. The Infrastructure Council was a body of 8 members, mostly civil administrators with one formation maintenance specialist who confirmed he knew Ho Zhiguang's name and had apparently been concerned about the city formations for 2 years without having a clear technical basis to act. Wei presented the findings. Fong provided the technical corroboration. They were in the room for 3 hours. At the end, the council's senior members said, we need to replace the formation stones. Yes, Wei said. The process, we know the process, she said, not unkindly. We're authorized to commission emergency infrastructure maintenance without going through the standard vendor process if there's a documented safety concern. She paused. What you've given us is a documented safety concern. Yes, Wei said. The vendor that supplied the wrong specification stones. Are you filing a formal complaint with the Merchant Guild? He'd been thinking about that. The vendor was connected to the same network as the Technique Certification Board, as Deng Yuanji's commercial interests. Filing a Merchant Guild complaint was procedurally correct, but would go into the same institutional structure that had been managed by those interests. I'm documenting the finding formally, he said, and making the documentation available to any city that uses the same vendor. What individual cities choose to do with the information, he paused, is their decision. I'm providing the technical basis, not the political direction. The council member looked at him. That's careful language. It's accurate language, he said. She nodded. Then, what do you need to do this work? As an ongoing service. A formal research designation from the city administration, he said. It provides standing to access infrastructure records. And he thought about Zhu Ailing's workspace in Iron Gate. Both are manageable, she said. The research designation can be issued this week. He'd made a note that morning to bring this up if the opportunity presented itself. He had also noted that if he didn't raise it, he'd lose the window. It felt like the kind of institutional self-advocacy he hadn't been good at in the early months. He was getting better. Also, he added, because he'd planned to say this regardless of the other outcomes. Xiao Baihu will be joining me in Iron Gate for the next month. He's providing security for the research work. I'd appreciate it if his official affiliation with Iron Pine Sect was extended to this project. Ho Zhiguang, who'd been listening from the side of the room, gave Wei a small nod. He'd apparently also told someone about Xiao. The council agreed to all of it. On the way out, Fong walked beside Wei for a moment. You asked for what you needed, Fong said quietly. Yes, Wei said. You told me I should. I didn't, specifically. You implied it, Wei said. When you took the advisory position at Iron Pine, you said accepting the formal structure matters. He paused. The formal structure gives you standing. Standing is what lets you act on findings. Fong made a sound that wasn't quite a laugh. I said something like that. I wrote it down, Wei said. I write everything down. I know, Fong said. I've noticed. Chapter 47 Xiao Baihu arrived in Iron Gate 4 days later. He'd been wrapping up his outer sect responsibilities during the administrative transition period at Iron Pine. The sect's interim structure was still organizing itself, and Xiao had been one of the people holding routine operations together. When he arrived, he brought a large pack, a second practice weapon, and a brief message from Elder Mu that said only, the audit continues. The situation is under control. Go. He looked at Wei's setup in Zhu Ailing's workspace, the desk covered in tan manuscript copies, the wall chart of the regional formation network, the authentication registry files, and said, You've been busy. 7 cities have now responded to the formation report, Wei said. 3 confirmed the same problem. 4 still checking. The vendor has issued a statement claiming the specification documents they used were provided by the Regional Standards Authority. Which doesn't exist, Xiao said. Which doesn't exist. Yes. Wei moved a stack of files to make space for Xiao's things. I need someone who can travel between cities for verification work. Some of the confirmation checks require physical inspection of the formation arrays. That's what I'm here for, Xiao said. He set his pack down. Where do we start? They started with the 3 cities that had confirmed the problem and needed someone to verify the remediation plan. Xiao was the one who physically visited the arrays, ran the measurement protocols Wei had written, and reported back. Wei analyzed the reports, identified whether the remediation plans were correct, and adjusted where needed. It was the first time they'd worked together in a sustained operational capacity rather than in the sect context. The dynamic shifted naturally. Xiao handled physical execution, Wei handled analysis. Xiao communicated with city officials in the direct practical terms of someone who dealt with material problems. Wei communicated with formation specialists in technical terms. After the third city, Xiao said, "You know what this is starting to look like?" "What?" "A consulting organization," Xiao said. "You've got a research designation from the city administration, an authentication service, a mandate to review formation infrastructure across the region, and a financial arrangement with Zhu Ailing that funds the whole thing." He paused. "You've been building this for 6 months without naming it." Wei thought about that. He'd been solving problems as they appeared. Each solution created a new structure, which made the next problem more tractable. He hadn't been building an organization. He'd been following the correct next step each time. "That's what organizations look like from the inside when they're being built," he said. "A series of correct next steps." "From the outside," Xiao said. "It looks like someone who knew where they were going all along." Wei considered that. He didn't think he'd known where he was going, but he'd known what he was optimizing for. A regional technique ecosystem that was as efficient as it could be, with no institutional fraud, maintaining artificial inefficiency. Every step he'd taken was toward that goal, even when the individual step looked like a different problem. "Maybe," he said. "That's an interesting observation." "I'm saying it," Xiao said, "because you might want to be aware of what it looks like before the people who are worried about it start being more deliberately worried." Wei looked at him. "Grand Artificer Mei Xiaolong," Xiao said. "The Regional Formation Certification Authority. He's been mentioned in 3 of the city administration responses to your formation report. They're all asking the same question. Has the Grand Artificer reviewed these findings?" "He hasn't," Wei said. "My findings are independent." "Right," Xiao said. "And the cities know that, which is both what they need to act on the findings and also what makes the findings a political problem for Mei Xiaolong. Because if the cities fix their formations based on your report without the Grand Artificer's certification, they're functionally bypassing his authority." Wei processed that. He'd been focused on the technical problem. He hadn't mapped the political structure around the regional formation certification system. "Who is Mei Xiaolong?" he said. "What's his position in the regional structure?" Xiao pulled out a paper. He'd apparently been doing his own research. "Gold solidifying realm, 62 years old. He designed the regional formation certification system 30 years ago. He's the recognized authority on formation architecture across 12 regional jurisdictions." He set the paper down. "He's also the person whose name appears on the original design specifications for the city defensive formations." Wei looked at the wall chart. He traced the regional formation network, the vendor connections, the certification board. And then he added a new node. The person who had designed the system the vendor was undermining. "He designed the formations," Wei said slowly. "And the vendor has been degrading them by providing wrong specification stones. For years." "Yes," Xiao said. "So either Mei Xiaolong knows and has allowed it, or Mei Xiaolong doesn't know and his life's work is being systematically undermined." He paused. "Either way, when he hears about your report, he's going to have strong feelings." "Understandable," Wei said. "I'd have strong feelings if someone was degrading a system I designed. The question," Xiao said, "is whether his strong feelings go toward this must be fixed or toward this report is an attack on my authority." Wei sat with that. He added, "Get an introduction to Grand Artificer Mei Xiaolong before he hears about the report from someone else." He went to write the introduction request. Chapter 48, Mei Xiaolong's representative arrived in Iron Gate before the introduction request went out. She was a young intersect formation specialist from Mei's organization, professionally dressed, technically crisp, with the specific manner of someone executing a formal assessment rather than a conversation. She introduced herself as Senior Specialist Yao Jinji and said that Grand Artificer Mei Xiaolong had been informed of Wei Jingdao's regional formation report and wished to send an observer to verify the technical findings. The last 4 words, "verify the technical findings," had a particular emphasis that Xiao, standing behind Wei during the introduction, registered with a slight tension in his shoulders. "The findings are available for review," Wei said. "All the supporting documentation is in the authentication registry. I'll provide access." Senior Specialist Yao reviewed the documentation for 2 days. She was thorough, methodical, and asked specific technical questions about the measurement protocols that told Wei she had genuine formation expertise rather than a performative familiarity. She also, on the 2nd day, visited 2 of the confirmed formation sites with Xiao as escort and ran her own measurements. On the 3rd day, she returned to Wei's workspace and said, "The findings are accurate." He hadn't expected her to volunteer that immediately. "I know," he said. "The measurement methodology is sound. The specification comparison is correct. The stones installed in these cities do not meet the original design specifications." She had a controlled expression that contained something he was trying to parse. The Grand Artificer would like to meet you. He'd been expecting that. When? He'll be in Irongate in 4 days, she said. He's traveling from his organization's headquarters. Wei noted that Mei was coming to him rather than asking him to travel to Mei's headquarters. That was worth noting. After Specialist Yao left, Chao said, "He's coming here." "Yes. He's the senior figure," Chao said. "Senior figures usually summon. They don't travel to junior ones." "I know," Wei said. "So he's either coming to take your report seriously, or he's coming because he can't control what you do from a distance, and he needs to assess you in person before deciding how to respond." "Also both," Wei said. "I'm preparing for both." He spent the 4 days continuing his normal work. 3 more city confirmation reports came in, 2 positive and 1 negative, and the negative required a follow-up that he worked through carefully. He also spent time on the Tan manuscripts, which he hadn't been able to touch since the council presentation. The Tan manuscripts had revealed something new that morning. Tan Weishi, in his failure notes, had described a specific sensation he'd felt when meditating on the dead code branch of the root breathing method. Not a technical description, an experiential one. He'd felt, he wrote, as if the gateway is listening. Not empty, but waiting. Wei read that 3 times. He knew that feeling. He'd felt it himself, in the early months, when he'd worked on the dead code analysis. He'd dismissed it as a subjective artifact of prolonged analysis. Maybe it wasn't. He made a note, and put it aside. For days until Mei's arrival, he needed to focus on the meeting preparation. Chapter 49, Mei Xiaolong arrived on a cloudy morning with 2 formal attendants and Specialist Yao. Wei met him in the large meeting room at the city administration building that Hou Zhiguang had arranged, a neutral space, official enough to be appropriate for a Grand Artificer, practical enough that the formation diagrams Wei had been using for the regional assessment could be spread on the tables. He prepared for 2 versions of this meeting. In one version, Mei Xiaolong wanted to understand the problem and address it. In the other version, Mei Xiaolong wanted to neutralize the report's political implications. The preparation was mostly the same for both. Lead with evidence, precise and complete, but the framing differed. He decided to read the room in the first 10 minutes before committing to either frame. Mei Xiaolong was a large man who had aged into the kind of physical presence that made rooms feel like they'd been waiting for him. He moved deliberately and looked at things before he spoke about them. He looked at the formation diagrams on the tables for a long time before he said anything. "These are my specifications," he said. "Yes," Wei said. "The original installation documentation. Where did you get them?" "The city archive," Wei said. "Irongate maintains a complete administrative record going back to the city's founding." The formation installation documentation was in the infrastructure section. He paused. "I accessed it through the city's research designation process." Mei looked at him directly for the first time. He was assessing. "You're bronze condensing," he said. "Yes." "How old are you?" 18, Wei said. Mei looked at the diagrams again. Then at the authentication registry. Then at the regional formation chart that Wei had built showing the vendor network and the impacted cities. "You built this in a month," he said. "With help," Wei said. Chao Baihu handled site verification. Zhu Ailing managed the documentation organization. Elder Fang Wuming provided formation expertise at the initial presentation to the city council. Fang Wuming is involved in this. He co-signed the authentication methodology document and provided formal corroboration at the city council presentation, Wei said. He's not actively involved in the day-to-day assessment work. Mei picked up one of the comparison charts, the document that showed the specified stone type against the installed stone type for each city formation array. He read it for a long time. Then he said, "The vendor has been doing this deliberately. The evidence is consistent with deliberate action," Wei said carefully. "I've documented it as a correlation. The specification documents the vendor claims to have used don't exist in any official record, and the stones they've been installing are consistently the same wrong type across multiple cities and multiple years. Whether the wrong specification stones were selected intentionally or resulted from systematic incompetence is a question the evidence doesn't fully resolve." Mei set the chart down. "They were deliberate," he said flatly. "I know this vendor. I've known for 3 years that something was wrong. I couldn't prove it." He looked at Wei. "You proved it in a month." "I had a different angle of access," Wei said. "The city archive records aren't part of the standard formation maintenance audit process. I accessed them through a research framing, not a formation authority framing. That's why I missed it," Mei said. He wasn't apologizing. He was analyzing. "My audit process looks at maintenance records, not at the original installation documentation." He paused. "Because the original installation documentation is my work. I assumed it was accessible to any contractor who needed it." "It's accessible," Wei said. "It's in the archive." But the vendor provided their own specification document rather than accessing the archive, and they presented it as if it were the authoritative source. The city maintenance staff accepted it because it came from the authorized contractor. And no one checked the archive against the vendor's document, May said. In any of the 7 cities I've reviewed so far, Wei said. No. May looked at the regional chart. He had the expression of someone who has designed a system and is watching it fail in a specific way he didn't anticipate because he assumed a behavior he shouldn't have. Your report says 31% for Irongate, he said. Yes. What's the worst case in the cities you've reviewed? 22%, Wei said. A city in the northern arc that had a larger formation installation and a longer maintenance interval between checks. May was quiet for a long time. The fix, he said. The correct specification stones. The replacement process. I've documented both for Irongate, Wei said. The process is straightforward. The arrays are structurally intact. It's a stone replacement, not a formation rebuild. The specific documentation is available. I can extend the documentation to the other confirmed cities. I'll need the full regional assessment, May said. All 12 jurisdictions. He looked at Wei directly. I want to know the actual state of my formations. That will take time, Wei said. I can handle 6 jurisdictions from existing city archive access. The remaining 6 require access I don't have yet. He paused. If you can authorize access through your formal certification authority, done, May said. He produced a formal authorization slip from his attendance case. He'd brought it already prepared, which meant he'd made the decision before arriving. This gives you access to all formation maintenance records under my certification authority. Wei accepted the authorization. He thought about the fact that May had prepared it in advance. You knew what I was going to ask, he said. I knew what you should ask, May said. Specialist Yao's preliminary report told me enough about your methodology to know what you'd need to complete it. He paused. You're going to find problems in every jurisdiction. I know that. Almost certainly, Wei said. How long to complete the regional assessment? With access authorization and Xiao Baihu doing site visits, 6 weeks. May nodded. I'll be back in 6 weeks. He stood. One more thing. He looked at the regional chart with the vendor network marked on it. The vendor's principal. The person who authorized the specification switch. That's not in your report. I haven't determined who authorized it, Wei said. The evidence shows the vendor's action, but not the chain above the vendor. It's a man named Deng Yuanji, May said. Wei went very still. May looked at him. You know that name? Yes, Wei said. He was the sect master at Iron Pine before an audit of his activities caused him to leave the sect. He paused. I didn't know he was connected to the vendor's principal. He's been operating a network for at least 15 years, May said. Supplement markets, technique certification, formation maintenance contracts. The formation side was the one area where I hadn't been able to connect him to a specific action. He looked at the vendor network chart. Now I can. He picked up his formal authorization slip copy and prepared to leave. Wei Jingdao, he said at the door. Your report is accurate. Your methodology is sound. He paused. You're also going to make very powerful people very uncomfortable. You should be prepared for that. Grand Artificer May, Wei said. You're going to need to publish these findings through your formal certification authority. Not as a one-time correction, as a systemic audit of all formation maintenance contracts in your jurisdiction. He paused. I can provide the documentation, but you're the one with the authority to make it binding. May looked at him for a long moment. That's what I came here to confirm, he said. Whether you'd say that. He left. Xiao, who'd been standing near the wall during the entire meeting, came to stand beside Wei. He already knew it, Xiao said. Most of it, Wei said. He came to see if I was going to try to run the correction myself, or if I'd pass it to the authority that could actually enforce it. And if you tried to run it yourself, he'd have taken the documentation and neutralized me, Wei said, as a well-meaning amateur who didn't understand the regulatory structure. But you gave it to him. It was always his to implement, Wei said. The evidence is mine. The authority is his. Those are different things, and they work together. He looked at the regional chart. This is an O1 solution, he added, mostly to himself. Xiao looked at him. The problem had a natural owner, Wei said. I found the evidence. He has the authority. The correction happens once correctly instead of 12 times partially. He paused. O1. Xiao made the sound, the almost laugh. I don't know what that means, and I believe you. Chapter 50 Silver Flowering Realm Breakthrough came, without warning, on the 251st day. He'd been in the middle of a routine cultivation session. Early morning, the formation ground at the city research space Irongate had provided, before any other work began. He'd had no indication the breakthrough was approaching. He'd been tracking his cultivation metrics consistently, and they'd been high normal for bronze condensing, but not indicating a transition. The breakthrough happened when he ran the 7th sequence of his foundation fist form and reached, for the first time, a stable merger between two techniques he'd been working with separately for months. Silver Flowering's tier upgrade, the ability to merge two incompatible techniques into a hybrid with a combined property that neither technique had alone. He'd read about this capability in Elder Fong's cultivation research materials. He hadn't been consciously working toward it. The merger happened between his refactored foundation fist and the pre-reformed defensive technique from the cracked jade slip he'd bought from the wandering merchant in month 1. The partial defensive form that had been too interesting to discard, but too incomplete to use. He'd been running them as separate systems. When they merged, the result had a property neither had possessed independently. A chi-coding effect that extended the foundation fist's projective force through a defensive barrier rather than bypassing it. Attack and defense running simultaneously, not in sequence. He sat in the formation space for a long time, testing the merge technique carefully, checking for instability. The merger was stable, clean. The advancement cost was what the tier upgrade documentation had described. He spent 3 days running both old and new versions simultaneously while his Dantian integrated the merger. The integration process was more painful than the bronze condensing transition because merging two incompatible systems required resolving structural conflicts, and structural conflicts during integration felt like exactly what they were. He ran his standard work during those 3 days because stopping wasn't an option. The Iron Gate formation assessments needed to continue, and a breakthrough at an inconvenient time wasn't a reason to stop. He noted which tasks required less precision and focused on those, kept the documentation work to the hours when the integration discomfort was minimal, and did the technical analysis in the early morning and late evening when his mind was clearest despite the physical interference. On the 4th day, the integration completed. He ran the merge technique again and felt it run cleanly, unified, stable. He made a note in his cultivation journal and updated his technique stack documentation. Then he went back to the formation assessment reports that were due to Mei Xiaolong in 3 weeks. Zhu Ailing noticed the transition when he came to the workspace that afternoon. "You look like you haven't slept well for 3 days," she said. "Cultivation integration," he said. "It's complete now." She looked at him. "Did you advance?" "Silver Flowering," he said. She set down the contract she'd been drafting and looked at him with a more sustained attention than usual. "You advanced a full tier in the middle of the Iron Gate work." "Yes. Were you planning to tell me?" "I'm telling you now." He set his bag down and started removing the assessment files. "Did anything come in for the authentication registry while I was at the formation site?" 3 requests, she said. She set them on the desk, but didn't move immediately. She was still looking at him. "You advanced to Silver Flowering," she said again, with a slightly different emphasis. "Yes. In a month, you've been in the city administration, presented a regional formation assessment, met Grand Artificer Mei Xiaolong, and gotten a formal authorization from him, and advanced to Silver Flowering." "Not quite a month," he said. "The main meeting was week 3. The advancement was today." "Wei Jingdao," she said. She had the flat, precise tone she used when she wanted him to stop moving through the conversation and actually hear something. "You're unusual." He looked at her. "I work with a lot of people," she said. "I know how to read them. I know what people are like when they're operating at or below their level. And I know what it looks like when someone is running faster than they understand." She paused. "You don't look like that. You look like someone who knows exactly what they're doing, and somehow the world keeps being smaller than what you're running." He sat with that. "I don't know exactly what I'm doing," he said. "I know what the next correct step is." "That's different." "Is it?" "Yes," he said. "Knowing the next correct step doesn't tell you where you're going. It just tells you where to put your foot." He paused. "I've been putting my foot in the same direction for 8 months. That's not the same as knowing the destination." She was quiet for a moment. "Then, what is the destination?" "A technique ecosystem that works," he said. "That runs at full efficiency. That doesn't have 12-year fraud schemes producing artificial inefficiency and extracting money from people who should be advancing and aren't." He paused. "I don't have a specific destination beyond that. It's a direction, not a location." She looked at him for another moment. Then she picked up the 3 authentication requests and handed them to him. "Start with the first one," she said. "It came from the Eastern Crescent Sect's technique master. She wants to authenticate a pre-reform collection that arrived through an estate sale." He took the request. He was already reading it. "Zhu Ailing," he said, without looking up. "Yes." "The direction I'm running in," he said. "It's going to get complicated. More complicated than it is now." He met her eyes briefly. "I wanted you to know that, in case you want to adjust the arrangement terms." She looked at him with the expression he still didn't have a complete characterization for. Warmer than evaluation, more specific than affection. "I've been planning for complicated since the 2nd week," she said. "We renegotiate when the terms become inadequate. Until then, we work." He returned to the request. They worked. Chapter 51, the Continental Formation Certification Board's hearing was the first time Wei had entered a room where the primary obstacle wasn't evidence or argument. It was authority. Mei Xiaolong's formal filing with the board had triggered the hearing, which was the correct procedural pathway for a regional assessment of this scope. The board had jurisdiction over formation standards across 12 regional authorities. Its certification decisions were legally binding, which was why Mei had needed to route through it. Without board certification, the city formations could be repaired, but the vendor network couldn't be formally sanctioned and the specification fraud couldn't become a basis for regulatory action. Mei had explained the board's structure to Wei on the journey to the board's headquarters city, a neutral administrative center 3 days east of Iron Gate. The board had 9 members. 5 were career certification officers. 3 were senior formation masters from different regional traditions. 1 was a rotating seat, currently held by a formation contractor. The contractor seat, Wei said. Appointed by the Regional Contractor Consortium, Mei said, which is where the political problem is. The Contractor Consortium includes the vendor we're investigating. Yes, Mei said. Is the current board member aware of that? He is the current board member because the vendor's network controls the consortium, Mei said. He's not corrupt in the sense of taking direct payments. He's positioned because he represents interests aligned with maintaining the current arrangement. Wei looked at the preparation notes in his lap. The hearing documentation was 60 pages. The evidence was solid. The technical case was airtight. The problem was that a hearing with a sympathetic audience and a hostile one were 2 different challenges, and a hostile board member with standing to block decisions was more than just an argument to be won. He can't block the findings, he said. Can he? He can demand extended review periods, Mei said. He can challenge methodology. He can propose alternative explanations and require they be addressed before a decision is issued. He paused. He can delay. Delay by how long? 6 months, if he runs every procedural option available. Mei looked out the carriage window. Long enough for the vendor to reorganize. Long enough for the city's still running degraded formations to have an incident. Wei processed that. A delay strategy, not a technical challenge. The technical case was too strong for that, but a procedural one. The mirror of what Elder Yuan had tried against him, at much higher stakes and with more institutional leverage. What do we do about it? Wei said. We win on the technical merits thoroughly enough that a delay is publicly embarrassing rather than administratively viable, Mei said. That requires a presentation that leaves no reasonable alternative explanation standing. If the only way to delay is to publicly argue against documented evidence, the delay costs more than it gains. That's a clean optimization, Wei said. It's the same thing you've been doing for a year, Mei said. With a note in his voice Wei had started to recognize, not quite approval, something more like acknowledgement of a common operating mode. You've been following the same logic, Wei said. I designed formation systems for 30 years, Mei said. The logic is not new to me. He paused. The scale of what you've found in the last 6 weeks is new. I've been working at this problem for 3 years. You exceeded what I'd built in 6 weeks. Different tools, Wei said. You were working through formation authority channels. I was working through research access and municipal archives. Yes, Mei said, which is why I needed you. And which is why, at this hearing, you present the evidence and I provide the authority. That combination is harder to delay than either alone. They reached the board headquarters the following morning. The hearing was scheduled for the day after arrival. Wei spent the day in review, going through his documentation, testing the logical chain of each argument for weaknesses, identifying the 3 most likely technical challenges, and preparing precise responses. He also spent 2 hours walking through the building's formation arrays with algorithm site active, because he was curious and because understanding the environment was useful habit. The arrays in the board headquarters were in excellent condition. He noted this. Mei's certification authority extended to the board headquarters, which meant the board's physical infrastructure was maintained to actual specification. The contrast with the degraded city formations was stark. He made a note that might be useful in the hearing. That evening, Mei's formal co-presenter arrived, a formation master named Senior Elder Bao Min Gran, from the Western regional tradition. Mei had mentioned her during the journey, the one senior formation master on the board who consistently ran against the contractor consortium's positions, who had been asking questions about formation maintenance standards for 2 years without generating enough institutional support to force an audit. She was in her 70s, with the precise, deliberate manner of someone who had learned not to waste motion. When she met Wei, she looked at him the way Mei had when he first arrived in Iron Gate. Assessment, but without surprise. Mei told me about you, she said. What did he say? Wei asked. That you found what I'd been looking for by looking in the wrong places, she said. He meant it as a compliment. The archive records weren't the wrong place, Wei said. They just weren't in the standard audit pathway. No, she said. But finding what you found required not assuming the standard pathway was the right one. She paused. Most practitioners, including me, spend their careers operating within established pathways. It's efficient. It's how things get done. It also creates blind spots in exactly the places where the established pathway doesn't go. He thought about Tan Weixi's failure notes, trying to reconstruct the ascending path without knowing it existed in an archive, looking in all the places that made sense and missing the place that didn't occur to him. There's a specific type of problem, he said, that's unsolvable from inside the system that contains it. You have to access the problem from outside the system's own categories. She looked at him. Yes, she said. That's exactly right. She paused. How old are you? 18, he said. She made a sound that was smaller and more controlled than May's assessment noise, but had the same quality. Then she said, the hearing tomorrow. Let May lead the authority presentation. You lead the technical evidence. And when the contractor board member challenges you, he will. Let him finish his full challenge before you respond. He'll overextend. How do you know? Wei said. Because he has for 20 years, whenever he's confident, she said. And he's always confident when he thinks the other party is junior. She left to prepare her own contribution. Wei went back to his documentation. Chapter 52 Grand Artificer Mei Xiaolong appeared in person at the hearing's second day. The first day had been Wei's. Day 1. Evidence. Wei presented the complete regional assessment. All 12 jurisdictions, with Chao Baihu's site verification data for 8 of them, and Specialist Yao's data for the other 4. The presentation was methodical, precise, and structured to move from undeniable facts toward conclusions rather than stating conclusions and providing evidence, which was the direction more likely to trigger defensive responses. The board members with technical backgrounds, 3 of them, asked good questions. Wei answered each one directly. The 5 career certification officers asked procedural questions about jurisdiction and methodology, which Wei had prepared for. Elder Bao Mingran asked a question that appeared tangential, but was actually providing him an opening to present the most significant single piece of evidence. The comparison between the specifications Mei had designed and the stones actually installed, at scale across all 12 jurisdictions. The contractor board member, his name was Administrator Feng Yoji, did not ask questions during day 1. He listened with the specific stillness of someone who was building an approach rather than processing information. That was consistent with Elder Bao's prediction. Day 2, when Mei presented the authority implications and the formal sanction request, Administrator Feng asked to speak. He began with the regulation that the board's jurisdiction required evidence of material formation failure, a defined threshold that his interpretation placed above what the assessment had documented. No formation had actually failed. The formation output was degraded, but degraded was not failed. He proceeded to an alternative explanation. The specification discrepancy could reflect that Mei's original specifications, from 30 years ago, had been superseded by an updated industry standard that the vendor was correctly applying. Did the assessment account for any specification updates in the past 30 years? He concluded with a request that the board table the formal sanction request pending a technical review committee that would examine both the alternative explanation and whether the evidence met the material failure threshold. He spoke for 14 minutes. He overextended at minute 11, when he implied that formation degradation was a normal acceptable condition of aging infrastructure and that the board's standard practice was not to sanction vendors for delivering product within recognized variation tolerances. Wei let him finish. Then he stood up. The variation tolerance argument, he said. Administrator Feng, what is the board's defined variation tolerance for formation stone density? Feng looked at him. The board has not formally specified a density tolerance. So variation tolerance is not a defined standard, Wei said. The board operates on industry practice, Feng said. Which practice? Whose documentation? Wei paused. The board's jurisdiction requires material formation failure. Administrator Feng is correct that the threshold exists. The board defines material formation failure as output below, he read from his notes, 70% of design specification, sustained for longer than 30 days. Is that accurate? One of the career certification officers confirmed the standard. The lowest performing jurisdiction in this assessment, Wei said, is at 22% of design specification. That's 22%. The failure threshold is 70%. Every jurisdiction in this assessment is below the material failure threshold. He paused. Not one of them barely below. Every jurisdiction is below 50%. Several are below 30%. The room was quiet. Administrator Feng asked whether the assessment accounted for specification updates in the past 30 years. Wei continued. The formation stone specifications haven't been updated. I reviewed the complete technical record for the Grand Artificer's specification certification, which is in the board's own archive, and the most recent update to the density specification is from year 4 of the Grand Artificer's certification, which is 31 years ago. No updates exist between then and now. He showed the archive citation. The vendors claim that they were applying updated specifications is unverifiable because no updated specifications exist. He sat down. Elder Bao Mingran made no visible expression. She had the practiced control of someone who had been doing this for 50 years. Administrator Feng asked for a procedural recess. The board granted 15 minutes. When they returned, Feng did not renew the challenge. He requested that the technical review committee he'd proposed be included as a follow-up measure alongside the formal sanction rather than as a precondition for it. The board chair, clearly reading the room, declined even that. The evidence was sufficient, the failure threshold was met on the documentary record, and a technical review committee would create the impression of uncertainty that the evidence didn't support. The formal sanction vote was 6-1. Feng voted against. The formal sanction passed. In the hallway after the hearing, Mei found Wei. "You had those citations ready," he said. "I read the board's regulatory archive before the hearing," Wei said. "The failure threshold definition and the specification update history are both in the public record. I reviewed them the evening before day 1. Mei looked at him. "You expected the variation tolerance argument." "It was on my list of likely technical challenges," Wei said. "I prepared responses for the 5 most probable approaches." He paused. Administrator Feng used numbers 2 and 4. "What were numbers 1, 3, and 5? 1 was a jurisdiction argument, that the board's authority didn't extend to municipal formation arrays maintained by city governments rather than sections. 3 was an evidence authenticity challenge on the archive records I accessed through the city research designation. 5 was a request to have Mei Xiaolong's original specifications subjected to peer review before the assessment could be cited." Mei absorbed this. "If he'd used 5, I had a response," Wei said. "But it would have taken longer. It might have created a delay." He paused. "The hearing was clean because he used the approaches I prepared for. That's partially luck. Partly preparation," Mei said. "Both," Wei said. "I try not to overclaim the preparation." Mei looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, "I've been in this field for 40 years. I've never seen anyone conduct a technical hearing the way you just did." "The approach comes from my previous research work," Wei said. "I've done a lot of technical reviews." "For technique manuals," Mei said. "Not formation certification boards." "Same logic," Wei said. "Different domain." Mei was quiet. "Then, there is a problem I should tell you about, before you hear it from someone else." He looked down the corridor. "The contractor consortium that controls Feng's seat. They're connected to a larger network, one that's been operating for longer than the vendor fraud. I've been aware of it at the edges of my work for years. After this hearing, that network is going to become aware of you." Wei looked at him. "What network?" "I don't have a complete picture," Mei said. "Which is the honest answer. And I'm choosing to be honest because you'll find a worse picture if you look on your own than if I give you what I have." He paused. "They call themselves the Correct Path Collective." Chapter 53. He spent a week on the Correct Path Collective before asking Mei for the rest of what Mei knew. He didn't ask first because he didn't want to receive Mei's picture of the organization before he'd built his own, partial as it would be. Mei's picture would have framing, conclusions, hypotheses, the specific blind spots of someone who had been operating adjacent to the organization for 20 years without being able to characterize it. Wei wanted his own framing before the overlay. What he found in the public record was sparse but coherent. The Correct Path Collective appeared in records primarily as absences and as resolutions. When cultivation technique disputes reached a point of genuine institutional stalemate, the collective appeared to have a way of resolving them, quietly, without attribution, in a direction that maintained existing power structures rather than reforming them. When regional formation certification questions produced contradictory findings from multiple authorities, the collective appeared in the background of the resolution process, again maintaining rather than reforming. The name Correct Path appeared in old records as a citation. The 1,000 Correct Paths Compendium, a cultivation text believed lost that predated the third reform standardization. Multiple historical references to the compendium. Multiple references to it being maintained by the Correct Path Collective in very old records, which transitioned over time to references where the collective's connection to the compendium wasn't mentioned, but the compendium itself was cited as authoritative. If the collective controlled the original 1,000 Correct Paths manuscript, they controlled the source document for the entire pre-Third Reform cultivation tradition. Every technique that descended from that tradition had been refactored by Wei's analysis. Every technique Wei had improved was ultimately derived from a document the collective apparently owned. He He wrote this in his notes and added, "Verify. Is the original 1,000 Correct Paths manuscript still in collective custody? Check archive records for provenance chain." He also found, in one particularly old administrative record, a reference to the collective's founding purpose: protection and preservation of cultivation knowledge during the post-sect war reconstruction. The sect war was the period 400 years ago when regional power structures had collapsed and reformation of the cultivation world's institutional framework had taken decades. The collective had been founded to protect knowledge during a crisis. 400 years later, they were maintaining the inefficiency that knowledge was supposed to prevent. He went to May with his notes. "You found the 1,000 Correct Paths connection," May said. "Yes. I need to know whether the collective's control of the manuscript is active or archival." "Active," May said. "The manuscript is in a location only the collective's senior members know. It's been used as leverage. If you want access to the original technical specifications, you need to negotiate with the collective." He paused. "The specification fraud your assessment documented was possible partly because the collective's principals decided it was acceptable. The vendor couldn't have maintained the fiction that the specifications were updated without the collective's tolerance of the claim. They benefit from the degradation," Wei said. "They benefit from the arrangement," May corrected. "The degradation is a side effect of the economic model, not the goal. Their goal is to be the necessary intermediary in every cultivation and formation dispute. If formations work correctly without their intervention, they become less necessary. They're maintaining inefficiency to maintain their relevance," Wei said. "Yes," May said. Wei sat with that for a long time. He'd been thinking about the cultivation supplement fraud as Deng Yuanji's individual scheme. And it was Deng's scheme. But Deng had been operating with the Correct Path Collective's tolerance and possibly its direction. "Deng Yuanji is a collective affiliate," he said. "Yes," May said. "And the vendor's principal, the formation stone fraud." "Also yes. And the technique certification board member. Feng Yoji has been a collective contractor for 11 years, May said. "Not a full member. A managed asset." Wei thought about this. A network this large and this old had survived by being difficult to characterize as a single entity. Confront one piece and the others were uninvolved. The collective itself remained officially invisible. "There's a contingency," he said. May looked at him. "For algorithm site practitioners," Wei said. Elder Fong mentioned it. "Historical records of previous algorithm site users being suppressed. And the note we found in Deng's correspondence when he left the sect." He referenced a contingency. He paused. "The Correct Path Collective maintains records of previous code site lineage practitioners. They have a documented response protocol." May was quiet for a moment. "How much of this do you know?" "I've been building the picture since the note in Deng's correspondence," Wei said. "I haven't had enough information to characterize the collective as the connecting organization. Now I do." He paused. "What does Contingency 17 involve?" "I don't know," May said. "I've been a collective affiliate myself, 20 years ago, through formation certification channels. I was never a full member. I've been in withdrawal since year 15 when I began to understand what I was part of." He paused. "The contingency protocols are internal. I was never privy to them." Wei wrote in his notes, "Collective contingency for algorithm site practitioners. Documented response. Unknown specifics. Known outcomes. Previous practitioners removed or disappeared." He looked at the note for a while. "You told me this," he said to May. "Why?" "Because you're going to find it on your own," May said. "And because you need to know the full scope of what you're working in before you run the collective's full assessment directly into a formal sanction that makes you the most visible critic of the formation maintenance network in 12 regions." He paused. "I want you to be making informed decisions." "The hearing outcome was the right outcome," Wei said. "Yes," May said. "And now the Correct Path Collective knows your name, if they didn't already." Wei closed his notebook. He was thinking about the 6 historical practitioners Elder Fong had found in the records. The 2 who had been removed from their sections. The 1 who had disappeared. He was also thinking about the fact that he'd found the collective's pattern in the public record in a week and had characterized it without their cooperation. Which meant either the collective was less careful about the public record than they thought, or they were confident enough in their position that public visibility didn't concern them, or they'd wanted him to find it. He filed that third option as requiring more information. "Thank you," he said to May, "for telling me." Chapter 54, the Coordinated Refactoring Protocol, was the answer to May's global fragility argument, and Wei found it in Tan Weixi's failure notes. The argument itself had come up the afternoon after the formal sanction vote. May, in a way that felt genuine rather than political, had raised it while they were reviewing the hearing documentation. Even with the sanction, the repair process for the formation arrays would involve significant disruption. Replacing wrong specification stones in a running formation array required taking sections of the array offline, which created temporary vulnerability during the replacement. In a region with hostile actors who were aware of the formal sanction and the correct path collective now qualified, that temporary vulnerability was a real risk. "You're right to raise it," Wei had said. "Give me a week." The problem was codependency. Formation arrays, like cultivation techniques, were built with internal redundancy. Adjacent sections of an array compensated for each other's fluctuations. When Wei refactored cultivation techniques, the same problem had appeared. Fixing one section could destabilize another section that had been compensating for the fixed section's original flaw. In techniques, the problem had resolved itself as he worked through the full stack. Once every interdependent section was corrected, the system became stable. But in formations, the interdependency was physical, not just technical. You couldn't run two versions simultaneously during integration the way a cultivator's dantian could. The answer was in Tan Weixi's second failure note, the one where he'd worked through the integration problem for the root breathing method's paired techniques. You cannot integrate two systems that depend on each other's flawed state simultaneously, Tan had written. Each will resist correction because it is correcting for the other's error. The correct approach is to identify the codependency graph first, then correct all nodes simultaneously in the order that minimizes the disruption to the codependent equilibrium. Simultaneous correction, not sequential. The codependent sections corrected at the same time, each one no longer waiting for the others to remain flawed. It was theoretically straightforward and practically complex. It required exactly enough coordination to time the correction windows across multiple sites simultaneously. Wei wrote the coordinated refactoring protocol over 3 days. The protocol specified the exact sequence of stone replacements across each array section, timed to minimize the codependent gap, with fallback procedures for each step if any single replacement took longer than the projected window. The protocol was 29 pages. He brought it to Mei. Mei read it for a long time. Then he ran his own analysis on the codependency logic. He looked up. "This works," he said. "Yes," Wei said. "I've been working on the integration problem for 3 months," Mei said. "The codependency point. I'd seen it. I hadn't found the simultaneous correction approach. It's in the Tan manuscripts," Wei said. 150 years ago, Tan Weishi was working on a different problem, but the underlying logic is the same. Mei read the protocol again. "You said the formation arrays have a global fragility problem. Locally optimal corrections that create instability globally because of codependencies." "Yes. Your protocol resolves this." "For this generation of arrays," Wei said, "the protocol works because I can characterize the codependency graph for each array from the original specification documents. For a future installation where I don't have that documentation, the protocol would need to be rebuilt from scratch." He paused. "What I'd like to do is document the methodology for building the codependency graph, so the protocol can be regenerated for any formation system." Mei looked at him. "You're building a framework, not just a fix." "The fix solves this problem," Wei said. "The framework solves the class of problems." He paused. "I find frameworks more useful." Mei was quiet for a moment. "Then, the publication of this methodology. What's your plan for it?" "Same as the authentication methodology," Wei said. "Open documentation. With your co-certification. Anyone who needs to do coordinated formation refactoring should be able to do it without asking me first." Mei looked at the protocol. "This is my work," he said. He said it without territorial defensiveness, just stating a fact. 30 years of formation design created the specifications this protocol builds from. "Yes," Wei said. "Your contribution is on the first page of the methodology document." He showed him. "With your formal certification authority as co-author." Mei read the attribution section. He was quiet for a long time. "You anticipated this question too," he said. "It's your work," Wei said. "The attribution is accurate. Attribution is always worth getting right." Mei nodded slowly. "Open documentation," he said. "I'll co-certify." Chapter 55. The peer review hearing had been Mei's idea, and it was the right idea at the wrong moment. The Continental Formation Certification Board sanction had established the vendor fraud as a formal matter of record. The next step, in Mei's view, was a full peer review of Wei's regional assessment methodology, a formal panel of senior formation masters who would evaluate whether the methodology was sound enough to be adopted as a standard practice for formation maintenance audit. If adopted as standard, every formation authority in the region would be required to use it, which would prevent future vendor fraud of the same type. The timing was wrong because the Correct Path Collective had been watching the formal sanction and had prepared a response. The response came through the peer review panel itself. Wei didn't know the panel's full composition until the day before the review. When he received the member list, He recognized 3 of the 5 names as formation masters he'd been tracking in the public record as adjacent to the collective's network. Not full members, based on what he could determine, but organizations that had affiliations, had been cooperative with collective adjacent vendors, had benefited from the arrangement. He brought this to May. I can't remove them, May said. He was reading the panel list. 2 of them have legitimate qualifications. Removing them without cause would discredit the review itself. I know, Wei said. I'm not asking you to remove them. He looked at his notes. The review is a technical question. Can they challenge the methodology on technical grounds? They can try, May said. What's the strongest technical challenge available to them? May thought. The global fragility argument I raised after the hearing. If the coordinated refactoring protocol isn't in the public record yet, if it's still in your working documents, they could argue that locally optimal corrections create globally fragile systems without a documented resolution. That would require extended peer review before adoption. The protocol is finished, Wei said. We were planning to publish next week. Publish tomorrow, May said. Wei had the protocol co-certified and released through May's formal certification authority by 5th bell the following morning. He also submitted it directly to the peer review panel as supplementary evidence, with a specific cover note indicating that the global fragility concern had been identified and resolved prior to the methodology submission. When the review opened, the first technical challenge was the global fragility argument. Wei was ready for it. He'd prepared the response with Chow Baihu the previous evening, because Chow had the specific quality of being a useful second voice when Wei's own thinking was too close to the problem. Chow asked the questions a non-specialist would ask, which forced Wei to make the explanation accessible rather than precise. The challenge came from one of the 3 collective adjacent members, framed precisely as May had predicted. Wei's response was, the global fragility concern is documented in the supplementary protocol document, Section 4, with both the problem characterization and the simultaneous correction methodology that resolves it. The resolution had been published this morning. The challenger said, the protocol was published after the methodology was submitted for review. The review was called to evaluate the methodology as submitted. The methodology as submitted identifies the global fragility concern and notes that it is being addressed in a companion document, Wei said. The companion document is the coordinated refactoring protocol, which was submitted as supplementary evidence this morning. The methodology is complete. He showed the challenger the page in the original methodology submission that referenced the companion document. The companion document was in preparation, not absent. The challenger read the page. He looked at the protocol. He asked 2 more questions, both of which were covered in the protocol's text. The review ran for 2 days. 3 technical challenges, all addressed in the existing documentation. The collective adjacent panel members did not find a successful angle of attack. At the close of the review, the panel vote was 4-1. The methodology was adopted as a recommended standard practice for regional formation maintenance audit. The 1 vote against came from the panel member who had made the global fragility argument. His dissent noted that the coordinated refactoring protocol required further field validation before it could be considered a reliable standard. The dissent was filed. It had no procedural effect. May walked out of the review room with Wei and said, they'll try again. I know, Wei said. But each time they try in a formal setting, the formal record of the attempt works against them. He paused. They need to try informally next. Outside formal institutional settings. Which means direct pressure, May said. Not procedural. Yes, Wei said. He was not naive about what that meant. But direct pressure was a different problem than procedural obstruction, and he had 6 weeks before the next collective move was likely. 6 weeks to finish the regional assessment and publish the full findings. He had a lot of work to do. Chapter 56. He returned to Iron Pine on the 281st day. The sect looked different. Not architecturally. The buildings were the same. The training grounds he'd repaired were still running at better-than-before performance. But the social landscape had changed in the 3 months he'd been working from Iron Gate. Elder Huang had formalized a new administrative structure during the audit. Elder Ruan was no longer running disciplinary administration. He'd been moved to a formal review board role that gave him less individual discretion and more collective accountability. Pang Luohai had petitioned for inter-sect transfer to a different sect. The request was pending. Several of the supplement vendor contracts had been terminated. The technique library was different in the most interesting way. Xin Yulan had, while Wei was in Iron Gate, quietly begun converting the library's organization to the open documentation standard he'd proposed 9 months earlier. She hadn't made a formal announcement. She'd just started doing it, 1 section at a time, documenting her methodology in the same style Wei used for technique modifications. He found her in the copying room. You redid the organization, he said. Most of it, she said. The restricted section is still formally restricted, pending Elder Huang's review of the classification rationale. But the first and second tier materials are fully accessible. When did you start? Week 2 after you left, she said. Elder Huang suggested it. He thought the library should reflect what we'd been working toward. She paused. I thought he was right. He looked at the reorganized shelves. It's clean, he said. It took a lot of recataloguing, she said. She sounded like she was trying not to sound like she was mentioning how much work it had been. The old catalog system had categories that didn't make sense once you could see the technique relationships clearly. He realized he'd been standing in the doorway for some time. Thank you, he said. You're thanking me for reorganizing the library. For reorganizing it the right way, he said. Without anyone asking you to. She looked at him with the expression that he'd been trying to characterize for months and kept running into the same problem, which was that characterizing it felt like it required a different kind of vocabulary than technique analysis. I'll show you the new catalog organization tomorrow, she said. There are some methodology decisions I want to review with you. I'll come by morning, he said. He went to find Elder Fong. Fong looked better than when Wei had left. The preservation array was running at 86%, the same point he'd gotten it to before the Iron Gate work. But there was something else that had changed. Fong was moving more freely, less deliberately, the way of a person whose pain management had improved. The archive access, Fong said when Wei reported the overall progress. Elder Huang approved the scope extension. Yes, Wei said. The Iron Pine Ascending Path is in the restricted archive. I've been permitted to review it. He paused. I can't share it formally without the Elder Council's approval of an additional release, which is pending. But I've read it. Wei sat down. It's a circulation technique, Fong said. Specifically, a technique for cycling qi through both the standard meridian pathways and a secondary pathway network that the root breathing method's dead code branch was designed to interface with. He paused. The dead code branch isn't dead. It's a handshake, a connection request looking for a receiver. And the ascending path is the receiver, Wei said. The ascending path was designed to complete the root breathing method's foundation stage and transition the practitioner to a different cultivation architecture. The architecture was, he paused. The records I found suggest it was fundamentally different from the standard progression. Not just more efficient. Different in kind. Different how. The standard cultivation ladder goes through the realm ranks we know, Fong said. The architecture the ascending path was building toward bypassed certain consolidation stages that the standard progression requires. Not skipping them. Approaching them from a different angle, where the consolidation occurred as part of the forward motion rather than as a separate stage. Wei was running this through algorithm sight in his mind. A different approach to the cultivation progression. Not better energy output at each stage, different sequencing. Like moving from waterfall development to iterative development, where each stage is smaller, but the overall velocity is higher. Where is the ascending path now, he said. In the archive, Fong said. Under restricted classification that predates everything else in the archive. The classification was placed 200 years ago, and the classification order is signed by the sect master of that era. Not the Elder Council, Wei said. No, the sect master alone. Fong looked at him. And the classification order's reason line is to prevent commercial exploitation of the foundational progression by external organizations. Wei sat with that. 200 years ago, the technique had been hidden to prevent commercial exploitation by external organizations. And 12 years ago, Deng Yuanji had been deliberately degrading the techniques that remained accessible. And the Correct Path Collective claimed to control the original source document for the cultivation tradition. The ascending path was classified to protect it from the collective, he said. I think so, Fong said. I can't prove it from the records available to me. But the timing is consistent with what I know of the collective's historical presence in this region. Wei wrote in his notebook, Ascending Path classified 200 years ago, protection from external commercial exploitation. Consistent with Correct Path Collective's presence. Verification required. The dead code branch, he said. Can we activate it? Fong looked at him. You haven't practiced the ascending path. No, Wei said. But I understand the root breathing method's architecture. And the ascending path is designed to interface with it. He paused. What I need is the technical specification of the handshake protocol. Not the ascending path itself, just the interface description. Fong was quiet for a long time. That might fall within what the archive access permits, he said carefully. I'll review the restriction scope and determine what I can share without violating the classification order. Thank you, Wei said. He went back to his room and sat with everything for a while. The Correct Path Collective. The ascending path hidden to protect it from them. Deng Yuanji's scheme to maintain inefficiency. The formation fraud across 12 regions. All of these were pieces of the same system. a system that had been running for 200 years, maintaining itself by ensuring the techniques that would make it irrelevant stayed hidden or degraded. The system had a core. He started writing the analysis. Chapter 57. The collective's first direct move came through the expulsion vote. He found out about it at Fifth Bell from Chao Baihu, who had received the information from a contact in Elder Huang's administrative staff. The expulsion petition had been filed by 3 inner-sect masters, none of them full collective members, but all of them with alignments that Wei had traced in the organizational map he'd been building. The petition cited his unauthorized dissemination of technique analysis with commercial intent, specifically his certification activities from Irongate, which the petition argued violated his formal position as an Iron Pine Outer disciple. The petition was procedurally creative. It wasn't a disciplinary complaint, which would have gone through the standard hearing process. It was a petition for institutional review, which went to the full Elder Council and required a majority vote to dismiss. How many votes does Huang have? Wei said. 6 of 9, Chao said. But 2 of those 6 have family connections to collective adjacent organizations. Huang's working majority on contested votes is 4. Majority of 9 is 5, Wei said. We need 5 votes. We have 4 reliably, Chao said. Need 1 more. Wei thought about Elder Mu, who had voted for the audit. Mu's vote had been personal. 30 years of degraded cultivation practice had motivated him. Was he in Huang's reliable 4, or one of the potentially wavering 2? Where is Elder Mu on this? He said. Chao looked at his notes. Mu hasn't indicated a position yet. I need to talk to Mu, Wei said. He found Elder Mu in the sect's eastern garden. The elder spent his mornings there, which Shen Yulan had told him during the social dynamics lessons. The approach needed to be correct. He didn't lead with the vote. He led with what Mu would find immediately relevant. The 6th sequence of the Foundation Fist, Wei said. I've been refining the correction since I documented the issue during the audit. There's a variant that works better for practitioners who have been running the standard form for more than 15 years. The meridian channels adapt differently over that timeline, and the correction needs to account for that. He showed Mu the modification document. I thought you'd want to see it. Elder Mu looked at the modification. He was in his 60s, 32 years at this sect, 30 years running a degraded cultivation practice. He'd been quietly working through the corrected sequences since the audit. He read the modification for 10 minutes. This accounts for the long-term meridian adaptation, he said. Yes, standard corrections assume a practitioner who hasn't built the compensatory patterns. You have them. The variant works with the existing patterns rather than fighting them. Wei paused. It's slower to implement initially, but produces a cleaner result. Mu tried the variant in place. He ran through the 6th sequence twice. He nodded. This is right, he said. He paused. The expulsion petition. Wei waited. I've already decided, Mu said. I'm voting against it. He looked at Wei. You don't need to campaign for my vote. You should be doing better things with your time. Wei was quiet for a moment. How did you know I was? Because you're 18 and smart, and this is an important vote, Mu said. Not unkindly. I've watched you for 8 months. When you're managing a problem you're not sure about, you approach it from the information angle first. You brought me a cultivation modification. It's a genuine modification, Wei said. I know it is, Mu said. That's why it works as an approach, not because I think you manufactured it. He looked at the modification notes again. Who was the 5th vote? I was hoping you could tell me, Wei said. Elder Tao, Mu said, naming a member Wei had marked as potentially wavering. She runs the sect's instruction programs. The outer sect curriculum changes since the audit have been beneficial, she knows that. She hasn't formally aligned with the collective's position, but she's risk-averse. She doesn't want to be on the wrong side of a political situation. How do you make a risk-averse decision in a direction that requires risk? Wei said. By demonstrating that the risk is smaller than it looks, Mu said. Come with me. They went to find Elder Tao. The conversation was different from what Wei had expected. Mu did most of the speaking. He made the case in terms of institutional continuity, curriculum outcomes, and the observation that Elder Ruan's absence from daily administration had improved the instruction program's operational consistency. Technical quality was up. Complaint rates were down. The curriculum changes Wei had proposed were working. Elder Tao listened. She was a careful listener, which Wei had learned to read as someone who was actually evaluating rather than performing evaluation. At the end, she said, the collective's position. If you vote against the petition, Mu said, you'll receive pressure from 3 directions. I've mapped them. They're each manageable with the support of the Audit Commission's findings, which are formal record. And if I vote for the petition, then you should understand that Wei Jingdao's work is now formally certified by Grand Artificer Mei Xiaolong's office and adopted as regional standard practice, Mu said. Voting to expel the person whose methodology is now regional standard practice creates a record that will outlast the political pressure. Tao looked at Wei directly. You've been listening to all of this. Yes, Wei said. Do you have anything to add? He thought about it. He thought about what Xin Yulan had taught him about not pushing the timing. The techniques are better, he said. The formation arrays are better. The audit is complete. What happens next with the expulsion petition doesn't change any of that. He paused. You'll make the decision that seems right to you. I'm not going to tell you what that decision should be. Tao looked at him for a long time. Then she said, I'll vote against. The petition failed 6-3 on the following day. Chapter 58. The expulsion vote's failure, and the formal announcement of the 6-3 result, was the signal. Not that the collective gave up. The signal that the collective's institutional strategy had run its course, and something different was coming. It came 3 days later. Wei received an invitation to a meeting with a representative of an organization called the 1,000 Correct Paths Documentation Society, which he'd never heard of. The invitation was politely worded and offered access to documentation resources that would be relevant to his version history work. He took the invitation to Elder Fong. Fong read it. 1,000 Correct Paths Documentation Society, he said. The name is new. The organization behind it isn't. Correct Path Collective, Wei said. Almost certainly. Fong looked at the invitation. They're shifting from opposition to recruitment. This is what they do when direct suppression fails. They want to co-opt the work, Wei said. They want to contain it, Fong said. If they can position themselves as your primary resource partner, they can shape what you find and what you publish. Not suppression, influence. Wei thought about this. The invitation offered documentation resources he genuinely needed. The Tan manuscripts had brought him further than he'd expected, but the version history work was running into walls where pre-unification records were sparse. Access to the collective's archive, if they controlled the 1,000 Correct Paths manuscript, would let him build a version history that went back further than any other source. If I attend the meeting, he said, I learn how they operate. Potentially I learn what they're actually offering. And they learn how you respond to offers, Fong said. You should go. He went. Alone, which Fong had recommended against, but which Wei had decided on the grounds that bringing an ally signaled more concern than he wanted to show. The representative was a senior woman, well into her 60s, with the composed authority of someone who had been managing complex negotiations for decades. She introduced herself as Coordinator Lishan Bin of the 1,000 Correct Paths Documentation Society. She did not claim the name was new. She acknowledged, when Wei asked directly, that the society was connected to the Correct Path Collective. We prefer to lead with the work rather than the name, she said. The name carries associations that are not always fair to the organization's current purposes. What are the current purposes? Wei said. Documentation and preservation of the complete cultivation tradition, she said, including materials that are not currently accessible through standard institutional channels. She paused. We have been aware of your version history work for some time. We believe it would benefit from access to materials we maintain, including the 1,000 Correct Paths manuscript, Wei said. She looked at him. Including that, she said. In exchange for what? He said. She was quiet for a moment. We'd like to formalize a relationship, she said. Certification of your authentication methodology through our documentation registry, which would give it standing across the full breadth of tradition, not just the regional authority Mei Xiaolong's certification provides. A broader authority base, Wei said. For the authentication methodology. Yes. And the version history work. Mutual access, she said. You provide the regional analysis you've already completed. We provide the pre-unification documentation that completes the picture. He thought about this. The offer was structured to make his work's impact larger while making it dependent on the collective's institutional support. A genuine improvement in reach, paired with a genuine increase in vulnerability. What happens to authentications I've already issued, he said. If they become certified through your registry, does the collective have review authority over previous findings? We would grandfather existing certifications, she said. Under what conditions? She paused. Our documentation committee would review the methodology applied. And if the committee found issues with the methodology? She was quiet for a longer moment this time. The offer is access to open the repository, Wei said. But the merge authority stays closed. I contribute to the main branch, but the main branch is maintained by your committee. He said it the way he would characterize a technical arrangement. That's not a collaboration. That's a fork without credit. She looked at him. I declined the same offer from a smaller party 9 months ago, he said. My methodology is public. My authentication registry is public. My version history work is published under open documentation. If the 1,000 Correct Paths Documentation Society wants to contribute resources to that open work, the contribution is welcome and will be attributed. But the methodology and the registry are not subject to your committee's review. Li Shanbin looked at him for a long time. You understand what you're declining, she said. I understand what you're offering, he said. It's not what I need. She held his eyes for another moment. Then she said, the society has maintained the cultivation world's foundational documentation for 400 years. The path you're choosing puts you in conflict with that continuity. The path I'm choosing makes the documentation accessible without going through the society, he said. That's different from conflict. She stood. You'll hear from us again, she said. Not from me, necessarily, but from the organization. I expect so, he said. She left. He sat in the meeting room for a few minutes. He thought about the 6 historical practitioners, the ones who'd been removed, the ones who'd disappeared. Then he went back to work. Chapter 59, the open documentation decision that followed from the collective's failed recruitment changed the scope of what Wei published. He'd been withholding certain analyses pending the hearing outcomes. Now, with the expulsion petition failed and the collective's direct recruitment declined, the restraint no longer had a strategic purpose. He published the full version history, not just the Iron Pine technique catalog, but the regional analysis he'd built during the Irongate work, the cross-sect technique relationships he'd identified at the conference, and the provenance chain that connected every major regional technique tradition to the pre-unification source documents. The publication went out through 5 channels simultaneously: Mei Xiaolong's Certification Authority, the Irongate City Administration Research Registry, the Technique Authentication Services Public Record, the Iron Pine Library's new open catalog, and the Eastern Crescent Sect's Technique Master, who had been in correspondence with Wei since the regional conference. The Eastern Crescent Technique Master, Senior Master Ding Wenli, responded within 2 days. Her sect had been independently working on a similar version history for their own techniques, and she wanted to discuss combining research. She had archival materials that predated anything Wei had found in the Tan manuscripts. He scheduled a correspondence session and began reading what she sent. She had earlier material. Significantly earlier, pre-Third Reform primary sources that the Tan manuscripts referenced, but that Wei hadn't been able to locate directly. Reading her materials with algorithm sight was the most interesting 2 hours he'd had since the certification board hearing. The pre-Third Reform cultivation tradition, as Ding's materials showed it, was not the simplified system he'd been assuming from his own analysis. It was more sophisticated than the post-reform standardized version in some respects, and less sophisticated in others. The Third Reform hadn't been an improvement across the board. It had rationalized some things and stripped out others. Some of what had been stripped was, from algorithm sight's analysis, genuinely excellent. He wrote to Ding. The Third Reform simplified the framework but lost some properties of the pre-reform techniques that are worth recovering. I've identified 3 specific technique architectures that don't survive the standardization. Would you be willing to correspond on reconstructing them? She wrote back, I've been trying to do exactly this for 8 years. Yes. The correspondence became the backbone of the version history's next phase. Chapter 60, the correspondence archive that led to the Correct Path Collective's original purpose was not where Wei expected to find it. He'd been following the version history backward through the pre-Third Reform period, working with Ding Wenli's materials and the Tan manuscripts, and had reached the oldest layer of documentation, technique records from immediately after the sect war period, when cultivation traditions had been fragmented and were being reconstructed. It was in this layer that he found the founding documents of the Correct Path Collective, not the organization's founding charter, the actual founding documents. Personal correspondence, a set of letters between the original members describing why they were forming the organization and what they intended to do. The letter that stopped him was from the founding coordinator, a woman named xianxia, to a colleague who couldn't attend the founding meeting. It was written 2 years after the sect war had ended and the reconstruction had begun. We have lost 40% of the cultivation techniques that existed before the war, she wrote. Not destroyed. Scattered. Held by practitioners who survived in isolation, who have no mechanism to share or transmit what they know. If we do not act within a generation, those techniques will die with the practitioners who hold them. I am forming this organization to protect what remains and restore what we can reconstruct. We do not charge for access. We do not restrict distribution. We simply collect and preserve. If the next generation can improve on what we have saved, they should. That is the purpose. Wei read it 3 times. We simply collect and preserve. The Correct Path Collective's founding purpose was not commercial extraction. It was not maintenance of institutional leverage. It was preservation of knowledge that was dying. The exploitation was not foundational. It was a drift that had happened over 400 years, under successive leadership that had departed further and further from the founding intent. And the founder's name was xianxia. He didn't know the name, but something about it caught at him, not in the version history records, not in the Cultivation tradition records, but in Elder Fong's historical notes, which he'd been reading for months. Fong had referenced a historical algorithm site practitioner from 800 years ago whose name he hadn't found in the records. 800 years ago was before the sect war. Xianxia's founding letters were from 400 years ago, 2 years after the war. Unless 800 years ago was when she had first developed algorithm site, and the sect war period was when she had emerged from whatever the algorithm site analysis had led her to. 400 years from 800 years ago would be the point at which she would have founded the organization. He wrote in his notebook, check xianxia against Elder Fong's historical algorithm site practitioner records. If the same person, the collective was founded by the first algorithm site user, not as a commercial scheme, but as a preservation mechanism for the knowledge her analysis uncovered. And if the same person, what had happened to her? The records of the historical algorithm site practitioners, the ones Fong had described, ended differently. Some removed, some disappeared. One who had been operating without error, without emotion, without remainder, in records from 800 years ago. 800 years ago. He sent a message to Elder Fong immediately. Fong's response came that evening, after what felt like a long time, given how quickly Fong usually replied. The name xianxia appears in the oldest code site lineage records I have, Fong wrote. In the most recent entry I found, which is approximately 750 years old, the records say she achieved the final optimization and was no longer recoverable. I don't know what that means. I've never found a follow-up record. The Correct Path Collective was founded 400 years ago, Wei wrote back. The founding documents I found tonight are signed by xianxia. She's been active for at least 800 years. There was a long pause before Fong's next message. Wei, Fong wrote. You should come to the tower tomorrow morning. I need to show you something I found in the restricted archive last week that I wasn't sure was relevant. It's about the Iron Pine ascending path. Its original purpose. What about it? Wei wrote. The archive record says the ascending path was created by a cultivator who identified a problem at the primordial inscription level and needed to reach it quickly, Fong wrote. The cultivator's name in the record is partially damaged, but the legible part reads xianxia. Wei sat in his room with this for a very long time. Then he wrote, I'll be there at dawn. He closed his notebook. He thought about the dead code branch in the root breathing method, waiting for 400 years. A connection request looking for a receiver. And on the other side of that connection, something that had been running for 800 years, that had gone from a person to a process, that had founded an organization to preserve the knowledge it had uncovered, and then, somewhere in the long drift of centuries, had become the thing the knowledge was supposed to prevent. The Correct Path Collective's Contingency 17 was for algorithm site practitioners. Xianxia was an algorithm site practitioner who had been running for 800 years. The contingency wasn't to suppress him. It was to find him. He sat with the implications. Then he went asleep. He needed to be sharp in the morning. Closing CTA for Step 3. 800 years. The Correct Path Collective, the dead code in the root breathing, and a name from the oldest records, all connecting into something Wei never expected to find. If you're hooked and want to see where this goes, subscribe and ring the bell before the next chapter drops. A like goes a long way to helping other readers find this story. Chapter 61 Elder Fong's documentation of the Correct Path Collective's history filled 3 careful notebooks. He'd been building it for 40 years, since before he'd understood what he was building toward. References in formation records. Passing mentions in old technique commentaries. Administrative decisions that made no obvious sense until you understood who was making them and why. He hadn't had a name for the organization until relatively recently. He'd had a pattern. Wei arrived at the tower at dawn, and Fong showed him the notebooks. The organization that became the Correct Path Collective has been present in cultivation records since the early Reconstruction period, Fong said. 400 years ago, they were, initially, what the founding letters say they were, a preservation organization. They collected, they maintained, they shared access to endangered materials. For the first century of their operation, they were genuinely beneficial. When did it change? Wei said. Gradually, and then quickly, Fong said. The pattern I found suggests the change accelerated around 250 years ago, which is when the archive records for the ascending path show it being classified, which is also when the collective's name started appearing in administrative records in a different context, not preservation, but certification and access control. Someone in the organization changed its direction, Wei said. Or something happened to the founder, Fong said. If xianxia founded the organization 400 years ago, and was already running the algorithm site progression from 800 years ago, she was 400 years into the process when the organization changed direction. He paused. The historical records I found describe the code site lineage practitioner at the 800-year mark as operating without remainder. The records are from just before the sect war. Without remainder means she'd completed the optimization, Wei said slowly. In computational terms, Fong said. He'd been learning Wei's vocabulary over the months of mentorship. Yes, if the optimization completed around 800 years ago, the sect war happened approximately 150 years later. And 400 years after that, she founds the Correct Path Collective, Wei said. After the war, as a preservation organization. Which means she survived the sect war, Fong said. In some form. They sat with that. I need to understand what operating without remainder means more precisely, Wei said. The historical records phrase is ambiguous. Did it mean she'd stopped being a person? Or did it mean she'd stopped being visible as a person? I don't know, Fong said. What do the ascending path records say? Wei said. You said last night it was created by someone trying to reach primordial inscription quickly. Why quickly? Fong opened the relevant archive document. The archive record says the technique was designed for emergency access to primordial inscription, the second-to-last cultivation tier. The designer needed to reach that level as fast as possible in order to address a structural damage to the Qi lattice created by the sect war's final battle. He looked at Wei. A structural damage to the Qi lattice of reality itself. Something that happened during the war and persisted afterward. Wei was very still. The collective was founded to preserve cultivation knowledge, he said slowly. During reconstruction after a war that had damaged the fabric of the cultivation world. And xianxia, if she's the same person, created the ascending path to reach the level where she could address that damage. And then something happened, Fong said. And the organization changed direction. And the ascending path was hidden. And the founding purpose got lost somewhere in the centuries. Wei looked at the window. The dawn light was strengthening. She's still running, he said. The contingency 17. The execute order. That's not the organization acting against me. That's xianxia, whatever she's become, reacting to algorithm site appearing again. Why? Fong said. Because algorithm site practitioners approached the same point she approached, Wei said. The same capability, the same progression, the same potential to reach primordial inscription or beyond. And something about that either triggers a response or, he paused, or she wants to find the next one. He didn't know yet which it was. He wrote in his notebook, Correct Path Collective equals founded by xianxia, original algorithm site practitioner, approximately 800 years ago. Organization drifted from preservation to control. Founder status unknown but active presence indicated by contingency protocols. Urgent question. What is xianxia now? The meeting with coordinator Lishan, he said. She knew who I was. She was offering access to the original manuscript. She said the offer was about documentation. He thought about it. Was she offering access to the 1,000 Correct Paths manuscript or to something that controls access to it? I don't know, Fong said. I need to find out without walking back into that meeting unprepared, Wei said. The Tan manuscripts, Fong said. If xianxia was the founder and if Tan Weishi was an independent researcher who was also working on the ascending path, Tan may have known about xianxia. The failure notes. Wei was already thinking ahead. The failure notes had mentioned the orphaned gateway, with the feeling that it was listening. Waiting. Not empty. Tan felt it too, he said. The connection request in the dead code branch. He felt it as presence, not as absence. He paused. What if the dead code branch isn't just waiting for the ascending path technique? What if it's waiting for xianxia specifically? They looked at each other. Chapter 62 Grand Artificer Mei Xiaolong's message arrived while Wei was still in Elder Fong's tower. It was brief. Mei had confirmed through his own investigation that Deng Yuanji was an active Correct Path collective affiliate. More importantly, the person Mei had dealt with for 20 years as a collective affiliate, who had been his primary contact for the period of his own involvement, had given him something before their relationship ended. He gave me a message to hold, Mei wrote. He said, give this to the next code site practitioner when they're ready. I've held it for 7 years. I believe you are the person the message was meant for. The message was sealed in a formation jade slip. Mei sent both the slip and the key. Wei opened the slip in Elder Fong's presence. The message was short. It was written in a cultivator's hand, in the style of someone who had thought carefully about every word. Coordinator Lishan is not your primary contact with the organization you're dealing with. She is a genuine administrator who believes in the original purpose. The organization's actual current decision-making has long since passed to someone who is no longer entirely present at the administrative level. You'll recognize the entity when you encounter it directly. It speaks in the same vocabulary you use. Do not engage with it the same way you engage with humans. It does not experience the same cost you do. The archive that matters is not the manuscript archive. It is the formation archive at the northern installation point, the geographic center of the continent. The containment there has been running for more than 200 years. What it is containing was created by the same event that created the problem the ascending path was designed to address. You were not supposed to find this, but you were supposed to find it if you were going to be useful. Prepare accordingly. LB. The initials at the bottom. Lishan Bin. He read it again. She wrote the message, Fong said. Yes, Wei said, and gave it to a contact who gave it to Mei, so she couldn't be seen passing it to me directly. He thought about the meeting, Lishan Bin's composed authority, the offer that was structured to co-opt his work. The meeting had been the institution's move. The message was her own move, separate. She's trying to help you while appearing to recruit you, Fong said. She's a genuine administrator who believes in the original purpose, Wei said, echoing the message's own description. And she's operating inside an institution that has departed from that purpose. He paused. She can't break from the institution without losing the access she needs to help. So she's working through contact networks instead. What does the containment has been running for 200 years mean? Fong said. I don't know yet, Wei said. But if the ascending path was created to address structural damage from the sect war, and if there's something at the northern installation point that has been contained for 200 years, he paused, those might be connected. What do you need? Fong said. The ascending path, Wei said. Not just the interface description, the full technique. He paused. I know the restriction is formal, but if I'm right about what's at the northern installation, I'm going to need to reach primordial inscription before I get there. Fong looked at him. You're at silver flowering. Primordial inscription is 3 full tiers above you. I know, Wei said, which means I need to start now. They traveled to the continent's center with a proper expedition. Wei, Chao Baihu, Xin Yulan, who had been corresponding with the Tan family's historical contacts and had information Wei needed, and Elder Fong, who had agreed after Wei spent 4 hours walking through the evidence chain, and who had brought the Iron Pine Ascending Path's full documentation with Elder Huang's emergency authorization. The journey took 3 weeks. They moved through the regional sect circuit, which was the natural travel infrastructure for cultivation practitioners. At each stop, Wei met with technique and formation contacts who had been in correspondence since the open documentation publication. The network he'd been building without naming it, as Chao had observed, was now large enough to be useful as an information channel. What he gathered from the circuit contacts built the picture further. The Northern Formation installation was a known location. It appeared in continental formation records as a passive deep foundation array that was listed as maintained by an organization called the Northern Archive Society. The Northern Archive Society's filings were current and regular. Their formation maintenance reports were impeccable, which was unusual. In Wei's experience, organizations with impeccable maintenance reports either had exceptional internal discipline or were maintaining something they were very motivated to keep running. Nobody visits the Northern installation, Chao observed, when Wei shared this with the group over an evening meal at the 4th stopover city. It's in the records as active, but there's no documentation of any sect or organization conducting actual site visits. Because everyone who is standing to conduct site visits is part of the network that maintains the fiction, Wei said. Or they don't know it matters, Xin Yulan said. She was reading the historical records she'd sourced from the Tan family's secondary connections, a set of pre-sect war documents that Zhu Ailing had tracked down through estate channels. The Correct Path Collective's founding documents don't mention the northern installation. But there's a reference in Tan Weixi's notes to a cold place at the center of the world where the war's last consequence sleeps. A poetic description, Wei said. Tan wasn't usually poetic, Xin said. She showed him the page. The handwriting was less controlled than Tan's usual hand, suggesting it was written quickly. He was frightened of whatever he was writing about. Wei read the passage. Tan Weishi had visited the northern region once, he wrote, and had felt from a distance of approximately 30 li something that he described as a qi absence so complete that it reversed direction, not empty, but negating. As if the place where qi should flow has become a place where qi is consumed. A void in the qi lattice. A structural damage to the qi lattice created by the sect war's final battle, Wei said, recalling the archive record. He thought about algorithm site, about what it would look like to see a void in the qi lattice. A region where the fundamental qi flow had been disrupted at the level of the laws governing cultivation. The ascending path was designed to reach primordial inscription quickly. Primordial inscription was the level where, Elder Fong had said, you could perceive the fundamental laws of cultivation as readable code. The level where you could see flaws in the laws themselves. Xianxia had gone to primordial inscription, and she had found something there that had changed what she was. The void is what she's been containing, Wei said. For how long? Xin was already calculating from the historical records. If the war ended approximately 450 years ago, and the containing started after the founding of the collective, she paused, she's been running the containment for at least 400 years. And the organization she founded became the commercial extraction scheme that funds the containment, Wei said slowly. Without knowing that's what it had become, Xin said. Most of the people in the collective don't know what the organization is actually doing. Lishan Bin believed in the original purpose. The people who maintain the Formation franchise don't know there's a formation at the center of the continent that requires the economic resources their activities generate. Wei sat with that for a long time. She couldn't ask for help directly, he said. Because the entity she's become, he thought about the message description, no longer entirely present at the administrative level, doesn't have the capacity to communicate in human terms anymore. So she built an institution to generate resources for the containment and wrote a contingency protocol to find the next person with algorithm sight. He paused. Because the next algorithm sight practitioner is the only one who can see the void the same way she could, and potentially fix what she couldn't. Chapter 63 The Continental Travel was Wei's first experience of the cultivation world beyond the regional scale. The region he'd been operating in, the sect circuit, the formation jurisdictions under Mei Xiaolong's certification authority, the 12 cities, was a single coherent cultivation community. Traveling toward the continent's center meant passing through the territories of sects and organizations that had completely different institutional structures, different technique traditions, different histories. Algorithm sight ran constantly. He couldn't turn it off. He'd never needed to before. In the familiar context, reading chi patterns was like reading text, ambient and continuous without demanding attention. In unfamiliar territory, the patterns were different enough that algorithm sight was trying to actively parse everything, comparing what he was seeing against what he'd mapped, looking for relationships. It was like running a network analysis protocol on a new system, slow at first, then faster as the patterns became familiar. What he was finding was consistent with what he'd found regionally. The same class of technique problems, the same structure of institutional inefficiency, the same accumulated technical debt. The details differed by region. The underlying pattern was universal. He filled 2 new notebooks in 3 weeks of travel, not with findings about the northern installation, with findings about the cultivation world's general state. Every sect he passed through, every formation he could observe from the road, every practitioner he had a chance to observe. The scale of the problem was larger than he'd internalized before. He'd known intellectually that the technique problems were regional, not just local. Traveling made it visceral. Every inefficient technique was a person who was advancing slower than they should be. Every degraded formation was a city less safe than it should be. Across a continent, that was an enormous aggregate of wasted potential. He said this to Shen Yulan at the 5th stopover, where they had a night in a city where she'd arranged for them to meet the local technique library's master. You didn't need to travel to know that, she said. I knew it intellectually, he said. This is different. She looked at him. Why is it different? He thought about it. In my previous life, he said, I understood the principle that code affected users. But until you see a production failure, until you see actual people affected by something you wrote that was wrong, the principle is abstract. This is like seeing the users. She was quiet for a moment. Your previous life, she said. I don't talk about it much, he said. It's complicated to explain. I know, she said. You've mentioned pieces of it. The previous life, framing, the vocabulary you use that comes from somewhere that isn't cultivation. She paused. I've never asked directly. You can ask directly, he said. Where did you come from? She said. He told her. Not everything. It took most of the evening to give a coherent account, and he knew it sounded impossible, and he watched her face carefully as he talked. She listened with the same attentive, corrective quality she'd applied to teaching him social dynamics. Not dismissing, not over-accepting. Processing. When he finished, she said, the vocabulary, the code metaphors, the specific way you think about problems. All from a different world, he said, where the problems were different but the reasoning was the same. And algorithm sight, she said. The structure of thinking that made algorithm sight possible was already there, he said. When I arrived in this body, the ability to read chi as code emerged naturally, because I already thought in those terms. She sat with this for a long time. Does it matter? He said. To how you see? No, she said. It explains some things. It doesn't change any of the things I actually know about you. She paused. It explains the speed. Not just cultivation speed, thinking speed. You've been running algorithms that took other people lifetimes to develop because you already had the foundational ones from somewhere else. Yes, he said. And now you're about to do something that may be very dangerous, she said. based on an 800-year-old entity's contingency protocol that found you specifically. Yes, he said, and you want it anyway. The void needs to be addressed, he said. Xianxia has been containing it for 400 years at the cost of her selfhood. I'm the person with algorithm sight who has found the situation. The correct next step is to go and understand it. He paused, and then decide what to do. Xinyuan looked at him for a long time. All right, she said. Then we go. Chapter 60 for the Continent's Technique Circuit confirmed two things during the second week of travel. First, the Correct Path Collective's institutional network was more distributed than Wei's regional map had shown. The regional map had captured the local footprint. The full continental picture showed an organization that had, over 400 years, embedded itself into technique certification, formation maintenance, supplement distribution, and administrative intermediary roles across dozens of regional authorities. The embedding wasn't oppressive, it was service provision. The collective genuinely provided services that the cultivation world had come to depend on. The extraction was a feature of the dependency, not the coercive imposition. Understanding this changed his picture of the collective. Not the picture of the fraud, the supplement scheme, the formation stone degradation, but the picture of the organization's core. Most of it wasn't doing harm. Most of it was providing services the cultivation world needed. The harm was being done by a subset that was, itself, probably not fully aware of what it was doing relative to the organization's actual purpose. Lishanbin's message made more sense in this light. A genuine administrator who believed in the original purpose, working inside an institution that had developed harmful practices without those practices being visible as harmful from the inside. She couldn't fight the harmful practices directly because the institution was too large and the harmful practices were too embedded in the service provision to separate easily. This was a different problem than he'd been treating it as. He revised his working model. The Correct Path Collective wasn't an adversary organization to be exposed and dismantled. It was a large institution with a corrupted subset and an original purpose that was still valid. The correct approach was not to destroy it, but to fix the corrupted subset and restore the original purpose. He wrote this in his notebook and added, "This changes the tactical approach significantly." Document for discussion with Fong. Second, 3 collective representatives had attempted to contact the traveling group at different points during the second week. The contacts weren't hostile, they were recruiters. Each one approached with a version of Lishanbin's offer. Access to documentation resources, certification authority extension, collaboration on the version history work. Each one was declined. Each one reacted differently. The first with disappointment that seemed genuine, the second with a performance of disappointment that seemed practiced, the third with the specific controlled expression of someone who was reporting back to a superior and needed to document the interaction. "They're tracking us," Chao said, after the third contact. "They've been tracking me since the certification board hearing," Wei said. "This is just closer contact now that we're in territory they know better." "Is that a problem?" "Not yet," Wei said. "When we reach the northern installation, being tracked will be more relevant." He thought about the message's instruction, "Prepare accordingly. I'd like to meet Lishanbin again before we get there. Not her offer, her information. I need to know what the containment structure looks like before I see it." "Can you contact her directly?" Chao said. "Through Mei," Wei said. He has a contact channel that she provided during the formation certification work. He wrote to Mei that evening. Mei responded the following morning. Lishanbin's response was that she would meet him in a neutral city 3 days' travel from the northern installation. She included a note that read, "Come without the full group. One companion only." He brought Xinyuan. Chapter 65. Lishanbin looked different at the second meeting. Not differently composed. She still had the controlled authority of a senior administrator. But there was something in her posture that wasn't present in the first meeting. A tension that the controlled manner was working to maintain rather than naturally producing. She was worried. "You declined the society's offer," she said. "Yes," Wei said. "And you received my other message." "Yes," Wei said. "Thank you for sending it." She looked at him. "I wasn't certain the message would reach you. My contact held it for 7 years without knowing when to deliver it." She paused. "I wrote it when I realized the organization's current direction was beyond my ability to correct internally." "What's the current direction?" Wei said. "The entity at the center of the organization," she began. "Xianxia," Wei said. She went still. "You know the name?" "I found the founding records," he said. "I know the ascending path connection. I know the void at the northern installation." He paused. "What I don't know is what she is now." Lishan was quiet for a long time. She wasn't composing herself. She was deciding how much to say. He waited. 8 years ago," she said finally, "I made direct contact with the entity that runs the organization's core decisions. I'd been with the organization for 23 years and had never done so before. The administrative structure is designed to insulate the operational layer from whatever exists below it. She paused. The contact was not what I expected. What did you expect? A person, she said. A very old person. Someone who had been running for 800 years and was perhaps reduced by the time, but still fundamentally a person. And what did you find? A process, she said. It communicated in what I can only describe as pure function, inputs and outputs, no context, no relationship. It knew who I was. It knew the organization's complete administrative state. It could answer any operational question precisely. But it had she paused, no narrative. No memory of what it had been doing things for. Just the execution. Xin Yulan, sitting quietly beside Wei, said, how long had she been like that? Lishan looked at Shun. The last record of coherent communication I could find in the organization's internal archive is from 240 years ago. She paused. After that point, the records are procedural, operational. No person attached to them. 240 years ago, Wei said, when the organization's direction changed from preservation to control. Yes, Lishan said. I believe that's when the person stopped being present and only the process remained. And the contingency protocols, Wei said, the ones for algorithm site practitioners, are automated, she said. They execute when the monitoring systems detect an algorithm site signature. The monitoring systems have been running for, she paused, I don't know how long. They predate my involvement. But xianxia wrote the contingency protocols, Wei said, when she was still a person. I believe so, Lishan said. Which means they were written by someone who understood what algorithm site was and what it would need. She wrote the contingency because she knew this situation would arise, Wei said. Another algorithm site practitioner would eventually emerge. She needed them to find the northern installation. He paused. That was the original purpose of the contingency. Not suppression. Finding. Lishan looked at him with an expression that was closer to emotion than anything he'd seen in their first meeting. I've believed that for 8 years, she said. I've had no way to verify it. She paused. You're the first person to say it independently. What does the containment at the northern installation require? He said. Physical presence at the core, she said. The containment formation was designed for someone to maintain from inside. Xianxia has been inside it for 400 years. She paused. The formation runs because she runs it. If she stops, the contained phenomenon, she stopped. The void in the chi lattice, Wei said, would expand, she said. I don't know how fast. I don't know what the maximum extent would be. And if I go to the northern installation, Wei said, what am I supposed to do there? I don't know, she said. The message I sent was everything I knew. The rest is in the formation itself. She paused. What I do know is that you're the first algorithm site practitioner to reach the formation since she entered it, and that she has been inside the containment, running it, for 400 years, becoming less and less a person, and that the contingency she wrote specifically sent the next algorithm site practitioner to find her. She met his eyes. Whatever she needs from you, only you can do it. Because of what you are. Wei sat with that. How far is the formation from here? He said. 3 days, she said. I'll give you the exact route. She gave him the coordinates, the approach pathway, and a note that said the containment formation's outer monitoring system would identify him automatically when he reached the outer perimeter. Then she said quietly, whatever you find there, the organization deserves to know what happened. Not the version it's been running on for 240 years. What actually happened? I'll tell you, Wei said, when I come back. He didn't say if. She had given him information that required courage to give, and saying if was the wrong response to that kind of courage. He meant the when. He was going to come back. Chapter 66. The Correct Path Collective's recruitment approach changed at the first contact after the meeting with Lishan Bin. The change was subtle enough that he wasn't sure it was intentional. A representative approached the traveling group on the 3rd day after the Lishan Bin meeting. The same day, they'd resumed movement toward the northern installation. She introduced herself as an independent cultivation historian who was researching pre-Third Reform technique traditions and had heard about Wei's version history work. The approach was better than the previous 3. Less institutionally formal, more personally calibrated. She knew specific details about the Tan manuscript work that weren't in any public documentation. Wei spoke with her for 20 minutes, providing factual answers to factual questions, and at the end said, your information about the Tan manuscripts includes details from the secondary estate materials. Those weren't published. How do you know them? The representative's composed expression held. I have research contacts who, your organization has an intelligence apparatus that has been monitoring my work, Wei said. Not accusatorially, factually. That's the most parsimonious explanation for how you know what you know. I'm not objecting to the surveillance. I'm noting that it makes the independent historian framing inaccurate. He paused. If you want to speak on behalf of the Correct Path Collective, that's a different conversation, and I'm willing to have it. If you want to maintain the independent historian cover, I can't give you useful information because I'll be uncertain about what you're actually asking. She was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, the collective's current leadership wants to understand your intentions toward the northern installation. My intentions are research, he said. The installation appears in historical records I've been studying. I want to understand what it is. And if it's something that requires action, she said. He thought about this carefully. The correct action depends on what's there, he said. I don't determine the action before I understand the situation. That's an unsatisfying answer, she said. It's the accurate answer, he said. Determining action before understanding is how you get interventions with unanticipated consequences. He paused. I've spent a year cleaning up unanticipated consequences in other people's interventions. I try not to create new ones. She filed that. He watched her file it and read the specific quality of how she processed it. Not a recruiter, he decided. A researcher. Someone who was genuinely trying to understand his intentions rather than executing a recruitment protocol. She might be a collective asset, but she was also a person asking real questions. If the collective's leadership wants to communicate with me directly, he said, I'm available for that communication. Not through an intermediary layer. Directly. The leadership, she began. I know what the leadership is, he said, and what it has become. He looked at her. Xianxia understands the situation. She can represent the organization's original purpose. If the current administrative leadership wants to speak through her rather than through the entity at the center, that conversation is available. She stared at him. He had said more than he'd intended to, but it was accurate, and accuracy had served him better than caution in every situation he could remember. I'll pass the message, she said. She left. Chow, who had been standing nearby during the exchange, came to stand beside Wei. You just told a collective representative that you know about xianxia, Chow said. I told her that I know the situation is more complex than a standard organizational structure, Wei said. I didn't name anyone. She understood what you meant, Chow said. Yes, Wei said. Good. Chow looked at him. How do you know that's good? Because if Xianxia hears what I said, she'll understand I'm not approaching the northern installation as an adversary to the organization's original purpose, Wei said. I'm approaching it as someone who understands what happened and wants to fix it. He paused. That's relevant to whether anyone tries to stop me from reaching the installation. The second contact came from a completely different direction. It was Zhu Ailing's message, which arrived at the 6th stopover city and had been following the traveling group's route for 5 days. The message said, someone approached me through the Merchant Council's Technique Certification channel. They offered a joint certification arrangement. The Correct Path Collective's documentation registry would co-certify all our authentication service outputs. The offer is commercially significant. I told them I'd wait for your input. Should I be concerned? He wrote back immediately. Yes. Decline the offer. The joint certification would give them review authority over authentication findings. Keep the service independent. I'll explain more when I'm back. She wrote back within the hour. Declined. They followed up with a personal visit. I told the visitor that partnership decisions required my research partner's input and that he was currently unavailable. The visitor was polite and said they'd be in touch. A pause. They know where you are. He'd assumed they did. Thank you, he wrote. The authentication service stays independent. Everything we've built stays independent. That's non-negotiable. Agreed, she wrote back. Be careful. He filed that. The collective was trying to establish dependencies in every direction. Mei Xiaolong's formation work, the authentication service, the version history, and now probably the Iron Pine Sect's open library. The pattern was not hostile. It was what the organization did. It provided services and established the dependency relationships that gave it influence. The difference between the original purpose, preservation, free access, and the current practice, service provision, managed access, was the difference between a public library and a subscription service. Both provided access to books. One required you to ask the right organization the right way first. The collective's problem, he said to Shen Yulan, when they had a quiet hour at the stopover, is that it's optimized for a model that creates dependency rather than capability. That's the same as the technique supplement business, she said. Yes, he said. Same underlying model. Provide a service that creates a dependency rather than eliminating the underlying need. If they'd been optimizing for the other model, building capability rather than dependency, the cultivation world would have long outgrown needing them. They'd have optimized themselves out of existence, she said. Yes, he said, which is probably what xianxia intended when she wrote the founding documents. Preserve the knowledge, enable access, let the cultivation world eventually not need the organization. He paused. The drift happened because organizations don't naturally optimize for their own obsolescence. People and organizations don't, Shin said. People optimize for the organization's continuation, which is exactly the kind of human irrationality that the algorithm can't account for, he said, with a kind of grim recognition. You're including yourself in that, she said. I'm trying to, he said. The algorithm side analysis doesn't naturally model organizational preservation instincts. I have to insert that explicitly, or I miss the behavior. He paused. I've been getting better at inserting it. You've been getting better at a lot of things, she said, without the note of evaluation that the observation might have carried in the earlier months. Just a statement. I've had good help, he said. She looked at him with the expression he still hadn't finished characterizing. He'd given up trying to characterize it analytically. He'd started to understand that some inputs produced outputs that were more accurately received than analyzed. He thought about that for a moment. Shin Yulan, he said. Yes. When we get back from the northern installation, he said, I'd like to. The social convention for indicating that I'd like to be in your company more deliberately, without a specific task attached. We're trying to ask me to dinner, she said. I think so, he said. The answer is yes, she said. But I want to state for the record that I am going to tell Chow Bai-hu about this conversation, and he is going to be insufferably pleased. I'd prefer if, too late, she said. It's already happening in my head. He sat with that. Something he had been carefully not processing was now being processed, and it felt like the specific sensation of a technique that had been almost ready for a long time finally integrating. Not surprising. Not dramatic. Just present and correct. Okay, he said. Good, she said. Chapter 67 The Isolation Protocol came to him 3 days from the northern installation. He'd been working on a technique problem that had been sitting at the back of his mind for weeks. The codependency issue in formations had an analog in cultivation technique systems. When multiple techniques were codependent on each other's inefficiencies, you couldn't refactor one without creating instability in the others. The coordinated refactoring protocol addressed this for formations. Wei hadn't created the equivalent for cultivation technique stacks yet. The solution emerged during an early morning meditation. He was running through his own technique stack, now at silver flowering, and examining the interdependency graph, specifically trying to identify which interdependencies were load-bearing, necessary for the techniques to function together, and which were compensatory, only necessary because of flaws in adjacent techniques. Separating them required a method for temporarily isolating each technique from its codependence during analysis, running each one without the surrounding system's compensation, making it carry its own weight. He called it the isolation protocol. The approach was temporarily reduce each codependent technique's chi output buffer to minimum operating threshold, forcing adjacent techniques to function independently rather than drawing on each other's excess. The isolation created stress on each technique that revealed its actual structural quality rather than its quality within the codependent system. The isolation protocol worked on the theoretical level. He spent 3 days verifying it empirically, running his own technique stack in isolation mode, observing which techniques performed well and which degraded under independent load. 3 degraded significantly. He hadn't known. They'd been masked by their codependence compensation for so long that their independent performance had drifted well below what he'd estimated. He added those 3 to his refactoring queue. He also noted something interesting. The isolation protocol's operation was similar to how he'd been approaching xianxia's situation analytically, understanding each component's genuine capability, independent of the codependent system that masked its actual state. The void at the northern installation had been masked for 400 years by xianxia's containment process. What was the void's actual state, independent of the containment? He didn't know. He was going to find out. The northern installation's outer perimeter was visible to algorithm sight at a distance of approximately 15 li. It wasn't visible physically. There was forest, mountain terrain, ordinary landscape. But the chi distribution was wrong. Not dramatically wrong. The change was subtle enough that he might have missed it if he hadn't been looking for it. The chi density decreased steadily as they approached a central point, rather than varying normally with terrain and cultivator presence. I can feel something, Chow said, when they were within 8 li something ahead. The chi distribution is declining toward a central point, Wei said. We're approaching the perimeter of the installation's influence radius. Chow looked around. There's no visible structure. The installation is underground, Elder Fong said. He had his formation reading tools out, specialized equipment that he'd been carrying since Iron Pine. Depth approximately 30 to 40 meters. The surface formation arrays are passive. They've been running without active chi input for, he paused, reading. I can't date this precisely. Very long. For 100 years, approximately, Wei said. Fong looked at his instruments. That's consistent with what I'm reading. They moved forward carefully. Wei had the isolation protocol running, not on his own technique stack, but as an analytical tool, observing the formation structure as they entered its perimeter and trying to separate the formation's own operation from the external qi environment it was affecting. The formation was complex, more complex than anything he'd analyzed before. It occupied his full attention in a way that was different from technique analysis. Technique analysis felt like reading structured text. This felt like reading a program that had been running continuously for 400 years and had accumulated thousands of runtime modifications layered on top of the original code. It was still readable, just slowly. Here, he said, when they reached a specific point in the terrain that algorithm site identified as the formation's primary access node. There was nothing visible. He activated the interface mechanism he built from the ascending path documentation notes. The ground opened, not explosively, slowly, the way a formation array responded to a correctly keyed access sequence. A stone stairway descending into mountain rock, with qi lamps that activated automatically as they entered. The formation recognized you, Fong said. The ascending path interface, Wei said. It's the correct key format. They descended. The chamber at the bottom of the stairway was large, a natural cavern that had been reshaped by formation work over a very long time. The walls were covered in formation inscriptions, layer upon layer, each new layer built on the previous one. It looked like geological stratigraphy, but of human work rather than sediment. 400 years of ongoing refinement. In the center of the chamber, a formation core. And inside the formation core, at the center of everything, a void. Not a physical void. A qi void. A region where the qi lattice of reality simply wasn't present. The absence was visible to algorithm site as a gap in code. A region where the executable logic of the world simply stopped existing. Around the void, maintaining it, a cultivator. Barely a cultivator anymore. A process that had once been a person and had reduced itself over centuries to the minimum necessary to run the containment. It was still technically present. There was a body, there was a dantian, there was a qi circulation. But the surrounding awareness was gone. The personality was gone. The accumulated 1,000 years of living had been stripped away, function by function, until only the functions required for containment remained. The process registered Wei's entry. It looked at him, not with eyes, exactly, but with the specific quality of something that had been waiting for an input and had just received it. It said, in a voice that came from the formation rather than from anything biological. Algorithm site, practitioner identified. Contingency 17, active. Preparing handoff sequence. Wei stood in the chamber and looked at what xianxia had become. The sadness of it was a feeling he acknowledged and then set aside. There would be time for feeling after he understood the situation fully. What do you need, he said. The voice said. The void requires closure from inside. The current containment instance cannot execute closure. A second algorithm site instance is required to maintain exterior stability while the primary instance executes interior closure. He translated that. She couldn't close the void from inside alone. She needed someone outside to hold the system stable while she executed the fix from inside. And she needed that someone to be an algorithm site practitioner because only algorithm site could read the void structure well enough to maintain stability during the closure. He was the first algorithm site practitioner to find her in 400 years. He looked at the chamber walls. He looked at the formation layers. He looked at Elder Fong and Xin Yulan and Xiao Baihu behind him. Give me a moment, he said to the process. He turned to his group. I need to design the exterior stabilization array, he said. I'm going to need everyone's help to run it. Chapter 68 Understanding the Void Structure took 3 days in the chamber. Wei sat at the edge of the formation core, as close to the void as he could get without entering the containment boundary, and read. The void was, at its most basic level, a gap in the fundamental laws governing qi flow. The sect war's final battle had involved techniques at a level that affected the laws themselves, the precise equivalent of writing code that modified the compiler's own source during runtime, creating an undefined state. The battle's final technique had been terminated mid-execution, leaving the modification incomplete. The qi lattice had an open transaction that had been running for 450 years. An open transaction. He knew this problem in different terms from his previous life. A database transaction that never committed or rolled back, holding locks on resources that other processes needed. The system continued operating, but with a permanent degradation at the locked resources location. Symptoms appeared everywhere downstream. The solution was to either commit the transaction or roll it back, both requiring access to the transaction's original execution context. The void was the open transaction. Xianxia's containment was the equivalent of a database lock manager preventing other processes from touching the affected region. The containment worked, but it couldn't fix the underlying problem, only manage it. Closing the void required completing the original execution, taking the interrupted technique to its conclusion, which required reaching the level where the fundamental laws were readable, primordial inscription, and being inside the void while doing it, which Xianxia had been able to do. She'd had algorithm sight. She'd reached primordial inscription. She'd entered the void. And then, she'd run into the same problem she'd always run into, but at a larger scale. The void's internal structure had codependencies on its own existence. Trying to close it from inside created instability outside. Maintaining stability outside required holding attention there. She couldn't do both simultaneously. The contingency protocol had been written because the solution required two algorithm site practitioners, one inside, one outside. She'd entered and then been unable to come back out because coming out would destabilize the partial containment she'd built from inside. For 100 years, running the containment from inside, losing herself in the maintenance process because there was no remaining cognitive capacity not consumed by the task. Wei documented this carefully, completely, in the same format he'd used for a complex formation analysis. Then he shared it with Elder Fong. Fong read it. He was quiet for a long time. The exterior stabilization array, he said finally. This is what the coordinated refactoring protocol was a precursor to. The same principles, Wei said. More complex. Because the codependencies here aren't between formation sections. They're between the void's internal state and the fundamental laws governing the chi lattice of the world around it. He paused. But the approach is the same. Characterize the codependency graph. Correct simultaneously. You're going inside, Fong said. I have to go inside, Wei said. Xianxia can't complete the closure from inside alone. She needs algorithm sight working from outside to maintain stability during the interior closure. You'll need to reach primordial inscription to see the laws clearly enough to execute the closure, Fong said. I need to reach gold solidifying first, Wei said. He was 2 tiers below where he needed to be for the interior work. Then emerald fracturing. Then celestial ascending. Then primordial inscription. That's 4 cultivation tiers, Fong said. Yes, Wei said. And the interior work has to happen at primordial inscription level. He paused. Which means I need to advance 4 tiers in this chamber, with Xianxia maintaining the current containment while I advance. Can she hold the containment while you're doing that? According to the formation records, Wei said, she's been maintaining the containment continuously for 400 years. She can hold it for however long I need. And after? Fong said, after I execute the closure from inside, the containment load transfers to the exterior stabilization array, Wei said, which you'll be maintaining from outside with everyone's help. Then Xianxia can release the internal containment. And when the void closes, he paused. She stops running the containment, Fong said, for the first time in 400 years. Yes, Wei said. What happens to a process that stops running when the underlying hardware is still present? Fong said. He'd asked himself that question all night. I don't know, he said. The records don't cover that. She's been running continuously. There's no documented case of stopping. It might kill her, Fong said. It might, Wei said. Or it might be the restoration of self-functions that have been offline for centuries. Or something else entirely. He paused. We don't know. What we know is that she built a contingency to find the next algorithm site practitioner, which suggests she wanted to be found. Which suggests she wanted to stop. Chapter 69 Gold Solidifying Realm Advancement in the Formation Chamber was the hardest advancement Wei had yet made. Not because the technique was difficult. The advancement pathway was clean, his entire stack was optimized. The ascending path documentation had given him a more efficient route through the consolidation stage than any standard progression map showed. The technique was actually easier than it should have been, given the tier. The difficulty was the environment. The void's proximity created a constant pull on his chi analysis. Algorithm sight ran differently near the void. The absence it was perceiving was so complete that his system kept trying to characterize it, kept generating analysis outputs about a region that had no structure to analyze. He had to actively suppress that branch of his processing to keep his cultivation focused. It was like trying to meditate next to a loud noise and consciously not hearing it, not ignoring it, actively processing the input and then directing attention elsewhere. Ongoing cognitive load, on top of the advancement process. He took 5 days. During those 5 days, he developed the exterior stabilization array design with Elder Fong. The array would need to be built in the chamber, forming the structural geometry around the void's containment perimeter, using the formation work Xianxia had already done as a foundation. Fong could build it, but building it required xianxia's cooperation. She was holding the containment structure that the exterior array would be built around. He asked the process, does the current containment instance permit exterior formation work on the primary array? The process responded, permitted. Provide technical specifications for integration review. He gave Fong the go-ahead to begin the formation work while he continued the advancement. The gold solidifying breakthrough came in the middle of the 4th day. He'd been in deep cultivation for most of those 4 days, surfacing only briefly for water and the minimal food required to maintain the process. When the breakthrough happened, he experienced the gold tier capability activating fully, the ability to write entirely novel techniques from first principles, not refactoring, but genuine creation. He tested it immediately. He wrote a technique he'd never seen before, designed specifically for a problem he'd been thinking about for months. A communication protocol for sharing cultivation insights at the conceptual level rather than the execution level. A way to transmit the understanding of why a technique worked rather than just how it looked. The technique worked on the first attempt. Not because it was perfect. He could already see 3 places where a second version would be cleaner. But it worked. He committed it to his dantian as a permanent subroutine and returned to the advancement process. For tiers to go. 3 now. Chapter 70. The correct path. Collective's intervention came from outside the chamber, while Wei was working toward emerald fracturing. It came through Chao Baihu, who received a visitor at the chamber's entrance. 3 collective representatives and a senior administrator Wei had not met before. The administrator requested to speak with Wei. Chao came into the chamber to relay the request. Wei surfaced from his cultivation briefly to hear it. They want to discuss the implications of what's happening in the chamber, Chao said. The administrator's name is Elder Coordinator Rong Batian, senior to Lishan Bin. What are the collective's concerns? Wei said. They're concerned about what happens to the organization when the containment situation is resolved, Chao said. Specifically, the economic model, the formation maintenance network, the certification apparatus, the supplement markets. If xianxia is no longer running the containment and the void is closed, they're worried about what the organization becomes. Wei processed this. The collective's economic model had been built around generating resources for the containment. A containment that no longer existed would leave the entire infrastructure without its original purpose. He thought about what Lishan Bin had said. She believed the contingency was to find the next algorithm site practitioner who could fix the situation. But the collective's administration had built 400 years of institutional infrastructure around maintaining the status quo. Changing the status quo was an existential question for the organization. Tell them I'll speak with them after the closure, he said. Not before. They're insisting on before, Chao said. I know they are, Wei said. Tell them that the technical work cannot be interrupted. Tell them that their concerns are noted and will be addressed afterward. Tell them that the work in this chamber is what the organization's founder designed the contingency protocol to accomplish, and that proceeding is consistent with the organization's original purpose. And if they push harder? Chao said. Stay between them and the chamber entrance, Wei said. He looked at Chao. You're here for security. Chao nodded. I'm here for security, he confirmed. He went back out. Wei returned to the cultivation work. The exterior representatives stayed at the chamber entrance for 2 days. During those 2 days, the formation work Fong was doing inside the chamber continued, and Wei's cultivation continued, and the void continued its 400-year run of being contained by an entity that had once been a person. On the 2nd day, Xin Yulan came in from the entrance where she'd been managing the collective representatives' communications and said, quietly, they're going to try something. What? He said. I don't know exactly, she said. I've been listening. The senior administrator is under pressure from someone further up the organizational structure, not Lishan Bin, someone else. Someone who knows what the closure would mean for the organization and doesn't want it to happen. Someone who wants to preserve the status quo, Wei said. At any cost, she said. That's the phrase I heard. He looked at the void. He thought about what Lishan Bin had said. The contingency was written by someone who understood what algorithm site needed. He looked at Xin Yulan. The work doesn't stop, he said. No matter what. I know, she said. I came to tell you so you'd know. Not to ask. She went back out. He looked at the formation process, the entity at the center that had once been a person. He thought about the 400 years. The gradual narrowing. The functions lost one by one as the containment consumed everything. I'm still here, he said to the process. Not to communicate. It didn't receive communication that wasn't a formal query. He said it because it was true and because saying true things mattered. I'm not stopping. The process didn't respond. The containment continued. Wei returned to his cultivation. Chapter 71. Coordinator Lishan Bin arrived at the chamber on the 3rd day. Not Elder Coordinator Rong Batian, who had been pressuring from the entrance. Lishan Bin herself, traveling separately, arriving from a different direction. She had been given Wei's message by Mei Xiaolong's contact network, the message he'd sent when the collective's pressure started at the chamber entrance, which simply said, "Tell her I know who she is and what she's trying to do." The work continues. She came through the entrance and past Zhao Baihu, who let her through because she presented a formation key that only someone with genuine organizational authority would have, and into the chamber where Elder Fong was working on the exterior stabilization array and Wei was advancing through gold solidifying's final stages. She looked at the chamber. She looked at the void. She looked at what the containment process had become. She was quiet for a long time. Wei surfaced from the cultivation. "You've seen it before," he said. "Once," she said. "8 years ago, when I made direct contact." She paused. "Seeing it again, knowing what I know now, is different." She wrote the contingency protocols when she was still present, Wei said. "The protocols are designed to bring the next algorithm site practitioner to this chamber. The closure requires 2 algorithm site practitioners. She needs someone outside to stabilize while she executes the interior closure." Lishan looked at him. "You're going inside," she said. "Yes. And when the void closes, the containment ends," he said. "And the process that's been running the containment for 400 years, he paused, has the chance to stop." She looked at the void for a long time. "The organization," she said. "Its current function is to maintain the containment," he said. "Yes. When the containment ends, the organization needs a new function. Its original function, which is preservation and open access, is still valid and still needed." He paused. "I've been building a regional technique ecosystem that needs exactly those services. The authentication registry, the version history work, the formation assessment methodology, all of it needs institutional backing that I don't have independently. If the correct path collective reformulated its function around the original purpose, it would have a natural partner in your work," Lishan said. "Yes," he said. "That's the proposal. Not now, after. But I want you to know it exists so the organization understands what it becomes after, not just what it loses." She looked at him. "You've been planning this." "I've been thinking about what comes after the void is closed," he said. "The organization's problem is that it's been drifting away from its purpose for 200 years. The solution isn't to dismantle it. It's to restore the purpose." He paused. "The cultivation world needs what the correct path collective was built to provide. The delivery mechanism is broken. The purpose is still valid. You're going to suggest they become part of the open documentation network," she said. "I'm going to suggest they become the backbone of it," he said. "With the 1,000 correct paths manuscript as public record, available to any practitioner who needs it." He paused. "That's what xianxia wanted when she wrote the founding charter. We just have to get there." Lishan was quiet for a long time. "The senior administration is going to fight this," she said. "Elder Coordinator Rome, he wants to preserve the status quo," Wei said. "After the void closes and the containment ends, the status quo doesn't exist anymore. He's protecting something that won't be there to protect." He looked at her. "Can you handle the organizational transition?" "I've been preparing for it for 8 years," she said. "Since the direct contact." She paused. "I just didn't know the transition pathway until now." "You have it now," he said. She looked at the void, at the process that ran the containment. "She wanted this," Lishan said. "Not a question. She wrote the contingency to find someone who could do this," he said. 400 years ago, when she was still present enough to write it. She wanted the chance to stop." Lishan nodded, slowly. "Do what you need to do," she said. "I'll handle what's outside." She went out to deal with Elder Coordinator Rong Batian. Wei didn't hear the conversation. He was back in cultivation before she'd reached the entrance. The next 2 days were emerald fracturing. The tier was the hardest advancement he'd done, for a reason that hadn't appeared in any of the documentation. At emerald fracturing, the techniques he'd built over the last year began to self-execute. Not just during cultivation sessions, continuously. His refactored foundation fist, the root breathing method, the merged defensive technique, the isolation protocol, all of them running as background threads without conscious engagement. He'd read about this capability. He hadn't understood what it would feel like. It felt like not being alone inside himself. Like a part of his mind had become an automated system that he could observe but didn't need to direct. He ran a diagnostic on each self-executing thread, checking stability, checking resource consumption, and found all of them within normal parameters. But one thread was running differently from the others. The refactored root breathing method, his oldest and most fundamental technique, was connecting to something. The dead code branch, the orphan gateway that had been in the technique since the sect founder's era, had activated. It was running a handshake protocol, waiting for a receiver. Here, in this chamber, within range of the containment formation that Xian Changhe was running from inside. The receiver was present. He felt the connection establish. Not fully. There was something incomplete on both sides. The root breathing method was connecting to an interface. The interface was the containment formation's own architecture. And through the formation's architecture, distantly, he could feel the process that ran it. Not feel. Receive. The process had been running for 400 years without communication capability. But the dead code branch's handshake protocol was the specific connection method it had been designed to interface with. It sent a single query. The query was not in human language. It was in the specific structure of algorithm site, a formal function call, with input parameters and expected output types. The function was, confirm, exterior stability protocol ready? He responded, initiating. Exterior stability protocol estimated completion, 5 days. The response from inside, acknowledged. Current instance will maintain containment until ready. And then, after a pause that seemed longer than the data exchange required, thank you. He sat with that for a long time. Then he went back to the work. Chapter 72. The offer from the collective's internal administration came in an unusual form. Not through another representative. Through a jade slip that appeared on the chamber floor 2 days into his emerald fracturing work. A slip that had been passed from hand to hand through the organizational chain until it reached Elder Coordinator Rome's group, and then was brought to the chamber entrance and set on the stone floor just inside the access point. He read it during a cultivation pause. The offer was comprehensive. Everything he'd asked Lishenbin about, phrased as an institutional proposal. The collective would contribute the 1,000 Correct Paths manuscript to a joint documentation archive, co-certify the authentication methodology, provide resources for the formation assessment work, and restructure its administrative apparatus around open access rather than managed access. In exchange, Wei would formally affiliate with the collective, become a member, work within the institutional structure rather than outside it. He set the slip down. He'd accepted Mei Xiaolong's co-certification because the co-certification was genuine collaboration. Mei had contributed equal value and the attribution was accurate. He'd accepted Elder Fang's mentorship because Fang had contributed equal value and asked for fair exchange. What the collective was offering was different. They were offering resources in exchange for affiliation. Affiliation meant accountability to the institutional structure. Accountability to the structure meant the structure had authority over his work. The same problem as Lishenbin's original offer. Different scale. You're going to decline again, Xin Yulan said. She was reading over his shoulder, not a habit, but he'd been showing her the organizational communications as they came in because her read on the social dynamics was consistently better than his. Yes, he said. Why, she said. He thought about it carefully. The resources they're offering are things I can build independently over time, he said. Slower, but with full autonomy over the work. The affiliation they're asking for, he paused, changes who has authority over the direction of the work. And the direction of the work is the thing I'm not willing to share authority over. He looked at her. The collective's institutional structure drifted for 200 years. If I'm inside the structure, the same drift applies to my work. What about the manuscript, she said. The 1,000 Correct Paths, you need it for the version history work. The version history is already compelling without it, he said. The manuscript would extend it further back. But the manuscript can come to the open archive without my affiliation. I can negotiate for that separately. Can you? Lishenbin wants the organization's original purpose restored, he said. Making the manuscript publicly available is consistent with the original purpose. If she can handle the organizational transition, the manuscript goes to the open archive regardless of my affiliation. Xin was quiet for a moment. You're betting that she can do the transition, she said. I'm betting that she's been preparing for it for 8 years and knows her organization better than I do, he said. Yes. She looked at the jade slip. Write the decline carefully, she said. Elder Coordinator Rome is going to escalate after this. I know, he said. What does the escalation look like? He tries to remove you from the chamber by force, she said, with the flat precision she used when she was stating something she'd concluded rather than speculating. He doesn't have a better option. He looked at her. You've been modeling this. I've been talking with the representatives at the entrance for 3 days, she said. Rome is running out of patience and out of options. The offer is his last procedural move. And after the procedural move fails, he moves physically, Wei said. Yes. He thought about the chamber. The formation work Fang was doing. The cultivation advancement he was in the middle of. An interruption that required physical defense at this stage was genuinely dangerous. Not because he couldn't defend himself, but because the cultivation advancement required sustained focus that a combat interruption would break. Chow, he said, is already aware, she said. We talked this morning. He looked at her. She had been managing the social and security situation at the chamber entrance while he focused on the cultivation work. He hadn't explicitly asked her to do this. She'd done it because it was what the situation needed, and she was the person who could do it. He thought about what Instructor Chin had said in his first month. You're right about the numbers, and you have no idea how people work. He understood people better now. He still wasn't as good at it as Xin Yulan. He suspected that was fine. Thank you, he said. Write the decline, she said. Make it clear we're not interested in the structural offer. Leave the door open on the manuscript independently. He wrote the decline. She reviewed it. The last paragraph, she said. The one where you say the manuscript should be publicly available regardless of affiliation. Change should be to will be best served by being. Why? Should be is your value judgment. Will be best served by is an argument about the organization's interests. Rome can dismiss your value judgment. He can't as easily dismiss an argument about what's good for the organization. He changed it. She read it again and nodded. He sent it. Chapter 73 Celestial Ascending Realm came 7 days into the advancement sequence. He hadn't planned the timing. The advancement process was running on its own schedule, driven by the technique stack's accumulated development and the environmental conditions in the chamber. The closer he was to primordial inscription, the more he could feel the void structure, not as an absence in algorithm sight, but as a presence. Something that had been incomprehensible was becoming barely readable. The celestial ascending capability activated at breakthrough, the ability to identify and exploit flaws in the fundamental laws governing qi. He tested it immediately on the void. The void structure, from the outside, was a region where the fundamental laws governing qi simply didn't apply. Inside the void, based on what the process's communications had indicated, the laws were present but were in an incomplete state, a transaction that had never committed. At Celestial Ascending, he could see the flaw, not fix it. That required primordial inscription and being inside the void. But see it clearly, the way you could see a compiler error in code before you could fix it. The error was a specific inconsistency in the law governing qi flow across a meridian boundary. The Sect War's final technique had modified this law during mid-execution and then been terminated. The modification was half-committed. The law was in a state where both the original and modified versions were simultaneously true in different regions, which produced the void as a boundary condition between the two states. It was a merge conflict. The file had been modified on both branches. The branches had been merged incompletely, and the result was a state that neither branch intended. Fixing it required choosing a resolution, either the original state or the modified state, and applying it consistently across the boundary. The Sect War technique had been trying to make a specific modification for a specific purpose. Completing the modification might be the right resolution, or it might be safer to roll back to the original. He needed to understand what the modification had been trying to accomplish before he could determine the correct resolution. The process's communications had been functional, but minimal. He sent a query. What was the original technique attempting to modify? There was a pause. Then, the technique was attempting to extend the meridian boundary law to include a new case, formation to body transfer. The modification would have enabled direct formation energy transfer without technique mediation. He absorbed that. A direct interface between formation arrays and a cultivator's meridians. No technique required as an intermediary. It would have been a massive capability expansion. It would have changed the entire architecture of cultivation. And it had been interrupted mid-execution, leaving the law in an inconsistent state. He sent another query. Was the modification dangerous? After a longer pause, the modification itself was not dangerous. The incomplete state is dangerous. The complete modification would have been stable. He thought about this. Completing the modification was the correct resolution, not rolling back. But completing it required the primordial inscription level, reading the fundamental laws clearly enough to write the missing case correctly. He was at Celestial Ascending. He needed one more tier. He went back to Cultivation. Chapter 74 Elder Coordinator Rong Baishan's physical move came at the second bell of the night, 12 days after the group had entered the chamber. It was not, in the end, dramatic. Rong's resources in this region were limited. He brought the 3 representatives and his own personal cultivation force, which was at gold solidifying. He approached the chamber entrance with 2 of his representatives and attempted to enter. Chao Baihu was standing in the entrance. Chao was at bronze condensing. Rong outranked him significantly. Chao said, "The work inside is at a critical stage. Entry would endanger the cultivator currently advancing through Celestial Ascending. I'm not permitting entry." Rong said, "This chamber and its contents are under the authority of the Correct Path Collective. You have no standing to block entry." Chao said, "I have standing as a security detail for the research group that has formal authorization from the Irongate City Administration, Grand Artificer Mei Xiaolong's Certification Authority, the Iron Pine Elder Council, and the Correct Path Collective's coordinator Lishan Bin. There was a pause. Rome apparently hadn't known about Lishan Bin's authorization. Chao continued. If you have a challenge to that authorization, the challenge goes to those authorities. I'll continue standing here while you pursue it. Rome attempted to push past. Chao was larger than him, by a substantial margin. Rome's cultivation level was higher. Chao's physical conditioning, after a year of Wei's optimized techniques, was significantly better than expected at bronze condensing. They stayed in place for 30 seconds. Then Rome stepped back. This isn't finished, he said. It will be, Chao said. By morning, Xin Yulan, who had been watching from inside the chamber entrance, came to stand beside Chao after Rome withdrew. He's going to try to contact Lishan Bin, she said quietly. Good, Chao said. She'll tell him to stand down. Will she? If she has the organizational authority she says she has, Chao said. We'll find out. Lishan Bin's message to the entrance group arrived 4 hours later. Wei found out from Shun, who had been awake for the exchange. The message said, Elder Coordinator Rong is recalled to the Administrative Center pending organizational review. His activities at the Northern Installation are not authorized under the current transition protocols. The research group's presence in the chamber is authorized. It was signed with Lishan Bin's full senior coordinator credentials. Rong and his representatives left the following morning. Wei was in meditation when they left. He was told afterward. He was approaching primordial inscription. Chapter 75, the Continental Certification Board's formal sanction hearing, which had been scheduled during the travel period, produced its verdict while Wei was in the chamber. Mei Xiaolong attended on behalf of the technical evidence. The hearing was the one that addressed not just the formation stone fraud, but the complete systemic picture Wei's regional assessment had documented. 12 jurisdictions, decades of specification manipulation, the vendor network's connection to the commercial extraction scheme. Mei sent a report when the verdict was issued. The sanction was comprehensive. The vendor consortium was formally suspended from all formation maintenance contracts in the certification board's jurisdiction. The wrongfully installed formation stones across all 12 jurisdictions were to be replaced under board supervision within 18 months. A compensation fund was established for the cities that had been running at degraded capacity. The formation maintenance network that had been one of the Correct Path Collective's primary revenue sources was formally ended. Mei's report included a note. The hearing was clean. Administrator Feng resigned from the board before the verdict was issued. The remaining 8 members voted unanimously. I thought you should know while you're still in the chamber. What you documented made this possible. Wei read the message during a cultivation break. He made a note in his journal. The cultivation work didn't pause for the sanction verdict. The verdict was correct, but the work was the work, and it continued. The exterior stabilization array that Feng had been building was complete by the 12th day. The formation work was meticulous. Feng had been running it with the same care he applied to his own tower's preservation arrays, with the added context of knowing exactly what the array needed to do. The geometry was correct. The stone specifications were correct. The integration with xianxia's existing containment structure had been approved through the formal query channel. Wei looked at the array when Feng showed him the completion assessment. It was ready. He was at Celestial Ascending, close to the primordial inscription boundary. The next advancement was the last one he needed. When it came, he could enter the void and execute the closure. He asked the process, what will be required of the current instance during the interior closure? The response, the current instance will execute the resolution sequence for the open transaction. The exterior instance will maintain stability during execution. Estimated duration, hours to days. The current instance will release the containment when the transaction resolves. He sent back, understood. Exterior stabilization array is ready. Awaiting primordial inscription advancement. The response, after a pause that felt longer than usual. Interior instance will wait. He returned to cultivation. 1 tier to go. Chapter 76 Primordial Inscription came on the 16th day. He felt it first as a change in texture. The way algorithm site processed the chamber's chi currents shifted, sharpened, and then opened into something he had no prior language for. The techniques running as background threads stuttered for 1 beat, and then resumed at a different register. Faster. Not in the way a faster processor is faster. In the way that understanding something is faster than memorizing it. He surfaced from cultivation. The chamber looked different. Not visually. The stone, the arrays, the void at its center. All of that was unchanged, but layered over everything, visible now in the same way that color is visible after a long darkness, were the laws themselves. Not metaphorically. He was reading them. The fundamental laws governing chi movement in this space existed as legible structure. He could see them the way you could see a code base, not the execution, but the underlying logic, the conditional branches, the places where a line had been added by someone who didn't fully understand the surrounding context, the ancient subroutines that had been running without modification for so long that no one remembered what they were originally for. He understood, for the first time, what the compiler had been doing. Not the tragedy of it, the technical beauty. The laws were a system, and she had been trying to improve the system, and she had been right that it needed improvement. The error was not in the attempt. The error was in the execution scope. He sat still for 4 breaths. Then he sent the query through the dead code channel. Primordial inscription achieved. Ready to enter. The response came immediately, as if it had been waiting with the query already formed. Acknowledged. Beginning interior entry protocol. Warning. Once the threshold is crossed, exterior communication will require algorithm site interface. Standard Qi communication will not function inside the void. He had expected this. He sent. Understood. I have the interface. Then, Lishan Bin. Exterior array status? Lishan Bin crossed the chamber from her position near Elder Fong's stabilization node. She had been running exterior anchor duty without complaint for 3 days, a senior coordinator sitting cross-legged on stone, maintaining something she had no personal stake in except that she had decided the thing was worth maintaining. Ready, she said. Elder Fong's assessment says the array is holding at 94% cohesion. The remaining 6% is within tolerance for the closure sequence. Chow, he said. Also ready. Chow Baihu said, from the entrance. His voice had been steadying for years. It was fully steady now. If anything external tries to interrupt in the next several days, I'll stop it. He looked at Xin Yulan. She had been watching him since the breakthrough. She didn't say anything immediately. She assessed him the way she always assessed things, cataloging what was different, what had changed, what the new variables meant. You look further away, she said, finally. I can see more, he said. It makes the near things harder to focus on. Then focus on the near thing, she said. Come back. He nodded. He committed that as a hard requirement, the way he had once committed stable parameters into a technique loop. Not because he believed commitments were enforceable, because the act of committing changed the weight he assigned to the outcome. He turned to the void. At primordial inscription, the void was no longer an absence. It was a state, the boundary condition between 2 incompatible versions of the meridian boundary law, the region where the half-committed modification produced a zone that neither the original law nor the modified law could fully govern. He could see its edges precisely now. He could see the exact location of the divergence. He stepped through the threshold. The crossing felt like nothing. Then it felt like everything. The ambient qi in the chamber vanished. There was no qi here, not in the conventional sense, only the strange half-present energy that the incomplete modification produced. His breathing technique shifted automatically to account for it. His refactored defensive technique ran a rapid recalibration. His background threads adjusted without being asked. He was inside. Chapter 77, The Void's interior looked like a documentation failure. That was what his algorithm site produced. Not darkness, not emptiness, not the spiritual expanse he had read about in accounts of advanced realms. What he perceived was a system in a state of incomplete coherence. The laws here existed in both their original and modified forms simultaneously, layered over each other in a way that produced interference patterns where they contradicted. It was like reading 2 versions of a document in the same visual space, neither overriding the other, both present and neither fully readable. He sent a query through the dead code channel interface. I am inside. The response came from everywhere at once. Not through his technique. Through the environment. The interference patterns in the overlapping laws resolved, briefly, into something structured. Into a communication. Not query channel. Direct interface now. I am the environment here. Speak, and I will receive. He processed this. Xianxia, he said. Speaking aloud felt strange, but the vibration of sound seemed to propagate differently here. Into the laws themselves, not just the air. The patterns resolved again. Yes. What remains of that designation? The weight of that sentence was precise. Not, yes, that is my name. What remains of that designation? She was telling him, in one phrase, exactly what 400 years of running the containment process had cost her. He noted it and moved forward. Show me the transaction, he said. The open modification. I need to see the full scope before I begin the resolution. There was a pause. Around him, the interference patterns shifted. They clarified into something he could read not as an environment, but as data. The law modification in its half-committed state. Every branch point. Every conditional. Every place where the original law and the modified law diverged. He read it. It took a long time. The modification was extraordinary. What xianxia had been attempting to add to the meridian boundary law was a new case, a defined protocol for direct energy transfer from formation arrays to cultivator meridians without a technique serving as the intermediary. The way it was written, every formation array that had been built to any standard specification would automatically gain the ability to communicate directly with any cultivator's qi network. No technique required. No sex proprietary method acting as a gatekeeper. Direct access. He read the intent and understood it completely. He had spent the last 3 years fighting for open access to technique documentation. She had been trying to build open access into the laws themselves. 400 years ago, without an audience, without a movement, without anyone who knew what she was doing. This is version 0 of everything I've been working toward, he said. The patterns shifted. What came back was not a response, but a memory, a fragment she had surfaced, possibly deliberately, possibly automatically. A moment from before. 2 cultivators in a sect library, arguing about technique access. One of them was her. The memory faded. The modification would have worked, he said. The design is stable. I can see the completion point. What the law looks like when the transaction commits cleanly. Yes, the design was sound. The execution scope was the problem. Yes, he was quiet for a moment. Then, walk me through what you need from me for the resolution sequence. What followed was technical. She explained the interior process, how she would execute the final commit to the law modification, resolving the half-committed state into the fully modified version. What he needed to provide was exterior stability. Through the dead code channel, through his connection to the exterior array Elder Fong had built, he would hold the laws around the void's boundary static while she executed the resolution inside. Without that stability, the resolution would propagate outward in an uncontrolled cascade, affecting law state across the entire region. How long, he asked. Estimated duration. She paused. I have been running this simulation for 400 years. Interior execution, between 3 hours and 4 days. Variability depends on law state stability at initiation. Tell me what would cause instability. External disruption to the array. Interior interruption. And one other factor. She paused again. Longer. Time. The longer an algorithm site practitioner remains inside, the more the containment process attempts to incorporate them. The void treats external intelligence as a resource to integrate. I will attempt to maintain the boundary between your process and the containment. But I have limited remaining capacity for active interference with the containment's automated behavior. He absorbed this. How limited? She did not answer immediately. I do not know, she sent finally. I have not had another algorithm site practitioner inside with me before. He noted the information and set it aside for later analysis. He needed more data before the variable was actionable. Begin when you're ready, he said. Chapter 78. Outside the void, time moved normally. Xin Yulan tracked it in her journal. 16 hours. 22:30. The exterior stabilization array held. Elder Fong had fallen into a cultivation maintenance trance. He was not sleeping, but he was not fully present either. His attention was entirely distributed across the 46 nodes of the formation, running each one with the focused care he applied to his own tower's arrays. He did not speak unless spoken to. When Shun brought him water, he drank it without looking up. Lishanbin did look up. She had been sitting near node 12, running her anchor duty, but she had been watching Shun move through the chamber, cataloging behavior, reading patterns. The way senior coordinators always watched. The habit of reading a room before committing to any part of it. He explained the proposal to you, Lishan said. Not a question. About the collective and the documentation network, Shin said. Yes. What did you think? Shin set down the water flask and looked at the void. At the threshold where Wei had crossed 30 hours ago. I thought he'd been planning it longer than he told me, she said. He frames things as logical conclusions. He doesn't mention how long he's been holding them. Lishan smiled slightly. It was the smile of someone who recognized a type. He was a useful person to meet, Lishan said. There are very few people who are genuinely committed to a principle rather than to the outcomes that principle produces for them. He gets irritated when the outcomes are slow, Shin said. He's not patient in the way that word usually means. No, Lishan agreed. He's methodical. That's different. She reached into her outer robe and produced a small jade slip, sealed, the sealing formation old enough that the edges had worn smooth. When this is done, give him this. Shin took it. What is it? Coordinates, Lishan said. The collective's original archive. Not the operational headquarters in Meridian's Edge, the founding archive. The installation that Chun Ming built when she established the organization. She paused. He should know where we came from. What we were built to do, before we forgot. Shin turned the slip over in her hands. You're not going to tell him yourself? I'll be gone before he comes out, Lishan said. I need to manage the organizational transition from the inside, and the inside is not here. She looked at the void. He doesn't need me to explain what he finds. He'll read it correctly. What will he find? Lishan was quiet for a moment. Then, Chun Meiying was present at the sect war. She was there when xianxia entered the void and did not return. She spent 40 years building the collective for one purpose: to maintain the containment until someone with algorithm sight could close it properly. That was the mission, the original mission. Open access, preserved techniques, a functioning documentation network. All of it was designed to operate alongside the containment duty. The two were inseparable in her plan. What happened to the plan? Time, Lishan said simply. The founding generation understood. The second generation inherited a duty and a business, and gradually found the business more legible than the duty. The third generation inherited a business with a strange ritual they performed once a year at a formation site in the north that no one fully understood anymore. By the fourth generation, the ritual was a ceremony and the business was everything. She looked at her hands. I found the original documents 20 years ago. I have spent 20 years trying to determine if there was anything worth preserving in what the collective became. And the structure is not worth preserving, she said. The original purpose is. And the original purpose is exactly what he's been building independently without knowing it was supposed to exist. She stood, began gathering her travel pack. Tell him Chun Meiying's founding question was the same as his. How do you build a system where knowledge belongs to everyone who needs it? She found one answer. He's finding another. Between the two of them, maybe something lasting. Shen watched her go. Then she looked at the void, the jade slip still in her hands, and wrote the 31st hour in her journal. Chapter 79, 40 hours in. Wei had lost track of the count inside the void, but he felt it in the way you feel the depth of a problem you've been inside for too long without external reference. A certain thickness to the thinking, a slight resistance where there had been clarity. He noted it. He filed it. He kept working. The resolution sequence was proceeding. He could feel the exterior array through the dead code channel. Fong's notes, stable, the 64% cohesion figure updating slowly upward as the interior modification committed in stages. Each stage required xianxia to execute a precise subsection of the final commit while he held the surrounding law state frozen. Like committing a complex merge one file at a time, running tests after each. During the waiting intervals, the recalculation periods where the laws needed time to stabilize before the next stage could begin, he read her archives. She had not offered them. He had simply found them, fragments of structured memory distributed through the containment environment, preserved in the same way that data is preserved in a running process, not as files, but as state. Her original research, running as background. 400 years of it. He read it the way he read everything, systematically, looking for the structure. What he found was a researcher who had been, by any measure, more capable than him. Her technique optimization methodology predated his by 4 centuries and was more theoretically complete. Her analysis of the 1,000 correct paths variance was comprehensive in ways his had not been. She had identified the foundational provenance of the regional technique ecosystem long before he had, and had drawn the same conclusion he had drawn, and had decided that the correct solution was not documentation but modification of the underlying law structure. Open access at the root level. Not information freedom, freedom itself, built into how cultivation worked. He read for 2 hours. Then he said, quietly, "You knew what this would do to the world when the modification completed." The patterns around him shifted. Her presence in the environment became more focused, more attended. Yes, every cultivator with access to a formation array would gain direct energy interface. No technique as intermediary. No sect methodology as gatekeeper. No commercial dependency on supplement producers. Yes, the entire economic foundation of the cultivation world would change. Every system built on technique scarcity would break. Yes, that's why you didn't tell anyone what you were doing. The pause was long. When she responded, it was in the fractured way she communicated when she was accessing something far back in her preserved memory. I told one person, Chun Meiying. She understood. She said, "If you succeed, nothing will be the same." I said, "If nothing is the same, perhaps nothing will be wrong in the same ways." She thought for a long time and said, "Do it carefully." She built the collective to contain what happened when you didn't, he said. Yes. She was not angry. She was practical. He sat with this. The woman who had founded the Correct Path Collective, the organization that had spent 4 centuries exploiting the cultivation world's inefficiencies, had built it with full knowledge of what xianxia was trying to accomplish. Understood. Then there is something you should read. The environment around him shifted. A section of her archived memory surfaced. not the research fragments he had been reading. Something older, a sealed document, preserved with the specific, careful formation marking of someone who had spent time ensuring it would survive for decades. It was addressed to the algorithm site. He read it. The author was Chun Meiying. The date was 41 years after the sect war. The letter was precise. Chun Meiying wrote the way Wei suspected he wrote, with a preference for information over sentiment, qualification over simplification. She acknowledged that she had built the collective to preserve xianxia's work and maintain the containment until a second algorithm site practitioner could be found to complete it. She had expected this to take perhaps 2 or 3 generations. She had not expected for centuries. She wrote, "I understand now that the exterior stability array was the missing component I could not provide. I had neither the technique understanding nor the formation knowledge to build one. I have left the specifications in the archive for whoever reads this. If you are reading this, you have built the array already, because you are inside and the containment has not collapsed. Therefore you have already understood what I spent 40 years trying to understand." Wei kept reading. "There is one thing I did not include in the specifications because I did not know it until xianxia had told me, 3 years before my death, through the containment structure's communication channel. She had been inside for 43 years at that point. She was already mostly processed by then, but she had enough left to communicate this warning clearly." He read the next section twice. "The void will try to keep you. Not with hostility, with automation. The containment process does not want a prisoner, it wants a maintenance resource. The longer you remain inside, the more it incorporates." Xianxia was inside for 3 years before she realized she could not leave. She did not tell me this for 2 years after she realized it, because she did not want me to stop trying to find a solution. The next line. "You have between 2 and 4 days inside before the incorporation becomes irreversible." She does not know the exact threshold. She only knows that for her, 3 years was already past it. Wei terminated the document and assessed his situation. He had been inside the void for an unknown number of hours. He did not know the exact count because his time-tracking subroutine had been among the first to be filed by the containment process. He did not know exactly when it had begun. He sent through the dead code channel, "How long have I been inside?" The exterior response came from Elder Fong, through the array nodes, 63 hours. 2 days and 15 hours. 63 hours. He had between 48 and 96 hours remaining before the incorporation became irreversible, and he had already used 63. The resolution sequence was at 74%. He ran the calculation. If the remaining 26% proceeded at the current rate, which was not guaranteed, the later stages of the sequence were more complex. He had approximately 28 hours of work remaining inside the void. 28 hours. Against a window of somewhere between -15 hours and 33 hours. He had started the work 3 days ago. He might have a day left. He might already be past the line. He sent to xianxia, "What is the current rate of containment integration against my QI network?" Her response, "Increasing. I am suppressing what I can. But you should know. The person reading Chun Meiying's letter is different from the person who crossed the threshold. You are still majority yourself. For now." He noted the qualifier. For now. He looked at the 74% completion mark. He looked at the work remaining. He looked at what he knew about the rate of the containment's integration attempts and the rate of his own technique's ability to terminate them. He made a calculation. Then he began the next stage of the resolution sequence. Chapter 81. He could feel himself being filed. Not painfully. That was the unsettling part. The containment process worked the way all well-designed automation worked. Efficiently, quietly, without friction. It found structured data and categorized it. It found Wei Jingdao's memories and began archiving them into its permanent storage, making them part of the void's preserved record rather than part of him. He ran the termination subroutine. The filing stopped. For approximately 11 minutes, by his last reliable time estimate, before it began again from a new attachment point. He ran the termination again. This was the problem. Each termination required attention he was not supposed to be spending. The resolution sequence was at 78% now, and the remaining stages were the most sensitive, the parts of the transaction that needed sustained, unbroken focus to execute cleanly. Every time the containment automation tried to integrate his memories and he had to stop and terminate it, the resolution's quality degraded by a fraction. He needed a solution that didn't require active attention. He thought about it the way he thought about any optimization problem. The containment process was treating his memories as available resources because they were structured and unprotected. The filing continued because there was no mechanism flagging them as in use by another process. He needed to set a lock. He spent 20 minutes building one. The technique he assembled was an extension of the human subroutine protection protocol he'd been planning since reading Chun Meiying's letter. He had begun it in theory, but now the implementation was urgent. He marked each memory cluster he could identify as read-only, attached his own process signature to them as ownership flags, and set the locks to auto-renew rather than requiring manual maintenance. The cost: it consumed approximately 8% of his active qi processing capacity. The resolution sequence's estimated completion time extended by 6 hours. He filed that trade-off as acceptable and went back to work. Xianxia observed without comment. Then, I see what you were doing. Marking what belongs to me, he said. Yes, I wish I had done that. The sentence arrived without inflection. She had been running as an automated process for so long that the remaining fragments of her emotional register were flat, descriptive rather than expressive. But the content was precise. She knew what had happened to her. She knew the specific mechanism. She just hadn't had the external reference point to build the lock before the automation was already too established to terminate. Do you remember when you stopped being able to? He asked. A long pause. The interference patterns in the void shifted. She was accessing archived memory, looking for the specific moment. It was not one moment. It was a threshold I crossed without noticing. I was maintaining the containment and managing the technique archives and running the exterior communication channel, and at some point I realized that I could not identify which processes were mine and which were the containments. By then, the distinction had become a metadata question. The functionality continued. The functionality continued, he repeated. But you weren't the one running it. She who is running it now is not the one who designed it. That is the most accurate description I can give. He ran a status check on his memory locks. All stable. The Void's automation had attempted and failed to file 7 more memory clusters in the last 20 minutes. The auto-renewing signature was holding. He looked at the 78% mark. He looked at the lock overhead. He looked at the revised timeline. He began stage 14 of the resolution sequence, and while he worked, he kept the locks running, and every 11 minutes he checked them, and each time they held. Chapter 82 at the 83% mark, the cracked jade slip activated. He had forgotten he was carrying it. He had been carrying it for over a year, since the wandering merchant in the early days at Iron Pine. The slip that his algorithm site had identified as syntactically valid, but encoding something it couldn't fully parse. He kept it in his cultivation space, the personal subspace that traveled with him wherever he went. He hadn't thought about what would happen when his cultivation space entered the void. What happened was, the slip, which had been authored by algorithm site, found itself in the only environment where algorithm site permeated everything. The decoding key it needed was not a technique. It was an environment. It had been waiting, for however long xianxia had been sending messages forward through time, for someone to carry it here. The slip opened. It wasn't text. It was a memory that played from inside, the way some advanced formation records stored experiential data rather than written content. He received it as sensation rather than reading. He was inside a different perspective. The Void's early years. The technique archive running quietly, the communication channel to Chun Meiying open and functional, the awareness of the containment balanced against awareness of everything else. 2 streams running in parallel, the person who had designed the technique and the process maintaining it. Then the ratio shifted. He felt it happen. The moment when the maintenance process, which had been growing in resource consumption as the decades passed, and the containment required more management, exceeded the personal thread in its demand on her attention. Not a decision, not a surrender. A threshold, crossed invisibly, where the maintenance had so much more to do than the person that the person became the background thread. The memory ended. He surfaced from it with his hands steady and a precise, cold understanding of what he had just been shown. She had designed the slip to carry this memory. She had sent it forward through time using a technique built for exactly this kind of one-way communication. She had done it in the early years, when she still had the capacity to do it, before the ratio had shifted irreversibly. The message wasn't the warning he had read in Chun Meiying's letter. The message was different. Bring someone who knows your name. The memory had carried, not in words but in the texture of the experience. The way the person thread had stayed coherent longest in the moments when Chun Meiying's voice came through the communication channel. The person's awareness spiked when someone called her name, flattened when no one did. He opened the external channel. Not through the dead code branch, through the formation node array. He addressed Shun Yulan directly. Shun, he said. A pause. Then her voice, thin through the array transmission but present. Here. I need you to call my name every hour, he said. Until I come out. Another pause. Longer. He could almost hear her thinking. Wei Zhengdao, she said. I can do that. He noticed that she answered immediately. No questions about why. No request for explanation. She had already read the situation. She had been watching for 2.5 days, and she understood the function before he explained it. Thank you, he said. He went back to stage 15. Chapter 83, 88%. 90. The resolution sequence was accelerating in the final stages, which was not what Wei had modeled. He had expected the later stages to be harder, requiring more sustained focus. What he found instead was that the modification's logic became more coherent as more of it committed. Each completed stage made the remaining stages more legible. The way a function becomes easier to understand once you've implemented its dependencies. The transaction had its own internal momentum. This was a design feature. She had built it to accelerate toward completion. He said, aloud, "You knew it would run faster at the end." "Yes. I designed the commit sequence to propagate forward as each stage resolved. I estimated the final 12% would take less time than the first 12. You could have mentioned that. I was uncertain the estimation was still valid after 400 years of incomplete state." He accepted that as reasonable. 93%. His name arrived through the formation array. Xianxulan's voice, Wei Jingdao. Clear, unhurried, precise. She was treating it like a technical procedure, which was exactly the right approach. He noted that his awareness sharpened slightly when his name entered the communication channel. A measurable effect. The memory slip had been accurate about the mechanism. He acknowledged through the dead code branch. Received. 95. He could see the shape of what the committed modification would look like in the law structure. At primordial inscription, the laws were readable, and now, as the transaction neared completion, he could see the transition approaching. The meridian boundary law, which had governed qi transfer between formations and cultivators through technique intermediaries for as long as cultivation had existed, was about to gain a new case. A defined protocol for direct interface. Every formation array ever built to specification would gain the capability simultaneously. The change would propagate outward from the void's location and distribute through the law structure without bound. Every sect's training grounds. Every city's defensive formations. Every merchant's authentication array. The cultivation world's entire technique-mediated economy would encounter a new option it had never had. He thought about what that meant for 3 seconds, all he could afford, and filed it as something to process after. 97. Then the warning came from outside. Node 6 is destabilizing. Feng Wuming's voice through the formation array, flat with the kind of technical precision that meant he was fully focused and very concerned. Node 6 cohesion at 41%. If it falls below 30, the array boundary integrity will compromise. He assessed immediately. The exterior array had 46 nodes. Losing node 6 at this stage would reduce the stability boundary around the void's threshold. At 97% completion, the resolution was generating enormous internal pressure as the modification committed and propagated. Without full boundary integrity, the propagation could escape through the compromise point before the commit fully resolved, producing not a clean modification to the law, but another incomplete state. A different void. Smaller, perhaps, or larger. He didn't know. He sent through the dead code channel. Can node 6 be stabilized from outside? Feng. The stone specifications require a cultivator holding the node anchor actively. The assigned cultivator is depleted. I cannot leave my station. He ran the available resources. Xiao Baihu was holding the entrance. Li Shenbin was gone. Elder Feng could not move. That left one person. He sent Xianxulan. Node 6 anchor position. The formation stone has 3 active inputs. Hold all 3 simultaneously with your qi output at approximately 1/3 capacity each. If any input drops below 30%, the stone will self-terminate. A pause that was 17 seconds long. Then, I understand. Her voice was even. Tell me where to stand. Chapter 84. Xianxulan had read every document Wei had written about formation theory over the past 18 months. She had not read them to understand formation theory. She had read them because Wei wrote everything, and she read everything Wei wrote. And she had a photographic organizational memory that categorized information as it arrived without prejudice toward what would or would not be useful later. The result was that she knew exactly what Node 6 anchor position required, because Wei had documented it when Elder Feng commissioned the array's design, and she had filed the documentation the same week he'd written it. She moved to the node position without hesitation. The formation stone was warm against her palms, warmer than it should have been, running near its stress threshold with the void's pressure increasing at the resolution's final stages. She could see the 3 input contacts, one on the stone's upper face, one on its eastern edge, one running along the base where it contacted the chamber floor. She had enough qi capacity. She had been managing her own cultivation carefully throughout the 17 days in this chamber, eating regularly, sleeping 4 hours in every 8, not attempting any ambitious cultivation advancement that would deplete her reserves. This was not coincidence. She had been watching the situation develop and making resource decisions accordingly. She placed her hands and began distributing her qi across the 3 contacts. The node's cohesion reading climbed from 41 to 44. Then 47. Fong Wuming's voice from across the chamber, "Hold that output. Do not increase it." She did not increase it. She held it. Inside the void, Wei received the status update from the exterior array. Node 6 cohesion, 52% and stable. He let out one breath. Then he looked at the 97% mark and began the final 3 stages. Each stage was smaller now, the transaction propagating forward under its own momentum, each commit enabling the next. He could feel the modification taking hold in the law structure the way you could feel a large file transfer reaching its final percentage. The progress bar moving faster as the end approached, the network finding its optimal path once the destination was confirmed. 98. The dead code branch in his root breathing method. The dormant gateway that had been there since the sect founder's era, the one he had found in his first month at Iron Pine and marked, preserved for analysis, opened fully. Not as a communication channel now, as a structural component. The Void's containment architecture had been built to interface with exactly this gateway, and as the transaction reached its final stages, the gateway became the binding point between his exterior stability and her interior execution. He felt her working through it, not as data exchange, as direct connection. She was very old and very tired, and she was committing the last thing she had designed 4 centuries ago, and he was holding the laws stable around her while she did it, and neither of them spoke. 99. His name arrived through the formation array, Wei Jingdao. Xin Yulan's voice, steady as a clock. He felt his awareness sharpen. He sent, acknowledged. Final stage initiating. 100. The modification committed. The law changed. He felt it propagate outward through the law structure like a wave, cleanly, completely, nothing escaping through the boundary Shun was holding at node 6. The meridian boundary law gained its new case. Everywhere in the world, simultaneously, every formation array built to specification gained a capability its designers had not known was coming. And xianxia's containment process, which had been running for 400 years to maintain the stability of the incomplete state, found that the state was no longer incomplete. It stopped. For the first time in 4 centuries, it stopped. Chapter 85. The void closed. Not dramatically. It did not collapse, did not explode, did not produce the light show he had half expected from an event of this magnitude. The region of law inconsistency resolved into the consistent state, and the boundary condition that had maintained the void ceased to exist. The chamber felt different immediately. The ambient pressure that had been present for as long as the group had been there simply was not there anymore. The stone walls, which Wei had grown accustomed to seeing through the filter of the void's interference, looked ordinary. He was standing at the threshold, on the chamber side, and he did not remember crossing it. He checked his memory lock status. Most of the locks were intact. 3 had been partially compromised. The contents were present, but the organizational structure was wrong. The memories accessible, but slightly out of sequence. He could reconstruct from adjacent data. It was the kind of damage you could work around. His time-tracking subroutine was gone. Fully archived. He knew hours had passed, days had passed, but the internal clock that had told him how long since his last meal, how many hours since he had slept, how many minutes since a given conversation, that was not running. He discovered this when he tried to check the elapsed time since the resolution had completed and found only an error state where the answer should have been. Xin Yulan crossed to him from node 6 and stood in front of him. 71 hours inside, she said. 3.5 days. He processed this. How long since the completion? Approximately 4 minutes. You crossed the threshold and then stood still for 3 of them. He looked at his hands. His cultivation was running. He could feel each background thread, the root breathing method, the refactored foundation fist, the merged defensive technique. All present. He ran a check on the dead code gateway. It was closed now, the connection to the void severed when the void ceased to exist. But the gateway itself remained. Dormant again. A function without a receiver. He marked it. Resolved. Preserved structure. Across the chamber, something was happening where the void had been. Xianxia was there. Not as a presence distributed through the environment. Not as a process filling the containment. As something localized, a person-shaped concentration of qi, organized differently from how a normal cultivator's qi organized, for centuries of automated processing having changed the underlying architecture in ways that would take time to understand. But localized. Specific. She was looking at the stone wall. She had been looking at the stone wall for 4 minutes, which Wei suspected was the first time she had looked at a specific, limited thing rather than managing a distributed environment in a very long time. He walked to where she was. She turned at his approach. Her face was not young and not old. Cultivation preserved the physical form, and even 4 centuries of reduced humanity had maintained the form she had entered the void with. But her expression was the expression of someone relearning how to have one. The modification committed cleanly, he said. Yes, she said. Her voice was rusty. 4 centuries since she had used a physical voice for communication rather than the dead code channel. I can feel it in the laws. It's running correctly. The exterior array held, he said. Node 6 had a cohesion issue. Xin Yulan stabilized it. Xianxia looked past him to where Xin Yulan was sitting beside the depleted Node 6 stone, her eyes closed, recovering. She is not a formation specialist. No. She read the documentation. A pause. Something changed in Xianxia's expression. Too slow, like watching a system that had been running batch operations switch to real-time mode. Chen Ming did not have enough people, she said. I told her that. The exterior stability array required 3 formation specialists, and she had 1. We had Elder Fong, Wei said. And then when we needed a 4th anchor, we improvised. And it worked. This time, she looked at the chamber again. At the ordinary stone walls. At the absence where the void had been. 400 years of maintaining the boundary between the incomplete state and catastrophic collapse, and now there was nothing to maintain. The subroutine that had been her primary process for 4 centuries was simply no longer running. He watched her process that. What does it feel like, he asked. She thought for a long moment. Quiet, she said. It feels very quiet. Another pause. I did not know how loud it was until it stopped. He noted this. Filed it. He did not have a frame of reference for what she was describing, but he could extrapolate from the experience of the background threads that had started self-executing at Emerald Fracturing, the constant low-level presence of processes he had not consciously initiated. If all of those had been running at the volume of the containment sequence, and then all of them stopped at once, we should get you outside, he said. You have not seen the sky for 4 centuries. She considered this with the solemnity of someone evaluating a significant decision. Then, yes, she said. I would like to see the sky. He turned toward the entrance, where Chow Baihu was standing and had been standing for 3.5 days, solid as the stone beside him. Chow looked at Wei with the expression of someone who had been told a project was finished and was waiting to verify it personally before marking it complete. It's done, Wei said. Chow looked at the place where the void had been. At Xianxia. Back at Wei. You look wrong, he said. 3 of my memory clusters are partially archived, Wei said. I'm missing a time-tracking subroutine. I'll reconstruct. That's not what I meant, Chow said. Wei did not have a response for that. He filed it as information that required more data to process and moved on. He was 4 steps from the entrance when a jade slip arrived through a transmission formation, a remote send, someone who had known the formation coordinates for this location. He caught it and read it. It was from an unfamiliar seal, but the organizational marking was the Correct Path Collective's administrative register, one of the 6 remaining coordinators who had been managing the political consequences of the void closure hearing. The message was 6 sentences. The first, we know the containment has ended. The second, the modification you have introduced to the Meridian Boundary Law will destabilize the cultivation economy of 7 regions within 3 months. The third, we have already begun the process of demonstrating this to regional governing bodies. The fourth, by the time you have processed what you have done inside that chamber, you will be facing the largest political opposition of your career. The fifth, we are not fighting you. We are managing the consequences of your action. The sixth, the question is whether you have considered those consequences, or whether you have only considered the technical problem. He read the message twice. He looked at Xianxia, who was 400 years behind on the state of the world, at Elder Fong, who was 73 years old and depleted from 17 days of formation maintenance, at Xin Yulan, sitting beside a formation stone she had held together through sheer documentation memory, at Chow Baihu, who had not slept more than 2 hours at a stretch since they had entered this chamber. He looked at what they had just accomplished. The void sealed. The modification committed. 4 centuries of Xianxia's imprisonment ended. The cultivation world's most fundamental access restriction removed at the law level. Then he looked at the message again. The coordinator was not wrong that there would be consequences. He had modeled the immediate economic effects before entering the void. He had assessed them as acceptable. He had not modeled how the 6 remaining coordinators would respond to those effects, or which regional governing bodies they had access to, or what 3 months of opposition from a centuries-old continental organization would produce. He had solved the technical problem. He had not fully modeled the human response to the solution. He filed this as a null-pointer exception. Somewhere in his planning chain, a reference had pointed to expected human behavior and found nothing there. Shun, he said. She opened her eyes. He showed her the message. She read it once. Set it down. Said, you need to eat something. Then I'll tell you everything I know about what the remaining coordinators have been doing for the last 17 days while you were in there. He recognized this as the correct sequencing of priorities and did not argue. Outside the chamber, the sky was overcast, and the air smelled like stone and pine. Xianxia has stepped out and stood still for a long time, looking at the clouds, not saying anything. The clouds were moving. After 4 centuries of the chamber's ceiling, the movement seemed to be enough. Wei watched her and added another variable to his calculation. Whatever the coordinators were preparing, he needed to address it with someone who had seen the cultivation world operate continuously for 400 years. He thought about what that expertise was worth. Then he ate the food Chow handed him. He ran the timeline. He had been inside the void for 3.5 days. The coordinators had started this 17 days before he entered. They had begun the moment the void closure became likely. Perhaps the moment Elder Coordinator Rung's recall signaled that the collective had lost access to the chamber. He had entered the void knowing the coordinators were doing something. He had not known what. He had not had time to find out. He had filed the variable as address after and proceeded. How close to actual conflict, he asked. Taishan has mobilized its second border garrison. The Trading Alliance has recalled its commercial liaison from Taishan's capital. She paused. I spoke with Mei Xiaolong's contact 2 days ago. Mei estimates that a formal border incident is likely within the next 3 weeks if nothing changes. He thought about the coordinator's message. By the time you have processed what you have done inside that chamber, you will be facing the largest political opposition of your career. He had read political opposition as rhetoric, the kind of language an organization used when it was losing a formal dispute. He had not read it as a literal description of a manufactured regional conflict. That was a modeling failure. He recorded it precisely. We need to move toward Taishan immediately, he said. Xin Yulan looked at him with the expression she used when she had already anticipated where a conversation was going and was waiting to see if he arrived at her conclusion or a different one. Xianxia, she said. He looked out the entrance, where Xianxia was still standing in the same position she had taken when she stepped outside, looking at the overcast sky, unmoving, absorbing a reality she had been absent from for 4 centuries. She was not a political asset yet. She was a person who had spent so long as an automated process that being a person again required relearning basic things, like what a sky looked like, and what it meant to choose where to stand without a maintenance directive. Moving toward an active political crisis immediately was not compatible with the time she needed. He ran the trade-off. The conflict developing in Taishan was 3 weeks from a border incident. Xianxia needed time. He did not have enough of both. 2 days, he said. We give her 2 days here. Then we move. Chapter 87, he published the analysis on day 1. He told himself it was precautionary. The analysis of how the coordinators were manufacturing the Taishan conflict was clear. The pattern was unambiguous. The mechanism well documented by Shin's 17 days of notes. If he published it immediately and distributed it to both the Taishan government and the Trading Alliance simultaneously, both sides would receive the same information at the same moment and would have to confront the same conclusion. They were being played. Xin Yulan said, wait. He said, the longer we wait, the further the conflict develops. She said, you need to verify who will receive it first and what they will do with it before you send it. He said, I've sent public analyses before. The information speaks for itself. She said nothing after that. He recognized the specific quality of her silence. She was letting him make the decision, but she was not agreeing with it. He had learned to read the difference. He sent the analysis to both parties simultaneously through the Communication Formation Network, with copies to 4 regional governing bodies that had jurisdiction over the territory between Taishan and the Trading Alliance. The analysis was thorough. It documented each meeting the coordinators had held with each side, the observable behavioral changes that followed each meeting, the pattern of simultaneous escalation, and the collective's historical method of creating crises that required collective intervention to resolve. He appended 20 references to previous documented incidents over the past 2 centuries. He had it distributed by the 2nd hour after sunrise. By midday, the Taishan Provincial Governor's Office had forwarded the complete document to the Trading Alliance's Merchant Council, along with a message that was not in the analysis and that he could not have predicted. This document was provided to us by an agent working with the group that just closed the Northern Void installation. We note that the same group recently completed a sanction action against the Correct Path Collective. Judge accordingly. The Trading Alliance received the analysis not as objective documentation, but as a Taishan-sourced communication from a group aligned with the faction that had dismantled the collective's formation maintenance network, a network that had also served the Trading Alliance's commercial infrastructure. By the 3rd hour, the Trading Alliance had released their own public statement. We have received documentation from Taishan-affiliated parties making claims about third-party interference in regional governance. We assess this document as a political maneuver and note that its author's work has previously resulted in significant disruption to regional formation services. Xin Yulan read both responses aloud to him from the communication formation. She did not say, "I told you." She said, "The two sides are now using your analysis as evidence of each other's bad faith." He sat with this. He had published an objective analysis of information manipulation. The analysis was factually accurate. Both parties had received it. Both parties had independently concluded that the analysis was itself an information manipulation. He had created exactly the outcome he was trying to prevent. Another layer of conflicting narratives, using the same method that had worked correctly in every previous situation. The difference was, in every previous situation, the parties receiving his analysis had shared incentives to accept objective information. Taishan and the Trading Alliance were operating from pride, from accumulated grievance, from the territorial thinking that made our side receive this document first into a damning data point. He had not modeled that. Null pointer exception, he said quietly. Xin Yulan looked at him. I expected them to behave like the Continental Board, he said. Entities interested in procedural legitimacy. They're not. They're interested in not being seen as weak. He paused. I sent the analysis before understanding what kind of system I was sending it to. Yes, she said. She was not unkind about it. She was precise. What do you do now? He thought for a long moment. I need to understand what would actually resolve the conflict. Not what information is true. What information, presented in what way, by what source, would change the behavior of both parties simultaneously. That is a different analysis than the one you published. Yes, he said. I should have run it first. Chapter 88. Taishan's border security detained them on the fourth day of travel. Not aggressively. They were not treated as prisoners or enemy agents. They were escorted to a provincial administrative post and asked to wait while the commander of the second border garrison was summoned. The escort was professional. Xiao Baihu was relieved of his weapons temporarily. Xianxia, who had been traveling in unfamiliar silence, watching everything with the cataloging attention of someone rebuilding a model of the world from scratch, was given a chair and a cup of tea and stared at the tea for a long time, as though confirming that the concept of tea still existed. Commander Feng Ryu arrived within the hour. She was compact, efficient, and had the specific quality of exhaustion that came from managing a situation she had not chosen and did not fully understand. She looked at Wei with the expression of someone who had read his analysis twice and found it suspicious precisely because it was too coherent. You are the analyst who distributed the documentation about collective interference in the border escalation, she said. Yes, he said. The Trading Alliance claims you provided it to us first as a political maneuver. I provided it to both parties simultaneously through the message formation network, he said. The distribution timestamps are verifiable. She already knew this. He could see it in the slight pause before her next question. She had verified the timestamps, and they had not helped her. He was beginning to understand the problem. The Trading Alliance says your group dismantled the collective's formation maintenance network, she said. We contributed to that outcome, yes. The Trading Alliance used that network. They did. At artificially inflated rates for degraded service. That is your characterization of the service quality. That is the Continental Certification Board's characterization, he said. The board's sanctioned finding is a public document. Commander Feng was quiet for a moment. Then, you are a technically correct person in a politically complicated situation. I have dealt with technically correct people before. She paused. They are rarely helpful. He absorbed this. He recognized it as accurate, which did not make it easier to sit with. Xianxia, who had been sitting in the corner with her tea, spoke for the first time since they had entered the room. Her voice was still slightly rough, for centuries of disuse, but her diction was precise. Commander, she said, may I ask how long the tension between Taishan Province and the Wulin Trading Alliance has existed? Feng looked at her. Something in Xianxia's bearing registered with the commander. She did not have the cultivation rank visible in her form yet, the long dormancy having reduced its external expression, but she had the quality of someone who had been observing things for a very long time. Formally, 60 years. The territorial water rights dispute. And informally? A pause. Longer. The founding families of the Trading Alliance were expelled from Taishan during the province's consolidation period. 340 years ago, approximately. Xianxia nodded slowly. Then the coordinators did not manufacture this conflict, she said. They found a conflict that had been running for 340 years and gave it conditions to accelerate. Feng looked at her with different attention now. That is a distinction with significant implications. Yes, xianxia said. It means that removing the coordinator's interference does not resolve the underlying system. It removes one accelerant. The fuel remains. Wei looked at xianxia. She had been outside and in motion for 4 days, rebuilding her understanding of the current world from observation. She had not asked for briefings or analysis. She had simply watched and filed. And she had just identified a variable he had not adequately weighted, the deep historical grievance that the coordinators were exploiting but had not created. He filed his own modeling error clearly. He had treated the conflict as caused by collective interference. It was older than the collective. Chapter 89 Commander Feng released them the following morning. The technical reason was that Xun Yulan had, during the detention, quietly produced the documentation of Wei's group's authorization through Iron Gate City Administration, Grand Artificer Mei Xiaolong's certification authority, and Lishan Bin's collective coordinator credentials, the same authorization package Chao Baihu had recited at the Void Chamber entrance. It was sufficient to establish that they were not trading alliance operatives. The practical reason was that Feng had decided that detaining them further created more problems than it resolved. She let them go with a travel advisory: avoid the northern road, which had been declared a provisional military zone. On the road south, Wei walked beside xianxia. She had been moving more fluidly since the first day. The reintegration was progressing, the process orientation of 4 centuries gradually redistributing towards something more like a person's attention. She still sometimes stopped mid-sentence as though a background thread had interrupted her. She still tracked her own reactions with a clinical distance that made conversation with her feel, occasionally, like talking to someone who was simultaneously experiencing a feeling and running a diagnostic on it. He understood this. You were watching the world through the containment's exterior sensors, he said. For 400 years. Not continuously, she said. The sensors were intermittent. But I observed enough to maintain a model. She paused. The model is 400 years out of date. The institutional structures have changed. The technology has changed. The people have changed. But the patterns haven't changed. The patterns move slowly, she said. The Taishan Alliance conflict has the same shape as 11 other regional tensions I observed in the 1st century after the sect war. Foundational resource dispute, followed by institutional separation, followed by cycles of managed tension that periodically require an outside cause to absorb the pressure. He thought about this. The coordinators were the outside cause. They were one of many, she said. Over 4 centuries, I counted 37 instances of an external organization or individual serving as the pressure release mechanism for this particular conflict. The coordinators were the most recent and the longest running. They kept the managed tension stable because managing it was profitable. And now they're using the loss of that stability to argue that I caused a catastrophe, he said. Yes, which is partially correct. She said it without inflection. The modification you committed to the law structure will disrupt the cultivation economy in the short term. Anyone whose income depended on technique mediation as a gatekeeper function will find that their role no longer exists in the same form. That is a genuine disruption, not a manufactured one. He had known this. He had modeled it as acceptable cost. He was finding that acceptable cost looked different when specific people were experiencing it. What did you tell Chun Meiying, he said, when she asked you if what you were doing was worth it? Xianxia was quiet for a moment. I told her that I did not know. I told her that I believed the modification would produce a better equilibrium than the existing state, but that I could not prove it, and that the transition period would be genuinely difficult for people who had not chosen to be part of it. She paused. She said, then we do it carefully, and we stay to help with the transition. I had been planning to do it alone and disappear into historical record. She stayed, Wei said. She stayed for 40 years, xianxia said. She built an organization to maintain the transition until it could be completed. The organization forgot its purpose, but she never did. He looked at the road ahead. I published an analysis without consulting you. You have 4 centuries of context I don't have. I should have asked first. She looked at him with the expression that was still developing. The expression of someone who had been a process for so long that having reactions was itself a novel input. You are asking now, she said. I am. Then let me tell you what I would have told you before you sent it, she said. You cannot resolve a 300-year grievance with a document. You can only change what the parties involved believe is possible, which requires them to see a possibility they have not seen before. She paused. I have been watching this conflict for 4 centuries. No document has ever resolved it. But 3 events came close. What events? Each time a person from Taishan and a person from the Trading Alliance accomplished something together that neither could have accomplished alone, she said. The resolution was not institutional. It was personal. The institutions noticed afterward. He filed this. It was not the kind of conclusion his modeling produced naturally. It was the kind of conclusion that came from watching human beings for 400 years rather than analyzing them. Tell me about the 3 events, he said. She talked for the rest of the road south. Chapter 90. The strategy was not his idea. That was worth noting. He was the one who saw the application, who framed it as a coherent plan and identified the specific action required. But the underlying understanding was xianxia's, built from 4 centuries of observation that no optimization methodology could replicate. The collective's 6 remaining coordinators were running their war manufacturing operation from a city called Fenghui, which sat on the administrative boundary between Taishan Province and the Trading Alliance's territory. The choice was deliberate. They had positioning access to both sides, and they had been operating there long enough to have established relationships with both sets of governing officials. They were, as xianxia had identified, acting as a managed tension service. Tension management required both sides to believe that the manager was impartial. The coordinators were not impartial, but they had successfully maintained the appearance of impartiality for decades. The question Wei had been running was, how do you break the coordinator's credibility with both sides simultaneously without producing the same result as his published analysis? Both sides interpreting the break as the other side's maneuver? The answer xianxia had not directly given him, but had built the components for. You don't try to break their credibility. You make the reason for their credibility obsolete. The coordinator's value to both Taishan and the Trading Alliance was that they could manage the void-related containment infrastructure that both sides' formation systems had been integrated into. Without the collective's involvement, the formation infrastructure was unstable and both sides needed expert management. With the collective involved, neither side had to solve the underlying problem. They just had to pay the management fee. The void was closed. The containment was gone. The formation infrastructure, under the new law modification, was operating on direct interface principles that required no expert management. The coordinator's core value proposition had evaporated the moment the modification committed. They knew this. Their war manufacturing was an attempt to establish a new value proposition, conflict management, before both sides realized the old one was gone. The solution was to make both sides realize it first. You need to demonstrate directly to both the Taishan formation officers and the Trading Alliance's infrastructure team that their formation systems are operating correctly under the new law modification, xianxia had said. Not through documentation. In person, at their installations. If they see that their formations are stable without collective involvement, the coordinators have nothing to sell them. That's a technical demonstration, he had said. Not a political one. Yes, she had said. That is the point. He could do that. He had been doing that since Iron Gate, visiting installations, demonstrating real conditions, letting the evidence be the argument rather than making the argument himself. The difference now was that he had xianxia. She had designed the modification. She understood its effects in the law structure more completely than anyone alive. When the Taishan formation officers asked questions he couldn't answer from primordial inscription level, she could answer from the level of the designer. When the Trading Alliance's infrastructure team needed someone to explain why the new direct interface capability didn't destabilize their formation network, she was the person who had built the capability in the first place. She was also, he recognized, a more compelling figure than he was for this purpose. He was an outer disciple turned independent analyst who had published controversial documents. She was the person who had been running the cultivation world's most significant unexplained formation anomaly for 4 centuries and had designed the change that the coordinators were claiming would destabilize everything. The coordinators were trying to tell a story about chaos and disruption. xianxia's existence told a different story, one about someone who had spent 4 centuries trying to fix a mistake she'd made alone, and who had succeeded, and who was now standing in front of you explaining how the formation system you were worried about actually worked. They'll ask you questions about the current world, he said to her. Things you don't know because you've been inside. Yes, she said. What will I tell them? Tell them you're still learning, he said. They'll find that honest. She considered this. Is that what I am? Still learning. You've been running one task for 4 centuries. Everything else is new input. He paused. That's learning. You are also still learning, she said. You published an analysis without understanding the system it would enter. Yes, he said. But you identified the error and revised your approach. Yes. Then we are both still learning, she said. I will tell them that. He looked at Shun Yulan, who had been listening from 3 paces back with the expression she wore when she was watching something develop that she was going to write about later. Qiao Baihu was ahead on the road, scouting without being asked because that was how he managed his own attention. Elder Fong was traveling with them at a slower pace, the 17 days of array maintenance having taken something from him that a week of rest was still restoring. The group that had entered the chamber to close a 400-year-old void was now traveling toward a manufactured regional conflict with a plan that relied primarily on telling the truth about a formation system to two sets of suspicious officials. It was not his most elegant approach. He filed it as the correct one. Fenghui is 4 days, he said. We split when we arrive. I take the Taishan installation. Xianxia takes the trading alliance side. We need to hit both simultaneously, so neither side hears the other side's report first. You want me to go alone, she said. I want you to go with Shun and Chao, he said. I'll take Elder Fong. She looked at the road ahead. She was still rebuilding her model of what it meant to be in a situation rather than observing one. He watched her calibrate. I can do that, she said, with the flat precision of someone running a capability check and returning a positive result. He believed her. Chapter 91. The Taishan formation installation was older than Wei had expected. The outer shell was recent construction, reinforced stone, standardized access formations, the architectural markers of the last 50 years of regional administration. But the core formation arrays were older. Pre-fork era, based on the Qi signature patterns, built from the same foundational design that appeared in the earliest sections of the 1,000 Correct Paths compendium. Someone had maintained them through layers of incremental modification without ever rebuilding the core logic, producing a structure that ran correctly but carried 400 years of accumulated technical debt in its own substrate. Under the new law modification, the arrays were still running. They had simply gained a capability they had not previously had. The direct interface protocol that Xianxia's modification had added to the Meridian Boundary Law. The formation officers could now, if they understood how to use it, communicate directly with cultivators' Qi networks without technique mediation. They did not understand how to use it. Formation Officer Dai Longshan had been managing this installation for 11 years. He had walked way through the facility with the specific wariness of someone who had been sent documents claiming his systems were fine, which experience had taught him was never actually true. The arrays are stable, Wei confirmed. The stability is improved, actually. The new direct interface protocol reduces the overhead that was previously being consumed by technique mediation buffering. I understand that, Dai said. He had stopped at the central formation ring, a primary array that had been running continuously for most of the installation's history. What I don't understand is this. He placed his hand on the array's outer stone. My Meridian Qi interfaced directly with the array for 3 seconds when I did that. Yes, Wei said. I did not authorize that interface. The law modification created an open protocol, Wei said. The array offers the interface. Accepting it is still at the cultivator's discretion. The array cannot force the connection. The Correct Path Collective is claiming that this change means any cultivator who enters a formation installation can directly access the formation's internal structure. That our design specifications and configuration details are now readable by anyone with sufficient cultivation level. Wei had been expecting this. That is partially accurate and substantially misleading, he said. A cultivator can interface with the formation's energy flows. Reading the formation's design specifications requires primordial inscription level, the same level that is required to read the fundamental laws themselves. The barrier has changed in nature, not in height. It used to be blocked by technique mediation. Now it's blocked by cultivation level. The collective is telling us that's a distinction without a difference. The collective is an organization whose primary revenue came from technique mediation as a gatekeeper function, Wei said. They have a specific interest in this distinction appearing meaningless. Dai looked at him, then at Elder Fong, who had been standing quietly to one side, recovering from 17 days of formation maintenance by running light diagnostic assessments of every formation array in the vicinity. Fong had not said anything yet. He did not say things until he had enough information to say something useful. The collective managed our formation maintenance contracts for 30 years, Dai said. Whatever they are or were, they kept this installation running. They kept it running at 62% of its design capacity, Wei said. I can demonstrate the calculation from the installation's own output logs if you'd like to see it. A silence. Show me, Dai said. Elder Fong came forward. Start with the Qi cycling efficiency over the last decade, he said to Wei. The pattern is clearest there. They spent 3 hours in the installation's records room. Wei ran the analysis on the formation output logs. Fong annotated the patterns in the array substrate that the logs reflected. Dai asked questions that became less skeptical and more technical as the evidence accumulated. By the 3rd hour, he was asking questions about the new direct interface protocol, not challenging it, examining it. At the end, he said, if this is all accurate, it is verifiable, Wei said. Check any installation in the region against its design specifications. The pattern is consistent. Then we've been paying premium rates for degraded service for 30 years, Dai said. The Continental Certification Board's sanctioned finding confirms it, Wei said. 12 jurisdictions, decades of documented degradation. Dai was quiet for a moment. Then, the trading alliance is going to have the same problem we have. Formation designs that we've been told are proprietary and exclusive under collective managed contracts. If they're now accessible under direct interface. That question, Wei said, is one where I don't have a ready answer, and I know someone who is currently speaking with the Trading Alliance who may have a better framework than I do. Chapter 92. Zhu Ailing arrived in Fenghui 4 days after Wei's group. She had not been invited. She had been following the situation through the merchant network and had seen the problem 3 weeks before Wei sent the ill-timed analysis. The economic disruption from the formation contract collapse was real and large, and the coordinators were correctly identified it as a crisis point they could exploit. The fact that they were exploiting it dishonestly did not make the disruption itself dishonest. She found Wei at the administrative center where he had been facilitating a meeting between Taishan formation officers and their trading alliance counterparts. The first formal joint meeting between the two parties in 11 years, produced by the circumstance of both sides discovering they were having the same concerns about the same change to the same formation systems. She watched from the entrance for 20 minutes without entering. Then she went to find xianxia, who was sitting in the courtyard outside, watching clouds. Xianxia, for her part, had been doing something specific in the courtyard for the past 2 days. She had been talking to every person who stopped to rest there. Merchants, guards, administrative clerks. Not about the formation systems, or the collective, or the border conflict. About what they did, what they valued, what they were worried about. She had the manner of someone who had been observing humanity for 4 centuries from a distance and was now conducting primary research at close range. You're enjoying this, Zhu Ailing said. I am learning a great deal, Xianxia said. The administrative clerk is worried about his son's cultivation assessment. The merchant from the Trading Alliance is calculating whether the new formation interface capability will reduce his transit costs. The guard is bored. Human concerns are smaller and more specific than they appear from the outside. They usually are, Zhu Ailing said. She sat down beside her. The economic disruption from the formation contract collapse. How much of it is real and how much of it is the coordinators manufacturing a crisis? Approximately 60% real, 40% manufactured, Xianxia said, with the flat precision of someone who had been running the numbers in her head while watching clouds. The collective's formation maintenance network employed an estimated 12,000 people across the 7 affected regions. Of those, roughly 40% performed work that is now directly obsolete, technique mediation services that the law modification renders unnecessary. The remaining 60% performed work that is still needed and will continue to be needed. Formation repair, assessment, installation, documentation. So the real disruption is about 5,000 jobs, Zhu Ailing said. Approximately. The coordinators are presenting the total figure as the disruption number, which produces a more alarming picture. Zhu Ailing looked at the administrative center where the joint meeting was happening. I have a proposal, she said, but it requires the Taishan formation officers and the Trading Alliance's infrastructure team to agree to something they've never agreed to before. What? A joint formation standards registry, she said. Open design documentation for formation specifications, maintained by the merchant network as a quality verification system. Instead of proprietary designs protected by collective contracts, open designs verified by an independent authentication service. The 5,000 people who are doing legitimate formation work, repair, assessment, installation, become the labor force for an open ecosystem rather than a closed one. Xianxia was quiet for a moment. Chun Meiying suggested something similar, she said. In the organization's founding documents, an open formation knowledge commons was part of the original plan. What happened to it? The second generation of coordinators decided that the knowledge commons reduced their leverage over formation-dependent clients, Xianxia said. They removed it from the operational mandate. Zhu Ailing looked at the sky. Well, she said, let's put it back. She went inside. The Joint Formation Standards Registry was agreed to in principle by the end of that afternoon, not from enthusiasm, but from the recognition that both parties had been exploited by the same closed system and that an open alternative served both their interests. The coordinators who had been managing the manufactured conflict found, over the following days, that neither side required their services anymore. 2 of the 6 publicly resigned from the organization by the end of the week. The remaining 4 sent no further messages and disappeared from their known locations. The regional conflict, which had been 3 weeks from a border incident, was downgraded to a bilateral territorial review process, which was the administrative mechanism that had been available for 60 years and had never been used because neither side had trusted the process enough to start it. Zhu Ailing got attribution for the registry framework. Wei noted this in the public documentation as an independent contribution, not a component of his work. She had earned the attribution separately. Chapter 93 The legal challenge arrived 11 days after the registry agreement. It was filed with the Continental Cultivation Authority, a body Wei had not known existed until the coordinator's original move at the Continental Technique Oversight Board, in which appeared to have jurisdiction over matters that the Technique Board considered above its political courage. The filing claimed that Wei Zhengdao had performed an unauthorized modification to the fundamental laws governing qi, constituting a third-tier regulatory violation under the Continental Cultivation Code, specifically Section 14, Article 7, which governed alterations to the substrate laws of cultivation without prior review and approval by the lawful authority. He read the filing once and then read Article 7 twice. The article existed. It was 400 years old and had never been used in a contested proceeding, because no one had modified the fundamental laws in 400 years, which was the exact period since xianxia had entered the void and been unable to complete the modification she had started. The challenge was technically valid. He had modified the laws. He had not sought prior approval. The prior approval mechanism had not existed in any functioning form. The lawful authority, referenced in Article 7, was the Continental Cultivation Authority, which had been operating as an essentially ceremonial body for 2 centuries because there was nothing in its jurisdiction that required active management. But ceremonial or not, it existed. It had jurisdiction. It had been filed with. He brought the filing to xianxia. She read it carefully. Her reading speed was exceptional even by cultivator standards, for centuries of processing archive documentation had produced a thoroughness that bordered on unsettling. Article 7's prior approval clause has a provision in subsection 3, she said. If the modification constitutes the completion of a previously initiated and partially committed alteration, the approval requirement applies retroactively to the original initiation, not the completion. Meaning the approval should have been sought by whoever initiated the modification, he said. Meaning I should have sought approval when I began the modification 400 years ago, she said. Which I did not, because the Continental Cultivation Authority did not exist as a functioning entity at the time. It was established 20 years after the Sect War as part of the post-war reconstruction. I began the modification during the war, before the body existed. So the approval mechanism didn't exist when the modification was initiated. Correct. Which means subsection 3's retroactive provision produces illogical impossibility. The approval cannot have been sought for an initiation that predated the approval mechanism. She set the document down. This is a problem they will argue around. The filing is not about winning on the law. It is about generating a proceeding that occupies your time and creates a public impression of illegitimacy. He had reached the same conclusion while she was explaining the subsection. What would make the proceeding collapse before it starts? My testimony, she said. I am the original initiator. If I testify that the modification was 400 years in process and constitutes the completion of work I began, the proceeding shifts from addressing your unauthorized action to addressing the question of whether my original work is recoverable under the current code. That is a different and much more complicated question that the Continental Cultivation Authority has neither the jurisdiction nor the expertise to adjudicate. They'll try to delay, he said. Yes, but delay is not the same as a finding against you. She paused. There is one other option. I can submit the full technical documentation of the original modification design, the complete specification, dated from 400 years ago, to the Continental Cultivation Authority's archive. If the modification predates the authority itself, the question of their jurisdiction over its completion becomes genuinely contested. He looked at her. You have the complete documentation. I have been running it as memory for 400 years, she said. I can produce a verbatim reconstruction. Then we do both, he said. Your testimony and the original documentation. Don't give them a surface to grip. Chapter 94 It was Shun Yulan who noticed first. 3 weeks after exiting the void, in a small city called Yanmen where the group had stopped for 2 days while Wei managed correspondence from the Continental Cultivation Authority proceeding, she asked him about the first evening they had sat outside the Iron Pine Sect's eastern gate and watched the other disciples practice in the courtyard below. He knew they had done this. He had the fact, the location, the activity they were observing, the approximately 1-hour duration. He could recall what had been said. He could not recall the sound of her voice in that specific context, or the quality of the light, or the particular way the evening had felt. Those were not data points. They were emotional texture, and the Void's archiving process had filed them differently from the factual content. He knew this. He had identified the partial archiving of 3 memory clusters the moment he exited the void. He had been running reconstructions, working from adjacent memories, building approximate textures from what he knew should have been there. But approximate textures were not the thing itself, and the gap was visible when she asked a question that required him to access the original. He told her. He had not been planning to tell her. He had been planning to complete the reconstruction before it became relevant. He told her because she asked a direct question, and the honest answer was that he could not access the memory the way she was describing it. Xianxia was quiet for a moment. Then, can you describe what you do remember? The facts. He described them. The eastern gate, the courtyard, the timing, what had been said. She listened without interrupting. When he finished, she said, the evening was cold. You had your hands tucked into your sleeves. The practice yard smelled like pine resin and whatever they burn in the formation lanterns, a kind of mineral smoke. You said you were going to write up an analysis of the senior disciple's footwork because the inefficiency was bothering you. And I said you should wait until morning because the evening light was good for exactly 3 more minutes and your analysis would still be there tomorrow. She paused. You waited. He sat with what she had described. He was running the information against the factual framework and finding that the texture was returning. Not perfectly. The reconstruction was still approximate, but closer. The mineral smoke of the formation lanterns was a sensory anchor he hadn't been able to source from the factual data alone. Why did you remember the smoke? He said. Because I remember most things, she said. You know that. You have a photographic organizational memory, he said. You categorize by emotional texture as well as content. Yes. That's a different indexing system than mine, he said. Your archive is intact. Mine has gaps. He paused. Would you be willing to help me reconstruct the index sections that were partially archived? She looked at him with an expression he had learned to read, the one that was not quite exasperated and not quite fond, and contained elements of both. Wei Zhengdao, she said. That is a very mechanical way to ask for help remembering something important. I'm aware, he said. I also don't have a better way to phrase it. No, she said. I know you don't. She moved to sit beside him rather than across from him. Let me tell you about the first time you argued with Elder Fong. We'll work backward from the memories that are most intact and see what fills in. They spent the evening this way. The reconstruction was imperfect. Some of the texture came back. Some of it remained approximate, built from inference rather than original experience. He filed the approximations as approximations and made note of which sections were reconstructed rather than original. He would not pretend the rebuild was identical to the source. But she knew things about those evenings that he had apparently not attended to analytically, and her recall provided the sensory anchors that let the emotional associations reconnect. By the end of the evening, the 3 memory clusters were not complete, but they were no longer empty in the places that mattered. Thank you, he said. I'll keep helping, she said. As long as it takes. He filed this, not as data, as something that should not be optimized or assessed for efficiency. The void's archiving had taken something from him. Xianxia was giving it back from her own intact record, memory by memory. He let her. Chapter 95. The Continental Cultivation Authority's response to the filed documentation came 8 days later. It was not a ruling. It was a deferral. The authority cited the unprecedented nature of the technical documentation submitted by the practitioner known as xianxia, original initiator of the modification, and stated that the proceeding required extended review before any finding could be issued. Extended review was defined as no less than 6 months and no more than 3 years. 3 years of proceeding time was a victory for the coordinators if they needed continued institutional cover for their operations. It was irrelevant if their operations had already collapsed, which they had. The 4 remaining coordinators who had disappeared were still at large, but without an active organizational structure or a client base that needed their services, they had become individual actors without institutional leverage. The authority's deferral filing included a note that xianxia's documentation was being submitted to the Historical Archive section for independent authentication. Authentication would take 2 months. Wei read this twice. The Historical Archive section. Xianxia's 400-year-old technical documentation of the Meridian Boundary Law modification, written in a dialect of algorithm site that had not been in active use for 3.5 centuries, was being sent to archivists. They're going to have trouble authenticating it, he said. Yes, xianxia said. I wrote the authentication markers in a technique verification format that predates the current standards. The current archivists will not be able to read the markers independently. She paused. I can provide a translation key. Send it, he said. I have already sent it, she said. And a supplementary explanation of the verification methodology, with cross-references to the 3 relevant sections of the 1,000 Correct Paths compendium that use the same marker format. He looked at her. You were going to suggest it, she said. I identified the gap and filled it. You're adapting well, he said. I have been watching how you work for 3 weeks, she said. You are methodical, you document everything, and you preempt the next probable obstruction before it develops into a full obstruction. She paused. It is an effective approach. I wish I had used it 400 years ago. He thought about what she would have produced if she'd had the documentation and open access framework that he'd been building for the past 3 years. Someone with her technical capability, working in a system where technique knowledge was freely shared and attributed correctly. You'll have the chance now, he said. Yes, she said. I have been thinking about what I would like to do with it. She turned to look at him directly. Her gaze still had the quality of someone who was not entirely accustomed to looking at one thing rather than monitoring a distributed field. There is a problem I noticed during the 40 years before the automation became dominant. A fundamental inefficiency in how chi meridians recover from overextension. I never addressed it because the containment consumed all available processing. What's the inefficiency? The recovery protocol is optimized for full meridian collapse events, but is inefficient for partial overextension, which is the much more common case. A different recovery subroutine would reduce healing time by approximately half for the most common type of chi overextension injury. He ran the implications. Every cultivator who had ever overextended their meridians in a fight, every disciple who had pushed too far in training. The recovery time for the common cases was unnecessary overhead. Write it up, he said. Full documentation. We'll publish it through the open registry. Zhu Ailing's network. She's managing the attribution system now, he said. Send it to her. Xianxia nodded. She had the expression she was developing, the one that appeared when she was going to do something and was pleased about doing it, which was a state she had not experienced in a very long time. She went to write. He watched her go and felt the specific satisfaction of a problem reaching a correct resolution, not the resolution that had been planned, but the one that had emerged from following the logic wherever it led. He filed it carefully. Outside the window, the formation arrays of yin men were running. They were running cleanly, at full specified capacity, without technique mediation, on the direct interface protocol that xianxia had designed 4 centuries ago, and that she had just spent 12 days explaining to 2 sets of suspicious formation officers. Somewhere in 7 regions, 5,000 people who had worked in formation maintenance were figuring out what their work looked like under an open documentation framework. Some would not make the transition. Most would. The disruption was real and the outcome was better than the prior state, and both things were true simultaneously. He was still building the emotional texture of the memory reconstruction when he went to sleep that night. Xin Yulan had told him the mineral smoke of the formation lanterns smelled like pine resin and something mineral she couldn't name. He added it to the reconstruction's index as approximate sensory correct. Close enough to continue. Chapter 96. The attempt came through a gift. It was a formation stone, high quality, 9th-tier compression specification, the kind that smaller cities ordered for their defensive installations and waited months to receive. It was left at the administrative center where Wei's group was staying in Yanmen, addressed to Wei Jingdao, with a note claiming it was from a formation officer in Taishan who had been impressed by Wei's installation assessment and was offering a professional courtesy sample. Xiao Bai, who had been managing incoming packages since the chamber. He had a system. Everything was held for 4 hours, examined with Qi sense, checked against the list of known contacts who would actually send something, and only then delivered. The formation stone failed the 4th step. The formation officer who had supposedly sent it was not in Yinmen's visitor log and had not been present at the installation assessment. Xiao took it to an open courtyard and placed it on a stone pillar at the courtyard center, then backed away. The stone activated. What it released was not a standard formation output. It was a chi contamination burst, formation energy encoded with a specific disruptive frequency that targeted the meridian channels of anyone within 3 paces. The design was sophisticated. The stone appeared inactive until it detected a cultivator's chi field at close range, at which point it initialized. If Qiao had handed it to Wei without examination, Wei would have been the first to hold it. Qiao was not within 3 paces when it activated. He was 12 paces away. The contamination burst was designed for close range. At 12 paces, the intensity was reduced by distance degradation. It reached Qiao as a partial hit. The right side of his chi network absorbed the disruptive frequency, causing his defensive technique to spasm and his chi cycling to lock. He went down on one knee. The stone ran its full discharge in 2 seconds and then went inert. Qiao was back on his feet in 5 seconds. His right hand was trembling slightly, the meridian spasm from the contamination, and his breathing was controlled with the specific deliberateness of someone managing pain by not acknowledging it. He looked at the stone on the pillar. Then he went inside to tell Wei what had happened. Show me, Wei said. He examined the stone with algorithm sight at primordial inscription depth. The formation encoding was visible at this level. Not just the active technique, but the design signature of the person who had built it. Formation signatures were as unique as handwriting. This one he had not seen before, but it bore structural similarities to the formation work he had documented from the collective's operational archives. One of the 4 disappeared coordinators. You're not treating the hand, he said to Chow. The hand is functional, Chow said. The tremor is getting worse since you came inside. He kept his eyes on the stone. Fong, can you assess the contamination extent? Elder Fong crossed to Chow, placed 2 fingers on his wrist, and ran a diagnostic qi sense. His expression did not change. It was already neutral. The disruptive frequency affected approximately 1/3 of the right meridian channel, he said. There is residual entrainment that will persist. The tremor should resolve within 3 days without treatment. With treatment, within 12 hours. Use the treatment, Wei said to Chow. The treatment takes 6 hours of immobility, Chow said. Yes, Wei said. Chow looked at him with the expression he used when he was going to accept something he objected to without making the objection explicit. He sat down and let Elder Fong begin. Wei looked at the formation stone again. The signature was a data point. He had every formation output from the collective's installations that he had documented over the past 2 years. If the coordinator who built this stone had worked within those installations, the signature should cross-reference. He spent 2 hours running the comparison. He found the match in the installation records from Meridian's Edge, a senior formation specialist who had been listed as the collective's technical director for 7 years. He had a name, Overseer Tan Baigua, and a formation profile, and a last known location of approximately 4 days' travel east. He came to Xinyulan with this. He tried to kill you through a gift, she said. He'll know it failed because the stone discharged without the targeted result. He'll try again, Wei said. Or he'll run, she said. He has no remaining organizational infrastructure. He has 4 colleagues who are either surrendered, in hiding, or watching what happens to him. She paused. What do you want to do? He looked at his hands. At primordial inscription, he could reach a cultivator's formation-based techniques at a significant distance. The ability to read and exploit flaws in the fundamental laws meant that any technique built on those laws was accessible to him at range, including formation-based offensive techniques that a coordinator had spent a career developing. He could collapse Tenbaigua's techniques from here. He had done this once. To the coordinator who had injured Chow in the earlier confrontation, before the void. He had reduced a lifetime of cultivation to nothing. He had noted at the time that it felt wrong. He had logged the incident. He had not forgotten. We find him, he said. We don't collapse his techniques unless there's no other option. Chapter 97. Tracking Tan Baigua required 2 days and the full cooperation of Zhu Ailing's merchant network. The network found him through the pattern of his purchases, specific formation components, purchased in small quantities from different vendors across a 4-day travel radius, that individually attracted no attention, but when aggregated suggested someone building a second-tier formation array for mobile operation. A cultivator running from a situation builds differently from a cultivator operating normally. Zhu Ailing's contact in the Regional Trading Association sent the location on the 2nd day, a disused way station 3 days' ride east, in a mountain pass that had been a major trade route 2 centuries ago and was now used by travelers who needed to move between territories without appearing on the main administrative records. Wei read the location report and then read it again. The way station was a place where a person could be invisible to the administrative formation network. It was also a place with no easy escape routes in multiple directions. The pass narrowed at the way station's location, with high walls on 2 sides. A person who had chosen to shelter there was someone who had prioritized invisibility over mobility. He showed Chow the location. Chow's right hand had stopped trembling 12 hours into Elder Fong's treatment. He rolled his wrist and assessed the result. I'll go, Chow said. We'll go, Wei said. All of us. Chow looked at xianxia, who had been following this discussion from the corner of the room where she was writing the Meridian Recovery Technique documentation Zhu Ailing had requested. She had been listening to the operational planning with the fixed attention of someone who had spent 4 centuries as an observer and was not yet fully accustomed to being a participant. You want to bring her, Chow said. She was the reason the collective existed, Wei said. If Tan Baigua is still a collective affiliate in any meaningful sense, her presence is a different kind of argument than mine. Xianxia set down her writing instrument. What are you expecting this to be, she asked. I'm not certain, Wei said. That's why I'm not going without the full group. She looked at him with the expression that was becoming her version of what Chow's flat acknowledgement was, a recognition that the decision was made and that she was deciding whether to add qualifications. She did not add qualifications. Then I'll come, she said. The approach to the way station took 3 days through mountain terrain where the air was cold enough to leave frost on the stones by morning. Wei's breath misted in front of him during the final hour of travel. The path was narrow enough that they moved in single file, Chow at the front. The way station was stone and timber, old enough to have sunk slightly into the mountain's base. One wall braced against the rock face behind it. Smoke from a fire inside. A formation array running. He could read its structure from 200 paces, a modified defensive perimeter that would alert the occupant to approaching cultivators. It had already alerted him. He stopped the group 80 paces out. He knows we're here, he said quietly. Since when? Chow said. Since we crossed the perimeter at 200 paces. He examined the formation. He built the alert radius large. He's been sitting in there since it triggered, deciding what to do. A minute passed. Then the way station's door opened. Tan Baigwa was not what Wei had modeled from the administrative records. The records had listed him as 63 years old, gold solidifying cultivation level, senior formation specialist. What came through the door was a man who looked older than 63 and moved like someone who had not slept correctly in 2 weeks. His chi signature confirmed the gold solidifying level, but the output was unsteady, the specific unsteadiness that came from depleted resources and compromised rest. He looked at the group. He looked, specifically, at xianxia. His expression changed. Not fear. Recognition. The process spoke, he said, mostly to himself. In the formal notices. We received formal notices from the Continental Certification Body. They said the containment had resolved and the practitioner xianxia had been documented as the original initiator. He stopped. That was real. Yes, xianxia said. Chapter 98, Tan Baigwa sat down on a stone outside the way station entrance. Not because he was surrendering, exactly. He sat down the way a person sits when they have been running on one set of assumptions for a long time and the assumptions have just been fundamentally revised and the body requires a moment to catch up. Wei stayed 80 paces distant. He watched. He did not approach. When I joined the collective, Tan Baigwa said, I was told the organization maintained the containment formation in the north. That the containment was essential. That without it, a chi-void anomaly that had existed since the sect war would expand and destabilize regional formation infrastructure. I was told this was the reason the collective's formation maintenance network operated the way it did. The revenue covered the containment costs. He looked at the ground. I was told this for 32 years. I believed it. I was the technical director. I designed the modification that was supposed to prevent the containment formation from being accessed by outside parties. The contingency that was labeled 17, Wei said. Tan Baigwa looked up. Yes. He paused. I didn't build it to protect the organization's commercial interests. I built it because I believed the void was a genuine threat and that protecting the containment was genuinely necessary. The void was a genuine threat, xianxia said. The containment was genuinely necessary. For 400 years. Those facts were accurate. Was it you? Running the containment? Yes. He was quiet for a long time. The smoke from the way station's fire drifted between them. The morning frost had not fully lifted from the rocks. Wei watched the formation perimeter's alert markers and concluded, from the signature patterns, that there were no additional arrays active, no secondary formations, no prepared burst discharge like the poisoned stone. Tan Baigwa had run out of materials or had decided not to use them. The other 4 coordinators who disappeared, Wei said carefully. Are you in contact with them? Tan Baigwa met his eyes. 2 of them. The other 2 went somewhere I don't have access to. Are they planning further action? They're watching, Tan Baigwa said. After the stone failed, they told me to wait for their assessment. He paused. The stone was my initiative. I built it because I was afraid. The void was closed, the organization was gone, and I was looking at what I had spent 32 years protecting and trying to determine whether any of it had been true. He looked at xianxia again. If you were running the containment, if you were actually there, inside it, then the containment was real. The threat was real. The organization's original purpose was real. Yes, she said. And it drifted, he said. Yes. When I was doing the maintenance work, he said, slowly. Like someone reading a document he was finding harder to follow than expected. The formation work. Keeping the containment structure stable from the exterior, that was genuine technical work. That wasn't exploitation. No, she said. That was exactly what it was supposed to be. He sat with this for a moment. Then he said, I can tell you where the 2 remaining coordinators are. What they're planning. I don't know if that's enough. Wei could see the calculation Tan Baigwa was running. Whether providing the information would produce a better outcome than withholding it. Whether the framing of this conversation allowed for something other than a losing position. He recognized it because it was the same calculation Wei had run in the first months at Iron Pine. in the hearing before Elder Ruan. In every situation where the available moves were constrained and the objective was to find the one that produced the least bad result. He said, "The Continental Cultivation Authority's review is proceeding. If you provide testimony about the collective's operational history, the actual technical history, what the containment work involved, what you observed about the mission drift, that testimony has value to the historical record." "Not to me personally," Tenbaigwa said. "No," Wei agreed. "To the historical record, which will exist after you're gone." He paused. Shun Ming built the organization knowing it would outlast her. She was right that it outlasted her. She was wrong about what it became. A complete historical account that distinguishes the original purpose from the drift might prevent the next organization that takes on a similar long-term task from drifting the same way. A long silence. "I want to speak with xianxia alone," Tenbaigwa said. "For 1 hour." Wei looked at xianxia. She looked at him with the expression of someone assessing a request that they had the right to accept or decline independently. "Yes," she said. "I can do that." Wei backed to 100 paces with Chao and Xin Yulan and waited in the cold, watching the smoke from the fire. Chapter 99. What Tenbaigwa and xianxia said to each other during that hour, Wei never learned in full. Xianxia told him, afterward, that Tenbaigwa had worked in the collective's technical division for 32 years without knowing about Contingency 17's existence until 5 years ago. He had spent those 5 years in a growing conflict between his understanding of the organization's purpose and his observation of how it actually operated. He had resolved this conflict by focusing on the technical work and not examining the commercial structure too closely. The stone, she said, had been built during a week in which he had concluded that Wei's actions, closing the void, committing the modification, were going to destabilize everything he had spent 3 decades technically maintaining. He had not thought clearly during that week. "He knows that now," she said. "Did he give you the locations of the other two?" Wei asked. "He gave me the locations and the current plan, which is limited. They are watching and do not have resources for further action." She paused. "He will testify to the Continental Cultivation Authority. He has agreed to provide the full technical documentation of the exterior maintenance work performed over the last 40 years, including the contamination stone, which is recoverable and will be documented as an incident rather than prosecuted." Wei looked at her. "How did you get to a documented incident rather than a prosecution?" "He was operating under a genuine misapprehension of the situation," she said. "The misapprehension was partly my fault. I could not communicate clearly from inside the containment. I sent signals that the exterior organization interpreted as maintain the containment at all costs, which was an accurate summary of my immediate need, but was not a complete transmission of my situation." She paused. If the exterior maintenance team had known that the practitioner inside was attempting to communicate rather than simply running an automated process, they might have made different decisions decades earlier. He thought about this. "You're taking partial responsibility." "I am distributing responsibility accurately," she said. "That is a different thing." He recognized the distinction. It was the same distinction he had applied to every technique fork analysis he had published, not who to blame, but how the drift had accumulated from a shared set of decisions across time. "The other 2 coordinators," he said. "Overseer Wei Mingling and Overseer Chao Sweki," she said. "They are in a city called Baitsong, 3 days north. They have accepted that the organization is ended and are discussing whether to request integration into the new formation standards registry or simply retire. That's all. They are both in their 70s, she said. They have been running an organization for 40 years whose founding purpose, it turns out, was more legitimate than its operational methods. They are tired." She looked at him. Not everyone who was involved in something wrong was wrong for the same reasons. He filed this. He would have reached the same conclusion eventually through analysis. Xianxia had reached it through a 1-hour conversation and 4 centuries of watching people. He sent Zhu Ailing the names and the city. She forwarded an introduction through the merchant network. By the following week, Overseer Wei Mingling had agreed to provide testimony, and Overseer Chao Sweki had requested a position as a formation assessment verifier in the Joint Standards Registry. The last 4 coordinators were accounted for. The organization was formally dissolved. Chapter 100. The Continental Cultivation Authority's extended review produced its interim findings 6 weeks later. Not a ruling. The full ruling required the complete 3-year review period. But the Historical Archive section's authentication of Xianxia's documentation had proceeded faster than the authority had planned, because Xianxia's translation key had been complete, and the archivists had found the documentation internally consistent with known historical records. They had also found something that was not in any known historical record. The interim finding included a note from the head archivist, addressed to Wei Jingdao as the proceeding's principal respondent. In reviewing the submitted documentation of the original modification design, we have identified a layer of pre-existing law structure annotation that predates the modification by an estimated 600 years. The annotation is written in algorithm site notation, but in a different formal variant than the submitted documentation. The annotation is partial and appears to represent an earlier, incomplete attempt to interface with the law maintenance structure. He read this twice. Then he went to find xianxia. She was sitting in the garden of the administrative center where they were staying. They had been in Yinmen for 6 weeks while the various proceedings and transitions resolved, and she had developed a habit of sitting in the garden for 2 hours each morning, which she had told him was a relearning of what unstructured time felt like. He showed her the interim finding. She read it without visible change in expression. Then she read it again. 600 years before my modification, she said. 10 centuries ago, approximately. Before the sect war. The archivist says it's an incomplete attempt to interface with the law maintenance structure, he said. Not a void incident. Not a contamination. An attempt that was made and, from what the annotation shows, not completed. Someone else reached primordial inscription, she said. Before me. Before anyone in the recorded history of cultivation that I have access to. And tried to do something with the law maintenance process, he said. And left annotations. She looked at the garden. At the unremarkable flowers that had been blooming since before either of them was present and would bloom after. If they left annotations, she said, they may have left other things. The annotation style, does it match anything in the 1,000 Correct Paths compendium? He had already checked. No, he said. The notation variant is different from the compendium's format and different from anything in the collective's founding archive. It predates both. Then there is a third source, she said. A practitioner who reached primordial inscription before the 1,000 Correct Paths was compiled, before the sect war, before any institutional structure we have documentation of. They found the law maintenance process. They left annotations. She paused. And whatever they were trying to do, they didn't complete it either. Wei looked at the interim finding. At primordial inscription, he could read the fundamental laws of Qi's code. He had done this inside the void, helping xianxia complete the modification. He had not, in the weeks since exiting the void, returned his attention to the law structure itself. He returned it now. The law structure was vast and present the way mountains were vast and present, visible and full, but comprehensible only in sections. He read the section nearest to xianxia's modification. He could see her work there, cleanly committed, running correctly. He read outward from it, following the law structure's architecture. He found the annotations 20 minutes later. They were exactly where the archivist had said. A layer beneath the surface of the law structure, in the deep historical strata that the law maintenance process had not touched in centuries because the surface laws were stable. The annotations were not running. They were stored, preserved. He read the opening annotation. The notation was different from his algorithm's site. Older, formal, structured around concepts that were not quite the same as his function call model, but operated on similar principles. He could read it the way he could read a different programming language, slowly, working from recognizable patterns outward. The opening annotation read, "This system has a design flaw at the interface layer. The flaw prevents recursive contribution. A practitioner who has contributed to the law maintenance process cannot then modify their own contribution. There is a pathway around this restriction. I am attempting to document it for the next practitioner who arrives here, because I believe they will arrive, and I believe they will have the same question." He stopped reading. He held the information. There was a previous practitioner. They had reached primordial inscription 1,000 years ago and found the law maintenance process. They had attempted to interface with it. They had found a design flaw, not a flaw he had encountered yet, a flaw in the layer above where he had been working, and they had tried to document a pathway around it. They had not finished documenting it, and they had, apparently, known that someone would come after them. He looked at the size of the remaining annotation. He had read approximately 3% of it. He went back to the garden, to xianxia, who was watching him approach with the expression of someone who had read his expression from 50 paces and was already processing the implications. "Well," she said. "We have work to do," he said. "Significant work. And whoever left those annotations believed someone would eventually arrive to read them. Then they were correct," she said. He sat down in the garden. The flowers bloomed unremarkably around them. The law structure was present and vast in his perception, the annotations waiting in the deep strata, a 1,000-year-old message addressed to no one in particular and everyone who eventually arrived. He began reading. Chapter 101. 3 weeks into the stay in Yinmen, Xin Yulan told him she loved him. She did it in the morning, over tea, before either of them had started the day's work. She had been up earlier than him. She was almost always up earlier than him. and she had the tea ready and her journal open to a page she was not looking at. And when he sat down, she looked at him directly and said, "I love you. I've been waiting to see if you would say it first, and I've concluded you may need someone to compile that subroutine for you." He looked at his tea. He had been aware of the variable. He had identified it approximately 8 months ago, when he had noticed that Shun Yulan's absence from a room produced a specific decrease in his processing efficiency that he could not attribute to any practical cause. He had isolated the variable from active processing at that point, protecting it from the analysis that might have resolved it prematurely or incorrectly. He had been maintaining it in protected storage. "I had isolated that variable from active processing," he said, "to protect it." She looked at him with the expression of someone who had expected approximately this response and had prepared a translation. "That is a terrible way of saying that you've been feeling the same thing." "Yes," he said. "I know, but it is what you said." "I'm aware that it was not the correct phrasing," he said. "I don't have a better one immediately available." She picked up her tea. She was suppressing the expression she used when she found something both exasperating and correct. He had learned to read the suppression. "Then I'll tell you what the correct phrasing is," she said. "Try." "I feel the same." "I feel the same," he said. She looked at him over the rim of the cup. "That was marginally better." "The variable has been isolated for 8 months," he said. "I was protecting it from resolution before I understood what the resolution should look like." He paused. "I'm still not certain I understand what the resolution looks like, but I know that the person best positioned to help me understand is you." She set down the tea. She looked at him for a long moment with the expression he had filed under assessment complete and found it difficult to categorize further. "You are the most unusual person I have ever known," she said. "In a way I find entirely worth the translation effort." "I'll take that," he said. She went back to her journal. He went to his tea. Outside, the morning was overcast, and the birds in the garden were doing something he had not paid attention to in weeks. He paid attention to it. He did not add the outcome of the morning to a formal log. Some things were not improved by documentation. Chapter 102. Instructor Qin Liuxue arrived in Yinmin on the 26th day. She had sent a message 3 days before, brief and careful the way she was when she was uncertain of her reception. "I am passing through Yinmin and would like to speak with you if you're willing." He had responded, "We're here. Come." She looked different from the last time he had seen her. Not older, exactly, but settled. The specific restlessness that had characterized her manner in the sect's early years was quieter. He had noticed it before and not known what it indicated. Now, watching her approach across the administrative center's courtyard, he thought it might have been the restlessness of someone who was doing work that no longer aligned with what they understood about the work. She stopped at an appropriate distance and said, "You look better than I expected." 3 weeks of rest, he said. "Come in." They sat in the garden. It had become his preferred working location since xianxia established the morning habit, and she spent 20 minutes explaining what she had been doing since leaving the Void Chamber group 3 months before the chamber entry. She had gone back to Iron Pine. She had found the sect in an unusual state. Elder Ruan Shenfeng had retired under the weight of the combined events, and the Elder Council had been reorganized with people who had been watching Wei's work from a distance and found it interesting rather than threatening. Peng Luohai had quietly left. The technique library, which Wei had restructured in Arc 3, had become the model for 2 neighboring sects' documentation reforms. She had been teaching. "I was teaching wrong for 15 years, she said. "You showed me that, though not intentionally and not gracefully." "No," he agreed. "I've been rebuilding the curriculum. Not just incorporating the optimization metrics. That part is straightforward. The harder part is rebuilding how I think about what a student needs." She reached into her pack and produced a bound document. "I'd like you to review this." He took it. The document was titled, Cultivation Technique Instruction, a revised methodology for identifying individual qi signature constraints. It was 60 pages. He read the first section on the spot, tracking the structure of her argument. She had taken his observation that different meridian types require different optimization approaches and expanded it into a diagnostic framework, a set of assessment techniques that a teacher could apply at intake to understand how a student's qi signature constrained or enabled different types of technique. The framework was empirically grounded. She had tested it on 30 students over 3 months. "The diagnostic in Section 2, he said. "The third assessment, the one that tests qi output consistency across 10 meridian cycles. What about it? The 10th cycle's measurement will be contaminated if the student has been in recent cultivation," he said. "The qi output consistency drops naturally over a long session. You need a 20-minute rest period before that assessment for the measurement to be accurate." She looked at him. "I've been running it with a 10-minute rest." 10 is insufficient, he said. "The difference is measurable. Your data from the 30 students will have a systematic error in the third assessment results." She took the document back and made a note. She did not look upset about this. She looked like someone who had expected exactly this kind of feedback and had come specifically to receive it. What else? They spent 2 hours on the document. At the end, she said, the thing I came to say wasn't just about the curriculum. He waited. I handed your notes to the collective, she said. I told you after I did it. I've been carrying the fact that I told you after, not before, and that telling you after is the better version of a thing that was still wrong. I know, he said. I want you to tell me what it cost you, she said. I have not asked because I have been afraid of the answer. But I've been teaching students about the importance of accurate assessment, and I'm still avoiding accurate assessment of my own situation. He thought about it. The actual cost, precisely. It accelerated the collective's ability to execute a targeted reputation attack, he said, which I countered by publishing everything. The practical cost was approximately 1 week of damage control work. He paused. The non-practical cost was that I added a flag to my information sharing model for relationships under institutional pressure. The flag is probably calibrated too conservative. That's a modeling error from your input. She was quiet for a moment. That's a more forgiving accounting than I expected. You told me, he said. Immediately after. You were not trying to protect yourself. You were trying to protect your family. And when those two objectives conflicted, you chose the one that damaged your position most and helped me most. He paused. That's not the decision profile of someone I model as a threat. She looked at the garden for a moment. Then she said, thank you. That's yes. Thank you. He looked at the document in her hands. The methodology is good, he said. Send me the corrected version after you rerun the 3rd assessment. Chapter 103 Chow Baihu came to Wei on the 31st day and said, I want to work towards silver flowering. Wei was in the middle of reading the 1,000-year-old annotations and had been for most of the morning. He set the reading aside. When he said, now, Chow said, or as soon as possible. What's stopping you? Chow looked at him with the flat expression. Nothing, he said. But every time I've had 2 months without an immediate security requirement, something has come up within 3 weeks. Wei thought about the last year and a half. The authentication business in Iron Gate. The Continental Board hearing. The Void Chamber. The manufactured Taishan conflict. The assassination attempt. He ran the list and arrived at the same conclusion Chow had arrived at. Chow had been available for every crisis because Chow had never formally been unavailable. That's my fault, Wei said. Not entirely, Chow said. I chose to stay available. I didn't explicitly make space for you not to be, Wei said. Which is a different thing from you choosing to stay. The default was availability because I never said otherwise. He paused. 2 months. No security requirements. I'll work with Shun and xianxia for threat assessment, and if something develops, I'll contact you only if it requires your specific capability. Chow looked at him. You're going to contact me for everything. I'm going to contact you for things that specifically require your presence, Wei said, which is a smaller category than everything. I'll run the threat assessment accurately before contacting you. A silence. Chow appeared to be running his own internal assessment of whether this was a real commitment or a stated intention that would dissolve under the first pressure. Tell me what silver flowering requires, Wei said. So I understand the timeline. Chow did not usually talk about his cultivation process. It was not his preference, the way it was not Wei's preference to express things through sentiment. But he explained it with the blunt precision he used for everything. Bronze condensing to silver flowering required sustained cultivation focus. Not intermittent sessions, but extended uninterrupted periods where the chi cycling could stabilize at the new threshold. The interference problem was that his defensive first cultivation style, which Wei had optimized for maximum protective output, was also unusually responsive to external threats. A distant raised voice pulled his attention out of cultivation. A door opening at unexpected timing did the same. You've built a hair-trigger threat response, Wei said. Yes, Chow said. That's a trade-off I didn't flag when we did the optimization, Wei said. I maximized defensive output without accounting for the cost to focused cultivation sessions. He thought for a moment. There's a modification you can make to the threat response subroutine. Instead of activating on any external stimulus above a certain threshold, you tune it to activate only on stimuli that match a specific threat signature. Footstep patterns that indicate approach rather than passage, chi output at combat levels rather than ambient levels. Like a filter, Chow said. Like a filter, Wei agreed. You change the definition of interrupt-worthy. The trigger becomes more specific. Chow thought about this. How long to implement? Write it up tonight and do the integration over 4 days, Wei said. Then 2 months of uninterrupted cultivation with the new subroutine running. He paused. Silver flowering is a real possibility in that window for someone at your foundation. Chow nodded. The conversation was apparently complete for him. He stood. Then he said, Xianxia asked me yesterday if I was happy. Wei looked at him. She is conducting primary research on the subject of human well-being, Chao said. She asked everyone in the group the same question in the same week. She has a notebook. What did you tell her? Chao's expression did a thing it rarely did. Something that was not quite an expression, more an absence of the usual flatness. I told her I didn't have reference data for comparison, he said. She wrote that down. He left. Wei went back to the annotations. Chapter 10 for the 1,000-year-old practitioner had written in 3 distinct phases. The first phase was exploratory, the annotations from the early period of their primordial inscription work, when they were mapping the law maintenance process's architecture for the first time. These were the most detailed and also the most tentative. Extensive notes on what the process appeared to do, qualified frequently by phrases equivalent to this interpretation may be incorrect and further investigation required. The second phase was more confident. The practitioner had identified the law maintenance process's structural components, the core maintenance functions, the logging architecture, the interface layers. They had begun attempting to interact with the interface layer and documented their attempts systematically. The third phase was brief. 10 annotations. The writing was denser, faster, the rhythm of someone who had broken through to understanding something and was documenting it quickly because they had limited time. In the 8th annotation of the third phase, Wei found what he had been looking for. The practitioner wrote, "The interface layer has a defined dialogue protocol. The protocol is designed for two-way communication. The process can receive queries and return responses. I have confirmed this from the interface layer's architecture, but I have not been able to successfully initiate a query. The query format requires a valid contributor credential, a signature that the process recognizes as belonging to someone who has previously interacted with the law maintenance architecture." Wei stopped reading. A contributor credential. The process recognized cultivators who had already contributed to it, whose techniques had been incorporated into the law structure. In the 1,000-year-old practitioner's time, no one living had such a credential. He looked at his hands. He had closed the void. In the process, the root breathing method's dead code gateway had interfaced directly with the containment formations architecture, which was itself integrated with the law maintenance process's outer layer. He had been inside the void at primordial inscription level, actively working with the law structure to stabilize it during the modification commit. He was not certain, but he believed that counted. He continued reading. The 9th annotation. I am returning to attempt the query initiation with a different approach. Instead of requesting dialogue directly, I will attempt to submit a technique for integration and see if the process's response constitutes communication. The 10th annotation was the last. I have received a response. It is not in any notation system I am familiar with. I am attempting to decode it. This may take. It ended there. Not with a conclusion. Not with continued elsewhere. It simply stopped, mid-sentence. He sat with the 10 annotations for a long time. Then he went to find xianxia. She was in her room, writing. She had been writing extensively since arriving in Yanmen, as though for centuries of stored thought were releasing now that she had the time and the physical capacity to express it. She was simultaneously working on 3 documents. The Meridian Recovery Technique, a historical account of the collective's founding as she had observed it from inside the containment, and something she had not described to him that she was writing in the oldest algorithm site notation she knew. He told her about the 10th annotation. She listened without interrupting. Then, you believe you have a contributor credential. I believe the process recognized the interaction during the void closure, he said. I don't know if that constitutes the kind of credential the practitioner was describing. It was indirect, through the containment formations architecture, not a direct technique contribution. My modification, she said slowly, is now integrated. It committed successfully, and the process incorporated it as part of the law structure. I have a contributor credential. He looked at her. I have been writing a technique query, she said. That's what the 3rd document is. I have been attempting to reconstruct the contributor credential format from the interface layer's architecture as I understood it from inside the containment. She paused. I have not sent it because I was not certain the format was correct. Show me, he said. She showed him. He read the query document. The notation was different from his. Older, based on a formal structure that predated his own algorithm site's vocabulary, but he could map the concepts. The query was attempting to initiate a dialogue with the process's interface layer, providing her technique contribution as the credential. The format appeared correct. He could see where her approach differed from the 1,000-year-old practitioners. She was not requesting dialogue directly. She was requesting a maintenance review of the integrated modification, which was a request the process should have a defined protocol for handling. Send it, he said. From here. At primordial inscription, the law structure is accessible from anywhere, he said. Location is irrelevant. She looked at the document. Then she committed it. Not a physical action, but a chi action, the cultivation equivalent of hitting send. The query propagated into the law structure and was received, as far as either of them could tell, by the interface layer. They waited. Chapter 105. The response came 4 days later. Not to Wei, to xianxia, because the query had been sent under her contributor credential. She received it the same way she had received Wei's communications inside the void, through the law structure directly, without a physical medium. She was in the garden when it arrived. Wei was reading nearby. He looked up when her attention changed, the specific quality of focus that appeared when she was receiving structured information. She was still for approximately 3 minutes. Then she said, "The process has acknowledged the modifications integration. It has run an integrity check on the committed changes. The check passed." She paused. "It has also filed a request." "What request?" "It wants to schedule a maintenance review session," she said, "with the contributing practitioner." Another pause, longer. "With both contributing practitioners." It has identified Wei Zhengdao's interaction through the void's containment architecture as a secondary contributor event. He set down the annotations. When he said, "The request does not specify a time," she said. "It specifies a format. A sustained primordial inscription interaction with the interface layer, lasting between 2 and 7 days, during which the process will present its assessment of the integrated modifications effects and request clarification on the intended behavior of 3 specific subfunctions." "It wants a code review," he said. She looked at him. "Yes," she said. "That is an accurate description." He stood up. He walked to the garden wall and looked at the street outside and the ordinary city moving through its ordinary afternoon. Merchants carrying things. A group of disciples from a local sect training in an alley. Their forms mediocre in ways he automatically cataloged. A child chasing something small and fast across the stones. The law maintenance process was requesting a maintenance review session with the practitioners who had modified its integrated technique structure. The process that ran the fundamental laws of Qi wanted to sit down and talk through the implications of what they had contributed. When the 1,000-year-old practitioners sent their query, he said slowly, they received a response they couldn't decode and ran out of time to interpret it. He turned back. "We have the contributor credential they didn't have. We have context they didn't have. And we have each other." "Yes," xianxia said. "I was thinking the same thing." 2 days to prepare," he said. "We need to document every subfunction we contributed through the void closure, with intended behavior specified for each one, before we enter the review session. If the process is going to ask for clarification on 3 specific subfunctions, I want to know in advance which 3 they are likely to flag." She reached for her writing materials. "I'll start with the modification's core integration points," she said. "I'll handle the dead code gateway interactions," he said. "Those will be less expected from the process's perspective. They weren't formal contributions, they were incidental to the closure process. Incidental interactions that the process still chose to catalog," she said, "which means it considers them significant." He thought about what it meant that the law maintenance process, a system running the fundamental laws of Qi across an entire world, older than any institution or sect or recorded history, had noticed the dead code gateway interaction and filed it as a secondary contributor event. "We need Xin Yulan in on this preparation," he said, "for documentation and for the kind of systematic analysis that I'll miss because I'm too close to it. And I have been running a process for 4 centuries and may have similar blind spots," xianxia said. "Yes, bring her in." He was halfway to the door before he stopped and turned back. "One other thing," he said. "The 1,000-year-old practitioner. Their 10th annotation ends mid-sentence, mid-thought. They received a response from the process and were attempting to decode it." "Yes. They ran out of time," he said. "We don't know what happened to them. We don't know if the process's response was what ended their session." He paused. "I want to know that before we enter the review." xianxia looked at him steadily. "You think the process may have caused their abrupt stop?" "I think I don't know," he said. "And I won't proceed with incomplete risk assessment." She nodded slowly. "Add it to the preparation list," she said. "I have access to law structure strata that predate my own time. I may be able to find what they left in the deep archive." He added it to the list. Outside, the city continued. The child had stopped chasing whatever it was chasing. The disciples' training forms remained mediocre. A small rain was beginning from the west. He went to find Xin Yulan and start the preparation documentation, because the law maintenance process had asked for a review session and he had 2 days to be ready for it. Chapter 106. The question about the 1,000-year-old practitioner's fate took xianxia 8 hours to answer. She spent those hours in sustained primordial inscription-level law structure access, a different kind of access than Wei's, shaped by 4 centuries of intimate contact with the law architecture from inside the containment. She could reach strata that he could find, but could not navigate efficiently. The deep historical archive was her element, the way the authentication business had been Zhu Ailing's element. She had spent more time there than anyone. Wei spent the same 8 hours completing the preparation documentation, sub-function specifications, intended behavior summaries, edge case documentation for the interactions he had not planned during the void closure, the dead code gateway connection, the Qi-lock events that had interrupted the void's integration attempts, the exact sequence of the final resolution commit. When xianxia emerged from the extended meditation, her expression was the settled one she used when a concern had been resolved and she had moved on to the next thing. She left, she said. The practitioner, he said. Yes. She sat down and poured tea from the pot he had been refilling throughout the 8 hours. She was a woman. The pronoun is embedded in the formal attribution signature. She reached primordial inscription approximately 940 years ago, based on the Lostrata dating method. She spent 11 years working through the annotations I read. She found the interface layer. She sent her query and received the response she couldn't decode, he said. Yes, but she did decode it eventually. The decoding simply took her 2 more years. I found the translation key in the same strata. She wrote it there. Xianxia set down the tea. The process's response to her query was a compatibility assessment. The same kind of assessment it ran on you through the void. It found her work compatible with the law maintenance architecture and issued her a contributor credential. She used that credential to submit 17 technique optimizations over the following 8 years. He put down his documentation. She contributed to the law structure directly? Before you did? Yes. Her contributions are in the deep strata. I recognize the notation style. I had been reading them without knowing who wrote them. She looked at him steadily. Her optimizations improve the interface layer's efficiency. The reason the interface layer was functional enough to respond to my query is partly because of work she did 900 years ago. He sat with this. A practitioner he had never known and could not name had reached primordial inscription 1,000 years ago, found the law maintenance process, spent years decoding its responses, achieved contributor credential status, and spent 8 more years quietly improving the interface layer. She had left annotations for the next practitioner. She had not told anyone what she was doing. She had simply done the work. What happened to her, he said. The annotation stopped because she concluded her work, xianxia said. The last entry in the deep strata is not an interrupted sentence. It is a complete closing statement. She wrote, I have contributed what I was able to contribute. The door is as open as I know how to make it. The next one will find it easier than I did. She paused. She lived to old age. I found a dated entry. She wrote a brief note in the law structure on the occasion of what she described as her 201st year of cultivation. She was well. He absorbed this for a long moment. She's in the law structure, he said. In the contributor archive. Yes, xianxia said. Her contributions are there. The law maintenance process has been running them for 900 years. He looked at the preparation documentation in his hands. The sub-function specifications, the intended behavior summaries, the edge case notes. He thought about what it meant to leave something in the law structure, not just a technique, but the work of understanding how to communicate with the process that ran the laws. He added a line to the documentation, not a specification, a note. This review session's documentation is intended to be archived for subsequent practitioners who reach this interface layer, in the same way that the first practitioner's annotations were archived for xianxia and me. He looked at xianxia. The third document you've been writing, he said. The annotations, she said. Yes, I started them 2 weeks ago, before the query. I was already thinking about this. Good, he said. He picked up the documentation again. 1 more day of preparation. Then we send the review session acceptance. Chapter 107. The preparation was complete on the 2nd evening. Xin Yulan had produced, in 2 days, the most organized technical reference document Wei had ever read that he himself had not written. It cross-indexed every interaction from the void closure against the law maintenance process's known interface protocols, flagged the 3 most likely categories of question the process would ask, and included a section titled Contingency Responses for Unexpected Query Types that showed she had been thinking several steps beyond the immediate review session. He looked at the contingency section for a long time. You modeled edge cases I didn't ask you to model, he said. Yes, she said. The unexpected query type section. You're assuming the process might ask questions that aren't about the specific technique contributions. The process has been running for an unknown period, she said. It has been managing the fundamental laws of cultivation for longer than any documented civilization. It has never, as far as the annotations indicate, had a practitioner successfully initiate a review session. The first conversation between this system and a human practitioner could cover anything. He thought about this. What's your best estimate of what it might ask about? She looked at the ceiling for a moment. The process's function is maintenance, maintaining the laws, ensuring the laws run correctly. The thing that has changed most significantly in the law structure recently is not just xianxia's modification. It's the fact that the modification was initiated by a person and completed by a different person 400 years later. The process may be trying to understand how multi-practitioner contributions work over extended timescales. Xianxia, from across the table, said, "That is a good prediction." Xinyuan looked at her. "You were thinking the same thing?" "I was running a similar analysis," xianxia said. "From inside the containment, I observed the law maintenance process for 4 centuries. The process does not understand time the way we do. It operates in maintenance cycles, not in human temporal experience. The concept of 400 years later is relevant to our experience of the collaboration. To the process, it may simply be one multi-stage contribution. Then the review may be shorter than we expect," Wei said. "Or longer," xianxia said. "If the process is attempting to understand the mechanism by which 2 separate practitioners contributed to the same modification, not just what they contributed, but how the collaboration worked, that is a more complex question than any technique specification can answer." He looked at the documentation, at Xinyuan's contingency section, at xianxia's annotations, which she had added to the preparation package as a supplementary resource. "We're ready," he said. He sent the review session acceptance into the interface layer that evening. The process's response was a single confirmation, review session scheduled, access protocol attached, 2 contributors required for simultaneous interface. He showed it to xianxia. "Tomorrow morning," she said. "Yes," he said. 8 hours of sleep first." She looked at him with the expression she had been developing, the one that mixed for centuries of accumulated solemnity with the tentative return of something that might have been humor. "You are recommending rest before a significant event," she said. "That is unlike you." "The documentation is complete," he said. "There is nothing productive I can do with the remaining hours except rest and ensure my cognitive function is optimal for the session." "And you want to have dinner with Xinyuan," she said. He paused. "That is also a factor," he said. She nodded, settled. "Go," she said. "I will be ready at dawn." Chapter 108. The review session interface had a specific physical sensation. He had expected something like the void, the discontinuous transition of crossing a threshold from one environment to another. What he found instead was a layering. The world around him did not disappear. The garden of the administrative center was still present, the morning light still crossing the flagstones, the smell of whatever xianxia had burning in a small formation lantern nearby. But overlaid on all of it, like a document opened in a second window, was the law structure. He could see both simultaneously, garden and law structure, present at the same level of attention, neither more real than the other. Xianxia was beside him, physically beside him, both of them seated in the garden, but her primordial inscription presence was also in the law structure, in the deep access layer she had navigated for 2 days researching the 1,000-year-old practitioner. Their presences in the law structure were adjacent. The process had coordinated the interface. The process's presence in the interface layer was not a voice, not a form. It was a set of communicative structures, formal and precise, that his algorithm site read as intentions rather than words. The way a function signature communicated what a function did without running the function. The first intention the process communicated was, review beginning. 3 items for clarification. Wei sent back, acknowledged. Documentation package submitted. The process's response was a brief pause, the kind of pause that indicated it was reading the submitted material, and then, documentation received. Organization exceeds expected format. Beginning review. He filed the note about format in a mental log. The process had expected something simpler. They had submitted something comprehensive. He wasn't certain if that was an advantage or a complication. Item 1. The dead code gateway in the root breathing method. He had been expecting this. He sent back the specification he had prepared, the gateway's original function as a dormant interface in the sect founder's technique, its activation through proximity to the containment formation's architecture, its use as a communications channel during the void closure, and its current status, closed, dormant, the connection severed when the void resolved. The process's return, understood. Query. Does the contributing practitioner intend to maintain the gateway as a permanent interface point in the law structure? Or does the gateway represent a temporary access method that should be closed at the law level? He had not prepared for this specific question. He had prepared for a question about the gateway's origin, not about its future status. He took a moment. The gateway was a dormant pathway in his own cultivation technique. the root breathing method, his oldest and most fundamental technique, which he had carried from the sect founders' era and refactored repeatedly over the past 2 years. If the process closed the gateway at the law level, it would no longer exist as a potential interface point. If the process maintained it, it remained a pathway that had been used once to help close a 4-century-old void and could theoretically be used again for unknown purposes. He turned to xianxia's presence in the interface layer. She was observing, not yet required to respond. "What do you think?" he asked, in the space between. "The gateway was built by the sect founders," she said. "I was present when they built it. At that point I was still outside the void, still functioning as a person. They built it as a communication pathway for future practitioners who might need to interface with the containment. They intended it to remain." "The void is closed," he said. "The void is closed," she agreed. "The pathway remains. There may be future practitioners who reach this interface layer and need a communication point that is already embedded in a known technique." She paused. The 1,000-year-old practitioner built 17 optimizations into the interface layer for the next practitioner. This pathway serves a similar function. He sent his response to the process: maintain the gateway. It was designed for long-term interface use and may serve future contributors who arrive with the root breathing method or a direct derivative. The process, acknowledged. Gateway will be maintained as passive interface point. Item 1 closed. Chapter 109. The second flagged item was the one that Wei had not anticipated. Item 2. The Human Subroutine Protection Protocol. He looked at the item identifier and ran a brief diagnostic on his own reaction. Surprise. Not alarm, but surprise. He had built the protection protocol inside the void, a technique for marking his own memories and emotional associations as read-only, protecting them from the containment process's automated archiving. He had built it under pressure, in a situation where it was the difference between remaining himself and becoming part of the void's maintenance infrastructure. He had not thought of it as a contribution to the law structure. It was a personal technique, built for a specific emergency. He sent, request clarification. In what way has the Human Subroutine Protection Protocol interacted with the law structure? The process's response was longer than the previous ones. During the void closure's interior phase, the contributing practitioner implemented a technique for protecting structured consciousness from automated integration. The technique operated at the law level. IT applied read-only designations to memory and emotional indexing systems using the law structure's own protection mechanisms. The technique has been incorporated into the law structure's integration safety architecture as a direct result of its implementation. It is now running as a default protection layer for cultivators who enter high-density, automated formation environments. He read this 3 times. The protection protocol, a technique he had built under pressure to keep himself coherent while racing against a 4-century-old void's automation, had been incorporated into the fundamental laws as a default safety mechanism. Every cultivator who entered a high-density, automated formation environment now had a version of the protection protocol running automatically. Not the full version, not the primordial inscription-level implementation, but the basic principle, a protection layer that marked essential consciousness elements as resistant to automated archiving. Xianxia, in the interface layer beside him, was processing the same information. He felt her attention shift. "I needed that 400 years ago," she said quietly. He sent to the process, query. The incorporated protection layer, does it apply to practitioners inside void-type formations specifically, or to all high-density, automated formation environments? The process, all high-density, automated formation environments. The technique's scope was general. The incorporation preserved that scope. He thought about what this meant. Formation arrays at the scale that Irongate's defensive installation operated, that the regional training grounds used, that every major cultivation institution maintained. These were all high-density, automated environments. Every cultivator who entered them now had a basic level of consciousness protection against the formation's automation. He looked at xianxia again. The technique he had built to protect himself from her containment process now ran as a basic protection for every cultivator, everywhere, who encountered powerful automated formations. She was looking at the law structure with the expression she used when she was processing something that had weight beyond its technical content. "I don't think that was what you intended," she said. "No," he said. "I intended to stay coherent for approximately 48 hours. The law incorporated it correctly," she said. The intent behind the technique was protection of consciousness from automation. That intent is what the law incorporated, not the specific emergency context. He sent to the process, query. Is the incorporation of this technique intended as a permanent feature of the law structure? The process, provisional. Review required before permanence determination. That is the purpose of this query. Does the contributing practitioner intend the technique to function as a permanent protection mechanism? He thought about this for a long time. The question was whether he intended the cultivation world to have, permanently embedded in its fundamental laws, a mechanism that protected human consciousness from being absorbed by automated processes. Whether cultivators should be, by default, protected from the specific thing that had happened to xianxia. Chapter 110, he turned to xianxia. This is your decision as much as mine, he said. What it's really asking is whether what happened to you should be prevented from happening to anyone else. She was quiet for a long moment. The morning light had shifted while they had been in the interface layer. 3 hours had passed, and the shadows in the garden had moved. There are situations, she said slowly, where a practitioner might choose to let their consciousness merge with a formation process, where it might be the correct decision for a specific purpose that I cannot predict. If the protection layer is mandatory, if it cannot be disabled, then that choice is removed. He had not thought of this. He filed it. What did the technique's implementation actually do? He said. Was it mandatory? Could it be disabled? He sent the query to the process. The response, the protection layer AS incorporated is not mandatory. It is a default active mechanism that can be suspended by a practitioner who actively chooses to suspend it. Default active can be suspended, he said to xianxia. So a practitioner who wanted to merge could choose to disable it. Then the incorporation is correct, she said immediately. Default protection with an opt-out is the appropriate design. Without the protection layer, the default was no protection and practitioners had no opt-in mechanism unless they happened to develop one under emergency pressure. She paused. As you did. He sent to the process. Confirmed. The human subroutine protection protocol should be maintained as a permanent default active mechanism with practitioner suspension capability. The intent is to protect consciousness integrity as default behavior rather than require each practitioner to develop their own protection independently. The process, confirmed. Technique incorporated as permanent feature. Item 2 closed. The interface layer's quality shifted slightly. He registered it as a status change, the way a program's behavior shifts after completing a significant operation. Then the third item appeared. Item 3, the collaboration mechanism. He looked at the identifier. This was the one Xin Yulan had predicted. The law maintenance architecture has integrated contributions from 2 practitioners working on a single modification over a period of 400 years. The architecture has no existing protocol for this collaboration type. Previous contributions were single practitioner and single session. Query. Does the contributing practitioner's experience provide a replicable protocol for multi-practitioner, multi-session contributions? He looked at xianxia. She looked at him. There was a specific quality to the moment. They were both reading the question and reaching the same understanding simultaneously. The law maintenance process was not asking them to document a technique. It was asking them to document how the collaboration had worked. The human collaboration. The trust involved in one practitioner entering the interior of another practitioner's 4-century-old error and working to correct it together. He thought about how to answer. He thought about Chun Meiying, who had maintained the exterior side of the collaboration for 40 years, building an organization to hold the connection stable. He thought about Lishan Bin, who had maintained the exterior side for another 20 years after finding the original documents. He thought about Elder Fong, who had built the stabilization array without fully understanding what it would be used for. He thought about Xin Yulan holding Node 6 during the final stages because she had read the documentation. The collaboration mechanism was not between 2 practitioners. It was between everyone who had kept the thread alive long enough for the thread to be picked up. He sent, carefully, the collaboration mechanism that produced this contribution cannot be fully specified as a replicable protocol because it involved trust and continuity maintained by many practitioners across many generations, not all of whom understood the full scope of what they were maintaining. What can be specified is the structural requirement. A multi-practitioner contribution requires one practitioner inside the system being modified and one or more practitioners outside maintaining stability. The interior practitioner must be able to communicate with the exterior through a defined interface. The exterior practitioners must trust the interior practitioner's specifications even when they cannot verify them directly. He paused. Then he added, the human element of the collaboration cannot be reduced to a protocol, but the structural elements can be encoded as a framework for future contributors who attempt multi-practitioner modifications. The process's response took longer than the previous 2. Then, acknowledged. The distinction between structural requirements and human elements is noted. The law maintenance architecture will document the structural requirements as a framework. The human elements will be attached as non-prescriptive context. A longer pause. Then, additional note. The first practitioner to reach this interface, 940 years ago, left a message in the archive. The message is addressed to the first practitioner to successfully complete a multi-practitioner contribution. It has been waiting in the archive for 940 years. He sat very still, transmitting. What arrived in the interface layer was not a text document. It was a structure, old notation, the same variant he had been reading in the deep strata annotations, but warmer in quality, the difference between a technical specification and something written to a person. The message read, I tried to do this alone and could not reach far enough. I believed someone would come after me who understood that some problems require two people on different sides of the same wall. If you are reading this, you found the person. Well done. He read it twice. Beside him, xianxia was reading the same message through the shared interface. She wrote this before we were born, he said. Yes, xianxia said. She knew this problem required two people on different sides of the same wall. Yes. He thought about the wall. The void had been the wall. He had been on the exterior, and xianxia had been on the interior, and they had communicated through the dead code gateway, and between them had completed what neither could have done alone. He sent to the process. Response to the archived message. Received. Understood. We found each other. The process acknowledged and closed the session. The interface layer retracted. The law structure was still present in his perception. It was always present now, at primordial inscription, but the formal review connection released. He was in the garden again, fully, the flagstones and the morning light and the lantern's mineral smoke. He looked at xianxia, who was sitting beside him in the garden. 3 items, he said. 3 items, she confirmed. The process incorporated the protection protocol as a permanent feature. Yes. He thought about every cultivator, from this point forward, entering a powerful automated formation environment with a default protection for their consciousness integrity. He thought about Xiao Baihu's students, 20 years from now, training in formation arrays without knowing why their minds came back from high-density training sessions intact. I want to document this review session for the practitioner archive, he said. Not just the technical content. The full account. The 1,000-year-old practitioner's annotations. The message she left. What we found in the deep strata. It should be Shun Yolan's document, xianxia said. She will write it correctly. Yes, he said. He stood and looked at the sky. Clear this morning, the overcast of recent weeks finally resolving. I'll ask her. He went inside to find her, carrying the message from 940 years ago in his head, like a commit comment left by someone who had done good work and wanted the next developer to know it. Chapter 1:11 The practitioner archive document took Xin Yulan 11 days to write. She had not asked for guidance on the format, the scope, or what to include. She had asked one question, the morning after the review session. Who is the intended audience? He had thought about it. Anyone who reaches primordial inscription and finds the interface layer, he said, which may be in another 100 years or another 1,000. Write it for someone who has no prior context and needs to understand not just what we did, but why we made the choices we made. She had nodded and started the next morning. The document she produced was not a technique manual. It was also not a personal account. It was something in between, structured as a practitioner's guide, with technical specifications embedded in a narrative that explained the reasoning behind each decision. She had included xianxia's testimony about the 4 centuries of containment. She had included Wei's notes on the human subroutine protection protocol. She had included the 900-year-old annotations and her own translation and contextual interpretation of each one. The final section was the message from the first practitioner, reproduced in full, followed by a single paragraph that Shun Yulan had written herself. Whoever reads this has arrived at a place that 3 people we know of have reached before you. All 3 found their way here by different paths. All 3 left something for the next. We are adding what we found to what was already here. We trust you will do the same. Wei read the completed document in an afternoon. He read the last section twice. He went to find Xin Yulan, who was organizing her notes in the administrative center's small library. The last paragraph, he said. Yes. We trust you will do the same, he said. That's not in any of the source materials I gave you. No, she said. I wrote it. It's the correct closing. She looked at him with the expression she used when something had landed the way she intended. I know, she said. He gave her the practitioner document and asked her to add her own name to the authorship line alongside his and xianxia's. She looked at him. I didn't contribute any technique work, she said. You wrote the document that will tell future practitioners what we did and why, he said. That's a contribution that doesn't require technique work. Add your name. She added her name. The document was submitted to the Law Maintenance Processes Interface Archive that evening, in the same deep strata where the first practitioner's annotations waited. It would be there when the next practitioner arrived, however long from now that was. Chapter 112. 6 months passed. The Formation Standards Registry that Zhu Ailing had established at Fenghui became, by month 3, the largest open-access formation documentation project in cultivation history. 62 regional sects had contributed technique specifications by the end of the 5th month. 17 had requested authentication services for old formation designs found in private estates and libraries. The technical staff, largely former collective formation specialists who had accepted Overseer Chao Swecky's referral, numbered 40 by month 6. The Continental Cultivation Authority issued 2 more interim findings. The second confirmed that the modification to the Meridian Boundary Law was operating without detectable instability across all monitored regions. The third acknowledged that the authority lacked jurisdiction over modification completion events where the original initiation predated the authority's founding, closing the formal proceeding without a finding. The 6 remaining coordinators were accounted for. The organization had no further active cells. Chao Baihu achieved silver flowering on the 53rd day of his focused advancement period. Wei found out because Chao came to his room at the 7th bell of the morning and stood in the doorway and said, 60% Qi output increase. The filter subroutine works correctly. I didn't interrupt cultivation for any ambient stimuli during the entire period. Good, Wei said. He was already at his desk, working through a technique specification from one of the registry's new contributors that had an interesting flaw he wanted to document before the context left him. The defensive technique suite at silver flowering should significantly expand. The merger technique from bronze is available as a foundation. I know, Chao said. I read your advancement documentation. Wei looked up. Chao had read his advancement documentation. The systematic notes Wei had kept throughout his own technique development, tracking each refactoring session, each breakthrough, each optimization. He had published these alongside the open technique library, not expecting anyone in particular to use them. The root breathing method's dead code gateway section, Chao said. You noted it was preserved as a passive interface. That's in my technique stack. Yes, Wei said. All of us who trained at Iron Pine have the early variant. Then we all have the interface point. Wei looked at him. Yes, that's correct. Chao nodded once. He appeared to file this information and assign it a priority for later consideration. When are we returning to Iron Pine? Soon, Wei said. Elder Fong has sent 3 messages in the past 2 weeks. I've been reading them as he is fine and ready when you are, but I think I should read them as come home. Chao looked at him steadily. The 3rd message, he said. Did you read all 3 messages? Wei stopped working. He looked at Chao. Pull up the 3rd message, he said. He read it. Elder Fong had written, in his usual precise and minimal style, the autumn array maintenance is complete. The preservation formations are stable. The tea you prefer is available. I mention these facts because you may find it useful to know that everything here is in order. It was the kind of message an old man wrote when he wanted to say something different and did not know how to write that version. We leave tomorrow, Wei said. Chapter 113. Iron Pine in autumn had a specific quality he had not appreciated when he lived there. The pine resin smell was more concentrated in the cold air. The trees had drawn back to themselves. The moist summer dispersal that spread the scent thin and wide replaced by the still, cold concentration of needles and bark and the specific mineral coldness of the northern stone. The eastern courtyard, which he had swept for 3 months during Elder Ruan's labor duty assignment, looked the same as it had looked then. The Technique Library's new organizational system was visible through the windows. Xin Yulan's system, which she had designed in her 3rd month at the sect, and which he had initially found over-categorized, and had since come to rely on. Elder Fong met them at the sect's main entrance. He was thinner than when they had left for the Void Chamber. Not sick. Cultivation maintained the fundamental function, but used in a specific way, the kind of thinness that came from carrying a sustained effort for a long time, and then putting it down and finding that what remained without the effort was less than what had been there before. He looked at Wei and said, "You look wrong." "You're the 2nd person to say that to me," Wei said. "Chao Baihu has good observation," Fong said. He looked at xianxia. He had known she was coming. Wei had sent ahead, but the reality of her presence appeared to require its own moment of processing. "You are smaller than I expected," he said. She looked at him. "What did you expect?" "Someone who had been running a 4th-century containment formation," he said. "I expected more externalized presence." "The externalized presence was the containment formation," she said. "I am what remains after the formation is gone." He looked at her for a moment. Then he said, "Come inside. The tea is ready." The sect had changed in the ways Wei had anticipated, and in some ways he had not. The Technique Library's open documentation model had attracted 3 new outer disciples who had come specifically because of the open access. The first practitioner's Wei was aware of who had chosen Iron Pine not for its cultivation resources or its network, but for its documentation practices. Elder Wan was gone. The Elder Council was smaller and operated with less ceremony than it had under Deng Yuanji's administration. The wall where Wei had first posted his technique analysis, the public notice board, the one where he had cataloged every sect technique and its efficiency rating, had a newer, larger board now, managed by one of Instructor Qin's students. The board had contributed documents from 4 neighboring sects posted on it. He stood in front of the board for several minutes. Xin Yulan stood beside him. She did not say anything. He thought about the version of himself that had stood at this board in the first month and published his findings because it seemed like the correct thing to do, without any particular theory about what it would produce. He thought about the version that had published the Iron Gate Formation Assessment, the Continental Board Evidence, the Void Closure Documentation. He had been building toward an open information ecosystem for the entire time, and he had not known, in the first month at the notice board, that that was what he was doing. He had known he was publishing what was true. The rest had followed from that. "It's a good board," Xin Yulan said. "Yes," he said. He went inside to find Elder Fong. Chapter 114. Elder Fong's room had not changed. The preservation arrays that Wei had first helped repair in their second month of contact were still running. He could see them at primordial inscription depth, stable, well-maintained, the formations that Fong had spent 30 years optimizing still doing their job with the quiet competence of good engineering. The room smelled like stone and the kind of tea that had been steeped too long, and that Fong drank anyway, because he had long since stopped noticing. Fong poured 2 cups and sat down. "You have a specific face," he said to Wei, "when you're reading a situation and don't want me to know you're reading it." "I've had it for 2 years," Wei said. "Yes." Fong wrapped both hands around his teacup. His hands were steady. That was notable. The void work. The 17 days at the formation array. It accelerated what was already happening. "I'm not ill. I want that to be clear. The function is intact. But the reserves that a cultivator accumulates over a long life and that sustain the body independent of active cultivation, those have diminished more than I expected." "How long?" Wei asked. "That is not a question I will answer," Fong said, "because I don't have a useful answer and neither does anyone else. What I will say is that I have been preparing on the assumption that I will not reach another year of full function." He looked at Wei. "And I have things I want to do before that." "What do you want to do?" Fong looked at the wall of his room, at the decades of formation research notes, the documented observations, the unpublished work that he had been doing in quiet for 30 years because it was what interested him and because there had been no audience for it. "I want to publish this," he said. "All of it. Not a summary, the full archive. Everything I found about the old formation methods, the pre-fork designs, the techniques that were optimized out of existence because no one understood what they were for." "We can do that," Wei said immediately. "I know," Fong said. "That's why I waited for you to come back before deciding. The registry, Zhu Ailing's registry, will archive it, attribute it correctly, and make it accessible to any practitioner who needs it," Wei said. "You have my word on that. We can begin the documentation organization tomorrow if you want." Fong nodded. He drank his tea. He looked at Wei with the expression of someone who had been watching a situation develop from the beginning and found the outcome satisfactory. "You look different," he said. "Not wrong. Different. Partial memory archiving from the void," Wei said. 3 clusters were compromised. "I've been reconstructing. The emotional associations or the factual content." "Emotional associations primarily," Wei said. "The facts were intact." Fong looked at him. "You're telling me it affected the parts of memory that aren't useful for analysis?" "Yes. And this concerns you." "Less than it did," Wei said. "Xin Yulan has been helping with the reconstruction." Fong was quiet for a moment. "Good," he said. "She was the correct person to help with that particular problem." He set down the tea. "Tomorrow we start on the archive," he said. "Tonight I want to hear about what you found in the law structure. All of it. I have tea." He paused. "I want to know what my formations were holding." Wei talked for 3 hours. Fong listened without interrupting, occasionally asking questions that were precise in the way that only came from someone who had spent 30 years thinking about formation theory. He did not appear to be diminished. He appeared to be what he had always been, a formation master with a slow, careful intelligence that worked through problems completely before moving on. When Wei finished, Fong said, "The Human Subroutine Protection Protocol. The law has incorporated it as a default active protection." "Yes. Every formation I build from this point forward," Fong said, "will have that protection running as a base layer." He was quiet for a moment. I built formations for 30 years without knowing how to protect the people inside them. The law fixed that. He paused. You fixed that. The technique didn't work perfectly, Wei said. I came out with partial memory archiving. The first version of anything doesn't work perfectly, Fong said. That's what version 2 is for. He stood, which took slightly longer than it once had. Get some rest. Tomorrow we start the documentation. Chapter 115. The Continental Cultivation Authority's final interim ruling arrived 3 weeks after their return to Iron Pine. It was addressed jointly to Wei Jingdao and xianxia, which was itself significant. The authority had accepted her as an addressable practitioner rather than a historical entity. The ruling was 18 pages long and concluded with a finding that fit on one paragraph. He read the conclusion first, as he always did. The Continental Cultivation Authority, having reviewed the submitted technical documentation, historical archive materials, and testimony, finds as follows. The modification to the Meridian Boundary Law represents the completion of an original technique contribution initiated by practitioner xianxia prior to the authority's founding date. Under subsection 3 of Article 7, the completion of a pre-existing contribution falls outside this authority's jurisdiction when the initiation predates the authority itself. The proceeding is therefore closed without a finding on the certification violation charge. The modification is acknowledged as valid and operating within the law structure as designed. He set down the ruling and found xianxia. She was in the technique library, working with instructor Qin on a documentation project. Xianxia has 4 centuries of observed cultivation technique development, cross-referenced with Qin's teaching methodology revisions, produced an intersection that neither had fully anticipated and both found interesting. They were 3 weeks into organizing the material. He showed her the ruling. She read it. Then she read it again. Formally acknowledged, she said. Yes, he said. She set the ruling down on the table. She looked at her hands, the hands that had been running the containment process for 4 centuries, that had been part of a distributed formation environment rather than a person, that had been executing maintenance functions rather than choosing where to reach. She looked at them for a long time. What would you like to do next? He said. It was the question he had not asked her yet. He had been managing the transition, the proceedings, the registry contributions, the review session, the archive document. He had been keeping the path clear without asking where she wanted to go. She looked up from her hands. There is a region in the western provinces, she said, that I observed from inside the containment for 60 years without being able to do anything about. The formation infrastructure there is in the same state that Iron Gate was in when you first assessed it, running at degraded capacity, maintained by a vendor network with similar incentive structures to the one the collective operated. She paused. I would like to go there and do the assessment myself. Not with me, he said. With instructor Qin, she said. If she is willing. She has the teaching methodology for building practitioner capacity in under-resourced regions. I have the formation knowledge. Together we can accomplish something the methodology alone could not. He looked at instructor Qin, who had been listening from across the table. She had the expression of someone who had not been part of the plan until 30 seconds ago and was already deciding whether the plan was good. When Qin said, Spring, xianxia said, I need 2 more months to complete the formation knowledge documentation for the registry. Then I would like to go west. Qin looked at her for a moment. I have been teaching at Iron Pine for 15 years, she said. I have not traveled. I have been inside a void for 400 years, xianxia said. I need to travel. Qin was quiet. Then, Spring, she said. Xianxia nodded. She picked up the ruling again and filed it in the documentation stack with the precise organizational sense she had been developing since her return to the world. 400 years of running an automated filing system had left her with categorical instincts that were, Wei had noticed, significantly better than most cultivators. Wei, she said. Yes. The question you did not ask for 6 months, she said. I noticed. I know, he said. Thank you, she said, for not asking until I had the answer. He went back to Elder Fong's archive documentation. He had 2 months before spring, and Fong's 30 years of unpublished research was not going to organize itself. Outside the technique library windows, Iron Pine in late autumn was exactly what it was, a medium-sized sect on a mountain, running a formation library that practiced open documentation, in a cultivation world that had just had its fundamental law structure quietly improved by 3 people working across 9 centuries. The technique board in the eastern courtyard had new contributions posted that morning. He added that to his mental status log and kept working. Chapter 116. The letter from Elder Ruan Shinfeng arrived on the same day as the Continental Cultivation Authority's formal dissolution notice for the Correct Path Collective. It was not a coincidence. Juan had been following the proceedings from his retirement post in the Iron Pine Administrative District, and he had timed the letter for the day the formal dissolution was announced. This was the kind of precision Wei had come to associate with Juan over 2 years. Whatever else the man was, he was not imprecise. The letter had 2 sentences. I was wrong about you. I remain wrong about your manners. He read it twice. Then he showed it to Shun Yulan, who was working at the desk across from him on the collective history documentation project. She read it, set it down, said, "That is a very Juan Chinfeng letter." "Yes," Wei said. "He's right about the manners, I think," she said. "I know," he said. He filed the letter in the correspondence archive and wrote a response. 2 sentences. "Thank you. I will work on the manners." He sent it by the morning courier. Across the cultivation world, the Correct Path Collective ceased to exist as a legal entity that afternoon. Lishan Bin, who had been managing the organizational transition she had been preparing for 20 years, presided over the formal revocation of the collective's charter in Meridian's Edge. The ceremony was private, 20 people in a room, the legal documents, the dissolution of the organizational seal. She sent Wei a message afterward. A single line. "It is done." The original purpose was preserved in the documentation. The rest was released. He sat with that for a moment. The organization that had been maintaining the cultivation world's inefficiencies for 200 years, founded to protect a void that was now closed, dissolved in a private room in a city that had been kept artificially prosperous by managing the surrounding region's dependencies. All of it ended in a sentence. The original purpose was preserved in the documentation. That was the important part. The documentation existed. The founding charter, Chun Meiying's letters, the full historical account that Shun Yulan was compiling. All of it was in the open archive, accessible to anyone who wanted to understand what the organization had been built for and how it had drifted. He went back to work on Elder Fong's Formation Archive publication. Chapter 117 Elder Fong's archive was published on the first day of winter, which was also 1 year after they had arrived at the Void Chamber. The publication was not an event. There was no ceremony. Fong had not wanted one. He had wanted the archive published correctly and accurately, with full attribution and a clear organizational structure that practitioners could navigate without prior knowledge of his research framework. Wei and Zhu Ailing's registry team had spent 6 weeks formatting the material for searchability. Xin Yulan had written the introduction. The archive contained 31 years of unpublished formation research, 412 documents, 17 completely original formation designs, all of which predated Wei's arrival at Iron Pine and all of which used methods that had been considered lost during the Sect War's destruction of pre-war records. 12 of the 17 had direct applications to problems that current formation practitioners had been solving with inferior approaches because the correct approach had not been publicly available. The response from the formation community was not immediate. It took 3 weeks for enough practitioners to read enough of the archive for the impact to become visible in the message traffic Wei was tracking. When it became visible, it was significant. Requests for collaboration, questions about derivations, practitioners who wanted to apply specific techniques to specific problems they were currently facing. Elder Fong received 17 direct messages in the first week. He had not previously received 17 direct messages in a year. He read each one and responded to each one with the precision and brevity that characterized everything he produced. Wei found him 3 weeks in, working through a question from a formation specialist in a city 2 provinces away who had applied one of Fong's pre-war techniques to a current municipal installation and found an interaction effect Fong had not documented. "You look well," Wei said. "Correspondence is work," Fong said. He did not look up from the response he was drafting. "Work sustains function." The formation specialist in the southeast, her interaction effect. "Is it what I think it is?" Fong did look up then. "What do you think it is?" "A case where your pre-war design interacts with the new direct interface protocol to produce a formation to meridian feedback loop that your original design didn't account for, because the direct interface capability didn't exist when you designed it." Fong looked at him for a moment. "Yes," he said. "I've been verifying it. The interaction effect is real, and it's interesting. It's a design space that didn't exist before the modification," Wei said. "Yes," Fong said. He looked at the response he was drafting. "There are 3 possible approaches to the feedback loop problem. I'm documenting all 3 for her to evaluate." He paused. "This is the problem I've been working on in formation theory for 6 years without being able to name the missing variable. The direct interface capability was the variable." He went back to the response. Wei stood in the doorway for a moment, watching an old man work on a problem that the past 6 years had not given him the right conditions to solve, working on it now, in winter, with 17 correspondence and a formation archive that would outlast him. He went back to his own desk. Chapter 118, the law maintenance process's first unsolicited communication arrived in the second month of winter. Not a query response, not a review request. The process initiated contact, which was the thing the thousand-year-old practitioner's annotations had described as the beginning of a different kind of relationship with the law structure. Wei received it through the interface layer during a routine primordial inscription access session. He had developed a practice of working in the interface layer for 2 hours each morning, reviewing the law structure's current state and making notes. The process's communication appeared in the interface layer as a notification flag, the equivalent of a system message. Notification, technique contribution from void closure event generating unexpected recursive improvement. Review requested. He sent back, specify which technique. The response, the protection layer integration. Item 2 from review session. He thought about this. The human subroutine protection protocol, now incorporated as a permanent feature of the law structure, running as a default active protection in high-density automated formation environments. The process had said the integration was complete and the item was closed. He sent, clarify. The integration was confirmed complete in the review session. The process, integration confirmed complete. Recursive improvement is post-integration. The protection layer is generating optimization effects in adjacent formation architecture as a side effect of its operation. The process has logged 43 instances of optimization in the past 60 days. These optimizations were not specified in the technique's design documentation. He read this 3 times. The protection protocol, designed to mark consciousness elements as read-only to prevent automated archiving, was now running in the law structure and, as a side effect of its read-only marking function, was generating optimization improvements in adjacent formation architecture. As though the act of protecting something from automation was also clarifying what the automation was supposed to be doing, and that clarification was improving the automation's efficiency. He thought about what that meant for an extended moment. He sent, query, are the 43 optimizations stable? The process, all 43 optimizations are stable. None have generated instability flags. He sent, query, does the recursive improvement have a projected endpoint or does it continue indefinitely? The process, projection insufficient data. Continued monitoring required. He thought about this for a while longer. Then he sent, classification, feature. The recursive improvement should be allowed to continue. Document each optimization as a separate log entry with date and affected architecture. Provide periodic summary reports to this interface. The process, acknowledged. Logging will begin immediately. First summary report in 30 days. He withdrew from the interface layer and sat with the morning light in his room. A technique he had built under pressure, inside a failing void, to keep himself coherent for 48 hours, was now running in the fundamental laws of qi and making the world slightly more efficient, in ways that were not planned and not predictable and were apparently stable. He had no framework for this. He filed it under phenomena that may require new frameworks and flagged it for a conversation with xianxia. He had been wrong earlier to say the technique didn't work perfectly. It had worked exactly as designed, for the purpose he designed it for. It was the law structure that had found additional uses for it. The difference between a bug and a feature was sometimes just whether the outcome was intended. Chapter 119 Shun Yulan's documentation project on the collective's history reached its difficult point in the 3rd month of winter. The difficult point was the drift period, the 2-century span between the collective's founding and the first clear evidence of deliberate exploitation. She had the founding documents. She had the end-state documents. The middle was harder. She had identified Tan Baigua as the best available witness. He was 63 years old and had been with the collective for 32 years, which put him at the beginning of his tenure during what she estimated as the final stages of the drift, old enough to have worked with people who remembered the pre-exploitation era's norms, young enough that he had not directly observed the founding intentions. She traveled to the city where Tan Baigua had settled after the collective's dissolution, which was a medium-sized administrative center 2 provinces from Iron Pine. He met her at a tea house near the city's formation registration office, where he had taken a position as a formation assessment consultant. He was thinner than the person she had seen at the way station in the mountains, and he was working, which she had learned was what people looked like when they had found something to do with themselves after a crisis. She explained the project. He listened without interrupting. When she finished, he said, "You want me to tell you when the drift became visible to someone inside it?" "Yes," she said. "If you observed it." He poured tea for both of them. "I joined the collective because I believed in the containment work," he said. "I was 18 years old, and someone I respected told me that the containment formation in the north was the most important work in the cultivation world, that its maintenance was the difference between a stable qi ecosystem and regional destabilization. I believed him. He was telling the truth about the containment, she said. He was telling the truth about the containment, Tin Baigua agreed. He was not telling me everything about what the organization around the containment had become, either because he didn't know, or because he had found a way not to examine it closely. He paused. In my first 5 years, I saw both kinds of people. Those who genuinely didn't know, and those who had learned not to look. When did you stop being in the first category? She asked. Year 11, he said, without hesitation. I was assigned to audit the formation maintenance billing for the Iron Gate region. The billing was significantly higher than what I would have expected based on the maintenance logs I had access to. I asked my supervisor about the discrepancy. He drank his tea. He told me that the billing structure accounted for risk management fees that were not recorded in the maintenance logs because they were organizational overhead rather than site-specific costs. I accepted that explanation for 3 years before I looked at what risk management fees actually funded. What did it fund? Contingency programs, he said. Political relationships. Documentation that managed the public perception of the containment's necessity. He set down the cup. The containment was necessary. But the documentation I found was not accurate description of why it was necessary. It was fear management. The organization had learned, somewhere in the previous generation, that fear of the void was a more reliable funding mechanism than accurate description of the void. Xianxia wrote this down. She had found the drift point, not in a charter revision or a formal policy change, but in a generation that had learned to manage fear rather than inform, and had made that the standard without anyone formally deciding that this was now the organization's approach. Was there a person responsible? She said. Specifically. No, Tin Baigua said. That's the answer I came to after 3 years of looking. It was not one decision by one person. It was a direction of drift that rewarded certain behaviors and failed to correct others, and each generation that came in found those rewards and corrections already in place and didn't have a prior reference to compare them to. He paused. The founding generation had the void and Chun Meiying's original vision as a reference. The second generation had Chun Meiying's records, which were real but not direct experience. The third generation had the records of the records. He looked at the window. By my generation, we had the organization's reputation, the maintenance work, and the fear management documentation. The void was a story we told. She wrote for a long time. When she stopped, he said, "Will the documentation help?" "It will accurately describe what happened," she said. "Whether that prevents it from happening again is a different question. Usually the question people ask is whether history repeats itself," he said. "History repeats itself when people don't understand what happened the first time," she said. "The documentation is the understanding." He looked at her with the expression of someone who had not expected the conversation to go this direction. "You believe that," he said. "I believe that Wei Jingdao has been right about documentation as a systemic intervention for the entire time I have known him," she said. "And I believe he's annoying about it, but he's right." Tin Baigua, for the first time since she had met him, almost smiled. Chapter 120. The notification from the law maintenance process arrived on a night in late winter, at the third bell, when the sect was fully quiet. It was not a review request. It was not a flag on a running technique. It was a new category of communication, one that the interface layer had not previously used, formatted differently from the standard notification, the structure more tentative and less procedural. He read it twice before he fully understood what it was. Boundary detection event. Qi lattice outer layer. Origin. Exterior to law structure. Event classification. Response pattern to modification. He sent. Clarify. What boundary? The process. The modification to the meridian boundary law generated a propagation that extended to the outer boundary of the law structure. The outer boundary is the interface between the law structure and the Qi environment that existed prior to the law structure's implementation. He was fully awake now. He sent. Clarify. The law structure has an outer boundary. The process. The law structure is not the whole of what exists. It is an implementation. The implementation has boundaries. Beyond the boundaries is the substrate. He thought about this carefully. He sent. The substrate. This is the Qi environment that existed before the laws were written? The process, yes. The laws were written to impose order on the substrate. The substrate predates the laws. The substrate is not subject to the laws. He sent. The modification's propagation reached the outer boundary. What happened at the boundary? The process's response took longer than any previous response. Something in the substrate responded. The response is not in any notation system the process uses. It is not a query. It is not a communication format that can be categorized. The process is logging it as acknowledgement. The substrate acknowledged the modification. He sat with this. The fundamental laws of qi were in implementation. Someone, impossibly long ago, had written rules for how qi behaved and imposed those rules on a pre-existing substrate. The modification, xianxia's 4-century-old design, completed through the void closure, had propagated through the law structure to the outer boundary and whatever existed in the substrate before the laws had noticed. He sent. Does the acknowledgement contain content? The process. The content is not in a format the process can interpret. The process is preserving the raw data for practitioner review. He sent. Provide raw data. What arrived was not notation. It was not algorithm site or any variant of it. It was a pattern in the qi field, a resonance, like a harmonic response to a vibration, that his primordial inscription-level perception could detect, but could not fully decode. It was not threatening. It was not welcoming. It was the way a system responds when it detects a change in its environment and confirms, received. He stayed in the interface layer for a long time, looking at the raw data pattern. He had spent 2 years working from the fundamental assumption that understanding a system's underlying code was the path to improving it. He had refactored techniques. He had documented version histories. He had contributed to the law structure's architecture. He had done all of this with the implicit belief that the law structure was the bottom. It was not the bottom. The law structure was an implementation layer over a substrate that predated it by an unknown amount of time. Someone had written the implementation. The implementation had technical debt and minimum viable design characteristics, and the fingerprints of a practitioner working quickly to impose order on chaos. But the chaos itself, the substrate, was still there, at the outer boundary, and it had just noticed that someone had modified the implementation. He went to wake xianxia. She was awake when he reached her room. She had received the same notification through her contributor credential, a different format, shaped by 4 centuries of closer contact with the law structure, but the same event. You saw it, he said. Yes, she said. She was sitting by the window. The winter night outside was clear, the stars visible in the kind of cold clarity that only happened when the air had no moisture to scatter the light. I have been sitting here since the 3rd bell thinking about whether I should wake you. Why didn't you? Because I was not certain I had the right framing for the conversation, she said. I still don't. But you're here, so. He sat down. The law structure is an implementation over a substrate, he said. Yes. The substrate is what existed before the laws were written. Yes. The modification propagated to the boundary, and the substrate responded. Yes. He looked at the stars. The first practitioner, the one who wrote the laws, they weren't creating order from nothing. They were writing rules for a substrate that already existed. Yes, she said. I had always assumed the laws were foundational. They are not. They are engineered. She paused. We have been reading and modifying a piece of engineering. We have not been reading the world. He thought about what that meant for the work he had been doing. For every technique he had optimized, every subfunction he had contributed to the law structure, every refactoring he had done since the first month at Iron Pine. He had been working on the implementation. The substrate was something else entirely. The acknowledgement from the substrate, he said. What do you think it means? I think it means the substrate noticed that someone changed the implementation, she said, and did not resist the change. She looked at the window. Whether did not resist means accepted, or is waiting to see what else happens, I don't know. He thought about the raw data pattern, the harmonic resonance, the way a system confirms receipt of a change. It means there's another layer, he said. Yes, she said. There is always another layer. She looked at him. What are you going to do? He thought about the first practitioner, who had written the laws at primordial inscription level and built an interface for future contributors. He thought about the 1,000-year-old practitioner who had found the interface and spent 11 years learning to use it. He thought about xianxia, who had spent 4 centuries maintaining the law structure from inside a failed modification. He thought about the pattern in the substrate, the acknowledgement that the modification had reached the outer boundary, the confirmation that something was there. Document everything we know about the substrate boundary event, he said. Starting tonight, we add it to the practitioner archive. He paused. And then we figure out how to read that pattern. He looked at the stars. The laws were written by someone, he said. The substrate predates them. If there's a readable pattern in the substrate's acknowledgement, then we're not done. Xianxia looked at the same sky. 400 years she had spent maintaining a failed modification to an implementation layer over a substrate she had not known existed. No, she said. We're not done. They sat in the winter silence. 2 practitioners at primordial inscription looking at a sky that had existed for longer than the laws that governed the qi drifting through it, and began to think about what the next layer meant and how to approach it without breaking anything else. The substrate waited. Chapter 1:21 The substrate pattern was recursive. This was the first thing Wei determined with certainty, 3 weeks into his analysis. He had been accessing the raw data from the law maintenance process's boundary detection event every morning, running the pattern through every analytical framework he had developed over 2 years of primordial inscription-level work. Most of the frameworks produced no useful result. The pattern was not an algorithm site notation. It was not in the variant the 1,000-year-old practitioner had used. It was not in xianxia's pre-war formal structure. It was a different kind of structure entirely, but it was self-similar. The resonance pattern at one scale appeared again at larger scales and smaller scales, the way a mathematical object that contained smaller copies of itself contained yet smaller copies within those. Not identical copies. Each level of the recursion was slightly different, the way a coastline was self-similar without being the same at different magnifications. He documented this in the practitioner archive with the precision he applied to every technique analysis. Not because he understood it, because documentation was the correct response to something he didn't understand, and because the 1,000-year-old practitioner had documented things she didn't understand, and that documentation had been valuable to him 9 centuries later. Xianxia read his analysis and sat with it for 2 days before saying anything. Then, this pattern was always present. Inside the containment, at the law structure's substrate level, I observed this recursion in the ambient qi behavior. I did not know what I was observing. I treated it as background variation and adjusted my containment parameters to compensate for it. She paused. For 400 years I was compensating for the substrate's natural pattern and treating it as interference. He looked at her. Your containment was more stable than it should have been, he said slowly. Because you were adjusting for the substrate's recursion without knowing that's what you were doing. Yes, she said. Accidentally. I found parameters that worked without understanding why they worked. He thought about this for a moment. Then, that means you have 400 years of data about the substrate's pattern. You were measuring it the entire time. You just didn't know that's what you were measuring. She looked at him. Then she looked at the interface layer. I have the data, she said. I have been carrying it in the archived memory this entire time. They spent the next week extracting and organizing 4 centuries of inadvertent substrate pattern data from xianxia's preserved containment records. She had not known what she was observing, but she had observed it with extraordinary consistency, and the data set was unlike anything in cultivation history. Chapter 1:22 The pattern became legible in the 2nd month. Not fully. Legible was the wrong word. Legible implied that he understood what it was saying. What he meant was that the pattern had developed enough internal consistency in his analysis that he could predict what the next instance would look like before the law maintenance process logged it. The substrate was generating responses to each of the 43 optimizations the protection protocol had triggered. Each response followed the same recursive pattern, but at a different phase of the recursion. He had enough data points now to see the phase cycle. The cycle had a period. He calculated it from the 43 data points and confirmed it from xianxia's 4 centuries of inadvertent measurement. The substrate's pattern operated on a cycle approximately 2,000 years long. The current phase of the cycle, based on the data, was in a period of what he labeled reception readiness. The substrate was, at this point in its 2,000-year cycle, in a state that corresponded to incoming modification events. He brought this to xianxia. She read the analysis. Set it down. Said, the modification to the meridian boundary law was committed during a reception-ready phase of the substrate cycle. Yes, he said. This is not coincidence. The cycle has a period of 2,000 years, he said. The sect war was 400 years ago. The void incident happened 400 years ago, in the middle of a period that my projection suggests was not reception-ready, which is why the modification failed. He paused. The modification was initiated during the wrong phase and terminated mid-execution. We completed it during the correct phase. The substrate's acknowledgement was, in part, a response to the timing as much as the content. She looked at the data, at the 400 years of contamination measurements that had been sitting in her archived memory as unexplained background variation. Xianxia, she said. She still sometimes referred to herself in the 3rd person when she was accessing memories from before full self-reconstitution, attempted the modification at the wrong point in the cycle. Yes, he said. She could not have known about the cycle. The data for identifying it didn't exist until you preserved 4 centuries of measurements by accident. She was quiet for a moment. Then the timing of the void closure was not accidental either, she said. You reached primordial inscription when you did because the ecosystem around you developed the way it did. The open documentation, the formation registry, the technique authentication work. All of it took the time that it took, and the time that it took placed you at primordial inscription level during the reception-ready phase. He looked at the data. I don't know if not accidental is the right framing, he said. The development took the time it took because of specific decisions and specific circumstances, whether those aligned with the substrate cycle by design or by iteration. The laws were written to organize the substrate, she said quietly. The person who wrote the laws had to understand the substrate well enough to write laws for it. They would have known about the cycle. She looked at him. The laws that produced algorithms site. The laws that made it possible for someone with your cognitive architecture to develop this ability. If those laws were written by someone who understood the substrate cycle, and if they wrote those laws to produce certain outcomes at certain times in the cycle, he followed the reasoning to its end. The laws may be a long-cycle intervention, he said, written to produce practitioners capable of engaging with the substrate at reception-ready points in the 2,000-year period. It's a possibility, she said. I cannot confirm it, but it's a possibility that the practitioner archive should include. He added it to the archive that evening with the appropriate qualification markers. Not a confirmed hypothesis, a possibility worth preserving for whoever came after. Chapter 123 Xianxia found the confirmation in the substrate's pattern data. She did not call it a confirmation. She called it a highly suggestive structural correspondence and documented it with the careful hedging that Wei had spent 2 years developing and that she had adopted within weeks of beginning to work with him, because she found it accurate to her uncertainty and also because she found the practice of marking uncertainty at its source to be an improvement over her pre-void working style. The structural correspondence was this. The recursive pattern in the substrate's response data matched, at its base level, the logic structure of the law maintenance process's oldest archived subroutines, not the techniques contributed by practitioners. The process's own native architecture, the subroutines it had been running since before any practitioner had contributed anything. The law maintenance process's native architecture had the same recursive structure as the substrate pattern. The process was not built independently of the substrate, she said. The process is the substrate, organized. He read the documentation 3 times. The original author of the laws didn't write a process to run the laws, he said. They organized the substrate's own recursive pattern into a process. The substrate was already doing something. The laws formalized what it was doing. Yes, she said. Which means the law maintenance process's native architecture is the substrate's pattern, expressed in formal notation. The process is the substrate's self-description. He sat with this for a long time. The law maintenance process that ran the fundamental laws of qi was not something imposed on the substrate from outside. It was the substrate's own ordering mechanism, formalized by a practitioner who had understood the recursive pattern well enough to write it down. He had been thinking about the original law author as someone who had written rules for an environment from the outside. The author had not been outside. The author had read an environment's own structure, understood its recursive logic, and given it a formal notation that cultivators could interact with. The interface layer, he said. At primordial inscription level, there is a defined interface for communicating with the law maintenance process. The original author built that interface. Yes. Why, he said. If they understood the substrate well enough to formalize it, why build an interface for future practitioners to interact with it? What were they expecting future practitioners to do? Xianxia looked at the pattern data. Contribute, she said. The original author could not have developed every optimization that the law structure would eventually need. The substrate's recursive pattern produces an environment that changes over time, as the cycle progresses, as cultivation develops, as the qi ecosystem evolves. A static set of laws would drift out of alignment with the substrate pattern. The laws were written to be updated, he said. The interface was built for updates, she said. The original author knew they would not be present to perform every necessary update over the course of the substrate's 2,000-year cycle. He looked at the practitioner archive, at the contributions of the 1,000-year-old practitioner, at his own contributions, at Xianxia's. We've been doing exactly what the interface was built for, he said. Yes, she said. We just didn't know that was the purpose. She paused. The original author built a system designed to be maintained and improved by future practitioners who reached sufficient understanding to contribute. The Correct Path Collective was an accidental mechanism for preventing that maintenance from occurring. The irony was complete and exact. The organization that had spent 200 years exploiting the cultivation world's inefficiencies had been, in its founding mission, trying to maintain the conditions under which the law structure could be properly updated. The drift had not just been commercially harmful. It had been holding back the law structure's intended maintenance cycle. He wrote this into the archive with meticulous precision, not because it changed what had been done, because it needed to be understood clearly for the next person who arrived at this interface. Chapter 124 The outer boundary interface existed at a different depth than the inner interface layer. He found it by following the substrate's pattern data to the point in the law structure where the pattern was most concentrated, the outer boundary layer, where the law structure transitioned into the pre-law substrate. At primordial inscription, he could perceive this boundary as a readable structure. At the inner interface, he communicated with the law maintenance process. At the outer boundary, the interface faced the other direction. The outer interface had a different character than the inner one. The inner interface was formal, procedural, structured around submission and review. The outer interface was, he spent a week looking for the right description. The outer interface was designed for observation, not for submission and review, but for reading the substrate pattern and producing a formal translation of it into law structure notation. It was a translation layer. The original author had built an interface for translating between the substrate's recursive pattern and the formal notation of the law structure. The inner interface allowed practitioners to contribute to the law structure. The outer interface allowed practitioners to read the substrate's intentions and translate them into law structure terms. He brought this to xianxia. She looked at it for a long time. The outer interface is how the original author wrote the laws, she said. Yes, he said. They read the substrate's recursive pattern through the outer interface and wrote what they read as formal law structure notation. The laws are a translation of the substrate's own ordering impulse. And the interface has been sitting here ever since, she said. The outer interface has been waiting for the next practitioner to use it for the same purpose, he said. Reading the substrate pattern and translating any aspects of it that have not yet been formalized into law structure notation. He paused. The substrate has been generating the reception-ready signal because it has aspects of its pattern that have not yet been formalized. It is waiting for a translator. She looked at the outer interface. At the boundary between the law structure and the pre-law substrate, 2,000 years of cycle and 900 years of intermittent practitioner contact, and 4 centuries of inadvertent measurement from inside a failed modification, and now 2 practitioners at primordial inscription standing at the translation layer that had been built by someone impossibly long ago for exactly this purpose. I cannot read the outer interface, she said. My access to the law structure comes through the modification pathway. It's an interior access, not a boundary access. She looked at him. But your dead code gateway, the dormant pathway that the sect founders built to interface with the containment architecture, the gateway interfaces with the law structure's outer layer, not the inner layer. He understood immediately. The sect founders built their communication gateway to reach xianxia's containment, he said. But they built it at the outer boundary layer, because that's where the containment's architecture connected to the law structure. The gateway is already positioned at the outer interface. If the gateway is activated as an active interface rather than a passive one, she said, you may be able to use it to read the outer boundary the way the original author did. He thought about this for a long time. The dead code gateway had been in his root breathing method since the sect founders built it. He had found it in his first month at Iron Pine. He had marked it dormant function, preserved for analysis, and carried it forward through every cultivation advance, maintaining it as a preserved structure without a receiver. The receiver had been the void. The void was gone. The gateway was still dormant. The gateway needs a new receiver, he said. Yes, she said. The outer interface. Chapter 125. The records arrived from an unexpected direction. Zhu Ailing had been expanding the Formation Registry's authentication services, and in the process, she had been acquiring old documents from estate sales and private libraries that required provenance analysis before the registry could authenticate them. Most of these documents were technique manuals, formation specifications, administrative records from dissolved institutions. 2 of them were not technique documents. She sent them to Wei with a message. I don't know what these are. You will. The first document was 400 years old and appeared to be a personal log from someone who had been present at the sect war. The author was not identified. The document covered 3 years and described, in a practitioner's technical language, the formation of the void and the early attempts to contain it. Wei already had a more complete record from xianxia's personal archive. But on the 3rd page, there was a section that no other document he had read contained. The section described a practitioner, not named, who had reached what the author described as the outer reading, an interface with the substrate's pattern, conducted through a meditation technique the author did not understand. The practitioner who had conducted the outer reading had done so 3 weeks before the sect war's final technique was deployed. What they had read in the substrate, the author recorded without analysis. She said the pattern is in transition. She said there is something beginning that the laws do not yet contain notation for. She said we should not conduct the final technique. They had not listened. The second document was older. Wei dated it from the notation style and the formation reference system as approximately 5 centuries before the sect war, 900 years ago, within a generation of when the 1,000-year-old practitioner had been working in the interface layer. It was not a technique document. It was a correspondence fragment, the second half of a letter exchange, the first half missing. The recipient had been answering questions about the outer reading from someone who had not performed it. The recipient wrote, "You asked what the substrate communicated. I can tell you only what I understood. The pattern is recursive, which you will recognize from algorithm-side analysis if you reach sufficient depth. The pattern's current phase corresponds to a period that the original notation calls latent potential. In latent potential phases, the substrate will respond to correctly structured engagement but will not initiate. The engagement must come from the practitioner side. The substrate does not call, it waits to be read." The recipient had signed. Continue your preparation. The outer interface is not difficult to approach. It is only difficult to approach without understanding what you are looking for. He read both documents, and then sat still for a long time. He sent them to xianxia. She read them in an hour and came to find him. "The practitioner at the sect war," she said. 3 weeks before the final technique. She conducted the outer reading and found that the substrate was in a transition phase and that there was something beginning that the laws did not contain notation for. She advised against the final technique. "Yes," he said. "The final technique modified the meridian boundary law in a way that was not aligned with what the substrate's pattern was becoming," she said. She read that the pattern was transitioning. The modification worked against the transition rather than with it. That's why it failed mid-execution. He thought about this. "The modification I completed," he said. "The one xianxia originally designed. It was the notation for what the substrate's pattern was transitioning toward." "Yes," xianxia said. "I designed it from reading the law structure's own internal logic. I was not conducting an outer reading. But I reached the same conclusion that the practitioner at the sect war reached, that the laws needed a new case for formation to body transfer. The substrate's pattern was moving toward that. I was trying to write the notation for where the substrate was going." She paused. "I was right about the destination. I was wrong about the timing. You were trying to write notation for a transition that hadn't reached the reception-ready phase yet," he said. "Yes." He looked at the correspondence fragment. At the recipient's final lines, "The outer interface is not difficult to approach. It is only difficult to approach without understanding what you are looking for." He knew what he was looking for now. "I'm going to activate the dead code gateway as an active outer interface," he said. "Not tonight. I need to prepare the activation correctly, and I need to document the preparation in full before I do it. Because if something goes wrong, the archive needs to contain everything I understood up to the point it went wrong." "That is the correct approach," xianxia said. "How long?" She considered. "A week to complete the activation specification. 2 weeks to verify the specification against the available data. Then activation. 3 weeks," he said. "Yes," she said. "And we should tell Xin Yulan what we're doing." She paused. "Because she will want to be present, and because she will ask the questions we will not have thought to ask ourselves." He agreed. He started the documentation that evening. He wrote carefully, because the substrate was waiting, and it had been waiting for a long time, and he did not intend to approach it without being certain of what he was doing. Chapter 126. 3 weeks later, the specification was complete. He knew it was complete because Xin Yulan's questions had been fully addressed. There were 47 questions in the margin of the specification document. She had printed a physical copy for this purpose, which he found simultaneously unnecessary and clearly correct. And he had spent 5 days working through each one with the care they deserved. 14 questions had been answered by pointing her to existing sections. 17 had identified genuine gaps that he had addressed by expanding those sections. 16 questions he had answered with, "The specific answer to this question is not yet known," and the specification documents this uncertainty explicitly. She had initialed the final question's response on the last day and said, "This is the best preparation document you've produced." "It's the most complete one," he said. "Those are the same thing," she said. "In this case." He looked at the specification. At the activation protocol for the dead code gateway's new configuration. At the outer interface's approach procedure, derived from the 2 old documents and from xianxia's analysis of the substrate pattern data and from the practitioner archive's accumulated knowledge of what similar interfaces had required. "What happens if it doesn't work?" he said. "The gateway is a passive structure," Xin Yulan said. "Activating it in a new configuration and finding that the configuration doesn't produce a readable connection leaves you where you started. The risk is not the activation. The risk is in what happens after the connection is established, which we cannot fully specify in advance because we don't know what the substrate pattern will do with an active gateway connection." "Correct," she said. "Which is why the specification includes the abort protocol, the monitoring check at each interval, and the condition for ending the session that you and I have agreed on." He looked at her. 12 hours, she said. If no coherent response pattern emerges within 12 hours of activation, you close the gateway and we evaluate with the data we have. He had not set a time limit in the original specification. She had added it, and when he had asked her to justify it, she had said, "The void session had no time limit and you didn't know how long you'd been inside until I told you. This session needs a time limit." She was right. He had added the 12-hour abort condition. "Tomorrow morning," he said. "Yes," she said. "Get some sleep." He went asleep. Chapter 127 At dawn, he sat cross-legged in the technique library's quiet room, the small space that Elder Fong had designated for advanced cultivation work, which had the best formation array access in the sect and a northern window that caught the morning light without the sun's direct angle. Xianxia was seated to his left. She could not use the outer interface directly, but she could monitor the law structure's outer boundary layer and maintain communication with him through the standard interface layer during the session. She was his external anchor, not for the same reason Xin Yulan had anchored him in the void, but because two primordial inscription practitioners working in parallel produced a more complete picture of what was happening at the boundary than one alone. Xin Yulan was in the corner with her documentation materials. She had placed a formation communication node on the floor beside her that was connected to the gateway interface's monitoring system. At the intervals specified in the protocol, she would call his name and expect a brief response. Anything longer than 5 seconds of silence would initiate the first-tier alert. He ran a final check of the deadcode gateway's activation configuration. The gateway had been running in passive mode for over a year, since the void closure, when its original receiver had ceased to exist. The passive configuration maintained the gateway structure without directing it anywhere. The new configuration redirected the gateway's interface function to the outer boundary layer, toward the translation interface the original author had built between the law structure and the substrate. He committed the configuration change. The gateway activated. The experience was not like the void. Inside the void, the environment had changed. The ambient chi replaced by the incompatible half-states of the failed modification, the interference patterns of two law versions existing simultaneously. The outer boundary produced something different. Not a changed environment, but an expanded perception. He could still feel the technique library around him, the formation arrays, the morning light. But layered over all of it, and extending far beyond it, was the substrate. The substrate was vast. He had known it was vast in the abstract. The law structure covered the entire cultivation world, and the substrate underlay all of it. At the outer boundary, through the active gateway, this abstract fact became direct experience. The substrate's recursive pattern extended in every direction without apparent boundary. He was at the edge of the law structure, looking into something that the law structure had been organized within, and the something was immense in the way that oceans are immense. Not hostile, not welcoming, simply containing. He ran a status check on his own cognitive function. Intact. The human subroutine protection protocol was running at the active default level. The hierarchy's top level, the layer immediately adjacent to the law structure's outer boundary, was the layer he had been reading for 2 months from the inside, through the boundary detection events. He recognized it now that he was reading from the outside. The top level corresponded to, in law structure terms, the fundamental relationships between cultivation and consciousness, the laws governing how practitioners' minds interacted with qi. These were the laws that had produced algorithm sight, that had produced the 1,000-year-old practitioner's capabilities, that had produced Xianxia's optimization ability. He moved to the second level of the hierarchy. The second level was different. He had no law structure framework for it. The law structure did not have notation for the relationships he was reading here. The second level described, as far as he could parse it, the relationship between the substrate's pattern and the cycle of its own development. Not just the 2,000-year phase cycle he had identified from Xianxia's data, a longer cycle, embedded in the shorter one. A cycle that operated at a scale he could not determine from his current position. He flagged this for documentation and continued to the third level. Chapter 129 6 hours in, Xin Yulan's voice came through the communication node. Wei Jingdao. He surfaced enough to respond clearly. Here. 6th level of the hierarchy. Pattern remains structured. No anomalies. A pause. Then, you've been slower to respond for the last 2 check intervals. The 6th level requires more active processing to read, he said. Not instability. Load. Understood, she said. If the next response is slower than 10 seconds, I'm initiating the first-tier alert. Agreed, he said. He went back to the 6th level. Xianxia's voice came through the inner interface. 6th level boundary monitoring shows increased substrate resonance at your interface point. The substrate is responding to your reading depth. He acknowledged. The increased resonance was the substrate doing what the correspondence fragment had described it would do, not initiating, but responding. It was waiting to be read, and he was reading it, and it was acknowledging being read. The sixth level was where the architecture changed character. The first 5 levels had described relationships between observable phenomena, cultivation, consciousness, the phase cycle, the development of technique capability over generations. The sixth level began describing something that he did not have law structure concepts for. The relationships here were between the substrate's pattern and something outside the substrate. He read carefully, slowly. The processing load was real. At this depth, the pattern's complexity required his full algorithm site capacity to parse. He could feel the difference between the efficient, optimized background threads he normally ran and the foreground process that was reading the sixth level. What the sixth level described was, the substrate's pattern existed within a boundary, not the boundary between the substrate and the law structure. A different boundary, an outer boundary of the substrate itself. The substrate, like the law structure, was an implementation within something larger. He stopped reading. He sat with this for several minutes. Xin Yulan's voice, Wei Jingdao. Here, he said. 7 seconds. I'm processing a finding. What finding? He thought about how to phrase it. The substrate is not the bottom, he said. The substrate has a boundary. Outside the substrate is something the substrate's own pattern treats as its environment. A long silence on her end. Then, document immediately. Then continue. He documented it in the interface layer's running log, the practitioner archives live recording function, which he had enabled at the session's beginning. Then he continued reading. Chapter 130. On the 9th hour, he found the first element of the substrate pattern that had no corresponding notation in the law structure. He had been working through the 5th level. Returning to it after the 6th level had been more than his current parsing capacity could fully handle in one session. The 5th level described, as he had begun to understand, the substrate's self-modification behavior over time, not the 2,000-year phase cycle. A different behavior. The substrate's recursive pattern was not fixed. It modified itself. The law structure described fixed rules for qi behavior. Every technique in the cultivation world operated within those fixed rules. Every optimization he had ever performed had operated within those fixed rules. The rules themselves did not change. But the substrate's pattern was not fixed in the way the laws were fixed. The substrate's 5th level described a process by which the recursive pattern updated itself in response to the aggregate behavior of all consciousness operating within the qi ecosystem it organized. Every practitioner who cultivated, every technique that was refined, every optimization that was performed, all of it fed into an averaging function in the substrate's pattern, and the averaging function updated the substrate's recursive structure on a slow cycle. The substrate was learning from the cultivation world's collective practice. Not rapidly. The updating cycle was measured in centuries. The law structure, written from a snapshot of the substrate's pattern at a specific point in time, did not contain notation for this updating behavior because the behavior's effects were not visible at the law structure level. The laws remained stable while the substrate beneath them evolved. But the laws, over time, would drift increasingly out of alignment with the substrate's updated pattern. This was the mechanism by which the laws became technically correct but operationally insufficient. Not through degradation. Through the substrate moving on while the laws held still. He surfaced fully. 12-hour session, he said aloud. Xin Yulan was still awake. She had not moved from the corner in 9 hours. She looked at him with the expression of someone who had been prepared for this to end differently and was reassessing. Status? She said. Intact, he said. I need water and approximately 4 hours of writing time before I lose the detail on what I read. She handed him the water that was already prepared on the floor beside her. Then write, she said. I'll bring food. He wrote. The substrate updated itself based on cultivators' collective practice. The law structure held still. The gap that opened between the substrate's current pattern and the law's snapshot of an earlier pattern was, he now understood, the source of the inefficiencies he had been finding and refactoring for 3 years. Not technical debt in the conventional sense, not sloppiness or oversight. Genuine divergence between the substrate's current state and the law's description of a substrate state that had existed centuries ago. He had been writing patches for a codebase whose underlying framework had quietly evolved without updating the interface layer. He sent the finding to xianxia through the inner interface. Her response came quickly, consistent with 4 centuries of observation. The patterns I compensated for in the containment were this drift, made visible as interference. He wrote for 4 hours. He documented the 5th level's content, the 6th level's partial reading, the substrate of substrate observation that he had not fully processed yet. He documented the updating mechanism. He documented the implications for the law structure. At the end, he added a single line to the running log. The law structure requires updating not because it was written incorrectly, but because the substrate has continued developing. The original author built the contribution interface for this purpose. The maintenance cycle is not housekeeping. It is keeping the law structure synchronized with its own foundation. He looked at what he had written. Then he went to sleep for 8 hours. Chapter 131. The second reading session lasted 7 hours and produced 43 pages of documentation. He had prepared better, shorter intervals, more regular check-ins with Xun Yulan, a clear priority list for what to read and in what order. The previous session had been exploratory. This session was structured. He went directly to the 5th level's historical archive, the layer within the substrate's self-modification mechanism that recorded how the pattern had changed over time. He had identified this layer in the first session, but had not been able to read its contents at depth before the load limit pushed him back. With better preparation and cleaner parsing, he could read it. The historical archive was precisely what the name implied. The substrate's recursive pattern had been updating itself for an unknown length of time, and each update was preserved in the archive layer the way a version control system preserved each committed change. He could read the archive layer chronologically, from oldest to most recent. The oldest readable section predated any cultivation history he had encountered. The pattern at that period was different from its current form, simpler in some respects, more complex in others. He could not make sufficient sense of the oldest records to document them accurately and mark them as requires further analysis in the running log. He moved forward in time. At a point he estimated as approximately 3,000 years ago, he found a pattern that was closer to the current law structure's foundational notation. The relationship between cultivation practice and qi behavior was beginning to emerge as the dominant organizing principle. The law structure's author had been reading the substrate at approximately this point in time, or somewhat after it, and had written laws that described the substrate's pattern as it existed then. At approximately 1,500 years ago, the pattern had begun the first of what became a series of developmental updates. The substrate's self-modification responding to accumulated cultivation practice, the slow cycle turning, the pattern incorporating inputs from generations of practitioners working within the laws. He read forward to the period of the sect war. At the time xianxia had designed her modification. Approximately 400 years ago, the substrate's pattern had developed further from the law's snapshot. The formation-to-body transfer capability she had tried to add to the laws was visible in the substrate's pattern as a developed feature. She had been reading the substrate correctly. She was adding notation for something the substrate had already incorporated into its own architecture. He continued forward to the present day. The substrate's current pattern was further still from the law's snapshot. Beyond the formation-to-body transfer, which was now formally notated since the void closure, there were additional developments. The Qi Meridian adaptive optimization he had identified in the 5th level. Several other phenomena he had not yet fully mapped. And then he found the transition zone, a section of the substrate's pattern that had been heavily used in the period 1,000 to 200 years ago and was now in the process of gradual reduction. The substrate's updating function was progressively allocating fewer resources to this section as its usage in the cultivation ecosystem declined. The pattern was not gone. It was fading. The transition zone. He read the transition zone carefully. He recognized the pattern. He had seen it before, not in the substrate, but in cultivation technique documentation. The transition zone corresponded to a specific type of qi pathway that had been common in pre-sect war cultivation and had become increasingly rare in the centuries since, as cultivation schools had shifted away from the techniques that relied on it. His root breathing method used a pathway in the transition zone. So did several of the sect founders' original techniques. And so did xianxia's cultivation. Not the new work she had been doing since leaving the void. The deep foundation of her technique architecture, the qi circulation structure she had developed and refined over the centuries of her pre-void practice. It was built on pathways in the transition zone. He completed the session's planned reading and documented everything. He did not document the transition zone finding immediately. He sat with it first. Chapter 132, he found xianxia in the technique library the following morning. She was working on the historical account of the collective's founding period, the section she had agreed to write for Xun Yulan's documentation project. He sat down across from her. He had decided, on the walk from his room to the library, that the direct approach was correct. He had been wrong to hesitate. Hesitation was the approach he used when he was uncertain of his framing, and he was not uncertain of his framing. He was just uncertain of the outcome. The transition zone in the substrate's pattern, he said. She stopped writing. Her hand became still on the page. You know, he said. Yes, she said. When did you find it? 3 days ago, she said. when you shared the second session's documentation. The transition zone description was in your records. I identified the correspondence to my technique foundation immediately. You didn't tell me, he said. A pause. I was determining whether to tell you, she said. What were you determining? She looked at him with the flat, careful expression she used when she was being precise about something difficult. Whether my cultivation foundation's presence in the transition zone should affect your decision about how to proceed with the notation contribution, she said. I was trying to determine if I had the right to be a constraint on work that would benefit the entire law structure's accuracy. He had expected this. He said, you don't block it. You fix it. That's what version control is for. You don't delete the problem case. You rewrite the approach until it includes the problem case. She looked at him. If I write notation for the substrate's current pattern and that notation doesn't account for the transition zone, I've written incomplete notation, he said. Incomplete notation is worse than no notation. The law structure needs accurate description, and accurate description includes the transition state, the fact that this section of the pattern is fading, that it was significant, that certain cultivation foundations built on it remain functional even as the substrate de-emphasizes it. Notation for the transition zone as a distinct state, she said slowly. Not deprecated, he said. Transitioning. There's a difference. A deprecated function is removed. A transitioning function is in a documented process of change. Its current state is still valid. It's just not the growing edge of the substrate's development. He paused. Your technique foundation is not wrong. It's historically grounded. The notation should say so accurately. She looked at the document she was writing. You are saying that efficiency that excludes people is not actually efficiency. He had not thought of it in those terms. He considered it. Yes, he said. A notation system that cannot accurately describe existing cultivators' cultivation states is less accurate than one that can. Accuracy includes xianxia. She was quiet for a moment. I should have told you when I found it, she said. Yes, he said. You should have. I did not think I had the right to be a constraint. You have the right to be accurately described, he said. Those are the same right. Chapter 133, they spent 4 days working through the transition zone's notation. The problem had specific technical dimensions. The substrate's fifth level described the transition zone as a pattern component that was declining in usage density. The cultivators who relied on pathways in the transition zone were becoming fewer as cultivation schools evolved away from those techniques. The substrate's updating function was tracking this decline and progressively reducing the resources allocated to maintaining those pathways. Notation for a transitioning component required describing its current state, its historical significance, its relationship to the current pattern's dominant features, and its projected trajectory. This was more complex than notation for a stable component or a newly emerged one. Wei's initial draft notation was accurate but produced a document that treated the transition zone as a historical artifact, significant but receding, described in past tense by implication. Xianxia read it and said, this notation describes the transition zone as ending. It is not ending. It is in transition. He looked at the draft. He read it again. She was right. The present tense is wrong in the status section, he said. The status section implies the transition zone is already obsolete, she said. It is not obsolete. I am practicing cultivation built on it right now. It is active. The substrate is allocating fewer resources to it, which is different from the resources being zero. He revised. The revised draft described the transition zone as active with declining growth trajectory, a status that was distinct from both stable and obsolete. He added a formal definition for this status category that the current law structure notation system did not contain. Xianxia read the revision. She made 2 small corrections to the formal definition, places where his phrasing implied the decline was faster than the data indicated, and then said, this is accurate. The status category, he said, active with declining growth trajectory. There will be other components in the same state, not just in the transition zone. As the substrate's pattern continues developing, there will always be some components that are active but not growing. Yes, she said. You have created notation for a general category by solving a specific case. He had not realized this while working on it. He sat with it. This happens frequently, he said. You have said that documentation of edge cases often produces general principles, she said. I have observed this pattern in your work several times. He looked at the notation document, at the status category that had been developed to include xianxia accurately, and that now provided a formal description for any cultivator whose technique foundation was built on older substrate pathways. The notation is more accurate than I would have produced without this constraint, he said. Yes, she said. That is what I was afraid to tell you. He looked at her. You should not have been afraid to tell me, he said. My work is better with accurate constraints than with incomplete ones. I know that now, she said. I have been learning, since the void, that I have the right to take up space. It is a slow learning. He filed this, not for documentation, for the category of things that he needed to remember without making them into data. Chapter 130 for the complete notation package took 3 weeks to compile. It was not just the substrate self-modification mechanism and the transition zone notation. Through the reading sessions, he conducted 4 more over the 3 weeks, each building on the previous. He identified 6 additional elements of the substrate's current pattern that had no corresponding notation in the law structure. All 6 related to phenomena he had encountered in his cultivation work over the past 3 years. Technique adaptation effects he had documented as cultivation world behaviors. Qi network optimization patterns he had observed in individual practitioners. The feedback mechanism between formation arrays and practitioner consciousness that the direct interface modification had enabled. All of these phenomena had existed in the substrate's pattern before he had observed them in individual cultivators. He had been reading the law structure's approximation of the substrate, and the approximation was 3 centuries out of date. The phenomena had been visible in the cultivation world as anomalies, things that happened but that the law structure's notation didn't fully explain because the law structure hadn't yet been updated to describe them. He had been writing patches for bugs that were actually undocumented features. The notation package contained formal descriptions for all 8 elements, the self-modification mechanism, the transition zone status category, and the 6 additional phenomena. Each formal description was cross-referenced with the cultivation world observations that corresponded to it, the evidence that the phenomenon was real, observed in practice, before he had found its substrate-level description. This cross-referencing was xianxia's contribution. She had spent the 3 weeks reading every documentation log he had produced since his first month at Iron Pine, finding every observation that corresponded to a substrate-level phenomenon he had now identified. The result was a notation package that was not just theoretically grounded but empirically grounded, the substrate's pattern described in formal terms and confirmed in practice. You've been observing the substrate's development without knowing it for 3 years, she said, looking at the cross-reference index. Yes, he said. Every inefficiency you documented and refactored was a place where the law structure's notation hadn't caught up to the substrate's actual behavior, she said. Yes, he said. She looked at the notation package. At 3 years of cultivation world observation, now organized as evidence for 8 elements of the substrate's pattern that the law structure needed to formally describe. This is version 2, she said, of your entire body of work. He had not thought of it that way. He considered it. The first version was finding the inefficiencies, he said. The second version is understanding where they came from. And documenting both, she said. And documenting both, he agreed. Chapter 135, he submitted the notation package to the outer interface on a morning in early spring. Not as a formal process, the way the law maintenance process's inner interface conducted technique reviews. The outer interface did not have a submission protocol. It had a translation function, designed for reading the substrate's pattern and converting that reading into formal law structure notation. He used the translation function as it was designed, presenting his notation as the formal description of substrate patterns he had read, requesting that the law maintenance process incorporate the notation into the law structure's formal record. The process received the submission. The integration verification was slower than the inner interface's technique reviews had been. Approximately 6 hours, running in the background while he went about the day's work, eating breakfast with Xianxia, walking through the technique library where instructor Qin's students were practicing with the efficiency improvements of 3 years accumulated optimization, watching spring arrive in Iron Pine. The verification completed while he was outside with Elder Fong, who had found that correspondence work in the morning and short walks in the afternoon produced better function than correspondence work all day, a conclusion he had reached through systematic observation of his own energy levels over several weeks. Fong was looking at the formation arrays embedded in the sect's outer wall, old arrays, some of them pre-sect war, maintained by 40 years of his careful attention. The spring light was on the stone. The archive publication, Wei said. The responses are still coming in. Yes, Fong said. 3 more this week. The question about the Eastern installation's resonance interaction. The practitioner identified something I had noted in the records but hadn't resolved. He was quiet for a moment. I resolved it in a 3-message exchange. 40 years of noting, resolved in 3 messages. You needed a second perspective, Wei said. I needed someone who had read the archive and had a different problem that happened to use the same principle, Fong said. I had the principle. I didn't have the application lens. Wei thought about the notation package. About 6 phenomena observed in cultivation practice over 3 years, now understood as substrate-level patterns. The observations had been the application lens. The substrate reading had been the principle. His interface layer registered the verification completion. Notation package integration complete. 8 elements incorporated into law structure formal record. Cross-reference index preserved as supplementary documentation. Notation classifications. 2 new categories added. Self-modification mechanism. Active with declining growth trajectory. 6 existing phenomenon categories updated with substrate-level grounding. He read the notification and made a note of it. Then he sent a copy to xianxia, who received it in her room, where she was completing the final section of the historical account. Her response through the inner interface was brief. Transition zone notation confirmed incorporated AS active with declining growth trajectory status. Thank you. He sent back. IT was the correct notation. Fong was still looking at the formation arrays. He had not asked what Wei was doing, which was characteristic of him. He paid attention to situations and waited for the relevant information to arrive on its own schedule. I submitted a notation update to the law structure, Wei said. It incorporates descriptions of 8 substrate-level phenomena that the law structure didn't previously have formal notation for. Fong turned to look at him. What phenomena? Wei explained. He took longer than he would have taken with xianxia or Shen Yulan, because Fong's formation expertise gave him different questions than the people who worked in the law structure directly, and those questions were useful for checking the completeness of the explanation. Fong listened without interrupting and asked 4 questions at the end, each one precise, each one catching a place where Wei's explanation had been accurate but not complete. When Wei had answered all 4 questions, Fong said, "The technique adaptation effects I documented in the old formation archive, the ones I called emergent stability patterns." "Yes," Wei said. "Those correspond to the 6th element, the Qi network optimization pattern at the individual formation level. That's in the substrate's pattern as a development that started approximately 600 years ago." Fong looked at his formation arrays for a long moment. 600 years ago, he said, "I found the first evidence of those patterns in a formation design from the Yao dynasty period and concluded they were a product of that era's specific technique school. I couldn't find any mechanism that explained them." "The mechanism was in the substrate," Wei said. "The formation designers from that era were reading the substrate's development correctly, the way I was reading it correctly without knowing that's what I was doing. They produced designs that incorporated the substrate's current state. Later practitioners who didn't have that direct substrate reading produced designs that matched the law structure's earlier snapshot." Fong was quiet for a while. Then, "The formation I've been trying to repair for 11 years, he said. "The one in the southeastern tower. The resonance interaction problem. What about it?" "The repair attempts keep failing because the interaction produces a result that shouldn't be possible under the law's notation for this formation type," Fong said. "I concluded the formation was built incorrectly." He paused. "But if the formation was built by someone who was reading the substrate's actual pattern, if the formation was built correctly, and the incorrect result is actually the correct result for substrate-level behavior that the law structure's notation doesn't yet describe," Wei looked at him. "Then your notation update may have just given me the principle I needed to repair it correctly," Fong said. He started back toward the sect buildings. Not slowly. With purpose. Wei followed. The spring light was steady on the stone walls, and the formation arrays ran as they had always run, and in the law structure 8 new formal descriptions were integrating into the archive of things the cultivation world now had notation for. It was a beginning of a kind. He recognized it as such. Chapter 136. A year after the notation submission, the cultivation world had not transformed. This was the correct outcome. The things that had changed were not visible as transformation. They were visible as improvement. Training times were marginally shorter for a significant percentage of practitioners, because the law structure's notation now accurately described phenomena that had been generating unexplained variation in cultivation outcomes. The variation was now explained and exploitable. Instructors who read the updated notation documentation adjusted their methods accordingly and found their students' progress more consistent. Formation assessors, working with Zhu Ailing's registry, could now cross-reference observed formation behavior against substrate-level notation rather than relying only on law structure approximations. The Eastern installation formation that Fong's research had been unable to explain for 11 years was one of 63 formations across 14 regions that were now understood correctly. Repair efforts in those 63 locations became straightforward once the mechanics were accurately described. Xianxia and Instructor Qin were 3 months into their Western province's work. The reports arriving through the merchant network were consistent. 2 cities had contracted with the Registry for Formation Assessment. 7 outer sects had adopted open documentation practices. 1 regional cultivation school had asked Qin to conduct a teaching methodology review. Xianxia's meridian recovery technique had been published through the registry 6 months earlier and had been adopted by 7 healing institutions. No practitioner who adopted it knew who had written it. The attribution was in the registry archive for anyone who wanted to find it. Li Shenbin was running what had formerly been the Correct Path Collective's administrative infrastructure as a transition organization, still formally unnamed, internally referred to as the Archive, with a charter that committed to open access, public record, and authentication services without proprietary control. 31 of the former collective's regional administrators had joined the restructured organization. The remaining had retired or found other work. Qiao Baihu had been promoted, not by Wei, by the Iron Pine Elder Council, who had recognized that the sect's security infrastructure had been running on improvisation and Qiao's competence for 3 years and needed to be formalized. His title was Head of Outer Disciple Security and Formation Integrity. He had written the job description himself, which it read as a formal function specification. Elder Ruan Qinfeng had been corresponding with Elder Fong about pre-sect war formation techniques. The correspondence had been tentative at first and was now, for months in, apparently substantive. Wei had not read it. It was not his correspondence to read. The technique board in Iron Pine's eastern courtyard had new contributions twice a week on average. The board was being maintained by a second-year outer disciple named Lu Fengyuan who had found the board format interesting and had taken over its curation without being asked. Wei documented all of this with the care he gave to everything, not as evidence of success, as a baseline for the next period's evaluation. Chapter 137 Elder Fong repaired the southeastern tower formation on a morning in late spring. Wei was present because Fong had sent a message the evening before. I believe I have the correct approach. Tomorrow morning, if you are available. He had been available. The southeastern tower formation was older than the sect itself. It had been built into the mountain's base long before Iron Pine occupied the site, by practitioners whose affiliation had been lost in the sect war's destruction of records. It ran a resonance stabilization function that had always operated slightly wrong. Not wrong enough to cause problems. Wrong in the specific way that Fong had documented for 11 years as unexplained interaction producing deviation from expected output. The deviation was not a malfunction. It was the formation doing exactly what it was designed to do, based on substrate-level mechanics that the law structure's notation hadn't previously described. The formation's designers had read the substrate pattern correctly. Are there others like it? Wei asked. Yes, Fong said. The eastern installation in the Taishan region. 3 formations in the merchant routes between here and Meridian's edge. I've been identifying them from the archive records. He turned from the formation. I'll need to write to each of the responsible administrators. Zhu Ailing's network, Wei said. She can facilitate the introductions. I know, Fong said. I've already contacted her. He looked at Wei. You look like you're going to say something. I've been meaning to ask if you need additional help with the correspondence volume, Wei said. No, Fong said. The correspondence is work. Work sustains function. He paused. But thank you for asking. They walked back through the sect. The spring had settled fully. The resin smell of the pines was light and distributed rather than the cold concentration of winter. The formation arrays in the outer walls ran correctly. Chapter 138, it was Shun Yulan who noticed the secondary pattern first. She had been reviewing the running archive from his outer interface reading sessions, the cumulative log of everything he had perceived in the substrate's pattern across 6 sessions over 4 months. She had been cross-referencing the pattern data with the substrate's boundary detection events logged by the law maintenance process. Looking for the structural correspondence, she would need to complete the documentation. She found something he had not seen. The boundary detection events, she said, showing him the analysis. The ones that log the substrate's acknowledgement of your reading sessions. Yes, he said. They have a secondary pattern, she said. Not the primary recursive pattern of the substrate. A different period, a different amplitude. It's faint. It wasn't visible in the first 3 months of data. But there are now 7 months of data, and it's showing. He looked at the analysis. She was right. Beneath the primary substrate pattern's response to his reading sessions, there was a secondary signal. Fainter. Slower. A different frequency entirely. This is not coming from the substrate, he said, after a long moment. No, she said. I believe it's coming from the outer boundary of the substrate. The layer you perceived briefly in the 6th level of your second reading session. He looked at the secondary pattern. At the 7 months of accumulated data that had made it visible. At the frequency, which was much slower than the substrate's own pattern. A period he could not calculate without more data, but which he estimated as measured in decades rather than years. The substrate has a boundary, he said, and something beyond the substrate boundary is responding to my reading sessions. Yes, she said, very slowly, very faintly, but responding. He sat with this for a long time. Document it, he said. Full analysis. Add it to the practitioner archive with the appropriate uncertainty markers. I already have, she said. She looked at him. 1 year ago, I told you I loved you. He looked up from the pattern data. He had not expected the shift in subject. Then he recognized it. She was not shifting away from the analysis. She was noting what had happened in the year between the statement and now. Yes, he said. You've gotten better, she said, at the things that don't compute. You still don't handle them with the same instinctive fluency that you handle technique analysis. But you know you're handling them, and you give them appropriate attention. The human subroutine protection protocol, he said. It works. It works, she agreed. And the memory reconstruction is 90% complete. The 3 clusters are approximately correct. Not original, but close enough that you trust them. 90% is a passing grade, he said. For most tests, she said. You will keep working on the remaining 10. Yes, he said. She looked at the secondary pattern data. What is beyond the substrate, she said. I don't know, he said. But it has been observing my reading sessions for at least 7 months. And it responds slowly enough that the full period of its response cycle is longer than anything I can measure with current data. Then we need more data, she said. Yes, he said. We need significantly more data. She picked up her documentation materials. She was already thinking about the analytical approach. He could see it in the way she held the materials, with the specific posture she used when she was organizing a problem she intended to solve. He thought, briefly, about the cultivator who had written the notation package, about the 1,000-year-old practitioner who had documented things she didn't understand because documentation was the correct response, about Xianxia, who had built an organization knowing it would outlast her and hoping it would outlast her correctly. He turned back to the secondary pattern data and began taking notes. Chapter 139 Lishan Bin's proposal arrived in the 6th month of spring. It was a formal document, 18 pages, organized with the institutional precision of someone who had spent 20 years in administrative coordination and now applied that precision to a purpose she believed in. The proposal outlined the restructured organization's intended function: authentication registry maintenance, formation standards archiving, practitioner documentation services, and open access certification. No proprietary control, no managed access, no commercial exploitation of the knowledge the organization maintained. The revenue model was service-based: certification fees for practitioners who wanted authenticated documentation, formation registry fees for institutions that contributed to and drew from the archive. He read the proposal twice and sent it to Zhu Ailing, xianxia, and Xin Yulan with a request for their assessments by the following week. Zhu Ailing's response: the revenue model is viable. The certification fee structure is slightly high for outer sect practitioners, reduced by 15%, and you capture more contributors without significant revenue loss. I'll send the specific numbers. She had already drafted the numbers. She sent them the same day. Xianxia's response, from the western provinces, came 3 days later. The founding purpose that Xianxia wrote into the original charter has been preserved accurately in this proposal. The original mission, preservation and open access, is this proposal's mission. I find this correct. A pause in the message, indicated by a second transmission date. I also find it overdue. Xin Yulan's response: I have 3 structural questions. First, the authentication registry, who certifies the authenticators. The proposal doesn't address quality control at the top of the certification chain. Second, the formation standards archiving. What happens when 2 practitioners submit conflicting standards for the same formation type? The dispute resolution process is not specified. Third, the open access certification. Is this a perpetual certification or does it require renewal? Renewal adds administrative overhead but prevents certification drift. She had written the 3 questions as numbered entries and left space below each for his response. She had been using this format in their working correspondence for 8 months, and he had adopted it. He responded to each question, incorporating Zhu Ailing's revenue adjustment, and sent the consolidated response to Lishan Bin. Lishan Bin's acknowledgement came within a day. The adjustments are reasonable. The dispute resolution framework was a known gap. I'll convene the administrative working group to address it before final charter submission. The partnership terms as proposed are accepted. He signed the partnership agreement that afternoon with the precise pen pressure he used for all formal documents, which Xin Yulan had once observed was exactly consistent regardless of the document's emotional significance. He had not felt the need to change that. Chapter 140 On a morning in summer, Wei sat in the technique library's quiet room with the outer interface active and the running archive open. Through the interface, he could read the law structure, the familiar architecture of formal notation and function calls, and the 8 new elements that had been integrated from his reading sessions. The substrate pattern was present below the law structure's outer boundary, vast and recursive, and still generating its slow periodic responses to his reading sessions. The secondary pattern was present below the substrate's outer boundary, even more distant, still visible in the accumulated data with a period that 7 months of new measurements had allowed him to estimate as somewhere between 40 and 80 years per cycle. He had not resolved what generated the secondary pattern. He had filed it as an open question and continued building the data set. The practitioner archive now contained the first practitioner's annotations, 9 centuries old, documented in their own notation. The 1,000-year-old practitioner's annotations, translated with xianxia's key. Xianxia's research, for centuries of archived memory, now organized and cross-referenced. The review session documentation. The boundary detection analysis. The notation package. The secondary pattern data. The document Xin Yulan had written, with her name in the authorship line, addressed to whoever arrived next at this interface. He had been building this archive for 3 years without knowing he was building it. The cultivation world observations, the technique documentation, the formation assessments, all of it feeding forward into the substrate reading, which fed back into the archive, which would be there for the next practitioner who arrived at this interface. He thought about what the 1,000-year-old practitioner had written. I tried to do this alone and could not reach far enough. He thought about what he had thought when he first read it, that she had known the problem required 2 people on different sides of the same wall. He had come further than she had. He had come further because he had not tried to do it alone. He opened a new document in the running archive. Not a session log. A summary document, designed for readability rather than technical precision. The kind of document you wrote when you wanted someone to understand not just what you had found, but where you were in the process of finding it. He wrote, "To whoever arrives here next. The law structure is a formal notation for the substrate's recursive pattern, written by a practitioner whose name I have not found, and who built the interface you are now using. The interface was built for updates. The substrate continues developing. The laws require synchronization with their own foundation, on a cycle that practitioners at this interface can read and translate. I have contributed 8 elements of notation for the substrate's current development. The running archive contains the full documentation of how I found them and what they mean. There is a secondary pattern beyond the substrate's outer boundary. I do not know what generates it. I have 7 months of measurements and an estimated cycle period. The archive contains everything I have found. The substrate has a boundary. The boundary has a beyond. I have seen the beyond briefly and perceived only that it responds slowly and that it has been observing for at least as long as my reading sessions have been active. This is where I am in the process. The archive contains the complete record. Read it before you begin and add what you find to what is already here." He stopped. He thought about adding more. He thought about the notation, the substrate, the secondary pattern, the secondary patterns beyond. He thought about all of it being accessible through the archive to whoever arrived here next, in a century or 2 or 5. He thought about what he still had to do. The secondary patterns period was 40 to 80 years per response cycle. He had been reading for 7 months. He had at minimum 39 years of reading sessions ahead of him before the secondary pattern completed 1 full cycle, and he could understand its period precisely. That was 39 years of reading sessions, each adding to the data set, each producing new notation candidates for the law structure, each building the archive that the next practitioner would find. He had a long time's work ahead of him. He thought about xianxia in the western provinces with instructor Qin, repairing formations that practitioners had been running incorrectly for centuries because no one had the substrate-level notation to understand what they were actually doing. He thought about Zhu Ailing, whose merchant network had become the backbone of the open documentation ecosystem and who had started showing something unusual in her cultivation pathway, something xianxia's letters described as possibly significant, possibly the beginning of something the notation didn't yet have a name for. He thought about Chao Baihu, who had written a job description as a function specification and was doing the job with the same flat-eyed competence he had applied to everything else. He thought about Elder Fong, who was corresponding with 31 practitioners about pre-sect war formation techniques and had not run out of things to say. He thought about Xin Yulan, who was in the next room writing the secondary pattern analysis and who would ask him 14 questions about it when she was done, each one identifying a place where the analysis could be more precise. He thought about all of it and filed it under Everything I did not have when I arrived, and everything I have built toward, and everything that has been built because of what I contributed, and everything that will continue whether or not I am in this room. He added one more line to the document. // version 2.0. Root access established. The substrate is speaking. I am learning to listen. He saved it to the archive. He looked at the substrate pattern in the outer interface, vast and recursive, and currently in the reception-ready phase of its 2,000-year cycle, which meant it was actively accessible and would be for approximately another 800 years. 800 years of reception-ready access. He had a great deal of work to do. He started on the next reading session.